While this young man was watching his idol, Hirasaka Renji, explain how to become a gold rank hunter like him, a shimmering 5-star gold gate suddenly appeared right next to Subaru. Stunned, he was about to reach out and enter when his so-called close brother, the 13-year-old Alex Taiga, came barging in, shoved him aside with all his might, and stepped inside. And just like that, young Subaru's first chance to change his life was stolen from him. From that day on, his life was turned completely upside down. After emerging from the gate, his treacherous brother became the youngest gold rank hunter in Japan. His fame skyrocketed, women flocked to him, and he was dripping in gold and silver. In contrast, young Subaru began living the life of an insect. At school, he was relentlessly tormented by his backstabbing brother and his cronies, to the point where he'd piss his pants. At home, he lived in a storage shed no better than a bug-infested hovel, scorching hot in the summer and freezing in the winter. He was forced to slave away day and night by his parents and his trashy, treacherous brother. Occasionally, he was treated like a pet and bossed around relentlessly. Like in the dead of night, being forced to go buy a drink, Subaru was too weak to resist. He could only swallow his pride, take the money thrown in his face, and go. Walking down the street dejectedly, he thought about his life. Remembering his brother's arrogant gaze, he fell into despair, thinking of how frail and weak he was, still having to kneel and take money from him to do his bidding. He suddenly wished he could just die and get it over with. Subaru recalled his bitter past. If only he had rushed into that golden gate back then, he would have everything now. What was the point of living anymore? It was like his wish was granted. Just as he was thinking about dying, he ran into 3 of his trashy brother's lackeys who had just returned from farming monsters. Their ugly faces were covered in new scars, so they were in an extremely foul mood. And what perfect timing to run into Subaru, the perfect punching bag to vent their frustrations on. Subaru was a coward, but not a complete idiot. He knew he was about to get another beating, so he dragged himself away and ran. But how could he possibly outrun them? They hunted him down relentlessly, and even managed to severely slash one of his arms. They toyed with him like an animal. He had just been wishing for death, but now that it was so close, he desperately clung to life. They kicked him into a dead-end alley where he tumbled to the ground. Subaru cried out in despair, but they weren't about to let him go. They beat him to a pulp, blood splattering everywhere. He thought he was going to die. Just as one of them was about to use his bronze rank ultimate skill to finish him off, a gate suddenly appeared and sliced the man in two. He died instantly. The gate that appeared before Subaru was a 5-star bronze rank gate, but strangely, it started to crack and turned silver. It didn't stop there. It continued to crack and turned gold. And then, something unprecedented happened. The gate trembled and transformed into a rainbow-colored gate. Seeing the gate, a ray of hope shone upon him. This time, no one was going to steal this from him. He dragged himself, step by step, trying to get inside. The 2 remaining bronze rank hunters wouldn't let him. They desperately used their skills to stop him, severing one of Subaru's legs. But how could Subaru give up so easily? With newfound determination, he used all his strength to dive into the gate. He had to reclaim everything. The rainbow gate closed. Subaru collapsed onto the floor as a monster slowly materialized, a cunning smile on its face. The rainbow trial begins. Subaru lay face down, completely unconscious. The monster approached him, pierced his head with a finger, and a jolt of electricity shot through him. The system announced an update was starting. Body upgrade initiated. Myopia removed. His severed leg was regenerated, and his heart and lungs were restored to perfect condition. Subaru's eyes shot open. He sat up abruptly, and upon seeing the monster, he jerked back in shock. The monster turned around and went back to its chair, leaving Subaru completely bewildered, thinking this must be a joke, wondering where he was and who he was. After a moment of processing the update, he finally realized he was inside the rainbow gate, and that the monster lounging on the chair was the master of this gate. Subaru trembled uncontrollably, remembering the story of another person's trial, where they met a golden knight and had to defeat them in a sword fight to gain power. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had to defeat that thing that looked just like a monster. The monster, resting its chin on its hand, seemed to be losing patience. It sighed and called out to Subaru, scratching its head and asking if his body was fully recovered yet, or if he was just brain dead. Being called out directly, Subaru broke into a cold sweat and stammered that he was fine. The slowpoke still hadn't fully processed the situation, unable to believe he was actually talking to this monster. While he was questioning his very existence, the monster waved him over, telling him to come on and get on with the trial. "If you can land just one hit on me, kid, I'll grant you power." Subaru quickly interrupted, asking the monster who it was. The monster was like, "What the hell? Why are you beating around the bush like this?" Subaru quickly tried to explain that there are 3 types of gates: gold, silver, and bronze. but he had never seen or even heard of a rainbow gate before. The monster bro had a short fuse and cut him off before he could even finish. "I don't give a damn," it said, then waved its hand, sending a terrifying surge of power right past Subaru as the rainbow gate appeared once more. Subaru didn't dare to move an inch, clutching his head in terror. How could he possibly lay a single finger on this monster? The monster had clearly lost its patience, drumming its fingers on the arm of the chair. It snapped, yelling at Subaru to get his ass up and fight already. "I want to get this whole ordeal over with quickly so I can go home and sleep. Damn it, what a waste of time." After getting chewed out, Subaru timidly replied that he wanted to stand up, but his legs were shaking too much. He couldn't get up at all. "Please help." The monster bro looked like he was watching a comedy, face-palming in sheer helplessness. "For real? How the hell did this moron get chosen? Is it main character plot armor or something?" Having no other choice, the monster waved its hand a few times. Instantly, several weapons fell from the sky, surrounding Subaru. Our main character thought he was about to die and screamed bloody murder. It was practically a handout. The monster pointed to the weapons and told him to use that pile of gear if he was too scared to fight. "If you can't even manage that, then find another gate. Just go straight through that one and scram." Subaru hesitated, weighing his options. Fight this monster or return to his former life. He stood there, stunned for a moment, then hesitantly dragged his feet toward the gate. The monster bro stroked his chin. "Are you for real?" he sneered, tossing out a few more insults to wound the fragile snowflake Subaru's pride. "Didn't you open this gate because you wanted power? You're no better than a maggot." The monster's taunts kept ringing in our protagonist's ears, especially being called an insect. He thought back to his past, to how many people had called him a bug, how they stomped him under their feet, making him live a life worse than livestock. Seeing that he had no intention of turning back, the monster sighed in exasperation. "Fine, whatever, I'm going back to sleep. You can go on like this for the rest of your life, groveling on the ground. Go take responsibility for your own choice." Tears streamed down Subaru's face as he vaguely saw a reflection of his 70-year-old self in the gate. He gritted his teeth and began pounding furiously on the gate. This act even surprised the monster bro, who leaned forward to see what the hell this kid was trying to pull. Subaru went berserk, pounding on the gate while screaming obscenities. "What the hell is this? What the hell? You pack of animals are so full of yourselves." Seeing this development, the monster bro's face lit up with excitement. "Does this mean I can finally go home and sleep?" Subaru clenched both his fists and screamed to the heavens. "You think having power means you can do whatever the hell you want? That it's okay to call people bugs? You bastards." The monster found this more and more amusing. Seizing the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, it continued to provoke Subaru, laughing mockingly. "Of course it is, you moron." His fury reaching its peak, Subaru screamed out all the humiliation he had suffered. "It hurt when you hit me, you know. You treated me like garbage. Why are you all such scumbags?" The monster's laughter grew more and more gleeful. It had found Subaru's sore spot and kept prodding it, calling him a bug again and again, pushing Subaru further into a rage. He screamed, "Shut up!" He didn't want to hear it. Subaru was completely fired up, his courage multiplied by 10 billion as he stared defiantly into the monster's eyes. Subaru rushed forward without a moment's hesitation and punched the monster straight in the face. After landing the punch, he realized he'd actually done it. The monster brother stood up, satisfied, and clapped Subaru on the shoulder with explosive praise, shouting over and over, "Damn, that was amazing. See? You can do it if you put your heart into it, little bro." I could feel the intense hatred in that punch. "I wasn't wrong about you at all. You've got my approval." The monster then leaned in and bit down hard on Subaru's shoulder, shocking him. A surge of power washed over him. Subaru screamed in pain, thinking the monster was trying to kill him. But this time, Subaru was different. He didn't just lie there and wait for death. He immediately regained his composure and bit down hard on the monster's shoulder in return. The monster brother laughed with glee. "Interesting. For that, I'll grant you a few more special favors." A rainbow-colored power surged, even more intense than before, to the point where Subaru no longer had the strength to bite. His body went stiff, and he collapsed. The test was now confirmed as passed. Subaru's body configuration was now that of a hunter. The monster smiled, satisfied with its creation. It introduced itself as Vanquish and said goodbye, hoping they could meet again. Vanquish gradually faded away, genuinely happy for once. The main character, Alex Subaru, had become a hunter. His current level was 1, having inherited the power of Vanquish, the ancestor of the demon vampires. Subaru groggily came to. A series of skill updates appeared before his eyes. Blood Mold level 1 plus a bonus ultimate skill, Rainbow. A series of other ultimate skills were also added. Blood Usurper, Haters of the Halo, and One Beneath the Sun. Subaru's eyes sparkled, his mind still trying to catch up. He mumbled, "Rainbow," then the notification window switched to an alert that the trial gate was disappearing. Subaru tensed up when he read the message. Must exit the gate within 30 seconds. My ass. The ground was crumbling beneath him, and he couldn't even lift a finger. He watched the gate slowly vanish as he went into a freefall. Outside the gate, the two thugs watched the rainbow gate shatter. They figured that damn cockroach Subaru had failed. What a waste. Just as they turned to leave, there was a disturbance in the rubble of the gate behind them. The main character, Subaru, emerged, looking incredibly cool and handsome, not even stumbling. The two thugs were stunned by his appearance, grinding their teeth in frustration. That bug actually became a hunter? The two of them shouted at Subaru, demanding to know if he had become a hunter. Subaru was dazed, not yet fully back to his senses. He vaguely remembered receiving power from Vanquish. Without waiting for Subaru to say anything, the two thugs swung their swords at him, but he was no longer the useless bug he used to be. As if possessed, he easily dodged the man's attack. He quickly held up a hand, telling them to wait a second. The thug, however, was shameless, playing the victim after being the aggressor and demanding to know why Subaru dared to steal his gate. Subaru was confused. That gate was his to begin with. The thug swung his sword again, continuing the attack, but in Subaru's eyes, his movements were as slow as a crawling snail. Subaru ducked, effortlessly dodging the man's slash. He could now see through all of the guy's sword paths. No matter how many times he swung, Subaru dodged every single one. The other thug's jaw dropped. The attacker, growing more and more frustrated that he couldn't land a hit, swung down relentlessly. Subaru seized an opportunity and grabbed the guy's sword arm, telling him to stop. The thug was initially surprised that his arm had been caught, but when he saw Subaru's legs shaking like a leaf, his confidence soared. He smirked, his face twisting into a menacing glare. He threatened Subaru, and Subaru, being a total coward, immediately let go and apologized after just a light tap. The guy seized the opportunity to punch him in the back, then raised his fist and landed another one on his face, cursing as he did. "You worthless piece of trash. You think you're in my league?" Subaru took a few hits, expecting it to be excruciatingly painful, but it didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. A status window appeared before his eyes. The system guide explained that the HP bar represents his life force, and if it hits 0, he'll lose his abilities. Therefore, he had to avoid taking damage as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the host's body's perspective. The punch didn't hurt because he had truly become the host. Seeing his attacks had no effect, the guy gritted his teeth in frustration. His companion tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, refusing to be outdone by some punk who was pissing his pants just this morning. He flew into a rage and started using his special skill, Red Rose, gathering energy in his hand and hurling it at Subaru. He took the full force of the attack. His hand and face started bleeding, and he winced from the excruciating pain, thinking he was about to die. Subaru looked at his status bar again and panicked. He'd lost too much HP. A few more hits and it would be all over. The attacker was stunned. "Are you kidding me? My Red Rose can destroy an entire car." That pipsqueak Subaru took a direct hit but only received that much damage. It was unbelievable. His companion kept trying to talk him down, telling him to back off. The gate Subaru came through was obviously higher ranked than a gold gate, but the attacker wouldn't listen to a single word. Subaru was only level 1 right now, so this was the perfect chance to finish him off. If he levels up, they might not stand a chance. Not even a 1% chance of winning. They had to take this opportunity to eliminate him. Subaru had no idea what the two were whispering about. He glanced around, planning to use this opportunity to escape. But before he could make a run for it, he was suddenly tied up by a mass of ropes. This was the other guy's special skill. After a moment of discussion, the two decided to work together. Subaru was bound and completely immobilized. The first attacker charged forward to attack him again. Subaru's mind was a complete mess. He had no idea how to use his skills, but he knew he had to do something. Just as he closed his eyes and braced for the blow, some other force activated his special skill. A flurry of red spears shot out from his body, piercing the attacker, who coughed up blood and collapsed. The one who activated the skill was Vanquish. It had just used its blood control skill, feeling it had a responsibility as the master of this power. It even had to hold its owner's hand through the process. Despite its sharp tongue and constant complaining, Vanquish still taught Subaru how to use its skill. The blood control skill allows the user to manipulate the state of blood for 10 seconds. Just a moment ago, it had transformed blood into a sword. That was the extent of its explanation. The main character would have to figure out the rest on his own. After 10 seconds, the sword reverted to its liquid blood form. Vanquish reminded Subaru to fan the flames of his anger, and then it vanished. Before Subaru could even process what happened, the attacker, despite his severe injuries, managed to raise his sword and charge again. Subaru dodged and backed away, unable to believe how tough the guy was, still able to fight. The guy coughed up blood, relentlessly spewing curses at Subaru, telling him to just drop dead, calling him a murderer who killed his own friend. The attacker grew more aggressive with his words, taunting Subaru and asking why he hadn't died already. He sneered that even if Subaru died, nobody would care or feel any loss. Subaru was already used to hearing such insults. He fell silent, remembering Vanquish's words. He had to fan the flames of his anger. This time he wouldn't just silently take the insults. A rainbow-colored aura flared around Subaru as he resolved to attack. With a single punch, Subaru easily shattered the guy's sword. Then he landed a fist straight to his face, sending him flying 8 meters, smashing into a wall, and then launching straight into the sky. The other guy watched his friend fly up and then crash down like a bag of trash and began to tremble. Seeing the imposing Subaru advancing toward him, he used his ultimate escape technique to flee with his friend. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes. That guy actually ran away. The guy was running for his life, terrified of being chased from behind. He couldn't believe what was happening. That punch just now was terrifyingly strong. What the hell was that? He's only level 1. What kind of monster did that useless bastard Subaru get his power from? Subaru dropped to his knees, raising his hands in joy. He had won. The first victory of his life. He turned back to look at the mess in the alley, including Kunisaki's body, which had been split in two. What was he supposed to do with all this? The next morning, the police discovered the state of Kunisaki's body. A body split in two like this was definitely not the work of a human. They suspected it might be an underworld monster. Just then, Subaru's idol, Hirasaka Renji, arrived. He said he had already scouted the area, and there were no signs of any underworld monsters at all. They found Kunisaki Sutaro's host registration card. Hirasaka Renji deduced it was likely a host-on-host crime. The culprit must be at least as strong as a silver host. Hirasaka Renji felt a strange turmoil in his heart, but it wasn't his own. It was coming from his host, Low Wit. Hirasaka Renji handed the card back to the police officer. Now was not the time for hosts to be fighting each other. Their duty was to destroy as many gates as possible. Hirasaka Renji looked up at the sky. A clock was counting down, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. It was bright and early, and Subaru still hadn't come home. His self-centered childhood friend, Alex Taiga, stormed into his dump of a room. He cursed under his breath. Subaru hadn't even read his message yet. Taiga took out his phone. He suddenly came across a news update from 2 hours ago. A host had been assassinated by another host. Taiga scrolled down for more information and recognized a familiar face. This guy was one of the 3 who bullied Subaru. Ariek Taiga suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought back to the time a golden gate automatically appeared in front of Subaru. If he hadn't snatched it first, maybe Subaru's life would be different now. Taiga gritted his teeth. No damn way. He raised his fist and smashed Subaru's belongings. Could that insect have actually become a host? At the headquarters of the Japan Host Federation, a place for awakened hosts and the official organization that controls the gates, Subaru timidly looked around. Wow, so everyone here is a host? He went to the registration support desk. He wanted to register as a host. In Japan, it's illegal for non-members to enter gates, so to get stronger, you have to become a member. The case was undoubtedly ruled a homicide, and investigating the death of a host is also the job of other hosts. With such a strong opponent, there's a high chance a gold host will show up. If that person is Taiga, I'm dead for sure. I have to destroy as many gates as possible. That's the only way to level up and prepare myself. The guide began to rattle off the rules, but Subaru wasn't really paying much attention. He had already done his homework at an internet cafe. There were 3 things to keep in mind. First, if you want to clear gates, you have to level up. Second, the more stars a gate has, the harder it is to handle. Third, after clearing a gate, you can exchange the stars for money. Subaru suddenly remembered. He took out the star that Watari had dropped yesterday and asked the guide if it could be exchanged for money. Right now, he was completely broke, and even though he felt guilty, what else could he do? The clerk, who was cheerful just a moment ago, suddenly had her expression darken. She scrutinized the star and demanded to know where Subaru got it. Subaru panicked, wringing his hands as he stammered out an excuse. Yesterday, right after he became a host, a spirit gate appeared in front of him, and after clearing it, he received this. The clerk explained that a non-member who enters a gate without authorization faces a 5-year prison sentence or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Subaru was stunned to hear about the prison sentence. He had been reckless, having no idea the penalty was so severe. His mind went blank. What was he supposed to do? Meanwhile, Subaru's jerk cousin, Taiga, was strutting down the street. He was heading to the police station to inquire about the host assassination from yesterday. Back with Subaru, he was ultimately able to exchange the star for cash. Normally, it's a very serious crime for a non-member to clear a gate, but in this particular case, The clerk turned a blind eye and let it slide, so he didn't get into any trouble. After successfully exchanging it for money, he was shocked by the amount he received. He couldn't believe a god host could earn this much. 1 star was worth 1 million yen, but 5 stars were worth over 100 million. To him, it felt like a dream. Subaru had risked his life for this. Now, he needed to find a gate first, but his eyes landed on a barber shop and a clothing store. Subaru looked down at his own tattered body and decided to give himself a makeover first. The old saying is true, money really can buy you anything. With some cash, Subaru looked like a completely different person. He was no longer the pathetic weakling from before. Carrying shopping bag after shopping bag, Subaru sat down at a cafe to wait for his drink. Subaru had never felt like this before. It was so intoxicating. He had bought his own clothes and gotten his own haircut. This was the first time he had ever done these things, the first time he had ever sat in a cafe. Subaru sipped his coffee. So this was a caramel macchiato. It had been so long since he last drank something sweet. Subaru suddenly felt emotional. Tears welled up as he thought about his past, where he lived like an insect. But he was different now. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing freedom. Subaru gripped the cup in his hand tightly. He resolved that after finishing his drink, he would definitely find a gate. And after clearing it, he would come right back here for another one. He was a god host now, no longer the insect he used to be. He had barely settled in when a shadow suddenly fell over him. That jerk Taiga had found him. He smashed through the cafe's glass window, grabbed Subaru by the collar, and violently threw him outside. Before Subaru could even react, his head was bleeding. Realizing he was about to crash into a mother and her child, he quickly used his void control skill to stop his momentum. Subaru yelled at the mother and child to run away quickly. He was already severely injured from just a single blow. Subaru cursed him 10,000 times in his head. Blood poured from his wound. This was a terrible situation. The jerk Taiga advanced on him, radiating a murderous aura as he growled, "I can't believe you've become a god host too, Subaru." Subaru clenched his teeth to stem the bleeding. Even though he was facing a golden god host at only level 1, he refused to give up. Their fight brought traffic to a standstill. His opponent was the golden god host, Alex Taiga, a guy who didn't give a damn about anything at all. Subaru asked how the guy found him, but the chicken-handed bastard just scoffed, not bothering to answer as he threw a punch right at his face, telling him to make it easy on himself. Subaru barely dodged the punch, staggering back a few steps. He realized he shouldn't have turned on his phone to check the bank transfer. It had a GPS. Chicken Hand considered that mere child's play, finding it hilarious. He used his ultimate skill, Golden Arm. His right arm was instantly enveloped in a layer of brilliant golden armor. No matter how dense he was, Subaru knew the real fight had just begun. He closed his eyes, sensing the Vanquish within him. It revealed another detail to him about the blood control skill. It was a skill that converted HP into blood that he could freely manipulate, but if he overused it, his HP bar would quickly run dry. Subaru knew he didn't need to win today, he just needed to survive. That was the only thought on his mind right now. The power level gap between Subaru and Chicken Hand was a staggering 22 levels. Fighting him head-on was like throwing an egg against a rock. Chicken Hand used his ultimate move, Golden Impact, launching a blast of energy towards Subaru. However, Subaru used his blood to create a wire, shooting it into the sky to escape. But Chicken Hand was no fool. He instantly realized Subaru was copying his subordinate's technique and reacted immediately. Chicken Hand launched himself into the air and threw a punch down at Subaru from above. This time, however, Subaru was quick enough to dodge, causing Chicken Hand's powerful strike to slam straight into the ground. Subaru let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. This guy was way too strong. A single hit would have been an instant game over. Meanwhile, Chicken Hand was analyzing Subaru's abilities. Based on his initial assessment, Subaru had a skill that let him shoot wires from his hands. He could then use them to move around at will and grab things. How utterly pathetic. Chicken Hand charged toward Subaru again, determined to finish him off. Subaru calmly used his HP to create a smokescreen, enveloping himself completely. He used the opportunity to sneak behind Chicken Hand, throwing the same punch that had taken down Sawatari. But it had no effect on him whatsoever. Instead, Subaru's own fist started to bleed, and he cried out in pain. Seizing the opening, Chicken Hand swiped his arm across Subaru's chest, sending blood flying everywhere. His HP bar dropped again. Subaru clutched his chest, which was bleeding profusely, as Chicken Hand let out a cold laugh. Just as he reached for Subaru's head to end the game, several sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming for him. Subaru hadn't given up yet. He controlled the blood that had just splattered everywhere and directed it toward Chicken Hand. He formed it into a mist and hardened projectiles, using every ounce of his strength to make the blood constructs as solid as possible. However, None of it had any effect on that bastard chicken hand. Subaru froze, falling into despair. Speed, power, defense. Chicken Hand was on a completely different level in every aspect. Chicken Hand effortlessly crushed the blood constructs and slowly advanced on him. Subaru could only stare blankly, his mind going numb. Even activating his core ability at the brink of death, no matter how many ultimate skills he used, he still couldn't defeat Chicken Hand. Subaru watched as Chicken Fist's hand reached for his face. It couldn't let Subaru live any longer. It would be a huge pain if he leveled up. It had to kill him now, no second chances. Subaru watched the fist fly towards him. Chicken Fist punched with all its might, sending Subaru flying. But contrary to its expectations, Subaru actually blocked it. He had used almost all of his HP to create something soft and sticky to block Chicken Fist's punch. He had created something that could disperse impact like an airbag. That soft, sticky substance clung tightly to Chicken Fist's hand and began to spread. It tried to shake it off but couldn't get free from the substance, which Subaru had imagined as an unbreakable piece of rubber. He watched his MP bar rapidly depleting. This was the crucial moment. Subaru raised his hand and summoned several other colored blobs. The duration of his blood control was 10 seconds. Even if he used up all his MP, he had to stop Chicken Fist. Those colored blobs stuck to Chicken Fist, immobilizing it. Although it was furious, there was nothing it could do. It could only stand there like a complete lunatic. While Chicken Fist was left standing there cursing him, Subaru took the opportunity to escape. His goal was to survive. 10 seconds were up. The blood control wore off, turning back into normal blood. Chicken Fist tried to give chase, but Subaru had created a smokescreen, disorienting it. Chicken Fist gritted its teeth in frustration. It had been played for a fool by Subaru. Just as it was about to continue the pursuit, it was suddenly blocked. The newcomers were Hirashaka Renji, along with Udu and Sekishima. At this point, it realized it had gone a bit too far, but how could it give up so easily? It had to chase after Subaru. But before it could finish its thought, it was bound by chains from behind. Chicken Fist broke out in a cold sweat. No way. Why were all the Golden Clan heads gathered here? Hirashaka Renji placed his sword against Chicken Fist's neck to restrain it. It gritted its teeth. It couldn't act like a thug anymore. Meanwhile, after Subaru got away, he ran for his life and finally stopped on the rooftop of a building. He had successfully escaped. Subaru gritted his teeth. He couldn't deal any damage to that thing at all. If it found him again, he would definitely be done for. Subaru looked down at his tattered clothes. He had just bought them. All his other outfits were left back at the coffee shop. Subaru sat on the rooftop. Shopping was fun, indeed. He resolved to regain his freedom. He had to fight. He didn't want to go back to his previous miserable life. He would become stronger. At some gate, a girl was arguing with a group of people. She pointed at the gate, insisting that she had claimed it first. "You're supposed to make a reservation, right?" The other group wasn't listening to reason. They didn't give a damn about reservations. How could one weak girl stop them? It was best for her to just obediently hand over the gate. But that girl was no pushover either. She seemed extremely confident as she clasped her hands together, getting into a fighting stance. She was the Bronze Clan head, Amamiza Suzaka. One moment she was acting all tough, the next she was getting beaten to a pulp by the group. Even they were questioning reality. How could someone this weak be so cocky? It was a miracle she was still alive. Amamiza Suzaka was only level 8, while the opposing team was level 13. Of course, she couldn't win against them. Those guys didn't hold back their taunts, telling her she'd need to be much stronger to even stand a chance against them. Amamiza Suzaka was furious but couldn't say anything. Their skills countered hers, so she was powerless against them. Relying on their numbers, they continued to provoke her, telling her to just give up the gate. Someone as unskilled as her shouldn't even exist in this world. Hearing such hurtful words, Amamiza Suzaka's heart ached. In the past, she had been forced to leave her team for having no talent. That's why she would never give up against this group. She would not admit defeat. The blonde-haired guy clicked his tongue, so stubborn. He raised his hand to end the game. Amamiza Suzaka thought she was about to die. Just then, Subaru appeared out of nowhere. He politely asked the group, "Are you deciding who gets to enter the gate based on who is the most suitable?" All eyes turned to Subaru. He calmly raised his hand to nominate himself, asking, "Can I join in?" The group was getting antsy, all wondering the same thing. Who the hell is this guy? A cocky blonde-haired guy got right in Subaru's face, asking where he came from. He grabbed Subaru's collar to drag him away, but Subaru quickly used his unique technique, making the guy fall flat on his face. Subaru growled, "I don't have time for this. I have to get stronger at all costs." The others who witnessed this were stunned. They aggressively asked Subaru what level he was, and he replied that he was only level 1. The group didn't believe him at all, thinking he was bluffing. They started speculating that maybe he had some kind of long-range attack skill. If he was really level 1, They could just crush him with their level difference. They immediately rushed in to attack him all at once, but Subaru, with his overpowered technique, easily made them all eat dirt. After facing that speedster opponent, this bunch of crawlers seemed slower than snails to him. It didn't take him long to take down the whole group. The blonde guy who was knocked out first had woken up. He stood in a corner and took the opportunity to use his skill. He pulled out a gun and started firing continuously at Subaru. He thought he could take Subaru down, but it was useless. Subaru's blood control nullified everything. He didn't even move a single step. He threw another punch at the guy's face, making him spit out blood and broken teeth as he sprawled on the ground. Watching from the side, Amamiza Suzaka's jaw dropped. In her eyes, Subaru had finished them all off with a single blow each. What kind of monster was he? If he was really level 1, then his skill level must be sky high. Amamiza Suzaka wondered if Subaru's true rank was a golden rank hunter. Meanwhile, Subaru stripped the clothes off the downed men and put them on, since his own were completely tattered. After getting dressed, he walked towards the gate, much to Amamiza Suzaka's astonishment. Subaru gave a slight smile and a nod as a greeting, then walked right into the gate. Suzaka felt that something was wrong, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Subaru had just straight up stolen her gate. Subaru stepped through the gate. A panel appeared in front of him, displaying the stats for the Karakan volcano stage. Difficulty, 2 stars. Subaru let out an "oh." He looked around, thinking, so this is what it's like inside a gate. Even though it was a dangerous place where you could run into monsters easily, the scenery was truly beautiful. As he was admiring the view, the gate behind him suddenly swung open, smacking him right in the head. Subaru stared at the person who had just barged in, Amamiza Suzaka, with a confused look. What the hell? Amamiza Suzaka walked in very casually and locked the gate. A notification popped up confirming the gate was locked. Hunters could not leave the stage until the boss was defeated. Amamiza Suzaka let out a mischievous laugh. Now, even if that ragtag bunch woke up, they wouldn't be able to get in anymore. Subaru still didn't understand what was happening. Hadn't he claimed the gate fair and square? Where did this girl even come from? Amamiza Suzaka denied it, explaining that she had already reserved this gate for herself, but those guys outside had tried to steal it. Discovered gates are registered on a website, and hunters can reserve the right to clear them there. Subaru let out an ah as he realized the issue. He couldn't just clear any gate he found on his own. He quickly apologized to Amamiza Suzaka. He explained that this was his first time entering a gate and asked if he could join her. He had to level up at all costs. Seeing how desperate he was, Amamiza Suzaka believed that he really was level 1 and agreed to let him tag along. She also knew what it felt like to want to get stronger, no matter the cost. So Subaru got to go with Suzaka, but on the condition that when they exchanged for stars, she would take 7 parts and he would take 3. Subaru didn't even think twice and accepted immediately. When it came time for introductions, Amamiza Suzaka told him her name. Just as Subaru was about to say his, he suddenly remembered he was now a criminal, accused of assassinating his client. Flustered, he hastily blurted out the name Vanquish. As they were preparing to set off, a boulder was suddenly thrown from behind Amamiza Suzaka. Subaru quickly shouted a warning, intending to use his skill to help her. However, Suzaka simply turned around and effortlessly shattered the boulder with a single punch. While the two were distracted, a horde of goblins and kobolds appeared. Amamiza Suzaka, filled with fighting spirit, charged forward to handle them. With that, she clenched her fists and dashed toward the horde of small monsters. For a client to defeat underworld monsters, they need enhanced physical stats, reflexes that surpass biological limits, and above all, a special skill. Subaru stood to the side, watching with his mouth agape in admiration, as Suzaka agilely used her skill to take down the small monsters. In no time, the horde of small monsters was quickly defeated. Subaru's face was full of admiration, taking them down with just 1 punch each. She was so strong. Meanwhile, Amamiza Suzaka's confidence skyrocketed after defeating the small monsters. Her skill was to stun her opponents and then punch them. Long-range skills could counter her ability, but in close combat, she was invincible. Just as she was getting cocky, a different, larger horde of monsters suddenly appeared. Amamiza Suzaka's skill could stun opponents, but it only lasted for 3 seconds after it hit. In other words, she had to either finish the enemy or escape within those 3 seconds. Otherwise, well, you know what happens. Amamiza Suzaka was on the verge of tears. She was completely surrounded by the monsters and had to cry out for Subaru to save her. But Subaru just stood there, rooted to the spot. He had taken Suzaka's earlier words, "Leave it to me," literally, and hadn't moved an inch. It took Subaru a moment to understand Suzaka's predicament. He realized her skill had a time limit, just like his blood control. Right now, Suzaka was too far away and surrounded by monsters, so he couldn't use his flying blood blades. He had no choice but to try something new. Subaru used blood control, shooting out threads of blood toward the monsters and wrapping them tightly around their necks. He clenched his abs and tensed his glutes. Before Suzaka's astonished eyes, he braced himself and yanked the threads back with all his might, causing the monsters to tumble to the ground, dead. A stream of light enveloped Subaru as the system announced a level up. He instantly gained 4 levels, and his blood control skill also reached level 2. The time limit increased to 15 seconds, and its power was enhanced. Subaru looked his body over. The wounds he had received from that chicken mask guy were all healed, and his strength had increased. His HP and MP were also fully restored. This was awesome. So, this is what leveling up feels like. It's an incredible rush. Amamiza Suzaka finally ran over. She was shocked to see that all the surrounding monsters had been wiped out. She couldn't believe Subaru had wiped out the entire horde by himself in one go. What kind of monster was he? When Subaru saw Suzaka, his eyes sparkled as he praised her, saying her skill was amazing. Amamiza Suzaka was completely confused. She felt like she should be the one saying that to him. Subaru was confused, saying Suzaka's skills stunned opponents without exception. Suzaka then added a clarification. But it only works on opponents who are at least 3 levels weaker than her. If they're stronger, the duration is less than 3 seconds. Subaru reasoned that if that was the case, wouldn't she be invincible in a one-on-one fight if she just used her skill every 3 seconds? Amamiza Suzaka was stunned for a moment before it dawned on her, as if she had just learned something absolutely game-changing. Subaru pointed at the cliff where a few monsters were still standing. Suzaka, filled with newfound confidence, told him to stay put and rushed over to the cliffside. Suzaka applied the method Subaru had just taught her, punching first to stun, waiting 3 seconds, then landing another punch. Just as expected, the monster couldn't react. Suzaka kept punching like that and finally succeeded in taking it down. Her joy was written all over her face, her eyes sparkling brightly. She immediately felt motivated again, yelling for the other monsters to bring it on. Watching from the side, Subaru was also happy. It seemed Suzaka would be fine now, so he had to take care of something else. While Amamiza Suzaka was happily farming monsters, she suddenly saw a notification that a boss had appeared. She hurriedly turned to call for Subaru, only to see him already facing 2 bosses, a level 17 and a level 12. Subaru wasn't the least bit afraid. He told Suzaka to finish off the remaining mobs, saying he would handle this part. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, fighting from the ground into the air. The level 12 wolf swiped its claws at Subaru, but he continuously parried its attacks. The other boss, a level 17 goblin, sat on the wolf's back and seized the opportunity, activating its special skill, level 2 Verdant Arrow. A barrage of green arrows shot towards Subaru, fanning out in multiple directions. Subaru quickly activated Blood Void, enveloping his body for defense. The barrage of arrows slammed into the created sphere, causing it to explode with a bang. Subaru fell into a free fall. These 2 were too strong. If Blood Void hadn't reached level 2, he would have been toast. So this was a boss? The skills were so overwhelming. Suzaka watched from the sidelines, worried. The fight was too intense. She couldn't jump in to help him. Her special skill was completely useless because the level gap was too large. She had to clear out these smaller monsters first. Meanwhile, Subaru used his Blood Void skill again to form a barrage of blood javelins and hurled them at the 2 bosses, but it had no effect. The wolf easily nullified his skill and leaped up, while the goblin continuously shot arrows at him. Subaru had no choice but to defend against that rain of arrows. Subaru tried to attack while defending, but it didn't faze them at all. The giant wolf closed in and dodged his attacks with incredible agility. And that goblin leader's ranged attacks with its shooting skill were just too masterful. He couldn't find an opening. He couldn't even bind them with his blood tendrils. Not giving him time to think, the goblin activated its special skill again. This time, it fired a level 3 arrow that pierced through Subaru's shield and tore a hole in his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in pain. It had a second special skill. His blood shield couldn't block the attack. It read the situation too well. This boss was no pushover. The earlier rain of arrows was just bait, and he had fallen for the trap. Subaru clutched his arm and knelt down. The goblin prepared to fire another arrow at him. Just as the arrow was about to be released, Amamiza Suzaka appeared out of nowhere and punched the wolf in the face, causing the goblin to lose its balance. Subaru gaped in astonishment as he saw the wolf get stunned. Wasn't that special skill only effective against opponents within a 3-level difference? The wolf collapsed. Subaru looked back and saw that all the enemies on the path had been defeated. Amamiza Suzaka had reached level 9. Suzaka timed it perfectly, landing another punch after 3 seconds to keep the wolf stunned. The goblin, seeing the situation was not in its favor, leaped off the wolf and flew into the air. Suzaka saw this and broke into a cold sweat. but she watched him. Subaru slowly stood up. He turned his blood into rubber, tying it tightly around the wolf's head. Then he leaped up, transformed his blood into a rope, and pulled back with immense force, successfully taking down the wolf and reaching level 6. His body, HP, and MP were completely restored. Subaru began to think about landing a powerful blow at close range. He then remembered Taiga's ultimate skill, that massive, golden fist. Subaru decided to imitate it. He transformed his blood into a fist, destroying Kuai Lun's level 3 arrow and taking him down as well. Subaru successfully leveled up to 9. His blood control skill also upgraded to level 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. The Karakan Volcano Dungeon, a 2-star difficulty, was cleared. Alex Subaru leaped to level 9, and his stats increased significantly. Outside, the group from before was waiting. The guy whose jacket Subaru took was sneezing non-stop. He was shivering from the cold, vowing to mince whoever stole his jacket. The blonde guy didn't pay any attention. The only thing he cared about was the gate clear stats. The completion time was displayed on the gate. The rest of the group broke into a sweat after seeing it. It usually takes about 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but those two only took 15 minutes. It was unbelievable. Just then, Subaru and Suzaka stepped out of the gate. They were immediately questioned by the group, who still couldn't believe 2 people could clear the gate in such a short time. At that moment, a notification window popped up, confirming the clearing of the Karakan volcano. The remaining time would be added to the clock. Immediately, the time was added to the clock in the sky. This was a colossal clock that could be seen from all over the world. All life would end when the time on it counted down to 0. The only way to stop it was to clear gates and use the remaining time to add to it. Subaru realized this was the reason the gods had to fight constantly. The orange-haired guy stood there dumbfounded, his jaw dropped. Those two actually did it. A 2-star gate should be handled by a level 10 god or higher. And yet, they destroyed the gate with just 2 people, a level 1 dude and a level 8 girl. Lost in thought, he was startled when Subaru got close. Subaru apologized for tearing his jacket and promised to compensate him. The orange-haired guy's face turned pale looking at Subaru now. He quickly waved it off, telling him not to worry about compensation and to just keep the jacket. The blonde guy appeared out of nowhere and called out his buddy. He asked the orange-haired guy if he wasn't just vowing to mince Subaru. The orange-haired guy wouldn't dare do that now. He quickly denied it, saying he was just kidding. "Don't mind him," he said, changing the subject and telling everyone to leave. The rowdy group from before now lined up, bowed respectfully to Subaru, and left. Subaru was still a bit confused, wondering why their attitudes changed faster than an ex-girlfriend's. The gate behind them suddenly shattered. 2 star-shaped stones dropped out. Suzaka picked up the star stones and said, "Let's go exchange these for cash." Subaru hesitated, having something he wanted to express. They went to a coffee shop to sit down. He wanted to receive the money under Suzaka's name. She tilted her head in confusion. The money was split 70-30. If they did that, what would happen to Subaru's share? Unlike Suzaka, Subaru didn't seem to care about the money at all. He was just staring blankly at his cup of coffee. He was moved to tears. After clearing the gate, he had finally returned to this coffee shop. Thank God. Suzaka, seeing that Subaru wasn't paying attention to her, snapped and asked what he planned to do with the money. Subaru mumbled that he would split the money with her later. Suzaka suddenly asked a blunt question that made Subaru spit out his coffee. She asked, "Vanquish isn't your real name, is it?" Seeing Subaru's reaction, she could immediately confirm her suspicion was spot on. Subaru was using a fake name. He also didn't want anyone to know he had cleared the gate. Above all, that power of his, despite him being only level 1, was terrifyingly strong. Subaru was left speechless by Suzaka's words, but she had no intention of accusing him after recounting their time fighting side by side. She knew he was a good person. He had saved her life and more. She still wanted to continue clearing gates with him from now on. She wanted to be his teammate. After her long speech, Suzaka felt a bit embarrassed. She was willing to help him, even if she wasn't sure what she could do. Subaru's eyes widened. Teammates. No one had ever said those words to him before. This was the first time anyone had said that to him, and Subaru suddenly felt a surge of happiness. It felt like a warm current flowed through him. He clutched the water bottle in his hand and thanked Suzaka from the bottom of his heart. She had helped him so much, and if she truly wanted to be his teammate, he would be very happy. Subaru decided to tell Suzaka everything about his real name, his past, and all the things that had happened to him over the past 2 days. After hearing Subaru's story, Suzaka's head was spinning. Who would have thought his situation was even more complicated than she imagined? A rainbow gate and then an assassination charge. Suzaka couldn't believe Subaru was Alex Taiga's older brother. Moreover, that bastard had stolen his gate and become a gold host. That unforgivable bastard. Suzaka grew more and more furious. She asked if Subaru wanted to become strong enough to defeat that dog Taiga. Subaru scratched his head. His life was in danger, so he just wanted to get stronger. Suzaka then shared her own story. Her family had 3 daughters, and all of them were hosts. Her older and younger sister's gates were both silver, while only hers was bronze. Initially, their team was formed with the 3 of them, but she was eventually kicked out for being a hindrance. That's why her goal is to get stronger and prove herself to them. Suzaka blushed with embarrassment, as this was the first time she had opened up to someone like this. She felt her goal was quite similar to Subaru's, so she wanted the 2 of them to get stronger together. Suzaka smiled brightly and held out her hand. She wanted to be his teammate, promising to never betray or abandon the other. Subaru was stunned. No one had ever said anything like this to him before. He firmly shook Suzaka's hand in agreement. And so, the 2 of them became teammates from that day on. At the Host Federation headquarters, on the top floor of the main conference room, the male gold hosts sat around a table discussing matters. Now that they had subdued Alex Taiga, they were the only gold hosts who could take action. The remaining hosts didn't seem too concerned. 6 people would be fine. Without that jerk Taiga, everything would still be okay. Besides, everyone hated that guy's arrogant attitude anyway. The other hosts seemed to agree, but the problem now was that, aside from 4-star gates, only gold hosts could clear 5-star gates. Their numbers were insufficient to deal with such difficult gates. Hirasaka Renji proposed increasing their numbers until the restraining order on Taiga was lifted. He also intended to call on the silver host groups to participate in the 5-star campaign. Host Sekishima Ryu was taken aback by this proposal. Silver rank? Are you sure about that? Host Udo Ryu stroked his chin, calculating. 10 people above level 30 could probably manage. Currently, there were 7 5-star gates that needed to be cleared quickly. As for the 4-star gate campaign in Meguro City, they had decided to assign it to Team Julieta, which had an average level of 31. This team was led by the flamboyant prince, Hijaki Julieta, level 38. After clearing the gate, Subaru and Suzaka came out and walked past Julieta's team. As expected of the strongest silver rank team, their numbers and strength were impressive. But none of that had anything to do with them. Subaru and Suzaka excitedly set off to clear another 2-star gate in Meguro City, a gate named the Soldier's Armory. The 2 of them entered the gate. Greeting them was a very, very long staircase leading down. The 2 slowly made their way down. Subaru confusedly asked Suzaka if she knew what was inside the gate beforehand. Suzaka explained that you can enter and exit freely as long as the gate isn't locked from the inside, so the guildmaster in charge of scouting brings back information, like this endless spiral staircase they were on. Subaru understood. Suzaka looked at the long, narrow staircase, thinking it would be the perfect place for her skills to shine. Suzaka told Subaru to try locking the gate, after which the mission would start and the enemies would appear. Subaru did as she said and locked the gate. The system announced the mission had begun. Suzaka's spirits lifted as she prepared to fight again, and a loud clattering sound started echoing from below. Subaru suddenly had a bad feeling. The hairs on his neck stood up. He craned his neck to look down the stairs to see what it was. A horde of skeleton soldiers was marching up in a line. Seeing their numbers, even Suzaka felt a chill. Wasn't this a bit too many? One skeleton took advantage of her distraction and swung its sword to attack, but luckily, Subaru reacted in time. He used his blood control to block the sword strike for her. Suzaka also reacted, punching the skeleton in the face, sending it flying and finishing it off. But they couldn't let their guard down yet. Another group charged at them. These ones had to be level 10 or higher, and they had to clear them all out to leave. The 2 of them coordinated their actions, with Subaru defending and Suzaka attacking. This narrow terrain was a perfect advantage for Suzaka, but their numbers were just too overwhelming. Plus, there was that oppressive feeling he had sensed from below earlier. It was even more terrifying than the goblin boss from before. The skeletons were defeated one after another, but Suzaka's stamina had its limits. She was starting to pant heavily. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Subaru told her they should take turns fighting the monsters to avoid exhausting herself as much as possible. Suzaka looked back at Subaru with a confused expression. It should be the other way around, shouldn't it? If you level up inside a gate, your HP and MP are fully restored. The best way is to go all out until you level up. So, Suzaka's current state was perfectly healthy, with 10,000 health points, ready to keep fighting. Subaru's spirits were also lifted. Heeding Suzaka's call to fight with all his might, he used blood control, transforming it into a frozen blood tide that trapped all the skeletons. Suzaka chuckled as she watched the skeletons struggle in the blood. His special move was as pro as ever. Subaru panted heavily and told Suzaka to act quickly, as he couldn't hold it for long. Suzaka's eyes sparkled as she jumped up and stomped on the skeletons' heads. She used her fastest speed to take down as many as she could, successfully leveling up to 15. She saved the rest for Subaru. He understood and used his special move to crush the remaining frozen skeletons, sending them to the afterlife. He also successfully leveled up to 16. Suzaka was at a loss for words. Subaru was just as crazy as she expected. Even the devil would be scared. Suddenly, a skeleton that wasn't quite dead launched a sneak attack on Suzaka from behind. However, that skeleton was immediately taken down by Subaru's blood arrow. Subaru reminded her not to let her guard down. Suzaka could only look on remorsefully. The two descended deeper, defeating more and more monsters. However, the bad feeling in Subaru's gut wouldn't go away. The pressure from below was getting stronger and stronger. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Subaru had reached level 19, and Suzaka was level 20. The two finally came face to face with the main boss. The boss was a skeleton wearing a tattered dress and a crown. It was Queen Judith, level 29. The skeleton's eyes suddenly opened as it swung its whip to attack. A single swing of its whip made the surrounding rocks and earth feel like they were about to collapse. Subaru used his blood control to protect them both. He assessed that this boss used ranged attacks with an unpredictable trajectory. Just as Suzaka had said, they really stood no chance against it. Subaru gritted his teeth. He still wondered if the persistent, creepy feeling from the beginning was really coming from this boss. The boss swung its whip again, creating afterimages everywhere. Subaru and Suzaka dodged out of the way, and Suzaka was so scared she was about to pee her pants. She turned to ask Subaru what they should do now, since even if they managed to get close, they wouldn't be able to last long. Subaru silently analyzed the situation. It seemed the boss's skill used MP to lash out with its whips, but he wondered if it would stop whipping once its MP ran out, unlike his own blood. If so, then this skill countered Suzaka's skill. Her instantaneous space would be useless if the level gap was too large. It would be better to use blood control for both offense and defense, but then Suzaka wouldn't get any experience from this boss. He was so happy when Suzaka said she would be his friend and they would never abandon each other. Subaru shouted to Suzaka, telling her that he would block its whips while she attacked it continuously until she was satisfied. Suzaka didn't understand what he was planning but agreed anyway. Subaru used blood control, raising its viscosity to 100%. The monster seemed to realize he was up to something. It swung its arm, lashing its whip towards the mass of blood he had just created. The blood mass split apart and clung to the monster, restraining its movements. Subaru turned and told Suzaka to make her move. She obeyed and rushed forward, punching the monster's face relentlessly. If Suzaka wanted to gain experience points, her HP had to drop by at least 20%. A divine class specializing in defense and recovery must have to try very hard to get stronger. Subaru kept an eye on the countdown. He reminded Suzaka that in 5 seconds, the blood control would lose its effect. Suzaka understood and retreated. Just then, the monster broke free from the restraint and began swinging its whip to attack her again. She was protected by Subaru's blood control, returning completely unscathed. They were about to attack again when suddenly a voice echoed from the monster. It growled, questioning Subaru about who he received that power from. He was bewildered, wondering if he had misheard. The monster had just spoken. Confirming Subaru's suspicion, the skull began to mumble. That person couldn't have given power to a sinner. Subaru quickly deduced what the skull was talking about. It seemed to be referring to Vanquish. He quickly spoke up, telling the skull that if it wanted to talk, it should calm down. What was the big rush? But the skull paid no heed. It went berserk, tearing itself apart as it began to transform. This was an ultimate skill used by a boss. It used all its MP to change into a different form. The skull began to activate its ultimate skill. Subaru used blood control to envelop both of them. The skull continuously shot out whips during its transformation, causing his blood shield to boil and evaporate. If he didn't keep replenishing the blood, he would soon be defeated. Watching his MP bar gradually decrease, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, his MP would be completely depleted, and what's more, Suzaka was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth as he converted the blood control into a blood shield and advanced. The skull also raised its hand to attack him, but it was too slow. Subaru stretched the blood shield into a spear and pierced through the skull's body, causing its head to fall off. The skull gradually faded away. Before it died, it still couldn't believe it had been defeated. Subaru successfully defeated the boss and leveled up to level 20, but even though he had beaten it, he couldn't feel satisfied at all. As for the last boss, although it seemed to know about Vanquish, he had no choice but to finish it off. He began to speculate whether the masters of the gates were monsters from the underworld. Seeing Subaru succeed, Suzaka jumped for joy. At the last minute, she had decided to hide behind him and also leveled up to 21. Subaru was happy to see Suzaka level up too. He thought that now they could say they had achieved their goal of getting stronger. If he encountered that boss again, he would try asking it next time. Suzaka exclaimed that they had defeated the boss, but still hadn't received a notification that the gate was open. Subaru panicked. Did this mean they couldn't get out? Suzaka was at a loss too. She had never encountered a situation like this before. Suddenly, a rainbow gate appeared behind Subaru. Subaru whipped around in shock, and Suzaka's jaw dropped. This was the first time she had ever seen a rainbow gate. Suzaka happily said it was Subaru's second gate. Subaru also found it strange. Wasn't it weird for so many gates to appear? Suzaka, on the other hand, didn't see it as a bad thing. Each gate has different conditions, and she heard you could get additional special skills after completing their trials. Subaru rubbed his chin. What kind of conditions? Was it because he had reached level 20? Suzaka excitedly added more. She heard that even the strongest gold ranker, Saka Renji, had only opened 7 gates so far. Subaru's jaw dropped when he heard that number. It showed they were doing incredibly well. At this rate, they would become the strongest duo on Earth. Subaru looked at his hand. He had come this far using only blood control. If he could get another skill just as powerful, he could be on par with the gold rankers. Suzaka urged Subaru to hurry up and go in. He snapped out of it, and seeing the sparkling anticipation in Suzaka's eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of warmth. Subaru turned and twisted the doorknob. The moment the gate opened, it sliced off Subaru's left arm and also cut a long gash across Suzaka's body. Subaru watched his arm fall and saw Suzaka's eyes slowly lose focus. She tremblingly apologized to Subaru before collapsing. Ignoring his bleeding arm, Subaru rushed toward Suzaka, but he collapsed to his knees after just a few steps. Subaru looked at the sword-wielding figure standing in the rainbow gate. This person flashed a bloodthirsty smile. He obviously didn't care at all that he had just cut someone down. Subaru froze. That feeling. It was just like the one he'd felt at the beginning, this overwhelming sense of dread. Subaru scrambled over to Suzaka in a panic, holding her with his remaining arm. Subaru called her name over and over, but Suzaka didn't respond. Blood was pouring from both of them. The ghoul standing in the rainbow gate offered a half-hearted apology, saying a weak little bug that couldn't even withstand one of its attacks didn't deserve to live. Hearing the ghoul insult his friend, Subaru's face darkened. He rose from the ground as a swirling rainbow aura erupted from him, and the ghoul started to look very interested. Subaru was absolutely furious. He didn't even care about his bleeding arm, and the ghoul became intrigued beyond belief. It introduced itself as one of Vanquish's subordinates, the Ghoul Emperor, and it would be the one to test Subaru. Subaru stepped through the rainbow gate to face the Ghoul Emperor. He was Vanquish's subordinate. Subaru closed his eyes, seeing the Vanquish inside him. He yelled, demanding to know from Vanquish why his subordinate had attacked him and what the hell was going on. Subaru was furious, but Vanquish remained indifferent and unresponsive. The Demon Emperor's doppelganger cackled, saying the Vanquish inside Subaru wasn't the real one. He's merely a guide on how to use blood control, and he won't breathe another word about any other questions regarding it. The Demon Emperor's doppelganger licked his lips. His only interest now was the fight. He politely stated that the condition to pass this trial was to inflict a wound upon him. He wanted to see how much stronger Subaru had become. Without waiting for him to finish, Subaru charged straight ahead and attacked the Demon Emperor's doppelganger. However, the doppelganger easily parried the blow with his sword. He clicked his tongue, criticizing Subaru for being so impatient, saying he should at least listen to what he had to say. The Demon Emperor's doppelganger brandished his sword with a flourish, saying that if Subaru succeeded in the trial, he would receive one of Vanquish's treasures, the very divine plunderer he was holding. But the doppelganger's words didn't reach Subaru's ears. He was seeing red right now, and the more the doppelganger talked, the angrier he got. All he wanted to do was tear that fiend to shreds. Subaru activated blood control, and several tendrils sprouted from his back, stabbing towards the doppelganger, but he easily dodged them with a simple leap. The doppelganger praised Subaru's use of blood control, but taunted that it was still far too slow to catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, another swarm of tendrils shot towards the doppelganger. He dodged them again and burst out laughing. He understood now. The blood whip was a technique Subaru had copied from the previous boss. He had been observing Subaru's fight with Vanquish from this side for quite some time, and from what he saw, Subaru could make his enemies' fighting styles his own. Subaru grew even more frustrated as his attacks failed to land. He yelled at the doppelganger to stop running away and fight him, shouting that he didn't have time to waste here because Suzaka was waiting for him. The Demon Emperor's doppelganger laughed gleefully. The fun was over. Subaru had provoked him. He was getting serious now. The doppelganger leaped up and easily sliced through all of Subaru's blood whips, leaving Subaru stunned. He didn't know how that doppelganger could have possibly hurt him. Subaru touched the wound on his face. That last attack was the power of the divine plunderer, which the Demon Emperor's doppelganger brandished. Vanquish had also upgraded this blade. It was the ultimate blood sword, capable of piercing even the heavens. Against it, the shield Subaru created was as thin as paper. As the Demon Emperor's doppelganger was jumping around and showing off, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. He was thrilled, sensing that some fun was about to begin. Another cluster of blood whips shot up from the ground. The doppelganger twisted and weaved, dodging them all. He let out a gasp of admiration. How interesting. Subaru was attacking with whips from beneath his feet. The doppelganger chuckled. He got so carried away with excitement that he burst into roaring laughter. Absolutely brilliant. This kid could create so many ways to attack, he might just become an outstanding warrior. The Demon Emperor's doppelganger relentlessly showed off amidst the forest of spikes Subaru had created. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to believe he could dodge everything. In an instant, the Demon Emperor's doppelganger was standing right in front of Subaru. He was quite surprised himself. He hadn't expected this Subaru kid to be so skilled. Before Subaru could react, the doppelganger punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to spit up blood. The doppelganger tossed his sword into the air and landed another punch on Subaru that nearly knocked him out cold. The doppelganger clapped his hands, sending Subaru tumbling away for 8 meters. Just then, the divine plunderer fell from the sky, and the doppelganger caught it perfectly. He smirked contemptuously. "You thought you got stronger, so you underestimated me, didn't you? You clueless fool. My trial is no joke." The doppelganger looked at Subaru lying motionless in the sand. He urged him to get up and attack again, saying he couldn't be defeated otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, the doppelganger froze. On the other side, Subaru was already getting back on his feet. Despite the blood flowing non-stop, he activated his blood control again. Subaru didn't let a single word from the Demon Emperor's doppelganger register. Suzaka's life was in grave danger, and he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Subaru activated blood control once more, this time transforming it into blood armor that enveloped his body. Subaru followed Vanquish's advice. He had to fan the flames of his anger. Subaru charged to attack the Demon Emperor's doppelganger, but once again, he was easily dodged. Not wasting a second, Subaru shot out blood whips from his back, but the doppelganger dodged them with a split. Subaru seized the opportunity to rush in and attack. He wasn't going to let this monster escape. The substitute Demon Emperor laughed again, raising his fist to counter Subaru's attack, and this time, Subaru managed to block his punch. The substitute Demon Emperor was pleased. "Nice armor, but let's see if you can take this next hit, kid." With that, the substitute swung his sword, preparing to strike down, but just then, Subaru also threw a punch to attack, and the divine artifact sliced through his arm, severing it completely. However, Subaru's arm reattached in the blink of an eye, and he punched the substitute right in the face. The substitute turned and sliced off Subaru's other arm, but he reattached it in an instant and landed another punch on the substitute's body. The substitute repeatedly slashed several more times, severing all of Subaru's limbs, but he quickly reconnected them and fought back. In a flash, the substitute understood the problem. No matter how many times he cut him up, Subaru would just use his blood to heal himself. At this rate, once his MP runs out, his body will just fall apart and he'll kick the bucket. This is insane! The substitute felt a surge of excitement. He'd really run into a true madman. The substitute recalled his conversation with Vanquish. Vanquish had praised Subaru as an interesting kid who even bit back while receiving power, and Vanquish had promised the substitute that he would like him. He didn't believe it back then, but he did now. The substitute Demon Emperor let out a wild laugh. He was starting to like this kid, but injuring him with those pathetically weak attacks wasn't enough. As the substitute was laughing his head off, he realized his opponent was getting serious. Subaru roared as a rainbow aura swirled around him. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Subaru grabbed his own arm and began to transform it again, turning his left arm into a blood spear. The substitute Demon Emperor was the one underestimating him. The substitute was impaled by the spear, coughing up blue blood, while Subaru frantically yelled, "Hurry up and use your damn second form, you rotting piece of trash!" The substitute was sliced in two, his upper and lower body flying in different directions, and he cried out, "For real? Instead of just wounding me, this Subaru bastard wants to devour me whole. Trying to level up, are you? You son of a B times ch." Subaru was in no mood to listen to his bullshit anymore. He urged him to hurry up and transform, and the substitute snapped, "I get it, for real." Subaru knew full well that if the substitute didn't die, the gate wouldn't open, and he had to get Suzaka to a hospital as soon as possible. The substitute Demon Emperor explained that time outside was frozen while inside the gate. Then he asked Subaru how he planned to survive. "You've been using your ultimate skill to mend your wounds. Once your MP runs out, your body will just fall apart and you'll kick the bucket." But Subaru didn't seem to care about himself in the slightest. He couldn't think of any other way to defeat the substitute. Even though it was his trial, Suzaka got involved. That's why, at the very least, Before he kicked the bucket, he had to get her to a hospital. Subaru once again urged the substitute to hurry up and die. Even though time outside was frozen, his MP was still continuously decreasing. The substitute's body began to reform. Suzaka this, Suzaka that. Kid, you got a crush on her or something? Subaru's face was covered in tears. It's not love! I promised her we would never abandon each other. She's the first friend I've ever had in my life. The substitute froze. He remembered his own past. When he was on the brink of disaster, Vanquish had reached out a hand to save him, and Vanquish had sworn on the honor of the demon dragon that he would never betray or abandon him. The substitute demon emperor retracted his terrifying aura. He realized he had taken things a bit too far. The substitute pointed at the sword lying over there. As an apology, he would give Subaru this divine artifact and its skills as a reward for clearing the trial. Subaru was confused. I'm going to die anyway. What's the point of giving it to me? The substitute began to fade away, asserting that Subaru would not die. This rainbow gate is inside the main gate, so when you level up, all your wounds will be restored. After defeating the substitute demon emperor, Subaru shot up to level 26. He received the divine artifact and the ultimate skill, Tremor, and his blood control skill reached level 6. Subaru suddenly remembered something and quickly asked the fading substitute, "Are all the masters of the gates monsters from the underworld?" The specter asserted that they were all the same, and Vanquish was one of them. The specter knew it didn't have much time left. It raised its hand, telling Subaru that if the day came when his friend was about to die, he should use bloodsteel to save them. Before vanishing, the specter was extremely satisfied. Subaru's spirit just now was identical to Vanquish's. The system announced the quest was over, requesting the player to exit the gate. Subaru frantically carried Suzaka out of the gate. He didn't care about the quest or the clock. He just immediately called 911. At another gate, the lair of Mobidic, Julietta's team, led by Captain Hijaki Julietta, was getting completely wrecked. Julietta stood frozen in his tracks as he faced the absolutely massive whale. The whale shot out jets of water, sending Julietta's subordinates to their graves one by one, and to make matters worse, this whale wasn't even the boss. A subordinate tugged on Julietta, asking for orders on what they should do now to defeat the boss. They couldn't get out unless the majority of the players died. Julietta's face darkened as he asked his subordinate how many people were left, but the subordinate didn't understand what he was getting at. Suddenly, he turned back to the subordinate with a murderous look and growled, "How many more people need to die for us to escape?" The subordinate was stunned. He couldn't believe Julietta intended to abandon his teammates to escape, especially since Julietta was the one who accepted this raid. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Julietta ran him through the head with his sword. His expression completely changed. His life was far more important than those of his worthless subordinates. Useless insects like them didn't deserve to live. Suddenly, a red system notification appeared. The majority of players had died, so the gate would open immediately. Julietta laughed loudly and kicked the subordinate's corpse away, just as the other team members came rushing over. They had also received the notification. If the gate opened now, the monsters inside would pour out into the world. But Julietta couldn't care less. He turned and snapped at his subordinates. "What are you all crawling out here for?" ordering them to go back and hold off the monsters. The subordinates were terrified by his yelling. They had no idea how to stop the monster. Julietta couldn't be bothered with that now. He flew into a rage, turned, and started to leave, as his subordinates finally realized the rotten nature of their captain. But they were players, and they couldn't let this monster escape and harm civilians, so they continued to fight back. Outside the main gate, Julietta was pushing with all his might to escape, and he had just managed to get both feet out. Before he could celebrate, a notification appeared. No one was left alive inside the gate, and the monster would soon break out. Julietta's eyes widened in horror. It hadn't even been a minute. Immediately, an extremely powerful force erupted from within the gate, hitting Julietta and sending him flying 8 meters away. He collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clenched his fists and cursed his useless damn subordinates. They couldn't even hold it off for 1 minute. The giant whale slowly emerged from the gate, and Julietta received a notification that the monster would target the players who had been inside. Julietta cried out desperately for help and started fleeing for his life. Meanwhile, the rescue team had reached Subaru and was administering first aid to Suzaka. Subaru stood by, his heart burning with anxiety, silently praying she would be safe. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. Quest failed. The 5-star gate, the lair of Mobidic, has been abandoned. Time remaining: 5,837 hours. Penalty: the remaining time will be deducted from the Great Clock. So the time on the giant clock was immediately reduced by 240 days, leaving only 49 days. Subaru was stunned, not knowing who had caused this. Suddenly, Giulietta came running for his life. Subaru recognized him. He was shouting and demanding they give him the ambulance. Subaru didn't understand what the guy was saying. Giulietta grabbed Subaru's shirt and screamed that the whale was chasing him. He told Subaru to hold the monster off, buying as much time as possible so he could get in the vehicle and escape. With that said, Giulietta went to the paramedics and demanded the vehicle. The medical staff was flustered, explaining they had to prioritize the injured first. But Giulietta couldn't care less. He shoved a staff member aside to get into the vehicle, yelling that his life was more important. To hell with that injured girl. She's just a measly bronze master. He, a silver master, was the one who deserved priority. Giulietta kept rushing them, refusing to let go of the paramedic's collar. Subaru's face darkened. He grabbed Giulietta's shoulder and told him to wait. But Giulietta snapped, asking what the hell he wanted. The whale had completely escaped the gate and was now flying toward the city center. The Masters Federation began to issue a warning. An underworld monster has appeared in Meguro City. The danger level is 5 stars. An evacuation alert has been issued for Meguro City, Setagaya, and Shinagawa City. All residents currently within these areas are ordered to evacuate to a safe location immediately. Subaru turned to the medical staff and told them to leave, entrusting Suzaka to them. Seeing how tense the situation was, the paramedics didn't hesitate, quickly loading the patient into the vehicle and driving away. Giulietta, seeing his lifeline drive away just like that, began to lose his temper. What the F times CK do you think you're doing? I'm gonna F times CK you up. He couldn't even finish his sentence before Subaru activated his ultimate skill, grabbing Giulietta's shoulder. You were saying? Bring it on. Even an idiot could tell Giulietta was completely screwed. A moment later, Giulietta was beaten black and blue, left hanging upside down from a tree by Subaru. He struggled, but couldn't escape. Now, Giulietta was terrified of Subaru, obediently spilling everything he knew. That whale was targeting him. The monster goes after any master who has been inside the gate. After witnessing Subaru's power, Giulietta was scared out of his mind. Subaru had taken him down without breaking a sweat, and he'd never even seen the guy before. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. This was good. As long as Giulietta was alive, it wouldn't harm anyone else. He also couldn't let it chase after Suzaka. He had to defeat it, right here and now. Subaru clenched his fist, forming a blood whip and smacking Giulietta across the face with it. He asked what kind of skills the whale had. Giulietta honestly confessed that the whale could regenerate and create jets of water. It was also incredibly fast and powerful, so they had no choice but to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the whale spewed out a barrage of water bubbles. Giulietta was so scared he nearly wet his pants as pillars of water shot toward him. Subaru didn't move an inch. He manipulated his blood aura, forming a massive azalea flower that blocked all of the incoming water pillars. The columns of water evaporated in an instant. Giulietta was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Subaru had blocked that attack. The attack easily pierced through the shield of any silver rank host. Subaru bent his knees to gather power, glad that this whale was floating in the air. This way, he could fight with all his might. Subaru surrounded himself with blood armor. He shot straight into the sky, attacking the whale with a blood fist from above, but the blow had no effect. The whale just grew even larger. It realized a new opponent was attacking it. It opened its bloody maw and let out a heaven-shaking roar, shattering the windows of all the nearby skyscrapers. Subaru gritted his teeth. So this was a 5-star monster. The level difference was so great that his attacks were useless. Subaru decided to try out his new toy. He summoned the Divine Blade. At that moment, the whale also opened its mouth wide, a cluster of eyes emerging from within. The whale fired a barrage of missiles toward Subaru. Subaru held the Divine Blade and used 1/3 of his MP, cleaving through all the missiles the whale had launched in a single slash. Giulietta couldn't believe her eyes. The whale had actually been repelled. Subaru then read the user manual for the Divine Blade. It consumed the user's MP to execute a slash. The more MP poured into it, the more slashes it could perform, and its effectiveness would also increase. Subaru considered whether he should use less MP. He still couldn't estimate how much was appropriate to use. Of course, the previous attack wasn't enough to take down the whale. It returned, more ferocious than before. The whale gathered another massive ball of water in its mouth, preparing to fire. Subaru could vaguely sense the power of that attack. He had to stop it from being fired. Subaru raised his sword, deciding to use another 1/3 of his MP to unleash the next attack. The whale was hit and disintegrated into many pieces. The massive ball of water fell, turning into a heavy downpour. After the water dissipated, a rainbow appeared. The system announced that the whale had been defeated. Subaru was soaked to the bone. Giulietta witnessed the entire fight, completely frozen in shock. She couldn't believe this guy had taken down the whale with a single strike. Don't tell me he's a new golden rank host. Subaru checked his stats. Just as he thought, defeating a boss outside the gate didn't grant him a level up, but he was glad it didn't cause much damage. Subaru clenched his fists. He had to get to Suzaka right now. Subaru used blood flight to create platforms under his feet and soared away, unaware that all of his actions had just been filmed by an old man with a camera. The man was just as shocked. He immediately posted the video on the Bluebird app, promising it would go viral on social media. At Shinagawa Hospital, Suzaka was in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, Suzaka had already been taken to the morgue. He lifted the sheet and saw her lying motionless. Subaru fell into despair. He collapsed to his knees and started blaming himself. It was all his fault. Because of him, Suzaka had gotten dragged into this. Subaru felt angry thinking about that guy again, but then he remembered the dead prophet's words before he kicked the bucket. If one day your friend ascends to heaven, just use bloodsteel. Subaru snapped back to his senses. He opened his skill window and scrolled through it, clicking on a skill that was now unlocked. Resurrect a host close to you by turning them into a bloodkin. Effective within 1 hour of death. Current target, Amamiza Suzaka. 17 seconds remaining before time expires. Subaru froze. This meant Suzaka could be brought back to life. The countdown timer was rapidly decreasing. With only 15 seconds left, Subaru didn't hesitate and activated his bloodsteel skill, silently praying he would make it in time. A red aura enveloped Suzaka as the clock ticked down second by second. When the final second passed, the red aura around Suzaka dissipated. Subaru's face went pale, and just then, 2 other people burst in, frantically calling out Suzaka's name. These 2 were Suzaka's older sisters, their faces streaked with tears as they pushed Subaru aside to get to their little sister. The eldest sister bitterly exclaimed that this was exactly why she told Suzaka to stop taking on clients. The second sister couldn't stop crying, unable to believe her little sister was gone. Subaru was stunned into silence, unable to say a word. The eldest sister finally noticed him and turned to ask who he was. Subaru hesitated. The thought of Suzaka made his heart ache, and with tears in his eyes, he told them he was Suzaka's friend. Hearing this, the eldest sister flew into a rage and lunged at Subaru. He didn't resist as she spoke through her tears. She accused Subaru of being the one who dragged Suzaka into such dangerous situations. They never meant to leave Suzaka behind. They were just waiting until they were strong enough to come back and protect her. They were so close, but then someone like Subaru showed up and took their sister's life away. The eldest sister was about to land another blow on Subaru when a sudden movement behind them caught their attention. Suzaka, who had been a cold corpse just moments ago, suddenly floated into the air as a red seal appeared on the back of her neck. Suzaka gradually transformed into a different form, landing back on the ground to everyone's utter astonishment. Suzaka looked at her fuming sisters, glared, and told them to get their filthy hands off Subaru. With that, Suzaka lunged forward to attack her eldest sister, who froze, completely baffled by what was happening. Luckily, with his quick reflexes, Subaru blocked Suzaka's attack. Otherwise, the eldest sister would have bitten the dust. As Subaru blocked Suzaka's attack, his hands trembled. How did she get so strong? Suzaka immediately backed off and knelt before Subaru apologetically, a sight that her 2 sisters found deeply unsettling. Subaru, pale with fear, wondered what the hell was going on. He asked Suzaka if it was really her. Suzaka affirmed that she had been resurrected as Subaru's special follower. She no longer has any memories of her past, but she will obey Subaru unconditionally. Subaru stood frozen in terror. Hearing this, Suzaka's sisters' faces darkened, and without another word, they activated their ultimate skills. They accused Subaru of being a sick bastard, demanding to know what he had done to their sister. Subaru was sweating bullets. Flustered and unsure what to do, Suzaka added to the confusion by asking if he was, in fact, a sick bastard. Subaru shook his head frantically. Of course not! Suzaka, now Subaru's subordinate, drew her sword, intending to attack the 2 sisters on his behalf. Subaru hastily stopped her, crying out in alarm. He had no other choice but to use his own skill to restrain Suzaka's sisters against the back wall and then dragged Suzaka out of there as fast as he could. Subaru cursed as he ran. That damn bastard! What kind of messed up skill is this? This isn't Suzaka anymore. Suzaka, being dragged away, looked confused and asked if Subaru wasn't going to eliminate those 2. Subaru ignored Suzaka's question. He didn't know what to do anymore. He had to ask Suzaka about this damn follower aspect of the bloodsteel skill. When they reached the main hall, Subaru froze. He saw himself plastered all over a large screen, and the color drained from his face. He couldn't believe someone had recorded his fight with that whale. While he was still dazed, someone suddenly approached, saying it seemed Subaru would soon become Silev. The 2 who approached were Sekishima Ryu and Udo Ryusei, the number 2 and number 3 ranked golden clients, respectively. Sekishima ground his teeth in frustration. I knew that bastard Taiga had a brother. Subaru grew even more alarmed seeing them, and it looked like they weren't alone. There was one more person. The most important person always appears last, and that was Hirashaka Renji, the leader of the Golden Clients. Hirashaka Renji politely informed Subaru that he was a suspect in the destruction of commercial property in Shinagawa City and the assassination of a client, his classmate. They invited him to come along with them for further questioning. Subaru, of course, knew this man. He was his childhood idol, the strongest client in all of Japan. He never in his life thought he would meet him like this. Subaru tensed up, getting into a stance to protect Suzaka, who was behind him, but Hirashaka approached with a smile and explained that all of their problems had already been handled. Subaru and Suzaka were invited into the car with the other three, where he explained everything that had happened to him in the past 2 days. He told them every single detail he knew, but was still hung up on why he was no longer considered a suspect. Sekishima tossed a tablet to Subaru, asking if he knew how many surveillance cameras there were in Tokyo. First of all, the destruction around the shopping district was caught on camera from beginning to end. Subaru was the victim targeted by Taiga, and as for the suspected assassination of Kunijaki, the gate that made you a client appeared and split Kunijaki in half, and 2 others at the scene testified on your behalf. Subaru couldn't believe that the 2 who had bullied him actually testified for him, which obviously meant he was no longer a suspect. What's more, the news that Subaru took down a 5-star monster without any casualties has spread everywhere, so now he's become a hero. The word hero felt completely foreign to Subaru, as he had never once imagined himself becoming one. After hearing Subaru's story, Sekishima had a moment of realization, and the mystery surrounding Taiga was finally solved. Alex Taiga only has a single ultimate skill, the golden arm. When a client steals a gate from another, regardless of their rank, a second gate will never appear for them. That's how they knew about Subaru, and it was likely the reason Taiga insisted on keeping Subaru by his side. It was so that when another gate appeared, he could steal that one too. Subaru finally understood everything now. No wonder Taiga refused to let him go. That was his plan all along. The Golden Clients took Subaru down to the 6th basement level of their headquarters. It was a special prison for holding rogue clients in solitary confinement. When Alex Taiga saw them arrive, his eyes blazed with fury, and he called out to Subaru in a mockingly affectionate tone. That bastard Taiga was bound by golden chains, rendering him completely powerless. Sekishima kicked the iron cell door hard. He'd never been able to stand this chained-up punk. Now with Subaru's testimony, he would continue the investigation based on the statement. Taiga went ballistic, slamming against the iron bars of his cell, relentlessly cursing out Subaru's parents. He swore to the heavens that he would tear a social parasite like Subaru to shreds. He declared that all of Subaru's gates belonged to him. Taiga's insults washed over Subaru, but he showed no reaction whatsoever. Although Suzaka beside him was boiling with rage, Subaru remained as calm as still water, which he found strange himself. Even though he was standing before the aggressive and despicable Taiga, his heart didn't waver in the slightest. Seeing Subaru's lack of reaction infuriated Taiga even more, that a worthless insect like Subaru would dare to look at him like that. He just couldn't accept it. Subaru didn't want to listen to Taiga's venomous rant anymore, so he turned and walked away, leaving Taiga to continue barking incessantly behind him. Udu watched Subaru leave and asked if it was okay to just let him go like that. Risaka, looking intently at his computer, replied. He was also planning on granting Subaru some special privileges. They needed him to get stronger because there was information that a 6-star gate had appeared. Subaru took 2 stars to the reception desk to exchange for money, and the guide confirmed Subaru was exchanging them for 300,000 yen. In addition, he was also awarded 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps as the receptionist handed him a black card. He had been granted additional privileges from the Federation. When he presented this black card, places like hotels and convenience stores affiliated with the Federation could be used free of charge. Subaru still didn't understand a single thing when the crowd behind him started whispering. They admired him for single-handedly defeating the blue whale and receiving special privileges immediately. Subaru found it hard to believe he was famous. The guide was the one who told everyone about him. Now Subaru had grown stronger. Power, wealth, and fame, everything was now in his hands. The guide then asked what Subaru wanted to do from now on. Down in basement level 6, Taiga was still going completely insane, relentlessly cursing out everyone's parents. The elevator door opened again, and someone else came down. She flicked her wrist, shooting out golden chains that completely immobilized Taiga, causing him to collapse. The newcomer was the 4th Golden Master, Kinokawa Sakura, who was the receptionist from earlier. Her real name and face were a secret, and she worked as a receptionist out of her own desire. Taiga growled with bitter resentment. Kinokawa squeezed her hand, tightening the chains and preventing Taiga from uttering another word. Taiga now realized a bitter truth, that punk Subaru had become overwhelmingly strong. He had already conquered 2 gates. And then there was that indifferent attitude. He didn't even acknowledge Taiga, which to Taiga was the ultimate act of contempt. He couldn't accept it. Taiga gritted his teeth and began to curse the world. He believed the world had abandoned him, and he wished everyone would just drop dead. Taiga's hatred for the world summoned a gate of darkness. Kinokawa was stunned when she saw the gate of darkness had been summoned. She snapped and asked Taiga what the hell he had done. Taiga then noticed the door behind him, which was emitting a series of resentful curses, hitting him right where it hurt. It taunted him that this world refused to choose him, and from within the door, a hand emerged, pulling Taiga inside with the promise of eliminating everyone. A multitude of arms shot out from the door, grabbing Taiga and trying to drag him in. Kinokawa, of course, wouldn't let that happen. She activated her golden chains to restrain Taiga, but her chains were instantly shattered by the dark energy from the door. The energy attacked Kinokawa, gradually corroding her arm, and Taiga was thrilled to see her defeated so easily. What the hell is this power? The door had perfectly exploited Taiga's desires, promising him this strength as he slowly sank into it. Subaru and Suzaka were chilling on the rooftop of a building, and Suzaka, noticing her master's pensive mood, asked if something was troubling him. Subaru put a hand to his forehead, thinking back to Kinokawa's question. Money, power, and fame. He had it all now. So what did he want to do from here? Subaru sat up abruptly, glanced at Suzaka beside him, and asked what he should call her from now on, saying that calling her Suzaka felt a bit strange. Suzaka told him to just call her Zia, but Subaru then asked if there was a way for her to return to being the Suzaka she was before. Seeing the troubled look on Subaru's face, Zia understood in an instant. The body she was currently using belonged to someone important to him. Zia asked if she could see the stats of his blood siphon skill. Since their souls were connected, she could view his status. Zia looked at the stats and pointed to the locked level 35, speculating that the third gate would most likely appear when he acquired a new skill. If there's a chance for the real Suzaka to return, it's best to ask the people on the other side of the gate. Subaru's mind was cleared. It would be best for him to meet Vanquish, the one who gave him the skill, and ask. Subaru regained his composure and stood up. For now, he had to focus on leveling up. He was currently at level 26 and needed to farm more monsters. Subaru used a skill to create a new coat. Now he had to find the 10-star gate. He had to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. The two of them arrived in front of a gate on a certain street, and the shop owner saw him and thanked him profusely. The gate had appeared out of nowhere in front of his shop, and since then, his business had been booming. Moreover, he couldn't believe the renowned savior Subaru was actually here. Subaru scratched his head in embarrassment. He opened the gate and turned to ask, "C, are you coming in?" C explained that she was his familiar, so as long as he lived, she would serve him. C then showed Subaru the status screen. Subaru let out a sound of surprise. He hadn't expected C to be able to use blood control too. He wondered why his MP was at 0. C explained that familiars live on their master's MP and can also use their master's MP to cast their ultimate skills. It dawned on Subaru. He suddenly realized that C was now twice as strong as Taiga and a whopping 20 times stronger than Suzaka. The two of them started to enter the gate. It was a 3-star gate called the Lesser Underworld. As soon as they were inside, C proposed borrowing Subaru's MP, and since he also wanted to test her strength, he told her to go for it. C activated blood control and upgraded her blood ring. A gigantic circle materialized in mid-air. C seemed to transform into a completely different person. One moment she was docile, the next she was a total badass, wiping out the entire horde of demons. Subaru praised her. "Not bad at all, right?" C retracted the blood ring, explaining that this skill was useless against high-level opponents, so it was just decent. The small fry demons were all annihilated, and the boss appeared. This time, Subaru volunteered to take the lead. He summoned his divine carver and neatly finished off the boss. The two completed the mission and stepped out of the gate in just 10 minutes. The old man from before was shocked to see them emerge so quickly. Already done? After clearing the 3-star gate just now, Subaru leveled up to 28. Just as he thought, a 3-star gate wasn't that hard. He prepared to reserve a 4-star gate. While he was looking around, someone called out to him. Subaru turned to see Sekishima from the Golden Masters group, who had been lounging around waiting for him for a while. Resting his chin on his hand, he praised him, clearing a 3-star gate in 10 minutes. Not bad at all. Subaru asked why he was here. Sekishima landed in front of him and teased, "You didn't even bother to check the announcements, kiddo." Sekishima gave him some bad news. The chicken has escaped. It just happened late last night, so it hasn't hit the news yet, but one of the Golden Masters was crushed. Subaru was shocked. No freaking way. Who got hurt? Sekishima said it was the 4th anonymous Golden Master, the one who used the golden chains to subdue the chicken. Tsukishima kindly provided him with more information. Number 4's real name is Kim Okawa Shakura, someone you've met before. Only now did Subaru realize that the pink-haired girl who always sat at the reception desk was Golden Master number 4, and she was currently unconscious. The surveillance cameras and all the data in the prison were destroyed, so there's no evidence right now. Considering the danger, the Golden Masters will form teams of 2 or more to clear gates. Subaru pointed to himself. Does that mean I'm a Golden Master now too? Tsukishima crossed his legs. Subaru's Rainbow Gate is probably even stronger than a Golden Gate. He told him to just pick any gate he wanted to clear and team up with him for a while. Subaru obediently complied. Tsukishima had graciously volunteered to team up with Subaru for a while, telling him not to let him down. Because he was sure the first person that damn chicken would target is Subaru. Just mentioning him made his blood boil, crushing the water bottle in his hand. The two of them arrived in front of a 4-star gate named Hoku. Tsukishima Ryu is a Golden Master, second only to Hirasaka Renji in strength. Even though the enemies get 10 times stronger with each star increase, for him it was still a piece of cake. Subaru laughed awkwardly. He wasn't sure if the man even needed his help. Theoretically, Tsukishima has a skill that can shoot invisible bullets from his fingertips. But they didn't seem very invisible. The devastating attacks from his 50th ultimate skill, Flowing Form, lit up the entire sky. After clearing this gate, the two moved to another. Tsukishima once again took down the monsters in a single blow. As far as Subaru knew, none of the monsters in this gate were weak. The monster defeat notifications rang out continuously, which Tsukishima found annoying after a while. We Golden Masters have to follow a certain rule. In the real world outside the gates, we're strictly forbidden from using any ultimate skill other than our first one, because the others have extremely high damage. After finishing off the smaller mobs, Tsukishima swaggered ahead to deal with the boss. All the Golden Masters in Japan, after being identified as owners of a Golden Gate, were given the title of the Seven Knights. The one who granted Tsukishima his power was a Lancer. Tsukishima told Subaru to get ready to pick the next gate. He planned to clear 3 more by the end of the day. In a single breath, Tsukishima had cleared out the main boss of a 4-star gate. The 3 of them got back in the car and headed to the next location. Tsukishima took 52 minutes, which was decent. Subaru thought he had gotten stronger, but the true Golden God Lords were on a whole other level. Tsukishima wiped out the 4-star boss in an instant, which is what you call being completely outclassed. Tsukishima told him he'd have to handle the next one himself. The two of them arrived at another 4-star gate, the Crystal Waterfall. This gate had special terrain. Tsukishima walked in, annoyed, and told Subaru to be careful. Low-level godlords couldn't even move properly on this map, and this special terrain only had the boss. Just as he finished speaking, a cat made of crystal leaped out. Subaru was already on high alert. The cat launched a surprise attack from above, jumping straight for Subaru's head, but he quickly summoned his divine blade and sliced off one of the cat's legs. Tsukishima exclaimed, "That's the sword from the video, so you can use it on 4-star bosses. You're pretty impressive, kid." Subaru was already struggling after taking just one hit, with blood all over his face. His face went pale. This boss was even stronger than the zombie, maybe even several times stronger. Without this divine blade, he would have been in deep trouble. Subaru was about to strike again with his sword when he noticed the leg he had just cut off was slowly reforming into a new one. Subaru froze. "What the hell? It's regenerating!" The cat swung its leg at Subaru again. This time he managed to jump and dodge it. Subaru quickly assessed the situation. The divine blade was no longer effective. It consumed too much MP and didn't even work on this boss. Seiya saw that the situation looked bad and was about to help, but Tsukishima stopped her. He propped his chin on his hand and just sat there watching. Seiya glared at him and asked if he was planning on abandoning Subaru. Tsukishima clicked his tongue. "Relax. I'll step in when the kid is about to lose." Tsukishima felt lucky that Subaru was facing a sub-boss, even though the Violet Gate was stronger than the Golden Gate. But if the God Lord using it was a fool who only relied on stats, it would be completely meaningless. He needed to see Subaru's true potential. Meanwhile, Subaru was in a bind. This terrain countered his blood control. If he used his threads, there was nothing to anchor them to. If he used his mist, it would be blown away by the strong, constant wind from the waterfall. The wall was also useless. This enemy was too large, so blocking it would cost a lot of MP. Subaru jumped up and tried to cover the cat's eyes with blood control. However, the cat still hit him perfectly. This cat's targeting was too precise. It didn't use its eyes to see. The cat knocked Subaru away, sending him tumbling to the ground. Tsukishima started to get annoyed. What the hell? The situation doesn't look good. This kid is too green. This is what happens when you face such a unique boss for the first time. Maybe I expected too much from him. Seiya still had complete faith in her master. She told Tsukishima not to underestimate him, and that Subaru had already figured out a way to counterattack. Over on the other side, the tide of the battle began to turn. Subaru attached his threads to the cat's body. If he couldn't use them on the terrain, he would just target the cat directly. This cat had no scent or sensory organs. It was a type of blue jellyfish in the form of a cat. This meant that physical attacks and slashes without the divine blade would probably affect it. Subaru used the skill the zombie had given him the other day, the ultimate skill, Fist of Death. It could destroy a target from the inside. Subaru applied his knowledge practically. He combined blood control with the Fist of Death to attack the cat. The cat was being destroyed from within. Subaru then used his blood whip to wrap around its neck, using the spring-like tension to deliver a destructive punch that shattered its face. If it's about regeneration, he's regenerated his own body before, Subaru said with a super cool and serious expression. You're using MP to regenerate, aren't you? Sorry, but I'm not going to let you do that. I'll keep interrupting you non-stop. Sekishima was also surprised. This kid figured out the enemy's characteristics in such a short time. Moreover, he combined his first and second ultimate skills. I heard he could control blood, but this Eric Subaru has a much more unique attack style, Sekishima exclaimed. This kid's insane! Seiya, on the other hand, was extremely proud. Subaru and the crystal cat traded blows for hundreds of rounds, and both of them were exhausted. Standing below, Sekishima called out, saying he'd treat Subaru to sushi if he could defeat the cat. Seiya snorted contemptuously, wondering if he really thought her master could be so easily swayed by food. The truth proved otherwise, as Subaru's fighting spirit surged upon hearing the offer of a free meal, and he sprang towards the cat like a coiled spring, making it shriek in pain. Subaru successfully cleared the 4-star challenge, leveling up to 31, and his accompanying skills improved as well. As promised, Sekishima took Subaru out for sushi, grumbling at him and asking how long he planned to just stare at the food before eating. Subaru's eyes lit up as he stared at the sushi on the table, unable to bring himself to eat it. He just wanted to admire it a little longer. Subaru was so emotional that tears streamed down his face. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen sushi, and he was genuinely happy. Even Seiya, who was wrestling with the cat nearby, had to comment that Subaru must have had a really tough life. Sekishima suddenly felt a headache coming on, and snapped when he saw what Seiya was doing, reminding her that this was a high-class establishment. Who would have thought that Subaru would actually tame the crystal spirit after defeating it? After defeating a sub-boss, you can get rewards like Hirasaka's earrings or that weakling's jacket. Subaru's red sword was obtained in a similar fashion. While enjoying his meal, Subaru suddenly remembered something and looked over at the cat, which was stretching and yawning, wondering what purpose it served. Sekishima suggested that Subaru give it a name, noting how rare it was to have an underworld monster as a pet, and Subaru mumbled to himself for a moment. After some thought, he named the cat Susie, which made the cat flinch. Its fancy title of Crystal Spirit was suddenly changed to Crystal Susie. Sekishima once again urged him to hurry up and eat, saying that sushi is best right after it's made, yet he just kept staring at it. Just as Subaru was about to put the first piece of sushi in his mouth, the world started to shake violently, and an annoyed Sekishima yelled, "What the hell is it now?" And just as he thought, something was wrong. A monster had escaped from a gate. Subaru jumped to his feet, ready to fight, while Sekishima adjusted his clothes and said, "This is why I told you to hurry up and eat." The monster this time was a giant eagle, and it had snatched a little girl, carrying her up into the sky. Just as the great eagle was making a show of its power, Sekishima and Seiya suddenly hit both of its wings with a golden gun and a blood ring. Subaru leaped out of nowhere, landing on the bird's head and using his blood control to stomp right through its skull. The bird, unable to even worry about itself, let go of its talons, sending the captured little girl into a free fall. Subaru used his blood control to catch her, and the little girl looked up at her savior with sparkling eyes. Subaru landed on the ground and gently asked the little girl if she was hurt. She replied that she was fine and thanked him profusely. Just then, someone Subaru knew ran up to them. It was Sawatari, the guy who used to lead the group that bullied him. Subaru was stunned to see him, but what came next was even more surprising. The little girl he had just saved turned out to be Sawatari's younger sister. Noticing they seemed to know each other, she asked her brother if he was acquainted with Subaru. Sekishima recognized Sawatari as well and let out a cough. It was that kid from the interrogation the other day. He also knew that Sawatari was one of the thugs who had assaulted Subaru. He goaded Sawatari, asking why he wasn't thanking Subaru. Sawatari flinched as if he'd been hit where it hurts. He started to ask why he should thank a filthy bug, but quickly stopped himself from calling Subaru a bug again. Sawatari's sister, on the other hand, cheerfully thanked Subaru, which made Sawatari bristle. He asked his sister why she would thank a guy like him. His sister shot back in frustration, telling him he should just thank Subaru for saving his own sister, and asked what was so shameful about it. Sawatari was speechless. He turned back to glare at Subaru instead. He threatened that if Subaru tried to get revenge, he'd post the video of him wetting his pants online. However, Subaru showed no reaction at all, just offering a gentle smile that made Sawatari choke on his own words. He grabbed Subaru's collar to interrogate him, wishing his move had more force behind it. Instead of answering, Subaru simply thanked Sawatari for testifying that he wasn't the culprit and walked right past him. Subaru happily urged Tsukishima to get back to eating sushi, and the three of them headed off together. Sawatari's sister, noticing her brother's odd behavior, tugged on his sleeve and asked him what was the matter. Sawatari hung his head in shame, cursing himself for being so pathetic. When the three of them returned to the sushi place, they found a sign announcing it was closed due to a monster attack. Subaru's spirits sank, but Tsukishima quickly promised he would bring him back here to eat again next time. The next day, Sawatari sat dazedly in class, looking at the old videos of him bullying Subaru, and without a second thought, he deleted every single one. His friend with the stylish hair saw this and curiously asked if he had deleted the video of him bullying Subaru. The friend then mused that it was probably a good idea. After all, it would be terrifying if Subaru decided to come back for revenge. Sawatari quietly mumbled that wasn't the reason. When his friend asked why, he just stared out the window. Suddenly, he saw something shocking and pulled his friend over to look too. Just then, Subaru received a call from Tsukishima. He answered to hear the bad news. That bastard Taiga had shown up at his school, and they needed to get there right away. Sawatari was happily reading a message from his sister, who promised to make pork chops, when his spiky-haired friend dragged him to the window. He poked his head out and saw a familiar face, Alex Taiga. Immediately, a series of dark gates materialized beside them. Taiga announced to all the hosts in the school that the dark gates would bestow upon them a new power, one so immense it could rival that of a golden host. He tempted everyone to hurry and enter the gates, promising they would receive new powers and become part of his crew. Back with Subaru, Tsukishima angrily held up an arrogant-looking picture of Taiga. He said he'd just gotten the alert from the school 3 minutes ago, but Taiga's appearance was only part of the problem. The real issue was that this bastard had dared to mess up his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black gates behind Taiga were. Tsukishima frowned, saying he knew exactly what they were, but he had a very bad feeling about it, and they needed to get there as fast as they could. Back at the school, Sawatari and his friend hesitated, staring at the dark gates. Even after hearing the announcement, they were still skeptical. If they entered, would they really become part of Taiga's army? Sawatari said nothing. Suddenly, Taiga appeared behind him from out of nowhere and asked what he was waiting for. The other students gasped in shock at Taiga's sudden appearance. Taiga started sweet-talking them again, saying their weakness was their own fault. He asked if they didn't think it was unfair that a gap existed between gate holders, despite them all clearing the same trials. Haven't you ever wondered why it wasn't you, when you saw those golden gate holders being adored by everyone? Taiga urged them to hurry and enter the gate to show those golden gate holders what a real party looks like. Sawatari froze as he recalled his past. As children, he and his younger sister were abandoned by their parents in a trash-filled room, and the two of them had to rely on each other to survive. He didn't want his sister to cry, so he did everything he could to find food, enduring countless beatings while fighting for scraps at the junkyard just to bring something back for her. In the dead of winter, Sawatari was walking alone in the snow when his eyes landed on a house where a family of 3 was celebrating their child's birthday. The mother saw Sawatari, and with a look of utter disgust on her face, she quickly pulled the curtains shut to block his view into their home. Despairing and out of breath, Sawatari collapsed from exhaustion, wondering what would become of Kana if he died. It was right at that moment, as he collapsed, that the bronze gate appeared before his very eyes. Sawatari asked in confusion why Taiga was doing this, wondering if he wasn't a golden gate holder himself. Taiga shamelessly admitted that he had stolen the gate, and that Subaru was the one originally chosen. The gates choose people with pure souls, and there was no way his soul was inferior to that jerk Subaru's. And that wasn't all. That lucky bastard even got the rainbow gate. He scoffed, saying there was no way. Subaru was supposed to spend his entire life looking up to him. That's why he was going to turn this world upside down with the gate of darkness that had chosen him. Taiga then asked Sawatari if he didn't want revenge on Subaru too, urging him to join him so they could beat Subaru to a pulp. Sawatari thought to himself that if he refused, Taiga would surely kill him on the spot. Sawatari thought about his sister's text message and told himself he couldn't die yet. He turned to his friend and said, "Let's go in together." Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. Sawatari pulled out his phone to check the message. It was a reply from his sister to his previous text. Sawatari froze after reading it. His sister thought he was a good person. Sawatari remembered the moment he received the bronze gate. Back then, he thought he could finally provide proper food for his sister. Sawatari started walking around school with a swagger, determined to show everyone that he wasn't to be underestimated. After hearing that Taiga was coming to the school, he realized he could no longer act like the king of the campus. But at the same time, he heard that Taiga's older brother was in the same year as them, but he was just a normal person. So Sawatari started to bully Subaru. He denied it in anguish. He wasn't a good person. Because he was weak, he took it out on those even weaker than him. Sawatari saw himself as truly pathetic. Kana was such a good kid, yet she was stuck with a terrible brother like him. Sawatari turned to his friend and asked him to program the LEDs for his sister that night in his place. Tokusan didn't understand what his friend intended to do, but he agreed. His eyes widened as Sawatari unleashed his ultimate skill toward Taiga, turning to Tokusan with a message. He asked Tokusan to pass on his apology to Subaru. Taiga watched as if witnessing something incredibly funny, while Sawatari yelled for Tokusan to get out of there. Sawatari quickly rushed out of the classroom, repeatedly reminding himself not to die. Taiga leaned on his hand, bored, wondering why Sawatari didn't follow him. Yesterday, Subaru had saved Sawatari's sister, but instead of thanking him, Sawatari just hated how pitiful he felt. At the same time, he thought that no matter how many terrible things happened in the world from now on, as long as Subaru was around, everything would be fine. Taiga scratched his head and jumped down from the windowsill, not quite understanding it. How humiliating. Sawatari actually wanted to befriend the guy he used to bully. Sawatari didn't care how humiliating it was for him. He was sure that Subaru was magnanimous enough not to mind it at all. Sawatari smiled to himself in satisfaction. Alex Taiga, you're truly pathetic. Just as expected, after hearing those words, Taiga rushed over and grabbed Sawatari's head. In his final moments, Sawatari thought of his sister. He was proud to have made her smile. It was the only good thing he had ever done. Subaru rushed in, crashing through the window into the classroom to attack Taiga. He froze when he saw Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Subaru flew into a rage, landing a punch on Taiga that sent him flying through the wall. Taiga raised his golden arm to block the blow and sneered. His fated battle with Subaru had come sooner than he thought. Subaru watched Taiga fall freely below, growling as he asked why he had to kill Sawatari. He thought of little Kana. He didn't particularly like Sawatari, but no matter what kind of person he was, someone was still waiting for him. Taiga was incredibly excited. He yelled for Subaru to unleash his full power, promising to personally erase him from existence. Taiga raised his golden arm to block Subaru's attack, and Subaru's armor shattered under the force of the blow. Taiga's golden arm didn't fare much better, as cracks also started to appear on it. Taiga slowly advanced, planning to use another technique. It was a bit early, but he wanted to finish Subaru as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to make his move, a bullet from Sekishima zipped past his face, forcing him to halt. Sekishima and two other members of the Golden Divine Lords had arrived. Sekishima was seething with rage, challenging Taiga to make a move if he dared. Taiga smirked, recalling a bitter memory. This was the second time he'd been jumped by these Golden Divine Lords. He burst out laughing as he looked at the enraged faces of the Divine Lords. Taiga cackled, guessing that taking down the female Golden Divine Lord number 4 must have shattered the fragile hearts of the others. Sekishima became even more enraged, and the other two were just as furious. Hirasaka moved like a flash of lightning, severing Taiga's golden arm in an instant. Before the smile could even leave his face, Taiga screamed in pain as his blood sprayed everywhere, but he couldn't care less. He turned to taunt Hirasaka, saying this was the first time he'd ever seen such a conflicted expression on his face. Hirasaka's face darkened as he thought of Okawa. He seemed to be so enraged that it even surprised himself. Hirasaka's aura flared intensely, and Subaru couldn't perceive any of his movements at all. He moved like a fleeting flash of light. This was the true power of the number 1 Golden Divine Lord in Japan. Hirasaka turned to ask Subaru if he was hurt, but Subaru said he was fine. Taiga noticed Hirasaka was completely ignoring it. Its draconic pride wounded. It gathered its dark power to form a giant arm from the stump of its severed limb and attacked Hirasaka. His sword shattered into pieces. At the same time, the third golden deity, Udu, activated his second ultimate skill, Golden Wall, trapping Taiga inside. The golden deities are forbidden from using any ultimate skill besides their first one outside the gate. Udu knew this, and he was prepared to face the consequences. Sekishima raised his gun, yelling for Subaru to get away from Taiga. He and Seiya then simultaneously activated their ultimate skills, Golden Gun and Blood Ring, launching them at Taiga. However, the bullets evaporated, and the blood ring was crushed in an instant. The golden wall Udu had just created also crumbled to dust as Taiga swaggered out. Surprise! Not even a 5-star monster could break Udu's golden wall that easily. So, this was the creature that defeated the 4th golden deity, Kin Okawa. Hirasaka landed beside Udu, realizing that Taiga's blood and smoke were more than just simple offensive or defensive abilities. Its skill definitely has a special effect, but if they can't figure out what it is, they're all finished. Udu's face darkened as he asked Hirasaka for permission to use his other ultimate skills, saying the situation would only get worse if they held back. Hirasaka held up a hand to stop him. If he gave permission, countless civilians would be endangered, and that was undoubtedly what Taiga wanted to happen. Tsukishima was also getting a massive headache. He was willing to break the rules if he had to, but first things first. He couldn't do anything until they figured out the skill's special effect. His bullets had evaporated as if incinerated, while Seiya's and Udu's ultimate skills were simply crushed. According to the Langbam members, Kinokawa's limbs had also shattered in an instant. Tsukishima suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. On the other side, Taiga went completely wild, unleashing waves of black smoke. It vowed to go down in human history as the greatest purveyor of fear. Its goal was to string up all the golden deities for the world to see, and then dismember every single one of them. To everyone's astonishment, Subaru suddenly charged forward. He had realized what Taiga's ultimate skill was. It could control time. Time moved faster for anything it touched. Tsukishima yelled at him not to enter the smoke, but Subaru charged straight into it regardless. Taiga was delighted and prepared for battle. It was certain that the moment Subaru entered the smoke, he would die instantly. An insect like him deserved nothing less. The two clashed with a massive explosion. Tsukishima was fraught with worry, but Subaru emerged completely unscathed and landed a punch that shattered Taiga's face. To use blood control, the user has to convert MP into blood for manipulation. Right now, Subaru was constantly circulating fresh blood throughout his body, rendering Taiga's ultimate skill useless against him. Taiga froze, clutching its nose, which wouldn't stop bleeding. It couldn't believe it had been punched so hard. Subaru was on a completely different level now. The days of him fearing Taiga were over, and he was about to grant its wish to witness his full power. Subaru's entire body was enveloped in a new, incredibly badass suit of armor. Blood Control version 2, Immortal. Enraged, Taiga summoned a series of dark gates that surrounded the golden deities. 10 gates began to emit a black smoke capable of crushing anything it touched. This was the first time they had ever seen a skill that could summon gates. Taiga cackled maniacally. Since it couldn't defeat Subaru, it switched tactics. It was pointless if only Subaru could block the smoke, so it would turn everyone else to dust first. Subaru looked at Seiya, the memory of Sasuke dying before his eyes flashing through his mind. He closed his eyes and opened them again, unleashing a powerful rainbow-colored aura. Subaru glared at Taiga as if looking at a corpse. "If you've got the guts, try touching even a single one of my friends in front of me, you mutt." A fire of pure rage ignited deep within Subaru's heart. He activated his ultimate skill, Limited Halo Skill. Nyun. It's one of the 3 most powerful ultimate skills Vanquish gave him, increasing all his abilities by 30% when the user is enraged. In his first fight with Taiga, this skill was useless because of the vast level gap, but now that Subaru is stronger, it has finally taken effect. The two rushed at each other, trading a flurry of punches, but Taiga was clearly overwhelmed. He was hit relentlessly by Subaru and forced onto the defensive. Taiga was gasping for air, his arm completely shattered. He screamed in agony, unable to understand why he couldn't block Subaru's blows. Subaru used his blood whips to bind Taiga's arms tightly. Taiga struggled desperately, constantly releasing waves of dark energy. Taiga couldn't believe his eyes, that this weakling Subaru was completely dominating him. Subaru slammed his head into the ground before launching him sky high with a brutal uppercut. After activating his Blood Armor version 2, Subaru's power was on a completely different level. He used a skill to enhance his nervous system. This allowed his tentacles to move much more naturally than when he was controlling them manually with his fingers. Taiga was pummeled relentlessly by the tentacles, crashing to the ground like a sack of trash. A voice suddenly emanated from the dark portals, lamenting that the user of the Blood Void was neither Carrion nor Judith. Of all people, why did it have to be someone from Vanquish? The current Taiga stood no chance. Tsukishima realized the situation was getting out of hand and yelled for Subaru to stop and just capture Taiga, as they still needed information from him. Subaru snapped back to his senses, stopping his assault and wondering what to do about the black smoke. Tsukishima told him to use his Blood Void, just like Subaru, to disperse the smoke, allowing them to successfully escape the encirclement of dark portals. In a flash, Tsukishima analyzed everything. To make the black smoke vanish, it needed to undergo a process similar to a chemical reaction. Once the reaction between the bone particles and the smoke took place, both would completely evaporate. The dark portal let out a cackle as an eye peered out from within. Its goal was to destroy the enormous, silent clock hanging in the sky. Tsukishima pressed for answers, asking how it would be destroyed. The portal just chuckled, saying it would never reveal its method, and that things would have been easier if Taiga were a bit smarter. The dark portal then delivered a prophecy. Hirasaka Renji, Tsukishima Ryu, and Udo Ryusei would all be defeated by Taiga in the near future. Whatever the future held, right now Taiga was lying unconscious, completely dead to the world. Sekishima remained cocky, claiming he wasn't scared. Subaru retorted that the prophecy was complete nonsense because he would never let it come to pass. The dark portal chuckled again, moving closer to get a better look at Subaru. It knew he was an incarnation of Vanquish, a notoriously difficult opponent. Subaru demanded to know the portal's identity. It answered that it was Kokugaiji, the desolate emperor of darkness from the amniotic fluid. Kokugaiji's ambition was to change the world, so it had decided to destroy the current one, along with all of its inhabitants. Subaru couldn't stand to listen any longer. Kokugaiji's words were just noise, like a barking dog. He raised his hand to attack, but the portal suddenly disappeared. All of the black smoke converged on Taiga, completely enveloping him. It was then that Subaru realized his mistake. He had fallen into a trap. The other Golden God Lords quickly fired their attacks toward Taiga, but it was too late. Both Kokugaiji and Taiga had vanished without a trace. C scoffed in disbelief that 3 Golden God Lords had actually let them get away. Sekishima flew into a rage, snapping that it wasn't that he couldn't move. He was simply being restricted. He had been watching the 2 enemies who appeared on the rooftop during Subaru and Taiga's fight. Those 2 were among those who had come through the Shadow Gate, and he could sense a power from them that surpassed even Taiga's. After Kokugaiji helped Taiga escape, it relentlessly tormented the boy. Kokugaiji whispered into Taiga's ear, "You pathetic, weak, stupid, foolish warrior. You can't do a single useful thing." Kokugaiji knew the thoughts in Taiga's heart. Taiga wished he were stronger, wished he were smarter, wished he were more handsome. Kokugaiji's words were a mix of blows and caresses, one moment crushing Taiga's self-esteem. The next, it soothed him, promising to grant him the power and reshape him into the form Taiga dreamed of. With Taiga in its grasp, Kokugaiji then floated off to meet its new subordinates. They were here for one single purpose, to become stronger. Kokugaiji cackled as a series of arms reached out. It promised to make them all evolve to a new level to destroy everything. Sawatari had lost his life, and his funeral was held in silence. Sawatari's sister was like a soulless body, standing numbly and clutching her brother's portrait. Atozuma relayed Sawatari's final apology to Subaru, but after a few words, he couldn't hold back his tears. Feeling immense pity for Sawatari's sister, Gana, his tears flowed endlessly. Since Taiga's appearance, no more Shadow Gates have spawned. However, there are now only 5 Divine Masters at the school, and several people have gone missing in the city. It's suspected that they have joined the enemy's forces. Subaru's current plan is to get stronger and ask about Suzaka during the next mission. He will also prepare to clear gates again. Sekishima took a sip of water and casually brought up how Subaru had boldly declared the other day that he would get stronger and protect them. Subaru blushed with embarrassment, and Sekishima looked at him affectionately. He told Subaru that tomorrow he would enter a gate with Hirasaka. The next day, in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, a radiant and sparkling Hirasaka was already waiting there for Subaru. Because Sekishima's and Subaru's fighting styles are different, he had nothing to teach him. From what he'd seen, Subaru's close combat skills were decent, but his swordsmanship was still a mess, so he asked Hirasaka to train him. Subaru was overjoyed. He couldn't believe he'd get to clear a gate with the strongest Divine Master in Japan. He was sure to learn a lot. Subaru also tried to flatter her, complimenting Hirasaka's hairstyle for the day. But he replied bluntly that he had just woken up, making Subaru feel incredibly foolish. The 2 walked for a while until they reached a gate, where they ran into another party. That party was a platinum-ranked team from the Happy Yamada Club, and they said they had already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checked his reservation again and beamed, saying he went to the wrong gate. The one he reserved was in Narimaker City. Subaru froze in disbelief. What the hell? It would take a whole hour by train to get there from here. An hour and a half later, the 2 were in Narima City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate, the Hidden Forest. Hirasaka smiled and offered some profound advice, reminding Subaru not to let his guard down, as the star rating on a gate is just an estimate of its difficulty. This advice would have been really useful if Hirasaka had not been sinking into a swamp while saying it. Subaru panicked, not knowing what to do. Should he save him, or could he get out on his own? Hirasaka sank completely into the mud, and after a moment, there was still no sign of movement. Before, Sekishima had reminded Subaru a million times to keep a very close eye on Hirasaka. He looks smart and seems like the capable type who can do anything, but aside from his strength, he is completely useless. Subaru felt that life was just absurd. How could his childhood idol be like this? Just as Subaru was about to use blood control to pull Hirasaka up, an iron ant suddenly appeared, and Hirasaka emerged from the mud. He used his ultimate skill, Giant Blade, taking down the iron ant in a single blow. He sighed in relief, glad he had escaped, as he really thought he was a goner. Hirasaka Renji is the strongest hunter in Japan. He is famous for his good looks and kind demeanor, but those who have known him for a long time would surely think the same as Subaru, that it is a good thing Hirasaka became a hunter. Growing up, Hirasaka had no special talents. At first, his parents hoped he would be a smart child, but he could not meet their expectations. Instead of being disappointed, they continued to give him their boundless love and care. Then one day in the 4th grade, Hirasaka protected a classmate from being bullied. That friend cried and thanked him. Hirasaka felt happy too, but the very next day, he became the bully's new target. Instead of worrying about the attention from the bullies, he was even more shocked to find that the friend he had protected was now one of them. People often betray others, and they do so because they are weak. From that day on, Hirasaka decided that he would never betray anyone. Therefore, he believed he could become a true friend to others. After walking a bit further, Hirasaka sank into the mud again, and Subaru had to use blood control to pull him out once more. Hirasaka just laughed, explaining that the enemy's senses were too sharp, so he thought it was better to use himself as bait to take it down. Subaru pulled Hirasaka up, and along with him came a giant monster. Subaru was gradually beginning to understand Hirasaka. Hirasaka always made sure he was the first to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. It might seem like he is full of weaknesses, but that is not it. It is not that he is distracted, but rather that he is incredibly flexible and open-minded. Subaru thoughtfully handed him a towel to dry himself. The towel was from a bag that Tsukishima had insisted he take, in which she had packed towels, drinking water, and other miscellaneous items to survive with Hirasaka. A pro tip from the seasoned veteran Tsukishima. Among Hirasaka's friends, Tsukishima was the one who suffered the most because of him, and he was probably drowning in work right now. And that was exactly the case. Tsukishima was currently working like he had 3 heads and 6 arms to handle all sorts of tasks. He furiously grumbled. That damn Hirasaka is completely useless. I hope Okawa gets better soon and comes back to help carry some of this workload. The Golden Guild masters were very close to each other, especially Hirasaka, Tsukishima, Udu, and Okawa. They had been members since the Golden Guild Masters Association was first established, and they had been together for a solid 8 years. Therefore, there was only one thing weighing on Hirasaka's mind. The chicken-masked man who had severely injured Okawa. He would absolutely not forgive him. He told Subaru beforehand that even if he and the chicken-masked man were brothers, he would still choose to defeat him. Subaru became serious, thinking about Sawatari and Little Kana. He also had his own reasons to defeat the chicken-masked man. No matter what happened, he was always ready. The two of them went deeper inside, and then stopped, standing on a cliff. Hirasaka used his sub-skill, Hawkeyes, to spot the boss 20 kilometers away in the 6 o'clock position. The boss of this map was a level 81 gun trunk tree spirit. It was a giant tree with eyes growing on its trunk, and when it saw someone approaching, it grew defensive thorns. Hirasaka summoned a giant mirror shield to block the gun trunk tree spirit's attack. His sword shattered, and its attack spread out, devastating a large area of land. Luckily, Subaru quickly used blood control to pull Hirasaka into the air to dodge the attack. Hirasaka, however, was still keen on explaining. Like I said earlier, the difficulty rating on the gate is just an estimate. Subaru's face darkened. What the hell? This tree's series of attacks were on par with, or even stronger than Tsukishima's. This thing was on a completely different level compared to other 4-star bosses. Hirasaka raised his golden sword. The mobs in this gate are equivalent to 4-star, but it seems only this boss is a low-tier 5-star. Hirasaka remained unfazed. He sighed. This must be the difficulty of constantly fighting against nameless foes, huh? Hirasaka was even in the mood to comment on Subaru's flying skills. I didn't expect you could fly this high. Subaru's nerves were frayed. If Hirasaka hadn't used his sword to block the attack, he would have taken a fatal hit. Now he was almost out of MP and could barely fly anymore. Hirasaka swung his sword in the blink of an eye, and the gun trunk tree spirit was struck and split in 2. This is my 6th ultimate technique, 7 sword paths. I can send the 7 slashes of the sword to any location within my range. There's a high chance of losing the sword's blade after using this ultimate technique, and despite the high cost, like the large amount of MP consumed, if used well, victory is almost guaranteed. Subaru was completely bummed out. He didn't even get to do anything before the boss was defeated. The two of them then walked out of the gate. It was now late afternoon. The two said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. Hirasaka told Subaru not to tell Tsukishima about today's events, but it was too late. Subaru had already sent him a full report. Tsukishima, looking like a debt collector, dragged Hirasaka away without mercy. As he was being dragged away, Hirasaka still managed to promise to see Subaru again tomorrow, saying he would reserve a 5-star gate. Subaru returned home. He took a shower to clean up and then lay in bed thinking. He recalled the tree spirit boss from today. Subaru closed his eyes and visualized Hirasaka's fighting style. he needed to adapt it in his own way. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji's side was gathering personnel. So far, they had 20 people of varying strengths, and they were constantly splitting up to recruit more manpower. They tried to recruit Team Grex at the park and Julieta in the residential area, but both of them refused, determined to fight to the end. But Kokugaiji's group didn't give up. They continued to expand their search. Sekishima answered the phone, annoyed to hear from that fool Hizaki. The guy should have been locked up until his sentence was decided, and the accusation of him killing a teammate still hadn't been cleared up. Hizaki laughed reassuringly, saying he was the one who got attacked and had no other choice. The attacker was identified as a bronze rank user named Kishikawa Sauchi, who was clearly connected to the Shadow faction. Hizaki felt there was something strange about the man's insect control skill. Sekishima looked at the information on his computer screen. The skill was completely different from the one originally registered. Just as he thought, the Shadow Gate could grant new skills to its users. Many people were attacked last night, but that fool Hizaki was the only one who managed to fight back. He figured this wouldn't be over anytime soon and reminded Hizaki to be careful. That fool Hizaki obediently agreed and hung up, but the moment the call ended, his expression soured as he complained about the troublesome, bespectacled public servant. Elsewhere, the members of the Shadow faction were contacting each other to report on the situation. The blonde-haired man reported that everything on his end was proceeding smoothly. They had defeated the 6-person Grex team but lost to Julieta. The other side reported back that they had already wiped out the Platinum team. The two sides discussed their next move, deciding to target the gold rank users next. In Marunouchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo, in front of the new Marunouchi building, Hirasaka and Subaru met with the reconnaissance team before entering the 5-star gate. The reconnaissance department was an intelligence unit established by Sekishima, composed of individuals with movement and analysis skills. Their job was to gather information about the gates and increase the survival rate of the users assigned to clear them. The head of the reconnaissance department was Katsaka Masago, a married woman. That was why she had left the front lines to join the reconnaissance unit. Her son lived in Meguro City, where Subaru had defeated the whale, so she felt extremely grateful to him. Kotsaka held out an iPad to show everyone the data on the gate. This gate was called the Thunderclap Gate. The place was very small, consisting of only 2 locations, a garden and a palace. There were 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace, and the boss was in there. It was possible that one of them was the boss, or that both of them were bosses. Subaru felt a bit apprehensive. He had once partied up in a 2-star gate and encountered 2 bosses, but he couldn't believe he was now facing the same situation in a 5-star gate. Hirasaka waved to get his attention. He flashed a brilliant smile, asked if he was okay, and then led the way inside. Subaru felt calmer. Although it was a bit different from what he had imagined, Hirasaka was still amazing. Just as Subaru and the other person stepped inside, the gate closed. Immediately, the members of the Shadow faction rushed forward, slashing and injuring one of Katsaka's subordinates. The arrivals from the Shadow faction were bronze rank users who worshipped the Shadow Gate, and they were incredibly arrogant. Katsaka recognized the newcomers from the list Sekishima had given her. She couldn't let them do as they pleased. So, Katsaka fought back, but she was no match for them. In just a moment, she was taken down by a member of the Shadow faction. He took out his phone to report the situation. Hirasaka and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate. They were to proceed with opening the Shadow Gate in 10 minutes. The person who received the message was Taiga. This time, his appearance had reached a new level. His buzz cut had grown into long, flowing hair, and his face looked much more handsome and human. Inside the Thunderclap Gate, the scenery was idyllic and peaceful, featuring a palace, a lake, and ancient trees. It would be amazing to vacation here instead of being stuck at home, rushing to meet a deadline for the boss. Hirasaka raised his guard. He smiled and asked for the gate to be locked. After the gate was sealed, the clearing process began. Immediately, the wind picked up, dark clouds gathered, and lightning cracked across the sky. The palace before them began to glow. This gate locks down faster than an X can block you. The enemy will reveal themselves as soon as it's sealed. The 2 of them could sense the boss's presence on the minimap, but what they felt was something that far exceeded their expectations. They quickly realized that the 2 bosses they were about to face were definitely top-tier powerhouses. They were Storm Dental, level 89, and Thunder Killim, level 93. The 2 bosses also sensed the presence of Subaru and Hirasaka. They could feel familiar presences. One was a prestigious golden knight, and the other was a foe they never wanted to meet, carrying the hateful scent of a necromancer. Keelim and Dental looked at each other and snickered, sharing the same malicious intent. This necromancer was still very weak. They wondered how long he could possibly last. After a moment, a group of knights appeared before Hirasaka and Subaru. Although they were just minions, every single one of them was stronger than the whale, with an average level of 60. Subaru yelled an order to say A, telling her not to hesitate in using his MP. He could handle it. At all costs, she had to protect her own body. Sei began to use blood control, transforming into her annihilation force form. Seeing the horde of minions charging at them, Subaru immediately switched to serious mode. If he didn't go all out from the very beginning, he wouldn't be able to win. Immediately, Subaru transformed his blood control into the immortal blood armor form. Hirasaka flicked 2 fingers, and a giant sword stabbed into the middle of the minion horde. However, more than half of them survived. Their durability was higher than he had thought. One of the minions tried to attack Hirasaka but was blocked by Subaru. He kicked the minion in the side of the head, but this minion was no pushover. It grabbed Subaru's leg and slammed him to the ground, then threw a punch that made Subaru cough up blood. Are you kidding me? A mere minion was already on par with Suzy and Carrion. The minion attacked even more fiercely. Subaru tensed his abs and raised his leg to kick it. He didn't come here to get in Hirasaka's way. He came here to fight alongside him. Subaru used his blood control to bind the minion and then crushed it. The system announced the successful defeat of a Storm Thunder Knight, level 54, but after taking down just one, Subaru was already gassed. He was panting heavily. He didn't even gain a single level. And on top of that, it took way too much energy just to defeat one of them. 4 other minions surrounded him. Subaru summoned the Divine Sculpture. He couldn't use normal slashes because it would cost too much MP. His only option was to attack directly. The minions also raised their hands to use the Diamond Sword ultimate skill. I can't freaking believe it. These bastards have practically evolved. They can even use ultimate skills on their weapons, so this is what a top-tier level is like. Even though Subaru was exhausted, his gaze remained determined. He exchanged a look with Hirasaka, telling him not to worry, that this was nothing. Yesterday, Subaru had thought about it all night and realized that no matter how much he admired Hirasaka, he could never be like him. Kiseki Shima had asked Hirasaka to train him, but he didn't mean to copy Hirasaka himself, but rather his fighting style. It wasn't just about leveling up, but about always being ready for a fight, how to stay calm, and the feeling that you will never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger. No matter how difficult or humiliating it was, he had always been waiting for this battle. Subaru radiated a rainbow aura that was even more intense than before. He charged forward to take on all 4. Participating in a fierce battle was what made him stronger. Subaru raised the Divine Sculpture to block a minion's sword. Another one took the opportunity to slash him from behind. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. He used blood control to tightly bind a minion's arm and then slashed it to pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32. His health and MP were restored. Subaru charged back into the fight. He used the Divine Sculpture to slash downwards, taking out 2 more minions at once, successfully leveling up to 33. With his fighting spirit blazing, Subaru continued the battle. Hirasaka, standing on the other side, didn't intervene, recalling Sekishima's instructions to not help Subaru or teach him anything until the very last moment, letting him struggle on his own. In the near future, Subaru would be fighting alongside them, so all he needed was experience, and a pivotal battle like this could push him to his limits. Sekishima had also figured a guy like Hirasaka was terrible at teaching anyway, so he just told him to show off how badass he was for his junior. Hirasaka gave a faint smile, effortlessly slashing 2 charging minions with his sword, and wondered if Subaru could truly become the hope that would light up their dark and despairing future. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared, and despair had begun to fester in the hearts of the strongest divine masters, as the toughest gate back then was only a 3-star. But 3 years later, 4-star gates emerged, and 3 years after that, 5-star gates appeared, with the difficulty multiplying by 10 for every added star. Hirasaka had talked to Sekishima about this. If the difficulty updated every 3 years, it meant that after the 5-star gates, 6-star gates would appear, and then 4 years after that, 7-star gates. But looking back 2 years ago, the Golden Divine Masters couldn't possibly become 10 times stronger. Once the 6-star gates appear, all the Golden Divine Masters will have no choice but to try and conquer them together. If things continue like this, the number of Divine Masters who are helpless and unable to keep up with the number and difficulty of the gates will surely rise. This was a truly intractable problem. Who could possibly handle a gate 10 times more difficult than a 5-star one? Since a 6-star gate is 10 times stronger than a 5-star one, if they failed to clear it, the clock would shatter instantly. Moreover, they couldn't ignore the lower-level gates, but there was a constant shortage of Divine Masters. Was humanity truly fated to just accept defeat? No matter how many times Hirasaka tried to find a way, one problem after another just kept surfacing. He feared the day would come when he would lose the true friends he had finally managed to find. In their moment of despair, they suddenly got a call from Kinokawa, who was with Udu interrogating suspects in the murder of a Divine Master. She had received news that a rainbow gate had appeared. Hirashaka quietly watched Subaru earnestly fighting the minions, realizing that the kid could only rely on direct swordsmanship to combat his foes. On the other side, Subaru took down the minions one by one, gradually realizing he just needed to focus power into the blade's edge the moment his Shintaku's slash connected with the enemy. This way, he could even defeat enemies with high defense while simultaneously reducing the amount of MP he consumed. Hirashaka was pleased and impressed. Subaru didn't learn from being taught. He learned from his own experiences in the heat of battle. After taking down all the minions around him, Subaru turned to check on SEA's situation. She was using her Annihilation Force skill to fight the mobs. It was a special technique that issued a simple command to blood cells from large, scattered masses of blood. The command she issued was, "Explode on contact." However, at SEA's current level, her attacks weren't very effective, but it was still more than enough. Even if only by a little, SEA was thinning the herd of enemies around Subaru and Hirashaka, with her top priority being to protect Hirashaka. SEA flew around trying to dodge, but she ran into another minion. It raised its sword to slash down, but Subaru arrived in the nick of time, ending the minion's life with a single strike from his Shintaku. Subaru was so relieved he could have cried, thanking C for being safe. SEA blushed as she felt her heart pound in her chest, and the two split up again to finish off the remaining minions. Subaru ran over to Hirashaka, telling him that it felt really hard to level up here, which is when Hirashaka finally noticed it too. He had thought it was just because his own level was too high, but if Subaru felt the same way, then it likely meant this was a special stage. These minions were basically just puppets created by the boss's special skill, which was surely why they were giving so little experience points. That means from the very beginning, this stage only had those two bosses sitting on the thrones. Subaru was shocked. No way. He could still level up, so he was fine. But the longer Hirasaka fought, the more exhausted he would become. Hirasaka raised his sword and cut down another minion, saying it wasn't entirely meaningless since killing them would reduce the boss's MP. However, the enemy definitely wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. What they were planning was still a mystery. Kylum and Denta realized that Hirasaka and Subaru had figured out their trick. They grinned, finally getting off their butts to fight. The moment he saw the enemies, Hirasaka hesitated for a second, wondering if he should use Sword Path Break right now. Sword Path Break consumes 80% of the user's max HP to instantly reach the enemy and slice them up, but would it be enough to take down these two? Hirasaka made up his mind. Whether it worked or not, this was his only chance to use it. He decided to use his sixth ultimate skill. But just as he was about to unleash it, the rain suddenly stopped, and the sky cleared up again. The two bosses had appeared behind Hirasaka at some point. They warned him not to try any tricks, saying it was boring and they just wanted to fight. The two bosses introduced themselves. The blonde one was Denta the Leopard, and the green-haired one was Kylum the Thunder. They wanted a fair fight. These two bosses could talk, just like the boss at the gate of the undead soldiers that Subaru had cleared. Most bosses were mindless, like wild animals, killing anything that invaded their territory. But these two could clearly control the weather and even react to their strategy, which made this a tough fight. Hirasaka tried talking to the two bosses, and they were surprisingly courteous enough to listen. Hirasaka clenched his fists. He had a billion questions for them. What exactly were these gates and doors? Why did monsters like them come to this world? Denta and Kylum asked Hirasaka if that little guy Lugwit hadn't told him yet. Hirasaka was startled. Lugwit was the master of the golden gate he possessed. These two bosses knew about Lugwit. Don't tell me they're the entities closest to the central core. These two bosses were easier to talk to than he imagined. After all, they had been locked up in here for a very long time. They said they would tell him everything they knew. Subaru's jaw dropped. Was revealing the secrets of the universe really this easy? Holy crap! Hirasaka quickly pulled out his phone and asked for permission to record, not trusting his own memory. Kylum readily agreed. He cleared his throat and said, "Basically the gate is," but right at the important part, the sound cut out. This must be a security issue, so it can't be revealed. Hirasaka didn't give up. He took out a pen and paper for the two bosses, begging them to write it down. If he went back empty-handed, Sekishima would skin him alive. This time, Kylum refused. He said that was enough, and told them that if they could defeat them, they would get closer to the answers they were seeking. Kylum and Denta got into their fighting stances. They were itching for a fight. Just when you thought they were about to use some ultimate move, they played rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Denta was the winner. She got to choose her opponent, and without hesitation, chose Hirasaka. The moment she spoke, Denta flew towards Hirasaka to attack. The two exchanged a flurry of flashy moves one after another. Denta was ecstatic. She had hit the jackpot with a worthy opponent. Hirasaka also got serious. This Denta was stronger than any opponent he had ever faced. Meanwhile, Subaru could barely stand due to the pressure created by Denta's and Hirasaka's attacks. Suddenly, a gloomy-looking Kylum appeared next to him out of nowhere. Subaru jumped back in surprise. Kylum was sad, but he kept it to himself. Why did he have to fight the host of this damn lich? Subaru politely apologized, and Kylum chuckled, saying it wasn't his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt surprisingly at ease. The fact that he could converse normally with Kylum without any discomfort meant he felt no pressure from him, even though they were enemies. Kylum said he would try to have some fun with him, just to see how many times he'd have to break Subaru before he finally died. Kylum then kicked Subaru, sending him flying from one end of the palace to the other. Subaru thought that when someone steps on a bug, they don't even bother using force because it's just so weak. Kylum was disappointed. He'd only kicked once, and Subaru couldn't even dodge it. He didn't know exactly whose vessel Subaru was, but he was just too weak. Subaru was completely scorched, lying in a smoldering heap on the ground. Over on the other side, Hirasaka was alarmed and worried for Subaru. He lost focus for a moment and was struck by Denta, losing an eye. Meanwhile, Kylum picked up Subaru's divine weapon to inspect it. The sword was completely unscathed by his lightning attack. This must be the reason he sensed an imbalance in Subaru's power during the first half of the fight. Kylum felt the immense weight of this sword. A suspicion arose in his mind. Could Subaru be the vessel of the undying god, Vanquish? Zia stood behind Kylum, her eyes welling up with tears. Kylum kindly waved his hand, advising Zia not to do anything foolish. Interfering in his one-on-one duel was a surefire way to get killed. Zia clenched her teeth, desperately calling Subaru's name and begging him to wake up. Kylum stood with his arms crossed, saying it was a pity, but with his limbs blown to bits, how could he possibly stand up on faith and hope alone? Well, speak of the devil. The charred heap that was Subaru slowly began to rise. He was using hemokinesis to piece his body back together. Subaru told Zia to get back and not to interfere. Earlier, Subaru had used the same defensive technique he employed to evade Taiga's black smoke. He created a large mass of semi-hardened blood to envelop his entire body. Even though he lost his arms and legs, he had somehow managed to survive. His HP and MP were nearly depleted. Kylum was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He couldn't even fathom the gap between their physical abilities. But if he could survive this, he was certain he could level up incredibly fast. Kylum clicked his tongue, realizing Subaru had used blood to reform his limbs, but he didn't like it. It was utterly disgusting, like a cockroach that just wouldn't die. On the other side, Denta was throwing a flurry of punches and laughing like a maniac. He truly felt exhilarated. Even though Hirasaka had lost an eye, he could still keep up. In fact, his remaining eye seemed even sharper than before. Hirasaka swung his sword to cut off one of Denta's arms, but Denta wouldn't let him. He laughed triumphantly and kicked Hirasaka backward. Hirasaka gripped his sword tightly. He had to thank Denta. Not everyone is strong from the start, especially back when he was a complete newbie. He had been in danger like this many times before, and this time was no different. If he could defeat Denta, he would become even stronger. Hirasaka used his fifth skill, Royal Aura, enhancing all abilities and skill effects by 130%, while also consuming more of the user's MP. Denta also started to get serious. He charged forward to attack again, and Hirasaka swung his sword to fight back. Elsewhere, Subaru was getting his butt handed to him by Kylum, who relentlessly used lightning to chase him down. The bolts moved at 100 kilometers per second, 1/3 the speed of light. Dodging them was no easy feat. Subaru had to predict the bolts' movements, all while moving constantly without stopping because one hit would turn him to dust. Kylum stood calmly with his arms crossed, controlling the bolts, chasing Subaru. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this kept up, the soldiers would all be wiped out. With Subaru's current HP and MP, a single bolt would kill him instantly. Even though it was nearly impossible, Subaru still had to try defeating the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier and took its head. He successfully leveled up to level 34. His stats increased, HP and MP were restored, and his lost body parts were also regenerated. Kylum noticed this, but he couldn't care less. Kylum only had to lift a hand slightly to block Subaru's attack, and even counterattacked him. Subaru joined the disabled club once again. Kylum looked bored and picked his ear, wondering why he kept fighting so stubbornly when he knew it was impossible. Subaru used blood control again, shooting spikes toward Kylum, but Kylum didn't even bother to dodge. No wonder. Now he understood why Subaru was chosen as the host for that accursed immortal. He hated giving up, he desperately clung to life, and for that reason, Subaru always did futile things. Kylum casually lifted his leg and kicked lightly, and the incoming sharp spikes shattered like glass. Subaru used his hands to brace against the pressure from Killem's kick. If this kept up, before he could even reach him, he would be crushed by Killem's power. Killem kindly advised that Subaru's cheap tricks were nothing against his overwhelming power, and if he intended to hit him, his current strength was nowhere near enough. While Killem was distracted, Subaru's cat, Susie, had planted the divine statue at some point. Killem used lightning to strike Susie dead. Subaru was about to rush to save her when a system notification popped up. Crystal Susie was using MP to resurrect. Subaru suddenly remembered that Susie had the ability to regenerate. She understood his strategy and was trying to help him. Susie threw the divine statue towards Subaru, and he successfully caught it, but before he could celebrate for even 3 seconds, Killem was right on him. Yet this time Subaru was no longer on the defensive. Behind him, Susie grew to a gigantic size and swung her claws at Killem. Killem turned and kicked once, and Susie shattered into a million pieces. While Killem was turned to deal with Susie, Subaru had also finished his preparations. He dived towards the ground, swinging the divine statue to kill the soldiers. His MP was now maxed out, the soldiers had all been wiped out, Subaru successfully ascended to level 35, and his leg also grew back. Killem dove down from above to attack from behind, piercing his hand straight through his chest. The fun and games were over. Killem had been prepared. It was furious with Subaru's actions. He had thrown away the opportunity Susie sacrificed herself to create, just to run away and recover. Why do you cling to life so desperately? Didn't you come here to defeat me? Acting like such a coward, you won't be able to beat me even in your next life. Subaru's vision began to blur. He no longer had the strength to resist. He remembered all the people in his past who had humiliated him, calling him an insect, talentless trash, and a useless nobody. However, there were also people like Suzaka and Kino Kagawa who wanted to get stronger alongside him, who wanted to know what his goals were. Subaru really wanted to see Suzaka again. The short time they spent adventuring together had been so much fun. Tears streamed down Subaru's face. He didn't care if it was for the last time, or even if Suzaka refused to forgive him. He just wanted to see her again, to thank her, and to apologize for dragging her into all of this. And if she was willing to forgive him, he wanted them to get stronger together once more. Subaru went full emo boy, and Killem had no clue what the hell this guy was rambling on about. Subaru had reached level 35 and had cleared the gate. A third door appeared, severing Killem's arm. A handsome, super cool version of Vanquish stepped out from the door, speaking in an incredibly punchable tone. "Hello there, kiddo. I've been watching you from the other side, and injuring my host is a very serious crime, you know." Subaru lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes half open as he watched Vanquish appear. Vanquish used a blood skill, creating a blood tendril that pulled Subaru up, slinging him over his shoulder before stepping into the gate. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bid Killem a friendly farewell, saying they'd meet again, and that Subaru would return stronger than ever. But how could Killem just let them leave? It would never forget the day Vanquish killed it and Denta. Now its mortal enemy was right in front of it. How could it possibly just stand by and do nothing? Killem went berserk, charging into the gate after Vanquish and Subaru. Inside was a sea of thick ash and dust. On the other side, Vanquish was healing Subaru's wrecked body. Why is it that every time this kid shows up in front of me, he's on the brink of death? Subaru was still barely conscious, unable to believe that Vanquish was really in front of him. After a while, the healing was complete. Over on the other side, Killem was crackling with electricity, looking absolutely enraged. Vanquish tried to shoo Killem away, telling it not to meddle in his family's business and to just get lost. Killem roared back in frustration, yelling that Vanquish was the one who interfered in its duel with Subaru. After it was done finishing off Subaru, it promised they would take turns utterly destroying Vanquish. Vanquish sighed, telling it not to impose its warrior code on a sorcerer. "You invade the human world and try to force me into a duel? Seriously, have you no shame?" Vanquish thought to himself. "So Killem wants to defeat both me and Subaru, huh?" Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Vanquish placed his hand on Subaru. He would enter the boy's body, borrowing it for a few minutes to show him how to use blood control. Vanquish gradually merged with Subaru, thinking this kid's body was pretty decent now. Level 35 was more than enough to work with. To defeat someone like Killem, whose power had been drained from being sealed inside the gate, this was more than enough. Killem was seeing red. He couldn't stand being humiliated like this. If only he could return to the underworld, he wouldn't be in such a pathetic state right now. He couldn't even finish his sentence before Vanquish, in Subaru's body, slapped his head clean off. There's no such thing as a bad look, only people who don't know how to rock it. Sure enough, Vanquish inside Subaru's body took his looks to a whole new level, making him look so incredibly cool that the ladies were swooning. Killem reattached his head, but Vanquish gathered energy in his hand and blasted him in the chest, sending him flying 8 meters. Keelam gritted his teeth in pain. Vanquish locked his eyes on him and used the skill, Blood Curse Unification. Keelam's body twisted violently, contorting and getting crushed into a ball. Keelam still tried to struggle, lashing out with a kick at Vanquish, but he simply tilted his head and dodged it. Keelam broke free from the contorted ball. Vanquish slapped his thigh with a crack, praising him for his skill. The two exchanged moves again. Vanquish blocked every attack Keelam made, and even managed to punch a hole straight through his body. Subaru watched the entire battle from within, unable to believe Vanquish was this strong. Vanquish chimed in, saying it was obvious. Don't judge a book by its cover. Go take a good look at yourself. Wearing glasses with a jersey? Tacky as hell. Subaru was speechless. He wondered why Keelam was still taking damage despite being so powerful. He had fought enemies with regeneration before, but they never sustained serious injuries until their MP was completely depleted. Vanquish cheerfully explained that it was because of the curse. He had infused it into his blood. The curse could inflict deep wounds directly on the opponent's soul. This ultimate technique is effective against regenerating enemies and formless spirits. It's exactly the kind of move a villain would use. Keelam furiously clenched his fists, screaming not to underestimate him. You damn corpse! Subaru was confused. Why did this Keelam hate Vanquish with such a bitter passion? Turns out, back in the underworld, Vanquish had killed Keelam and sealed him in the gate. So now, Keelam was finally getting serious. He poured immense power into his fist and charged forward to attack. Vanquish met his punch with one of his own. Parts of Keelam's body were blown away. He couldn't accept it. If only he had his full strength, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Vanquish kindly pointed out that this never would have happened if Keelam had just killed Subaru earlier. Whether it was a one-on-one duel or a fair fight, the moment Vanquish's gate was summoned, Keelam's defeat was certain, and it was a convincing victory for Subaru, who had used every ounce of his strength to surpass his own limits. Keelam roared, "Don't you dare mess with me," as he slowly evaporated. Vanquish calmly advised Keelam to be more serious, as the system announced that the boss had been defeated. Keelam slowly faded away, unable to regenerate or maintain his spiritual form any longer, all while relentlessly cursing Vanquish. Subaru was stunned. Vanquish had defeated Keelam with such ease, he was just too powerful. Subaru had never given much thought to underworld creatures before, but what in the world was Vanquish? Just as the system displayed the boss defeated notification, another one appeared. The boss has been resurrected. Subaru turned to Vanquish in a panic, but the man was completely unfazed. He explained that it was merely a remnant, as Keelam had been revived by the ultimate skill, Storm Purusha. It can resurrect the user with 500% of their maximum health from before they died, but it can only be used once every 240 seconds. Keelam was about to charge forward to fight again, but was pinned down by Vanquish with a mere point of his finger, struggling in vain to escape. Keelam's soul was high-ranking, which allowed him to activate the resurrection skill, but the side effect was that he couldn't retain his consciousness. Subaru worriedly thought that while Vanquish could easily defeat Keelam, he himself would have to risk his life to take down this 500% version. Suddenly, a thought struck Subaru. If Keelam had this resurrection skill, could Hirasaka's opponent have it too? Vanquish also had a sudden realization and exited Subaru's body. He had been wondering what to do for the current trial, and luckily, an opportunity had just fallen into his lap. He pointed at the 500% Keelam and ordered Subaru to defeat it. As Subaru was about to protest, Vanquish lectured him sternly, saying that if he couldn't defeat Keelam, he would no longer have any use for him, and if anything happened, he would be left to his fate. Vanquish told him to fuel the flames of his anger, but Subaru had no reason to hate Keelam. But that wasn't Vanquish's point. He meant that anyone with a goal always harbors a hatred for their own weakness. Perhaps that's why everyone around Subaru always treated him like an insect, leading him to believe, deep down, that he was utterly useless. And that was also why he never risked his life for others. He always blamed himself for being too useless and weak to protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate the weakness itself. That hatred doesn't exist to keep him trapped in the past. It will emerge to forge you and allow you to move on from your past. That is the true power that will help Subaru advance. Vanquish's words enlightened him. With tears in his eyes, Subaru gripped his sword and advanced. Vanquish watched him go, seeing the silhouette of his own son, and encouraged him to become strong so that one day he could love himself and find true happiness. The battle between Subaru and the 500% Keelam was incredibly intense. Meanwhile, Hirasaka's fight was just as grueling. Both sides were evenly matched, and even Denta was shocked that Hirasaka could wield enough power to overwhelm it. Hirasaka activated his second ultimate skill, Binding Chains, tying up one of Denta's hands and pulling it toward him. Gripping his sword, he calculated silently. His royal aura was consuming a massive amount of MP, and he only had about 48 seconds left before it ran out completely. The enemy's HP was estimated at around 300 to 400,000. Hirasaka decided to use it, his 7th ultimate skill, Y-Toei, copy. Demon Swordsman Y-Rax Flying Dragon Slash. Denta was sliced to pieces. It couldn't believe how the effect of that slash had suddenly pierced right through its body. Denta collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. It realized that the accuracy of Hirasaka's attacks was rapidly increasing. This wasn't an ultimate skill of power, but one of pure technique. Hirasaka struck several more times, continuously copying other skills, Monster Gaze, Two-Headed Slash, and Leopard's Gaze. After that relentless barrage of attacks, Denta's regeneration speed couldn't keep up, and it began to disintegrate. Hirasaka's 7th ultimate skill, Itoi, allows the user to wield the techniques of famous warriors who studied under the captain of the Golden Knights, Lujik. The higher the ultimate skill level, the more ultimate skills of famous warriors are unlocked. The notification for defeating the boss appeared, and Hirasaka collapsed to the ground. His HP and MP were almost completely depleted, and his crushed eye began to ache, making him wonder if leveling up would restore it. He looked toward the Rainbow Gate, wondering about Subaru and the others, when suddenly the gate shattered, and a notification announced the boss had been resurrected. Denta 5% stood menacingly right above him and lunged at him. Hirasaka struggled to get up when suddenly a tear in space appeared. Subaru flew out from it and, with a single punch, obliterated the 5% Denta. This time, the boss was completely defeated, and Subaru successfully leveled up to 45. The two of them cleared the early warning gate. Hirasaka leveled up to 85, his eye was restored, and he thanked Subaru for saving his life. Hirasaka found it strange that Subaru didn't level up. The rule inside the gate is that if the total damage dealt to an enemy is less than 20%, no experience points are awarded. Subaru only defeated 5%, so he didn't qualify. Hirasaka was stunned. It was the first time he'd ever heard of that mechanic. Despite being a host for 8 years, and even though Tsukishima had explained it to him 10 times, he had completely forgotten. Subaru called for Saya and Sushi to head back. The two walked out of the gate where people were already waiting. They were Udo and Japan's #1 hero, Hizizaki Ryugi, the younger brother of the investigation department's head, Kosaka. They had arrived to clean up that filthy member of Team Night Shadow from earlier. This guy's name is Kei. He was a former bronze-ranked host. Udo received an anonymous report and rushed over immediately. He was unexpectedly attacked by this brainless idiot, so he was apprehended. They would interrogate him about Team Night Shadow later tonight. Udo turned and asked Subaru what was wrong with the old guy. Hirasaka answered as if he were on the verge of death. Udo carried him off like a sack of sand, telling Subaru to fill out the detailed report and get some rest. Hirasaka thought he was being told to leave, and was happily about to go home when Udo dragged him back to see Tsukishima. Subaru said goodbye to the two of them and told Saya that he had found a way to see Suzaka again. The two of them went up to the roof of a building and pulled out the guide to read it. Subaru's Bloodsteel skill had unlocked a new level. This skill can swap the host's soul with a soul granted by the kin skill. The kin can be activated at any time, but if the body has died, the skill cannot be used until it has recovered. That means Suzaka's soul is still inside Saya's current body. This body was severely injured, but it's recovering little by little over time. The souls can be swapped once the body has fully recovered. Subaru was overjoyed. Suzaka's return was now just a matter of time. He leaped for joy. I'm sorry, Thema Sathui. He was right from the very beginning. I feel so bad for doubting him, but then he wondered, where did Saya's soul come from? Saya excitedly asked him what the reward for clearing the gate was. Subaru took 2 items out of his bag, the Thunder Earrings, which could imbue every attack with weak lightning, and the Leopard Earrings, which could add a weak wind effect to every action. He gave both items to Saya. After that battle, he realized that there would be times when he couldn't protect Saya with his own strength. He would get stronger quickly, and until then, he wanted Saya to use these 2 earrings to protect herself. Saya nervously accepted the 2 earrings. She shyly said thank you, and Subaru told her to try them on right away. Saya happily put it on, her face turning bright red as she soared into the sky with embarrassment. Subaru was dumbfounded, not understanding why Saya flew so high. Suki let out a quiet sigh, slapped Subaru across the face, and then wanted to jump down. At Subaru and Taiga's home, Subaru's biological father and Taiga's stepfather, Alex Taiga, leisurely sipped a glass of wine. He wondered where in the world his idiotic son Subaru had run off to. His wife, Alex Keiko, Taiga's biological mother, told him to stop standing by the window like that, worrying the neighbors might see. She was engrossed in her iPad screen, placing an order for 2 necklaces, number 4 and number 51. Subaru's father was about to pour more wine, not expecting Subaru to have become a client. And a savior at that, he narcissistically believed his own bloodline was truly exceptional. At this rate, his life would become more comfortable than ever. He thought he should invest more money into this house. Before he could finish his thought, the front door burst open, and a handsome version of Taiga walked in. In this state, his father didn't recognize him at all. He asked who he was and how he got a key. Taiga didn't even spare him a glance, reaching out and crushing his father's throat. From inside, Taiga's mother shouted for her husband to bring her more champagne, saying the manager had left for the day. Before she could finish, Taiga placed a glass of wine on the table for her. She squinted for a moment and then recognized her son, offered a quick welcome back, and returned to her phone. Taiga smiled with satisfaction, surprised his mother could still recognize him despite his new appearance. Taiga's mother's eyes never left the phone screen. Of course she recognized him. She gave birth to him, after all. She casually complimented the makeup on Taiga's face, saying it looked great. Taiga tried to explain, but his mother cut him off, pointing to a necklace on her device. She bragged that she got the necklace she really wanted. Only 20 million for 5 of them. What a steal. Taiga sneered, emanating a dark aura. That's his mother, all right. No matter how much her son changed, she couldn't care less. He was glad he came here. He should have never been born. As darkness slowly enveloped Taiga's mother, she turned to stone and crumbled to dust. Taiga dropped the champagne glass he was holding. This world and he were equally worthless. Therefore, they should be buried together. The next morning, the news reported a building collapse in Shinagawa City around 7 p.m. the previous night. Currently, 2 fatalities have been confirmed, believed to be Ariek Ryoe and Ariek Keiko. The married couple who lived in the collapsed building, their bodies were severely injured. Subaru saw the news and was completely stunned. Subaru returned to Donut's house, where Udo and Hirashaka were also present. According to Udo's assessment, these traces are just like the ones from Kinokawa's case. There's no doubt the chicken punk is the culprit, but what he didn't expect was that the bastard would even murder his own mother. Seeing Subaru's silence, Shikishima comforted him, saying he didn't have to force himself to go with them to investigate. Subaru stood looking at the ruins, feeling nothing to be sad about. He was sad because no matter how many times he tried to recall memories of his father, there was nothing worth remembering. Subaru sat down and looked at the EX family's nameplate, wondering what the hell that chicken punk was thinking and where he was. Meanwhile, the chicken punk was standing in front of the Federal Godmaster headquarters, and he calmly walked inside. Ignoring the gossip about him committing patricide and matricide, the chicken punk went straight to the reception desk, saying nothing as he released a mass of black energy. In just a moment, the Federal headquarters shattered and collapsed, and the dark energy emanating from it grew even more intense. Power, intelligence, beauty. The ugly, stupid, and weak chicken punk from before had always craved such things. But now that he had it all, he felt completely empty inside, wondering what the point of his existence was from now on. Elsewhere, Hirashaka's group was boiling with rage after receiving news that the Federal headquarters had been destroyed. Shikishima snapped into the phone, yelling that he hadn't received any information, so how would he know if everyone was safe? He told the person on the phone to quickly dispatch the Tachikawa branch, the easternmost one, for the rescue mission. The other branches were to proceed as normal and not let the clock break. From now on, they would use their vehicle as a mobile command center to gather information, as staying in one place was too dangerous. Udo had to admit the chicken punk was damn cunning. If any trace of him was found, they would have to split up from the headquarters to investigate. It was impossible to predict his next target, so he murdered his own mother as a diversion to go and destroy the headquarters. Right now, at least 100 Godmasters have been killed, and it's unimaginable how many total victims there are, including civilians. Shikishima cursed. Damn it. Who would have believed he'd cause a disaster of this magnitude? They shouldn't have taken Subaru home. Just as he was about to call Subaru, he suddenly received another call. Shikishima answered the phone. A damn unannounced call like this was 10 billion% from the Shadow faction. The caller was the demon Issei, who mockingly asked if they liked the small declaration of war his group had prepared. Issei announced that from now on, 6 locations would be attacked in the same way the Allied headquarters was destroyed, and that the chicken punk, Arex, was at one of them. Hirashaka, who had been silent until now, suddenly unleashed an incredibly oppressive golden aura, wordlessly shouldered his sword, and leaped onto the roof of the vehicle before taking off. Udo called out to him but got no response. Shikishima said not to stop him. To prevent anyone else from dying, it was best to let Hirashaka handle it. Shikishima asked Issei if he had been watching them at the school, and if he wanted a piece of the action, he'd better watch his back. If he ever met him and they clashed again, he guaranteed he would punch holes right through Issei. Issei simply said he was looking forward to it and then hung up. Shikishima had already figured out what the Shadow faction was targeting. Kokugeji had said they would destroy the clock. Taiga's time acceleration ultimate skill can crush anyone's body in the blink of an eye. In other words, he's planning to use the gate's time to reduce the clock's timer down to 0, considering it a punishment because they couldn't clear all the gates. The best target right now is a 5-star gate with a lot of time still remaining. Currently, the time remaining on the clock is 870 days. If they can destroy 3 5-star gates, then it's all over for them. Shikishima ordered the lords to be dispatched to each 5-star gate in Tokyo, and as soon as an enemy is detected, everyone must provide information to the higher-ups to deal with them. Especially if they encounter Taiga, they must immediately inform the Golden Lords. The war begins now. On the side of the Knight faction, Himeno Zumeno was admiring his nails while on the phone. Isn't this insane? They could have launched a surprise attack on 6 locations at once. What's with this declaration of war? Ariako of the Knight faction excitedly replied, "They have to fight fair and square with the Golden Lords. A surprise attack would make the game too easy." They talked amongst themselves. The tree guy who got his butt kicked before has successfully escaped, and it's said that according to orders, his target is now Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on a rooftop when a group surrounded him. These 3 were Kuzuki Tachi, Kaga Shingo, and, not to forget, the tree dude from the other day. The tree guy's face was beaten to a pulp. He was told that if he wanted to fight Hirasaka, he had to defeat Subaru first. Although he has no grudge against him, he'll still have to kill him, but he still plays fair, a one-on-one fight. Subaru stood up from the ground, telling all 3 of them to come at him. He had heard everything from Shikishima, so he wouldn't let any of the 3 escape. Although he has no grudge against these 3, he will defeat all of them and make them tell him where Taiga is. Shingo was annoyed by Subaru's arrogance. He used his ultimate skill, Black Face Stone Protection, covering his body with earth and rock. He couldn't accept Subaru's disrespectful attitude. Shingo rushed in to attack but was sent flying 8 meters and coughing up blood after a light punch from Subaru shattered his armor. He couldn't believe he had been defeated. His armor had vanished into thin air. What just happened? A moment ago, Subaru had infused his blood into the cracks of Shingo's armor and destroyed it from the inside. The tree guy sneered, brimming with fighting spirit as he emitted black smoke and rushed forward to slash a few times. Subaru managed to dodge. He analyzed the tree guy's attack. The way the ground crumbled showed it was being eroded by time. The tree guy channeled that black smoke into his blade to attack. If so, taking a direct hit would be extremely dangerous. The remaining guy, Kuzuki, seemed to have no intention of joining the fight. He sat quietly watching the show. The tree guy didn't need any help either. He was extremely confident in his own skills. Subaru asked the tree guy what the hell he wanted, always demanding a solo fight, but the tree guy didn't answer. He rushed to slash at Subaru but was blocked by his blood shield. The 3 of them had been friends since childhood. The tree guy was the leader, Shingo was his right-hand man, and Kuzuki always watched over them from a distance. For the tree guy, this kind of situation was a daily occurrence for them. Subaru was stunned for a moment. What the hell is this guy spouting nonsense about? Aren't they from the Knight faction, here to destroy the clock and wipe out humanity? The tree guy gave a blunt reply. He's not interested. He joined Kukugeji's faction to become a gang leader, to get stronger. He's determined to prove that he can defeat Japan's strongest lord, Hirasaka Renji, and then the 3 of them will rise to the top. That is his dream. Subaru had a grim expression. He was clueless about having fun because he wasn't raised well and didn't know how to process this information. But Ki was the type of guy who thought he was a tough guy from a manga. Subaru realized the Knight faction didn't seem very unified. The 3 people in front of him appeared to be different from the others. Subaru could understand Ki's dream, so he asked why he attacked Kotsaka. Ki remembered they were the 3 people he met at the gate before and naively replied, "Isn't it the Lord's fault for leaving the front lines because they fell in love?" But before he could finish, Subaru punched him square in the face. Ki crashed into the railing with blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a fountain, thinking, what the hell was that? It was even faster than before. Subaru was truly furious. Those 3 were from the subjugation unit. They had families and children, yet they continued to serve as lords to protect the world, and that bastard Ki dared to attack them. Subaru yelled that they weren't the kind of people Ki could just cast aside for that selfish dream of his. Subaru activated a conditional ultimate skill, Hero's Aura, which increased all his abilities by an additional 45% while enraged. Trembling, Ki still tried to ready his sword, shouting, "Stay out of my dream." Just as Subaru was about to use Blood Void on Ki, Kuzuki suddenly appeared out of nowhere and kicked Ki, sending him sprawling, telling him to stop right there. Just give up. Those 3 will just try their best again next time. Ki collapsed and fainted. Kuzuki had no intention of fighting and explained that while the 3 of them were indeed childhood friends, he had another identity. Kuzuki showed Subaru his chat messages with Sekishima, revealing he was Sekishima's subordinate, a spy from the Lord faction planted within the Knight faction. He was formerly a member of the Subjugation Squad and came to inform Subaru about the locations of the 6 gates the Knight faction planned to destroy. Taiga approached a gate just as Sekishima arrived. Honestly, he had hoped to face the guy with glasses, but he'd hit the bad luck jackpot and ran into Taiga instead. So today was going to be an all-out brawl. Sekishima knew that Kugeji had previously named him Hirasaka and Udu as the first 3 who would die, but he wasn't scared, yelling, "Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastards." Sekishima used his 5th ultimate skill, Meteor Shower, sending a barrage of projectiles raining down from the sky toward Taiga, who calmly dodged them. Thinking back, Sekishima was the first person to ever show suspicion towards him. Taiga thought back to 3 years ago, when Sekishima had asked him why he was leveling up so damn slowly. The truth was, the master of the gate that Taiga stole from Subaru was the city destroyer, Galea, but he refused to cooperate with him. Even when Taiga surpassed level 20, when a second gate was supposed to appear, absolutely nothing happened in the end. Back then, Hirasaka had defended Taiga, saying that some people get their second gate at level 25 or 30, and that Taiga might be one of those cases. He told Sekishima not to be too suspicious of Taiga. Sekishima didn't want to be a buzzkill either, but the fact was that Taiga's gate didn't appear, and he was leveling up way too slowly. Saying he stole someone else's gate wasn't entirely baseless. Taiga, listening from outside the door, felt a jolt. He silently cursed to himself. How the hell was his guess so spot on? But then thought, whatever, there's no proof, so I'll just play dumb. Back then, Sekishima had mentioned someone in Osaka with a lie detection skill, suggesting they could discuss the matter further at the next meeting. Taiga was extremely pissed off, cursing Sekishima and his entire family. Why did that bastard always have to cause trouble for him? He swore that one day he would definitely chop Sekishima into a million pieces. Taiga's foolish and childish murderous intent from back then, he would now make it a reality, having already extracted all of Galea's power. By using the skill he got from Kugeji to grind Galea to dust, death itself would ascend to the throne. Taiga released black smoke and snuck up behind Sekishima, who froze for a moment. He had used his clairvoyance skill to see Taiga's position, so there was no way he could have lost track of him, which could only mean that this Lin Taiga guy had used some kind of skill that allowed him to teleport instantly. Sekishima didn't move an inch, telling Taiga not to be a fool and underestimate him. He used his 3rd skill, Ephemeral Flame, and Taiga's fist was incinerated just as it was about to touch him. In the blink of an eye, Sekishima realized that Taiga could only teleport within the smoke's range, and he was also quite good at escaping. He estimated Taiga's power was probably on par with a level 50, gold-level god. But too bad, Taiga wasn't in the same league as him. Now that he was at level 82, that Lin guy stood no chance. Blood gushed from Taiga's wounds, and just as Sekishima was about to press his attack, a massive explosion erupted. Taiga knew the gods would send their strongest members to the South Star Gate, so he had extended the duration of the 4-star gate and pushed it to the very last minute. At that very moment, about 200 monsters had been released, and because the gods hadn't anticipated Taiga's team's offensive move, they had lost a large number of their own. Sekishima looked at the raging fire in the distance, wondering if this was still Taiga. How could he be so cunning? Taiga looked at his newly regenerated arm. Although the soul and consciousness coexisted, the former Erex Taiga was already gone. Everything he had once yearned for was now completely worthless. All that remained was the old Taiga's small wish in his mind, to get revenge on the world that never loved him. Therefore, the man now possessing Taiga's body would fulfill this wish for him. Sekishima fell silent. He had always sensed fear, recklessness, jealousy, pride, and a desperate craving for recognition from Taiga. But now, he couldn't feel any of that from the current Taiga. In other words, perhaps Taiga was hiding a trump card that could destroy the gold-level gods. Sekishima found it ironic. This Taiga guy truly hated himself so much that he wanted to become someone else. Sekishima truly understood the current Taiga's feelings, but he wouldn't let him do anything more. Sekishima used his 6th skill, Lord of Conflagration. He would definitely kill Taiga and protect this city. Taiga also got serious, and they both charged forward, trading heavy blows. ICF of Darkness watched from a distance. He saw that Sekishima had reached Taiga, but he had no time to worry about that. His opponent now was Hirasaka. Hirasaka was seeing red. He gave IC a fair warning to drop his weapon and surrender before he went berserk. But the stubborn IC wouldn't do it. He had his own reasons. 1 hour ago, IC said goodbye to his wife and child as he prepared to leave for work, promising to be back before dinner, before stepping through the dark gate. To put it nicely, IC's wife and child were just 2 Subidi controlled by Kokugaiji. IC faced Hirasaka. Right now, only 3 gold-level gods, including Hirasaka, were active, and the others couldn't join for various reasons. He thought this would be a good opportunity to test Hirasaka. Hirasaka didn't wait for him to ramble on. He charged forward, swinging his sword to attack. IC wasn't scared in the slightest. His luck was good today. IC swung his weapon, sending Hirasaka flying. To him, Hirasaka was the easiest prey to deal with. IC's weapon was the boundary breaker spear. It can cleave through any space, is effective within a 150-meter radius, and physical counterattacks are useless against the cleaving strike. Hirasaka was knocked back, realizing the man before him was incredibly strong. He didn't fully grasp what IC's ultimate skill was because it was too complex, but in short, it could deflect attacks. It was similar to his own ultimate skill that deflects sword strikes, meaning he just had to slash faster than IC could swing his hammer. Hirasaka charged forward again, but halfway there, he suddenly found his body couldn't move, and IC sent him rolling to the ground with another swing of his hammer. Hirasaka got back up again. What the hell was that? A symbol that halted his movement upon contact with the hammer. But the problem was, he only saw it at the moment of impact. IC seemed to realize his trick had been discovered. He had used a different ultimate skill called defensive symbol. It's a preset type of skill that can stop anything it touches for 1 second, with no exceptions. Except for the user, no one can see the symbol before impact. The area where IC was standing was already littered with these symbols. Every time Hirasaka charged in, his movement would be halted, and he would be smashed in the head by the hammer, face planting into the dirt. Just as IC predicted, Hirasaka was extremely confident in his abilities and would opt for a direct assault. The amount of HP he lost with each blow was minimal, but that didn't matter. As long as he could hold Hirasaka here until the other gates were destroyed, that would be enough. If he got lucky and managed to defeat and kill Hirasaka, that would be even better. A perfect 10. Hirasaka switched to long-range attacks, launching his sword at IC, but it was useless. Those symbols could even block his ultimate skills and deflect them. Hirasaka grew even more furious and demanded to know why all these beings with immense power didn't use it to protect the world. IC didn't get it. He felt that question should be asked of Hirasaka instead. What the hell was he protecting this world for, and why was he so damn angry? Was it because so many people had died, or was it just his job? Was his anger truly directed only at them, the forces of darkness? If Hirasaka was angry, IC was 10 times more furious. He couldn't understand what Hirasaka was so worked up about as he swung his hammer down from above. Those people willing to sacrifice themselves to protect this world, like the divine masters, are just so righteous, aren't they? So noble, but in the process, he lost everything he held most dear. IC had forgotten this world's value, which is why he wondered who the truly insane one was. IC screamed in a frenzy, swinging his hammer at Hirasaka once more. But this time, he didn't dodge. Hirasaka simply raised his hand and caught the blow. IC rained down a flurry of blows, but Hirasaka didn't move a single step. IC recalled his past. He had lost both his wife and child. The one who murdered them was a minor divine master, making it nearly impossible to bring them to justice. IC was like a broken man after his wife and child's death. It was then that the Gate of Darkness appeared, sympathizing with his pain. It promised to bring his wife and child back to life if IC would help it. After wailing on Hirasaka for a while with no response, IC suddenly found it boring. He clicked his tongue, asking if Hirasaka was just going to stand there, get beaten, and die. IC screamed that he would kill Hirasaka and send his comrades to hell with him. Hirasaka closed his eyes, thinking of his comrades. Then he swung his sword. He used his 6th ultimate skill, Path-Shattering Sword, and slashed across IC's body. Blood sprayed everywhere as IC coughed violently and dropped his weapon. He gave a wry smile. Hirasaka's 6th ultimate skill truly lived up to its legend. It consumes 80% of the user's MP. He had finally managed to bait Hirasaka into using it. IC had successfully depleted both Hirasaka's HP and MP. His mission was now complete. As IC collapsed to the ground, his weary eyes gazed at Hirasaka, wondering why the man was crying. Hirasaka approached IC. Maybe it was because his senses weren't as sharp as they were in a fight. He felt his opponent's emotions flowing into him bit by bit, and now he was crying because every time IC landed a blow on him, he felt an endless sorrow washing over him. Hirasaka gave IC a wry smile. Just as he said, he wasn't fighting for the world. He wanted to protect the world to protect his friends because he wanted to be with them for as long as possible. So IC wasn't crazy at all. He was sure that everyone had their own reason to fight. But that was precisely why Hirasaka couldn't give up. IC laughed out loud. He closed his eyes and told Hirasaka to just go. He had lost. Watching Hirasaka's figure fly away, in his final moments, IC thought that he couldn't resist Kokugeji's tempting offer. He just wanted to do whatever it took to bring his family back. Hirasaka was absolutely furious. He roared at Kokugeji. How dare that damn pig exploit people's weaknesses and manipulate them? Inside the amniotic fluid, Kokugeji received news that Icy had been defeated, but it couldn't care less. Hirasaka was almost out of MP, so he couldn't use the 7 sword paths anymore, but if he kept this up, he would win in the end. Kokugeji reached out and retrieved the 2 puppets of Icy's wife and child, laughing maniacally without stopping. Subaru received a message from Kazuki. You're in Ota City, facing a member of the Night Faction. 19 members of the Night Faction, including their leader, have been dispatched to various locations. They've all received power upgrades and new skills from Kokugeji. Their abilities are related to space and time. Kazuki warned him that the enemy was about to use a skill. Subaru's opponent was a woman. She bent down and used her ultimate skill, Beast Combination, transforming into a cat that then grew to a gigantic size and roared in Subaru's face. The cat was about to pounce on Subaru when it was slapped to the ground by Suzy the glass slime. Subaru petted Suzy and thanked her, then took out his phone to call Seiya and ask if she was okay. On the other end, Seiya had just taken down a monster. She had already cleared the southern sector of CBR. She was in charge of exterminating the underworld monsters in the city. The two agreed to meet up later and hung up. Suddenly, Seiya felt her heart skip a beat. She froze, sensing that something was wrong. Elsewhere, Suzaka's 2 older sisters were facing a member of the Night Faction, a woman named Himeno Zumino, who was formerly Silver Rank. Sasuke's eldest sister used the power of the Bronze King, delivering a powerful strike from the heavens. This was a skill that could unleash the power of the Bronze King through the gate onto a target, temporarily increasing attack power by 500%. But the attack had no effect on Himeno. Sasuke's second sister rushed forward, swinging her scythe, activating her ultimate skill, Reaper, which could halve an opponent's HP upon contact. Unfortunately, the scythe didn't hit Himeno. She dodged aside and kicked the second sister square in the chest. The second sister, Mizuho, coughed up blood. She couldn't believe that woman disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye. What the hell was that? Himeno's ultimate skill is Vanishing Act, which can erase the user's presence from the world for a few seconds, and she can even act while hidden if she uses 5 times the normal amount of MP. The eldest sister, Hazuki, attacked from above, but Himeno vanished again. She reappeared behind Hazuki and landed a kick that sent her flying a great distance. Himeno landed another kick to Hazuki's face, making her spit blood. Hazuki didn't even have time to react. This woman not only disappears repeatedly, but also reappears right after attacking. She can even move while she's vanished. This ultimate skill combines warping and invisibility. Hazuki tried to kick the charging Himeno but missed, and was instead met with a flurry of punches. Hazuki's face was swollen as she was beaten to the ground. Himeno laughed gleefully, overjoyed, as she realized these two were the Amamura sisters. The older sister is way more stylish than her, and the second sister is much cuter. They're both incredibly strong and have 10 times more social media followers than she does. Himeno jumped for joy. She used to be jealous of the 2 sisters, but now she has overwhelming power and plans to torture them into submission. Himeno doesn't care how many people had to die for her to be happy. In fact, she's glad she turned her back on humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho gritted their teeth in frustration. This woman was rotten to the core, completely beyond redemption. Just a moment ago, they had received a call from Subaru. He informed them that he had found a way to bring Suzaka back. He told them not to worry, that it would just take a little more time, but he would definitely bring Suzaka back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho's resolve hardened. They had to wait for their little sister's return. So until Suzaka comes back, they would never let the forces of darkness destroy this world. Himeno had seen Sasuke's profile blog before, and to her, Sasuke was just a complete failure. She never imagined that the 2 in front of her were Suzaka's sisters. In her eyes, Suzaka was an absolute nobody. While she was busy running her mouth, C suddenly landed behind her. She told Suzaka to remember she only had 3 minutes, and then initiated the soul swap process, transferring the experience points accumulated by the immortal to allow for her existence, and updating the ultimate skills within her soul. Suzaka is back. She used her lightning-infused fist of death and slammed it right into Himeno's face. Suzaka's 2 sisters cried tears of joy. Suzaka told her sisters to leave everything to her, even though she didn't have much time. She had trained diligently. Suzaka was now on a whole different level. She had reached level 40, possessing a legendary skill, Fist of Death, and as a bonus, she got a pair of awesome leopard print earrings. Suzaka moved her body, just being able to breathe this air freely again, feel the ground beneath her feet, and protect the people she cared about, made her feel truly happy. Seeing her 2 sisters covered in wounds, Suzaka's blood boiled with rage. How dare that wench do this to them? Meanwhile, Himeno's face was a wreck from the punch, and she had lost several teeth. She went ballistic, screaming, "You fat hag!" But before she could do anything, Suzaka hit her with another punch that sent her flying 8 meters. She was about to show Himeno the results of her long training. Of course, Subaru could also feel Sasuka's return, as they were connected through a soul link. Suzaka beat Himeno senseless. The other woman couldn't even fight back. Her face was pummeled into a bloody mess. Himeno wondered what kind of monster this girl in front of her was. These weren't ordinary punches. She could feel electric shocks and a strange impact vibrating from deep within her body. If she didn't escape now, she was finished. Himeno recoiled, trying to use her Vanishing Act ultimate skill to escape, but the system displayed an error. Too many impurities in the vicinity. Please try again in an area with cleaner air. Himeno was furious, screaming about the useless skill, just as Suzaka landed another lightning punch. The reason her skill failed was due to the red, smoky impurities now surrounding her. Suzaka used blood control to create that bone mist and neutralize her annoying disappearance skill. Himeno tried to attack, but Suzaka dodged it, landing another punch on Himeno's chest. Her two older sisters watching from the sidelines were also surprised. They couldn't believe their little sister possessed such a skill, and her martial arts proficiency was even higher than the eldest sister's. Back in the past, her two sisters had asked Suzaka to stop joining them on missions for a while. Suzaka's skill level at the time wasn't enough to keep up with their missions, and since they fought to their last breath, they couldn't guarantee her safety. Suzaka was very frustrated at the time. She was determined to get stronger on her own, stormed out of the house, and vowed to prove to her sisters that she could be useful too. After some time passed, Hazuki asked Mizuho if she had heard any news about Suzaka lately. Mizuho said she heard Suzaka had been defeated by a few bosses with a target de-leveling skill, knocking her down to level 8. She was even weaker than before, but it seemed Suzaka still hadn't given up on getting stronger. Mizuho was absolutely certain that Suzaka would return once she became powerful enough. Reality proved her right. The two sisters cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines for Suzaka, who, filled with new motivation, fought Himeno even more fiercely. It turned out Suzaka had reconciled with her sisters after all. Unlike Himeno, who grew up in a discriminatory family where everyone doted on her younger sister and always ignored her. Her sister would get thousands of likes just for a good morning post, but her own selfies would completely flop. Even when they wore the same outfit and said the same thing, why did Himeno always receive malicious feedback? Everyone told her to stop copying her sister and to be different, but that wasn't the answer Himeno wanted. Her sister was truly amazing, so why wouldn't anyone tell her how to love herself? Himeno resentfully bit her nails to shreds. Just then, a door of darkness appeared, giving her the answer she craved. If someone is above you, all you need to do is drag them down. Himeno used her claws to kill her own sister. Everything was supposed to go her way, so why was this Sasuke girl getting the upper hand on her now? She couldn't accept it. Himeno tried her best to resist but failed, and Suzaka knocked her flat on her face. Himeno struggled to get up. She had escaped the mist and used her elusive teleportation skill to vanish, vowing to harm what Sasuke cherished most. Himeno teleported next to the second sister, Mizuho. She hated Mizuho's cute face and was going to slash it to pieces. But Himeno's slash was blocked by a shield created by Suzaka using her blood control. Himeno screamed in a frenzy, wondering why the world didn't operate the way she wanted it to. Everyone else was completely useless. Suzaka appeared before Himeno. She raised a massive, giant fist, determined not to let this damned woman lay a finger on her family. The gigantic fist slammed straight into Himeno's face, causing a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Himeno lay charred on the ground, completely motionless. Suzaka's two sisters, protected by her blood shield, were unharmed. Hazuki and Mizuho were incredibly proud of their little sister. She had finally matured, even if she was a bit overpowered now. Suzaka cheerfully waved to her sisters, proudly announcing her victory. But her celebration was cut short as she suddenly coughed up blood. Her time was up. She and Sia needed to switch back immediately so Sia could restart the healing process. Suzaka understood. She said goodbye to her sisters, promising to see them later, explaining that she needed to sleep for a while. She promised to come back, and when she did, they would form a party again. Her sisters understood and were prepared to wait for her. Just then, Subaru also arrived. Suzaka could feel just how desperate he was to see her again, and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt she was the one who should be thanking Subaru. He had always protected and saved her, yet she had caused him such deep pain by dying right in front of him. Suzaka clenched her fist as her form began to crack, thanking Sia for always taking such good care of her body. But now, she had to leave before her soul shattered. Suzaka asked Sia to give Subaru a message, and then she vanished. When Sia came to, she saw Subaru in front of her. He asked if Suzaka had been there, but she had already returned to prevent the wound from getting worse. To keep her family out of trouble, Suzaka had forced herself to return after only a short time. Subaru breathed a happy sigh of relief. Sia passed on Suzaka's message to him. She would be waiting for him at Hongban. Suzaka returned to her spot, eagerly stepping through a portal to a dimension where she could fight with all her might. In this place, Sia had also taken the Demon Emperor as her master. He criticized Sasuka's fighting performance, giving her a score of 13 points. Dante criticized him, asking why he was so harsh, saying 30 points would have been fine. In contrast, Kirim was extremely annoyed and critical. What the hell? 4 points? How could she take a whole 3 minutes while using my power? That's just ridiculous. Suzaka was dejected. Why are you guys so strict? She muttered, before returning to her training. While Subaru was still wondering what Hongban was, his older sister Hazuki came rushing over. She emotionally grabbed Subaru's hands, thanking him profusely for helping them see Suzaka again. They apologized for doubting him before, and said they would never forget this kindness. Subaru's eyes welled up with tears as well. Suzaka's 2 older sisters left again, saying they needed to go hunt more monsters. Subaru stared blankly at his hands. Vanquish had told him he needed to become truly happy. But he still didn't know what could make him happy, especially as the world was slowly turning into a pile of ruins. Subaru wiped his tears. If he could truly be happy, then just being with everyone would be wonderful. No matter how far apart they were, he would always be by their side, as long as his soul remained. Suzaka's body had leveled up to 40, thanks in part to the memories retained by her soul. Her innate skills had reawakened, and Suzaka could now consume her own MP to take action. Meanwhile, Sekishima released his butterflies to fight Taiga. Taiga flickered in and out of the smoke, trying to ambush Sekishima, but it was useless against Sekishima's 6th ultimate technique, Hellfire Incarnation, which summons fire moths that automatically track their target. In terms of raw power, this technique was weaker than Meteor Shower, but it was more energy efficient and never lost track of its target. Taiga found Sekishima's technique incredibly annoying. Every time the butterflies exploded, Taiga's smoke would dissipate. As a result, his teleportation range was severely limited. Sekishima, possessing both brains and brawn with 8 years of combat experience, was an extremely tough opponent. Taiga wondered if now was the time to play his trump card. From behind Taiga, Hirashaka appeared, activating his 5th ultimate technique, Royal Aura. Over 15 minutes had passed since the battle between Sekishima and Taiga began. Hirashaka had finally arrived. It was time to say goodbye. 8 years ago, when he and Hirashaka were only 18, he became a Golden Lord for the first time. He excitedly tried to talk to Sekishima, who was just 14 at the time. The arrogant Sekishima didn't even bother to reply, telling Hirashaka not to talk to him unless it was about something important. The shameless Hirashaka kept following Sekishima around, trying to give him advice. That computer he had just been issued, he barely touched it before it fried and started smoking, setting off the emergency fire alarm. Sekishima was utterly dumbfounded, and at a loss for words, he told Hirashaka to never touch a computer again. Back in the present, Taiga was facing the 2 strongest Golden Lords in Japan all by himself. Being attacked by 2 Golden Lords from both sides should have been the worst-case scenario, but Taiga remained confident in his victory. A dark portal suddenly materialized behind Sekishima, and thinking it was releasing some kind of gas, he leaped into the air. But a swarm of hands shot out from the portal, grabbing Sekishima and attempting to drag him inside. Sekishima tried to activate his 3rd ultimate skill, Ephemeral Flame, to escape, but it was useless. He couldn't activate his skill at all. This was a terrible situation. Taiga had figured out the weakness of the Golden Lords. Each one possessed such transcendent power that they could interfere with the other's battle when in close proximity. Because they had absolute faith in each other's strength, they would hesitate to intervene and offer support. Taiga had put Hirasaka in a difficult predicament. He believed that if Hirasaka's instincts were sharp enough, he would understand that the decision made in this moment would determine the fate of everyone present. Would Hirasaka kill Taiga and end the fight himself? Or would he throw away that opportunity to save Sekishima right before his eyes? Hirasaka decided to use his 7th ultimate skill. Weaving through the gaps, he severed the arms that were wrapped around Sekishima. Hirasaka knew it was coming and didn't even try to dodge. Taiga seized the opportunity while Hirasaka was saving Sekishima. He used his whip to slash Hirasaka across the torso. Hirasaka had no regrets. He smiled as he fell, grateful that he had been able to save Sekishima. Hirasaka was sliced in 2, causing Sekishima to scream out in agony. In the past, they had partied up to clear a 3-star gate, which was considered incredibly difficult back then. They had promised each other they would grow stronger together. Later on, Sekishima and Kinokawa discussed establishing a reconnaissance department dedicated to surveying gates. This way, they could at least reduce the number of lords who died by falling into traps. He decided to protect everyone because letting them die in battle would be a waste. And when the day comes that all the gates disappear from the world, he wants everyone to celebrate together and then finally go their separate ways. Sekishima desperately hugged Hirasaka's body, continuously calling his name but getting no response. As for someone who could truly give up their life to protect what they cherish, Taiga sarcastically congratulated Sekishima for being Hirasaka's true friend. Sekishima gritted his teeth with eyes red with rage, glaring at Taiga, vowing he would never forgive him. He would kill him. He tried to get up and fight, but he couldn't just leave Hirasaka's body like this. Sekishima sobbed, repeatedly asking why Hirasaka would die for someone like him, even though his very reason for fighting was to be with everyone. Taiga approached from behind Sekishima, raising his weapon to strike, when suddenly a pillar of light shot down from the sky. The one who arrived was Subaru, and he told Sekishima not to worry. He definitely wouldn't let Hirasaka pass away. He used his ultimate skill, Bloodsteel, and the pieces of Hirasaka's body floated into the air. Sekishima recognized this as Subaru's ultimate skill. He remembered the first time he met Subaru, when the rainbow-colored gate first appeared in the world. Subaru had used it to resurrect Suzaka, who was with him. Bloodsteel is an ultimate skill that can convert the soul of a target, turning someone with a connection to the user into their kin. Subaru had now reached level 35, and the conversion skill had been unlocked, allowing him to accept a second kin. Subaru told Sekishima that he couldn't bring Hirasaka back right here and now, but he would keep Hirasaka's body perfectly intact until he returned. Sekishima wiped his tears and thanked Subaru over and over again. Hirasaka's body gradually reassembled and transformed, and then he let out a maniacal laugh. He flew into the sky, the being now possessing Hirasaka's body extremely excited to witness the human world for the first time. Subaru recognized the familiar presence and wondered how on earth he was here. He was one of Vanquish's servants, an old acquaintance of Subaru's, Thema the Emperor. From this day forward, he would be Subaru's kin. Thema the Emperor was one of the 6 immortal emperors of the Vanquish realm. After torturing Subaru during the last trial, he had managed to regain some of his original form thanks to Subaru's progress. But with his current power, it's nothing like it was during the trial. Chickenhead, summon more gates of darkness and command them to eliminate all obstacles. A swarm of hands reached out from the gate, but Emperor Thema wasn't worried in the slightest, asking for a warm round of applause to welcome him. Emperor Thema recognized these hands belonged to that old hag, who was merely Kokugeki's nanny. Emperor Thema used blood control, emerald blood severance, and a green ring of blood appeared in the sky, unleashing a sudden downpour. It would take imprisoning these 3 hands for 1,000,000 years to even land a hit on him. Emperor Thema transformed the falling rain into a seismic god. All the other hands were broken, forcing them to retreat back into the gate in excruciating pain. But Emperor Thema wasn't done yet. He grabbed a pair of scissors and threw them straight into the gate, slicing the vile master of those hands in 2. Emperor Thema flawlessly defeated Kokugeki's nanny, laughing as he slung an arm over Subaru's shoulder while Chickenhead approached. He looked at Emperor Thema as if he were his next opponent, but Emperor Thema just scoffed. As if he would ever bother to fight, he wouldn't even move when Subaru ordered him to. Chickenhead clenched his fist, vowing to kill Sekishima, but this was Emperor Thema, not Hirasaka, and he didn't give a damn about some punk. What's with this guy? Your real opponent is standing right in front of you. It's strange. Why have you been avoiding a fight with Subaru until now? Emperor Thema urged Chickenhead to hurry the hell up, saying his master had a lot on his plate. Chickenhead froze. Was he avoiding a fight with Subaru? No, that wasn't it. He just didn't want anyone interfering with his plans for Subaru. He remembered their first meeting, how Subaru had greeted him so warmly and expressed a desire for them to coexist peacefully in the future. From that moment, a fear had grown inside Chickenhead, a feeling he remembered even after his rebirth. He gritted his teeth. All right, bring it on. Chickenhead summoned a gate, and Sekishima, realizing he was trying to lure Subaru inside, tried to stop him. Emperor Thema whispered in Subaru's ear, telling him to leave this to him and go fight his battle. Subaru called Suzy to come with him, told Sekishima to wait a moment, said he'd only be gone for a little while, and then jumped into the gate. As Subaru descended, he resolved that today he would finally put an end to their relationship so he could move forward. Kugaji praised Chickenhead for defeating Hirasaka Renji and dragging Vanquish's host here, declaring a total victory for the faction of darkness. The two stood in a dark void, and Chickenhead told Kugaji not to interfere. Kugaji had no intention of doing so anyway. The contract Chickenhead signed stipulated that Subaru had to be killed by his own hands. The gate's contract could never be broken, so there was no need to worry about anyone else getting involved. Kugaji was scheming. No matter the outcome, he would benefit, whether Chickenhead killed Subaru or he killed Subaru after Chickenhead was defeated. He hadn't anticipated Hirasaka being possessed by Emperor Thema, but if he killed Subaru, his own relatives would appear. It was all too perfect. Just as he thought, it could be no one but him, neither the golden nor the silver two copper. This world belonged to him, the king of the dark realm. Outside, Tsukishima struggled relentlessly, telling the fake Hirasaka, Emperor Thema, to let him go. It was too dangerous for Subaru to enter the enemy's base alone. They had to follow him. Emperor Thema got annoyed. He'll be fine, damn it. It's all part of the strategy. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Gate countdown, second phase. Upstream timer has reached 0. The main clock will now decrease at the same rate as the gate's timer. With a sudden drop of 8,000 hours, a crack appeared on the clock. A warning stated that with nearly 100 hours left on the clock, there could be a serious problem maintaining the system. Tsukishima was tense. This had never happened before. It wasn't just the 5-star gate. The total time on the over 200 gates Taiga controlled had to be immense. If another gate fell, they would surely lose. What was he supposed to do now? The Emperor's Phantom tapped Tsukishima on the head, telling him to calm down and not be so tense. If Hirasaka was that important to him, then he should protect the things he holds dear. Tsukishima closed his eyes and slapped himself to snap out of it. He told the Emperor's Phantom to shut the hell up. Being lectured by someone wearing Hirasaka's face was really pissing him off. He ordered the Phantom to fly straight to the hospital. The two of them went to the hospital to find Kim Okagawa, but she wasn't there. Tsukishima was furious. That damn brat. Elsewhere, Udo was fighting a night shadow named Araya Kohei. This Kohei was getting beaten to a pulp. He couldn't stop cursing internally. What the hell was this guy? Kohei charged forward to attack again, but Udo used his golden wall to send him flying, spitting blood. He couldn't believe how a shield user like Udo could be so damn strong. He defended like a turtle in its shell. It was infuriating as hell. Udo had once explained his skill. If he used his strongest shield to attack, it would become the strongest attack. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his offensive power. Udo received a call from Tsukishima, he answered, and Tsukishima quickly explained the situation. The main point was that Kim Okawa was missing. Tsukishima asked Udo if he knew where she went. Just then, high in the sky, Kim Okawa, in her golden armor, was using a cannon to take down a monster. Udo told Tsukishima that Kim Okawa was fighting right there. Tsukishima yelled, "What the hell is she doing there when she's so seriously injured?" Kim Okawa landed on the ground. "How could I possibly rest when the clock is in this state?" Kim Okawa snatched the phone and shouted, asking what they needed to do now. Tsukishima made a decision. They had to go all out. They were the God Masters, and their job was to clear gates and protect the world. Tsukishima announced to all the God Masters that it didn't matter how many stars a gate had. They needed to reclaim the lost time by attacking any gate they could. Kim Okawa was fired up and ready for battle. It was time for her to finally let loose after her long hibernation. Tsukishima turned to the Emperor's Phantom, confirming one last time that they didn't need to worry about Subaru anymore. The Emperor's Phantom chuckled. If even Subaru can't handle it, then no one can. Meanwhile, inside the Shadow Gate, Kokugeji couldn't believe his eyes. Why the hell is Vanquish here? Vanquish cackled, saying he heard there was a certain baby with a rotten nature around here, so he just had to come and see. Taiga recognized Vanquish as the master of the Rainbow Gate, the one who gave Subaru his power. But his opponent right now wasn't Vanquish, it was Subaru. It was time to see which was stronger, Taiga's smoke or Subaru's blood. This would be the first and last battle between the Ariek brothers. Kokugeji was in disbelief. How could Vanquish appear in this world? Vanquish called down, praising Subaru for doing a great job leading him to the exact location. Kokugeji flew into a rage, glaring and screaming for Subaru to look over. But Subaru paid him no mind. Vanquish used Blood Origin to bind Kokugeji, telling him to think bigger and calling him a hopeless idiot. It was the first time Kokugeji had ever been insulted like that. He refused to accept being called an idiot. He flew into a rage, declaring that even an immortal god like Vanquish couldn't defeat him in this world. Kokugeji enveloped Vanquish with his dark aura. Taiga was still watching the commotion. That Kokugeji was losing his patience and trembling in fear. He couldn't believe Subaru was the one causing all this. To think that Subaru, someone he once feared, could actually pull something like this off. Subaru had said this was a battle between brothers, but Taiga wondered just how he planned to defeat him. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It didn't matter how big of a deal this had become. Taiga was his younger brother. He should have done this a long time ago, long before becoming a God Master. When he first met Taiga, Subaru had been very withdrawn, and after Taiga became a God Master, he had been afraid. But now he realized that was wrong. When a younger brother does something wrong, it's the older brother's job to set him straight. Taiga scoffed. He had already said it 1,000,000 times. Stop acting like his brother. They don't share the same blood, and he couldn't care less about Subaru's wishes. Taiga swung his umbrella, slashing at Subaru, who ducked to dodge and threw a punch at Taiga's face. Taiga staggered back and unleashed his dark energy, and Subaru retaliated with his blood manipulation. Subaru remained unfazed. Taiga's ultimate move had no effect on him. Subaru propped himself up with his hands and spun, landing several kicks on Taiga's face. Taiga was knocked back a bit, then he swung his fist back at Subaru. The two rushed in, exchanging hundreds of blows. Subaru punched Taiga, and Taiga punched Subaru back. They only stopped for a moment when both of their faces were bruised and battered. Subaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Taiga. "So it seems you're finally ready to do this, aren't you, Taiga?" Taiga let out a breath and the two rushed in to trade punches again, one pummeling the other, beating each other until their faces were swollen and blood was flying everywhere. Neither of them was willing to back down. Meanwhile, the battle between Kokugaiji and Vanquish was just as intense. Kokugaiji's skill was death reigns supreme, accelerating the time of any object or individual that came into contact with his black amniotic fluid, with no exceptions. However, Vanquish was the real deal. The pathetic tricks of that fetus had no effect on him whatsoever. Kokugaiji couldn't believe it. It was such a cheat. Vanquish should have aged 10,000 years in the blink of an eye from his attack. Kokugaiji went berserk, deciding to go all out. He activated his strongest ultimate skill called Moment of Destruction, aiming to swallow Vanquish whole with billions of years of life. Vanquish smirked, using his freezing technique to render Kokugaiji completely immobile. The ultimate move he was about to activate stopped in its tracks. Vanquish was toying with Kokugaiji like he was a child. Time couldn't kill him, which is why he was immortal. Yet Kokugaiji still couldn't get that through his head. How pathetic. Kokugaiji could have come up with a much better plan to win if he were smart enough. From the very beginning, he didn't realize that the more gates he used, the more traces he left behind. Vanquish was able to pinpoint Kokugaiji's location immediately because he kept opening gates randomly like an idiot. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Subaru chose Thema as his kin. Thema was once Vanquish's subordinate, meaning the two of them were connected by their souls until Thema became Subaru's kin. Vanquish laughed like a madman. The moment Thema became a Hirasaka, they informed Subaru of the plan Vanquish had devised, a plan on how he would crush Kokugaiji with a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he was able to easily find this place and smash that fetus's face in. Kokugaiji couldn't understand why he was still alive in this place filled with amniotic fluid. The condition in his contract with Taiga was that Taiga had to kill Subaru himself, and it could not be broken. Kokugaiji gritted his teeth and cursed Subaru. "You knew you couldn't kill me yourself, so you came down here and led Vanquish right to me." Kokugaiji screamed curses, but what good would that do? Now he was frozen stiff by Vanquish, unable to move a muscle. Vanquish approached Kokugaiji, asking him where he heard such a foolish thing. "Who was it that told you that you could take over the world if you broke the watch? Don't even dream of it, girl. Messing with my host means your life is over." Vanquish slashes a devastating wound across Kokugaiji's body. It screams in agony as purple blood splatters everywhere. Vanquish scoffs. "Ugly, but you have a nice crying voice." Kokugaiji squeezes its eyes shut, screaming for some lady named Safina to save it. A golden bell appears above, and a woman's face materializes on it. Vanquish recognizes her as the golden bell, Safina, the mastermind behind everything. Seeing Safina is like a revelation for Kokugaiji, but before it can even rejoice, Safina slaps it down with her hand. "You utterly useless thing! How dare you ask me for help?" She opens a portal, which she calls the weakest one, and prepares to toss it in. Kokugaiji wails desperately, not wanting to enter that gate. It was an emperor. Losing its memories and ability to speak would make it no different from a beast. But no matter how much it pleaded, Safina ignored it. She lets go, and it slips right into the one-star gate. Safina then turns to greet Vanquish. He laughs heartily and waves his hand, shattering Safina's golden bell. The two bid farewell, promising a one-on-one fight for another day. And with that, Vanquish's job is done. The rest is the main character's stage. He watches from above without interfering. He sees this as a test for Subaru, and Vanquish has faith that the boy can overcome it. Meanwhile, Taiga and Subaru are still trading blows. Even though they're covered in blood, neither has fallen. Taiga sees the determination in Subaru's eyes, and suddenly, he feels afraid. He remembers the past, 10 years ago, when his mother beat him black and blue like a dog just because he ate the pudding from her fridge. That's what his mother did to him after leaving him home alone for 3 days. By the time someone from Child Protective Services arrived, Taiga had passed out from hunger, having only eaten that one pudding. Taiga's mother insisted she was just disciplining him, that there was no abuse at all. Then she slammed the door in their face, refusing to talk. Taiga's mother grumbled, cursing him for ever being born. That's right, his mother was a piece of scum, and he was her son, just a filthy bug. The new marriage partner she introduced to him was also a piece of trash, living as his mother's lover. And that piece of trash, his so-called stepfather, also had a son who would now be his brother. Taiga was sure that no matter what kind of person he was, he would just be another bug like him. But the first time he met Subaru, he saw a difference. How the hell could Subaru have eyes like that? Why would he ask him questions so cheerfully? Shouldn't Subaru also be a bug that crawled out of the same trash can as him? What the hell is he smiling about? At that moment, Taiga's heart went cold, and a shiver ran down his spine. He felt what could only be called fear. He realized from the moment he met Subaru that a happy person could exist in this world, and unfortunately, that person wasn't him, which made him bitterly resentful. Clearly, Taiga and Subaru's circumstances were the same. They should have been the same. But how on earth was Subaru not complaining or despairing, and how did he never give up? He suddenly felt humiliated. Was it possible he was rotten to the core? Was he the only damn bug here? Taiga's soul was vicious and filthy, and he knew it, but he never accepted it. He was afraid that Subaru would become happy, so when he saw the gate appear before Subaru, he pounced, pinning Subaru down and beating him relentlessly. If Subaru became happier than him even once, the distance between them would surely never be the same. That's why he had to make sure Subaru would forever stay beneath him. Subaru took a blow to the face, and with every strike they exchanged, he could feel Taiga's memories and heart flowing into him. So he was able to see into his past and understand why he had become so fearful and twisted. Taiga stomped his foot down hard, but Subaru leaped up to dodge, launching an attack from above that sent Taiga crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Subaru pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of attacks that left Taiga unable to fight back. Finally, an exhausted Taiga lay motionless on the ground, seeing a rainbow-colored light flowing inside him as he witnessed Subaru's memories. As a child, Subaru's mother had abandoned him and his father. He would always cling to his dad, asking about her, but his father would just heartlessly shove him away. When Subaru found out he had a younger brother, he was overjoyed. He often tried to stop Taiga's mother from hitting the boy, only to be beaten by her himself. Despite that, he would still comfort Taiga and encourage him to hang in there. Yet those were the moments Taiga found him disgusting and shoved him away. Subaru could only watch as he left, silently vowing never to give up on him. Taiga then saw the moment he stole the golden gate from Subaru, if the purity of one's soul was truly the condition to open it. At that moment, Subaru had thought he needed power to protect the person most important to him, and that person, at the time, was Taiga. Taiga slowly stood up. The truth was, he had realized it long ago. In this entire world, Subaru was the only one who truly loved him. When Subaru was being brutally beaten by their father, Taiga had just stood on the balcony, watching indifferently. He couldn't understand why Subaru was so foolishly stubborn, or what he was even hiding. After their father had his fill of beating him and left, Subaru staggered to his feet, went out to the balcony, and with a cheerful smile, handed Taiga a pencil case he had. Back then, Taiga just thought Subaru was crazy. He felt a sense of resentment because, somehow, he could never win against him. Taiga wondered how wonderful it would be if he could just live the way he wanted to. Watching from a distance, Vanquish could easily tell the fight was over. Taiga's body was no longer human. Once he reached his limit, just like any other monster from the underworld, his soul would shatter and die. The blessing he received from Kogo Gaiji had also vanished, so his soul would be left to wander endlessly in the void. Taiga stared blankly at the endlessly crying Subaru. He knew that Subaru was not the one at fault. He had feared him, he had admired him, he couldn't sever their connection or ignore him, so his only recourse was to hate him. Once that hatred came to light, Taiga realized he had hurt Subaru out of his own pettiness, and had done so time and again. He knew he was about to fade away. Taiga closed his eyes, and in that final moment, Subaru saw a vision of the younger Taiga. The little boy said, "Someday I want to eat pudding. I want to eat it with you. I really regret that I couldn't say thank you to you back then. But the truth is, I was truly happy." Subaru couldn't stop the tears from falling, because Taiga vanished with a smile on his lips. The boy had thanked him. After so many years, it was only in the moment he disappeared that he finally felt happy. Subaru tried to catch Taiga's lingering spirit but couldn't, and he knelt down, screaming in agony, crying uncontrollably. He cursed himself, thinking what kind of damn savior was he? He couldn't even save his own little brother. Subaru sobbed uncontrollably as Vanquish approached and asked if he could still stand. Subaru didn't answer, keeping his head bowed to the ground. So Vanquish continued, "Ariak Taiga's greatest misfortune was knowing that what he did was wrong, but he did nothing to stop it. And with every evil act, he hated himself more. And the more he did, the more his soul rotted from within. This outcome was inevitable from the day Taiga stole Subaru's gate." Subaru clenched his fists on the icy ground, asking if there was really no other way. Was this the only path? Vanquish told him he must spend his entire life finding the answer, that he must carry that question and ponder it until his last day and never forget it. Vanquish told Subaru to just cry it all out without shame, and that he would wait right here until he could stand up again. The system announced the sub-boss Alex Taiga had been defeated. Subaru leveled up to level 48, and he received the title Sanjikwi Hunter. Additional rewards were the igniting black katana, the sub-skill golden arm, and Galia's slate, all awaiting acceptance. 3 hours had passed since the crack appeared on the clock, all the hosts had broken the gates, and the total number of gates destroyed was 195. The remaining time on the clock had increased to 10,000 hours, the operating system had stabilized, and emergency mode was being reactivated. The clock returned to normal, and Tsukishima called to inform the others that the crisis was over, and now they just had to wait for Subaru to defeat Taiga. Saja's group and the Phantom Emperor stood waiting outside the Shadow Gate. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the gate, and Vanquish exclaimed, "Oi, oi, you've got to be kidding me." He did say he'd wait however long it took for Subaru to finish crying, but how the hell did he cry himself to sleep? Was he a child or what? Vanquish was furious. He had gone through all the trouble to come and help, and this is how he was treated. Unable to wait any longer, he ordered his glass familiar to carry Subaru out. Saja and the Phantom Emperor were overjoyed to see he was okay, but Vanquish was still fuming. Subaru was sleeping soundly, dreaming of the beautiful moments he shared with Taiga. The system announced a program update, adding Gate version 2, and the 6X gate had officially appeared. There was a very low chance that the three-legged one could return. After another long-winded lore dump, the system began its update, starting from 0%. The Shadow Lords who had been leeching power from Kokogaji found that after its ascension, the skills it granted had also vanished. Even though they knew this, they just sat around nonchalantly chatting, a development that would surely prompt the three monarchs to make a move. But there was no need to rush or fear. The clock was updating. So for now, they would just wait and see how things played out. Everyone returned to the headquarters as Shizaki came personally to heal Tsukishima. He used his Azure Resurrection skill, and in an instant, the cracks on Tsukishima's face disappeared. Tsukishima was fine, but Subaru was still sleeping like a log and hadn't woken up, though the Phantom Emperor assured them he was all right. He's just trying to heal his soul. The Phantom Emperor asked everyone how many days they were unconscious the first time they entered the gate. Tsukishima said he was out cold for 5 days, while Shizaki wasn't much better when he emerged in Saka after entering the gate. He could still move immediately, but he was bedridden for the next 3 days. The Phantom Emperor said that the stronger the pact, the more time the soul needs to adapt. If an ordinary person made a pact with Vanquish, their soul could die or fall into a coma for decades. But Subaru was able to stay active for a whole month, which means his soul's power is on a different level. Of course, there are still limitations, but he's expected to wake up soon. Deep in his coma, Subaru found himself in a place resembling a galaxy. A figure appeared and said this was the realm of the universal unconscious, where all souls are born and eventually return. He could only meet him now because his soul was asleep, and this would be the first and possibly the last time. Subaru didn't know this man, and though he'd never met him before, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The man told him to prepare for the coming battle, explaining that the situation had changed completely. An emperor from another world, though weak, is going to invade and create a breach into the human world. And above all, Vanquish's host has become extremely well known. The Gold, Silver, and Bronze empires, along with all the other nations, will now make a serious move to invade the human world. The man warned that a storm was coming, a storm of destruction that would make the battle against the Shadow faction feel like a gentle breeze. A cold, cruel wind will come, heedless of human life and emotion. Everything will be lost, and no one can stop it. The man stated that the only one who could stop it is Subaru, as this is a storm that even Vanquish cannot prevent. Subaru asked what he needed to prepare for. The man only spoke in cryptic, disjointed phrases. Hip table, half dusk, apostle of the East, and that he must become an emperor. Subaru still didn't fully understand, so the man continued, saying that he had failed and now only existed to return to the sea of unconsciousness. But he was glad that he could meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was, and the man smiled, replying that he was Ariak Subaru, the Emperor of the East. He was Subaru himself, the strongest of all humanity, the one who couldn't protect the world and was defeated by the future. He couldn't tell him everything about the future right now, but he could reveal a few key things. The future Ariak Subaru reached out, sending a message to his past self, pleading with him not to lose the world, his friends, or the people precious to him. The future Ariak Subaru closed his eyes, a single tear falling as he gave Subaru a bracelet. This bracelet was called the Twilight of the Midnight Sun, and it allowed the wearer to see the memories of the dead Emperor of the East and react to calamities. As the future Subaru began to fade away, he urged him to wake up, because the first calamity was coming. Subaru woke up in bed, and before him were three great doors, the guardian gates of gold, silver, and bronze. The bracelet on Subaru's wrist began to glow, and the three guardians of the gates stepped out to greet him. They were Safina, the Golden Emperor, Ruins, the Silver Emperor, and Vorden, the Red Copper Emperor. All three offered a greeting to the Emperor of the next generation, the savior of the divine blood. Of the 8 calamities, the first was the three gates. Subaru clearly realized he wasn't dreaming. He had spoken with the Emperor of the East, who was his future self. The Twilight Ring was now on his hand, and from it flowed incredibly detailed memories of the future. He knew who these people were and why they came, and if the memories from this moment forward played out exactly as he saw, then he would lose all of his friends in the next 3 months. In his final moments, Sekishima, having lost an arm, called him, telling him not to die and to take good care of Hirashaka. Sada and Thema the Emperor sacrificed themselves to save him, as did Udo and Kinokawa. One by one, they all fell. And in the end, even Vanquish was gone. Everyone died in succession, entrusting the future entirely to him. And then, the Emperor of the East lost, and the apocalypse arrived. Celestial stones dyed the sky red, and Subaru couldn't save anyone, losing everything forever. The Emperor of the East cried in despair. Everyone had placed their faith in him, but he failed to protect it. If only he hadn't made a mistake back then. If only he could return to that day. The Emperor of the East used his final power from the endless galaxy of the universal unconsciousness to find the present-day Subaru. Subaru bowed his head in thanks, determined not to let the Emperor of the East's sacrifice be in vain. He would definitely protect everyone. The 3 individuals before him now were the 3 emperors, the rulers who held the largest territories in the world that humans called the Underworld. The strongest goddess of the Underworld and leader of the invincible Golden Legion, the Empress Safina, and the beast god of the Beastmen Legion who commands all monsters, the Platinum Ninetails, Ruins, and the one who holds sway over nature spirits and the demi-human tribes of Earth, the Anarch, Vorden. They realized that Subaru was a suitable candidate to become the next emperor, and he had brilliantly repelled the invasion of the forces of darkness. Safina extended an invitation for him to come to her golden nation. Ruins, not to be outdone, tried to entice him to break his contract with Vanquish and sign a new one with one of the 3 of them. To be blunt, Subaru's soul was unlike any other. As long as he teamed up with a suitable master, he would become the strongest. Ruins specifically emphasized that suitable meant the strongest. The 3 of them were the strongest in the underworld, meaning they were much stronger than Vanquish. Thema the Emperor heard this and was furious but couldn't refute it. Ruins struck at Subaru's goal of protecting the world from the threat of the void, lying that this was also the goal of their guardians, so Subaru switching masters would be more fitting and would allow him to save more people. Thema the Emperor couldn't hold back any longer and burst out. Ruins didn't appreciate the interruption. His expression changed, and he directly applied pressure to crush Thema the Emperor's soul. He threatened Thema the Emperor to stop meddling before turning back to Subaru. They didn't just come here to tell Subaru to change masters. Instead, they came to create the ultimate conditions for an ultimate person like him. Safina said if Subaru became her host, she would grant him the spear that pierces all things and command of the Golden Legion. Ruin said if Subaru became his host, he would grant him the bow of endless light and 100 high-ranking dragons. Vorden said if Subaru became his host, he would grant him the axe of annihilation and 20 forests of wondrous spirits. All 3 of them offered unimaginable benefits to entice Subaru. Before Subaru could answer, Thema, the Emperor, jumped in, telling him not to answer them. They said Subaru should choose them because they are stronger than Vanquish. What a ridiculous joke. It's more like they're afraid Subaru will grow stronger and that he might reclaim his power. When that happens, who knows who will be the one getting their head bashed in. Subaru saw that Ruins was about to lose it and attack, so he quickly intervened, telling the Proxy Demon Lord to wise up and shut his mouth. But the Proxy Demon Lord didn't get the hint and kept running his mouth, leaving Subaru speechless. You don't fear a strong enemy, you fear a stupid ally. Why doesn't the Proxy Demon Lord just use his brain and read his mind? He would never team up with anyone but Vanquish. That's why the Dawn Lord avoided this cursed fate, and they retaliated. In other words, that choice wasn't enough to save everyone. The Lord of Silver, Ruins, tried to calm down and collect himself, telling the Proxy Demon Lord to let Subaru make his own choice. But the Proxy Demon Lord had more guts than brains and continued to argue, even directly calling Ruins a brain-dead idiot. Who could stay calm after hearing that? Subaru cut in, saying he was willing to switch for a fair trade in good conditions. The proxy demon lord was furious and called him a bastard. Subaru told the three lords that if they were serious, they should convince him. They thought he wanted a show of power, but that wasn't what Subaru wanted. What he wanted wasn't for them to prove their strength. If his soul was truly different from others, it meant that many other lords would want him too. Subaru wanted to meet all the other lords. Maybe one of them would offer better terms. The three lords were annoyed when they heard this, but Subaru remained calm. A meeting between all the lords of the underworld was coming up. He demanded that they let him attend that meeting. This was the first step toward his destiny. Ruins glared daggers at the proxy demon lord. How the hell does a human know about that meeting? Yet the proxy demon lord just played dumb. He claimed he didn't say a thing. Subaru was determined to change their fate of submission. Meanwhile, as Subaru received the offer from the three lords, in the underworld, within Vanquish's domain, the seat of souls, the sea of divine power, Vanquish sat alone at a table, watching the situation unfold. The three lords acted sooner than he thought, but what worried him was Subaru's actions. Information in the underworld is top secret, meaning he couldn't possibly know about the meeting, so how the hell did he find out? Vanquish looked at the twilight half-day sun ring, and he realized that was the key. Suddenly, Suzaka and Hirashaka appeared, peeking over his shoulder at the screen. They were happy that Subaru was awake. They were on their break, so they came over to see what was happening. They asked so many questions that Vanquish had to give them a brief explanation. The gold, silver, and bronze lords came to tell Subaru to end his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. Suzaka and Hirashaka exclaimed, "That's wild!" Vanquish made a throat-slitting gesture. If Subaru really switched, his connection to him would be severed. You'll also lose your loved ones, and at that point, Hirashaka and Suzaka will be done for too. Sure enough, those two turned pale hearing that, and they urged Subaru not to fall for the trap. But it's a tough spot, because if Subaru refuses, those three will definitely get their revenge. The core emperors show no mercy to anyone who rejects them. Vanquish had heard that the dazzling old witch swiped some dangerous items from the treasure vault. That item is called the Calamity, and if used on land, it will wipe out everything within a 70-kilometer radius from its center. It could kill at least 10 million people. Suzaka was completely floored, thinking, what the hell is this crap? Aren't the Masters of the Gate supposed to be our allies? If Subaru chooses their lives over the core emperors, they will retaliate. Hirashaka and Suzaka anxiously asked Subaru if he would be alright. Vanquish remained calm because even he didn't know, but he figured the kid would be fine. It seems someone has already helped you out. Hirashaka and Suzaka felt a little more relieved and asked him if he was sure. Vanquish just gave a non-committal reply, I guess so. First calamity, the three gates. Difficulty, locked. Situation. The core emperors of the underworld have taken an interest in you and demand you break your contract with Vanquish and forge a new contract with one of them. If you refuse, a horrifying revenge awaits. But if you agree, the future will be uncertain. You must protect your contract with Vanquish and avoid provoking the core emperors. Success. You may face the second calamity while maintaining your current status. Failure. Case A. Accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. The ultimate skills inherited from Vanquish will disappear. You will lose your loved ones. Amamizasa Zaka and Hirasaka Renji will die. You will become an enemy of Vanquish. Failure. Case B. Refuse the offer and face the core emperor's revenge. 50% of the Kanto region will be annihilated. Over 10 million people will die. Many powerful patrons will die. You will become an enemy of the core emperors. The fool who had been silent all this time finally blew up. At the summit of the supreme emperors, a mere mortal like Subaru thinks he can just go? Subaru remained calm. Isn't this about being fair? Anyone who wants me can negotiate there. A prodigy from the core emperors sneered. Is Subaru's grand strategy just to stall for time? So he wouldn't answer them right away. Instead, he would buy more time until the meeting of the emperors. His opponents here were the three strongest people in the underworld, impossible to defeat or reconcile with. Furthermore, the second calamity would arrive the moment he made his choice. So this was the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely face the second one. But the problem was, even if he chose to stall, he could still provoke the Heart Emperor. Losing his patience, he couldn't stand to see a human with such an extraordinary soul act so arrogantly. He turned and yelled, Safina, use that thing, his eyes lighting up as he watched the impending tragedy unfold. Safina quietly took out the jewel from her person. It was the victim. It was one of the rare items from the Golden Nation's treasury that could cause an explosion with destructive power proportional to the amount of soul energy its owner poured into it. The memory of the Dawn Emperor on Subaru's arm was sending out a warning signal. If the victim channeled more power from the Heart Emperor and exploded, that future would repeat itself. Safina held the jewel up in front of him, praising him for not being foolish enough to refuse their offer. If he had done that, she would have used it immediately. But he wasn't so short-sighted and bravely chose to negotiate with them, so Safina said she would consider his presence at the meeting. Seeing Safina's decision, Ruins and Voden also relented. Safina asked Subaru if he could overcome the upcoming trial without the power, weapons, or army they were willing to give him. The clock outside finished updating as the number 99 changed to 100, and a streak of red lightning flashed across the sky. The system announced that a penalty for having less than 100 hours remaining would be applied before the update. Although it was the same memory the bracelet had shown Subaru, he didn't think it would appear at the same time as the three emperors. The second calamity, the 6-star gate, Palace of Carnal Trade. Time remaining, approximately 7 days. Maximum entry duration, 3 days. Maximum party size, 10 people. Special rule, the gate cannot be locked. A warning blared throughout the city. After 6 p.m. today, the largest gate in history appeared at the Iidabashi intersection in Tokyo and is now causing chaos at the scene. The director of the Japanese Guild Federation, Hizaki, announced that this is the first level 6 gate to ever appear in Japan. The director also announced that he will gather high-ranking members and proceed to clear the gate as soon as possible. The deadline to clear the gate is 1 week from now, Subaru told Saja and the Thema Emperor to read his mind first. After they finished reading his mind, everyone was shocked to their core. The Thema Emperor cursed out loud. He couldn't accept that in the future, Quiz would die again. Now he understood why Subaru knew about the Heart Emperor and the meeting of the emperors. Subaru asked the Thema Emperor if he knew where he could meet his future self. The Thema Emperor said it was in the Universal Akashic Galaxy, the place where all splintered egos and souls return. It is the final destination for every soul from every possible world. It seemed like Subaru was sinking into it as his soul was about to split apart, but then he returned to normal. How bizarre. Subaru asked who the Dawn Emperor was. Emperor Thema said he was the emperor of a tiny, tiny nation, and to Vanquish, he was about to say more, but a security layer prevented Emperor Thema from explaining. If Subaru could inherit the Dawn Emperor's power in the future, then for now, they could consider the Dawn Emperor to be on their side. There were 2 reasons why Subaru wanted to join the Emperor's meeting. One was to stop the 3 emperors from using victims, and the other was to meet the Dawn Emperor and make him an ally. Subaru was dejected. He apologized to Thema, the Emperor, and Suzaka for showing them that terrible future. He couldn't save the rookie. He didn't know if his choice back then was right or wrong, but Vanquish told him to spend his whole life finding the answer, and he thought he was right. So this time, he didn't want to make the wrong choice. He didn't want anyone else to die, so he needed the strength of Suzaka and Thema. Emperor Thema was about to say, "All right, bet," but Suzaka solemnly knelt, vowing to devote her entire soul and strength to accompany and serve him to the ends of the earth. This time, he would definitely overcome his inescapable fate. First, in this second disaster, they would clear the 6-star gate without sacrificing a single person. Subaru pulled out his phone to report the situation to Sekishima, but noticed a lot of missed calls. Emperor Thema snatched Subaru's phone, saying in this battle, the Golden Patrons are not on their side. Emperor Thema explained that the Golden Knights, who made contracts with Sekishima and the others, are subordinates of the Golden Emperor, Safina. This means if they tell anyone about the situation, the Golden Emperor and her subordinates will know their plan. The same goes for the Silver and Bronze ones. In other words, Subaru can't tell the other patrons, and can't ask for their cooperation either. So that means for now, the memories of the future are a secret between the 3 of them, and Vanquish, Suzaka, and Hirasaka also know. They can see it from the other side too. Subaru yelled out for Vanquish, challenging him to talk when his next gate appears. He would definitely level up and stop the disaster, and by then, if Vanquish could get out, he could do whatever he wanted. After yelling, Subaru felt much better, but Emperor Thema didn't feel the same. He was annoyed, because Subaru's volume was making Hirasaka's eardrums cry. Suzaka and Emperor Thema took Subaru flying. Right now they are searching for patrons who can clear the 6-star gate, but as far as they could see, there were only mountains and more mountains. Subaru, with extreme confidence, headed out to sea. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Suzaka was being trained by Denta and Kilim. These 2 gods were very proud to see Suzaka's progress. After Suzaka took down all the soldiers, Kilim told her to rest, because after her break, they would fight to the death. Hirasaka and Vanquish went to the prison, where Hirasaka begged a certain person to be his master and train him. But that person flatly refused because he was a traitor. Hirasaka knelt before Lugut. Again, he begged her to train him. He wanted to be useful to his friend in the upcoming battle. Lugut is the commander of the Golden Legion and the master of Hirasaka's Guardian Gate. In the second calamity, the 6-star Tsar Gate, the Flesh Trafficker, difficulty B+. Situation. The clock's penalty is the premature appearance of a higher-level gate. Please clear the gate within 1 week without any sacrifices. Success will grant a new comrade, bring you closer to the truth of the world, and expand the scenario. Failure, Scenario A. If the 6-star Tsar Gate is not cleared, all participating users will die. All underworld monsters from the 6-star Tsar Gate will invade the human world. The Heart Emperor will use the victims. Failure, Scenario B. The 6-star Tsar Gate is cleared, but with sacrifices. Many strong users will die, and the Heart Emperor will use the victims. In Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru came to meet Tsunemori Jinga, a silver rank user, level 67. He wore a paper bag over his head with a single eye hole, standing with his arms crossed before the sea to test his skills. Subaru approached and introduced himself, causing Jinga to jump in surprise. Subaru asked what he was doing here. Jinga replied that he was checking to see if his skills were working properly. This kind of power could unexpectedly go haywire at a critical moment, and all these gates and skills feel like something out of a fairy tale. Jinga has been a user for 5 years, but he still feels like this is all just a dream. Subaru thought of his own future dreams, a brief sadness crossing his face. Jinga asked why he had sought him out. Subaru got straight to the point, saying he wanted to borrow his power to clear the 6-star Tsar Gate. Jinga thought Subaru wanted him for a support role, like part of a reconnaissance team. Subaru clarified that he wanted Jinga to be the main combatant and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. Jinga freaked out, saying there was no way he could ever do that. The main fighter for clearing a 6-star gate should be a gold rank user. He was just a mediocre silver rank user who had never even defeated a single 5-star boss. Subaru told Jinga to calm down, assuring him that he was certain he could do it. It might seem impossible right now, but once Jinga reaches level 70, his next threshold will appear right before his eyes, and the ultimate skill you'll get will be effective against a 6-star boss. Hearing this, Jinga was still skeptical. How could Subaru possibly know that, just showing up out of nowhere and spouting such crazy talk? Subaru, getting desperate, put on an intimidating face and told Jinga that a 5-star gate would appear in 1 minute. Once you level up and reach level 70, you'll know immediately whether I'm right or wrong. Jinga trembled at Subaru's intimidating presence. He was far from convinced, since the appearance rate of 5-star gates is proportional to population density, so it was impossible for one to appear so far outside the city. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification for a 5-star gate appearing in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, popped up. Jinga froze in place. Now he had to believe it whether he wanted to or not. Subaru was too suspicious, knowing not only the timing but also the exact difficulty. Jinga was still trying to rationalize it. He demanded to see Subaru's user registration and ID, needing to verify if he was a member of the Federation. Subaru sighed in exasperation. Still don't believe me? Jinga promised that after he ran the check, he would accompany him to clear the 5-star gate. Subaru jumped for joy. Jinga thought the guy was incredibly strange, and he couldn't understand why he had agreed to go along with him. But even though Subaru was acting very naturally, he could sense his urgent desperation. Whatever his motives were, this behavior likely stemmed from that desperation. Jinga still couldn't believe he was useful for a 6-star gate, and he told Subaru up front that he was very suspicious and didn't trust people easily. Subaru was completely fine with that, as he trusted Jinga completely. His attitude made Jinga wary, wondering how someone could be so strangely trusting. It was clearly their first time meeting, so why were they acting so familiar? Subaru broke into a sweat. He had acted overly familiar with him without thinking because Jinga was his final teammate in the future. Tsunemori Jinga, 19 years old, primarily operates in the Ibaraki Prefecture. In the future of the Eastern Emperor, he was known as the Late Bloomer. He would have a power explosion at level 70, becoming the host with the most powerful freezing skill. The group entered the city and went to an amusement park, which was the place with the most beautiful flowers. When the autumn roses were in full bloom, the park would glow at night, making the scenery even more beautiful. Jinga chattered on endlessly as they approached and entered the 5-star gate. Inside were also roses, but they were man-eating thorny roses. Jinga used his first skill, Glacier Spear, and his second skill, Hoarfrost, to freeze the flowers. The cold wind blew the paper bag off Jinga's head. He got serious and used his third skill, Crystal Sword, to wipe out the frozen flowers. He leveled up to 68, with only 2 more levels to go to reach his goal. Subaru's next gate would also appear when he reached level 50, so he decided to join the battle as well. Subaru held the divine statue in his right hand and the black katana in his left, igniting them for battle. Even the Demon Emperor and Suzaka stopped their bickering, impressed by Jinga's skills. He used his skills with no wasted movements, unlike the kill-on-sight fighting style of the Golden Host. This was the fighting style of a former Silver Host with 5 years of experience. Subaru also went on the offensive. He swung his katana and the divine statue, slashing at the roses, which immediately withered and vanished. The sword Subaru was using was the soul-reflecting sword of Taiga, the Ignis sword. The Ignis sword is a black blade that manifests the power of Kokogaji through the soul of Ariak Taiga. It has two effects: Nijir Ignis, which can quickly destroy anything the black flame touches, and Fuang Go, which allows the user to teleport a short distance. It can be used multiple times, but each use costs double the MP of the previous one. Saja also wanted to help Subaru because after swapping souls with Saja Ka during the battle with Nightmare, she had become even stronger. Saha activated her unique skill, Precious Blood, using Lamprey Concerto. Precious Blood is a unique skill deeply engraved in Saja's soul. It summons creatures with blood magic-like abilities that Saja controls to fight alongside her. If the skill levels up, she can merge them into a single entity. The Master ordered the newly summoned creatures to devour everything except Subaru. But the Emperor was no pushover. He was in a terrible mood and needed to vent, and these flowery creatures were unlucky enough to cross his path. The Emperor used his Fist of Death, wiping out an entire area with a single punch. Dinga watched Subaru and the other two fight and realized they were all incredibly strong, especially the Emperor, who seemed completely overpowered. The more Dinga thought about it, the less he understood. If Subaru had such powerful allies, why did he go to the trouble of seeking him out? Suddenly, a knight appeared before Dinga and swung his sword down. He leaped back to dodge, but he could tell just by instinct that this opponent was stronger than him. He was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Dinga transformed his frost spear into a frost javelin and thrust it at the knight. The Black Rose Knight's shield was frozen over, and Dinga seized the opportunity to strike the iced-over area, but it was useless. Thanks to the shield, not even the frost could get through. The Black Rose Knight slammed his shield into Dinga, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. The knight leaped up, attacking from above, but Dinga managed to sidestep the blow. That was a close call. The knight used his skill, Dark Wind, shooting black projectiles at Dinga, who used his Hoarfrost skill to block them, emerging unharmed. The knight pointed its sword at Dinga, and he understood it was challenging him to a one-on-one duel, as a knight would. It seemed like the knight acknowledged Dinga as a worthy opponent, but there was no way that was true. It was just trying to distract him for an attack from behind. With a wave of his hand, Dinga easily took down a subordinate of the Black Rose Knight that was trying to sneak up on him. Dinga admitted to himself that he wasn't a fool, and he didn't believe in things like a knight's code of honor. Believing in that would get him killed. This was a battle for survival, plain and simple. Dinga shot a challenging look at the knight, baiting it to attack. It charged forward, but this time, Dinga turned the tables on it. He wasn't about to fight a fair duel. He made it a 2-on-1 as Subaru joined the fray. The knight reacted swiftly, raising its shield to block. Dinga yelled out, warning Subaru about the knight's shield. Subaru didn't falter. He held his black sword, Ifrit, and used his first skill, Rapid Destruction, on the knight's shield. The knight quickly swung its sword, unleashing Dark Wind, but Subaru was just as fast, swinging down with the divine weapon in his other hand. This time, Subaru copied Dinga, challenging the knight to a duel only to make it a 2-on-1. The knight was frozen solid by Dinga's skill. Subaru clasped his hands in apology towards the Black Rose Knight. There was really no other way, since fair fights were off the table. An annoyed Dinga walked over and told Subaru not to copy him. Subaru showered him with praise, but Dinga was still grumpy about it. The two of them joined forces to crush the knight. Dinga used his fourth skill, Ice Bullet, and Subaru used Divine Strike. Together, they defeated the knight. Dinga began to trust Subaru a little more. Dinga leveled up to level 70, and Subaru reached level 51, causing their respective trial gates to appear. At this point, Dinga finally believed what Subaru had told him. He also realized that Subaru was the rumored Rainbow Lord, and asked him just how much he knew. Subaru remained silent. He knew everything about Dinga, even the reason he had left, but of course, he wasn't going to say anything now. The master of Dinga's gate was from the Platinum Empire, meaning they could report back to their emperor. On the other side, a world-shaking explosion erupted. Saja and the Emperor of Thema had already finished cleaning up over there. Despite that, Emperor Thema wasn't any better. His face was still incredibly pissed off. That hazy vegetable dream was boring as hell and utterly useless. Saja saw the door behind Jinja, just like in Subaru's memories, which meant the world's fate had been decided by the ultimate skill that Jinja was about to receive. Subaru was completely confident that Jinja would receive the ultimate skill capable of destroying the Shimmering Gate. Jinja himself had no idea where he got that confidence from. He told him to wait and then entered the gate. Subaru was a little tense. He knew what the gate's trial would be like thanks to his future memories. So he stepped inside the gate. Blue skies, white clouds, and Saja was waiting for him. Subaru was moved to tears. It had been so long since he'd last seen her. Saja had been caught up in his trial and lost her life. She was his first comrade. He had always wanted to see her again, to say, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, and thank you for becoming my comrade." But now that she was right in front of him, he couldn't get the words out. Subaru asked where Vanquish went. Saja said he ran off somewhere and told them to spend some time alone. He also said he'd come back after the trial was over. At this point, everyone understood. This time, the trial Subaru had to overcome was Saja herself. Saja focused her power, activated her lightning steps, and closed in on Subaru in the blink of an eye. She used her divine thunder fists but didn't manage to hit Subaru. He had appeared in another spot. That was the ability of the sword Ignis, allowing for short-distance warping. Saja used a lightning strike against Subaru, but he easily blocked it with his blood essence. Now it was Subaru's turn to counterattack. He flashed near Saja, and a single strike from the sword Ignis shattered the gauntlet made of Saja's blood essence. Subaru was about to swing his divine blade, but Saja reacted. She used her ultimate skill, Giant Cloud, creating a charged golden cloud from her arm to keep him from getting close. Subaru smiled to himself. He was happy that Saja had truly gotten stronger. The two of them fought fiercely. Vanquish and Killam watched from the side. Ah, youth, it's really something. Vanquish hadn't expected Killam to be so serious about training Saja. Killam snorted, saying it wasn't exactly like that. When he looked into Subaru's heart, he only saw Subaru's desire to grow stronger with someone. At that time, Killam was just curious about who that person might be. And now that he'd met Saja, he was very excited. He praised her to no end. Saja had great potential for growth, and her willpower was also incredible. Even Vanquish was surprised that Killam was so devoted to his disciples. But it was good for both Subaru and Saja. Their wish had come true. No matter where they were, they would grow stronger together. Meanwhile, after a long battle, both of them were exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Saja raised her hand and swore an oath. She would definitely help Subaru stop the calamity. She promised she would never betray or abandon him, just as he never gave up on her life. They would always be comrades until their very souls burned out. Subaru was moved to tears. He truly felt relieved. As for Jinja, he entered and met the master of the Silver Gate, the one known as the Mystery of the White Wings. After a grueling ordeal, he received a new ultimate skill. This skill was named 9 Bangs. Vanquish, seeing the two of them lying there talking for too long, jumped out to eavesdrop. After overcoming the trial, Subaru had once again grown stronger. His and Vanquish's powers were synchronizing. The day Vanquish would regain his true strength was not far off. But Vanquish had died in the future Subaru had seen, so now they needed to seriously formulate a strategy. After Subaru exited the Rainbow Gate, he found that the outside world had completely frozen over. He looked around in a daze, seeing that the others were safe. He felt a bit relieved. While Subaru was clearing the gate, Jinja had already taken down the gate's boss. The ultimate skill Jinja obtained is called the 9 Strikes. With this new skill, as long as the conditions are met, it can even affect a 5-star gate. This skill is terrifying. The Black Rose Melalen, the boss of the 5-star gate, died instantly after being frozen solid. The two of them cleared the 5-star gate, and Jinja leveled up to 74. In Tokyo, at the Yodobashi intersection, a 5-star gate called the Royal Palace of Carnage, Sekishima's team had gathered. Among them was Hishizaki Joji, a silver rank hunter from the Happy Jamada Guild, level 6. The leader of the Happy Jamada Guild, silver rank hunter Jamada Rokuru, level 74. Silver rank hunter Jamada Kanan, a member of the Happy Jamada Guild, level 79. Kalos Chosu Jamada, level 71. Gold rank hunter Udo, level 80. Additionally, 2 people had traveled from afar, gold rank hunter Nazuse Akira, in charge of the western rural region of Japan, level 82, and Fujigami Mei, a gold rank hunter in charge of the eastern rural region of Japan, level 70. Honestly, Nazuse didn't even want to be here. He was a huge Hirasaka fan, and what was the point of coming to Tokyo if Hirasaka wasn't there? Sekishima approached this fanboy and began to give a brief explanation. This gate cannot be locked due to a special rule, so people can enter and exit freely. But unlike a normal gate, enemies were already swarming all over the inside before they even entered. They would be going in without any information whatsoever. It was like water off a duck's back for Nazus. He just wanted to clear the gate quickly and get it over with. But this gate wasn't that simple. It was 10 times harder than a 5 or 6-star gate. Nazuse rambled on relentlessly, saying the gate had a 1-week time limit, so the slower they were, the more time they'd waste. Or did they want to wait until time ran out? Of course, facing a single opponent would be easier. But if the gate is a special dungeon, and the boss escapes when the time is up, the city will suffer immense damage. We aren't prepared for that scenario. The evacuation zone would have to be significantly expanded, further impacting the economy. Does the Federation even know about this? The board of investors who lost billions of dollars due to the destruction of the Phantom Sphere will vehemently oppose it. Nazuse relentlessly grilled Tsukishima, talking so much that Kinokawa punched him in the head. She had just regained her limbs thanks to a restoration skill Mei brought back from America. Kinokawa told Nazuse to shut up for a bit. There was another gold rank hunter assigned by Kinokawa to wait outside in case the 6-person attack team got injured. She was the healer, Mei Hurst, level 73 from the United States. She sat on a chair, bored out of her mind. Who would want to come to Japan at the worst possible time? She wanted to go buy figures. A 6-star gate had just appeared in Japan now, of all times. In America, the gold rank hunters, including herself, had fought with all their might, and half of them ended up dying. She wondered how many would survive here. Just then, Subaru's group arrived, and Tsukishima, seeing him, got irritated and asked where he had been and why he wasn't answering his phone. Subaru bowed his head and apologized profusely. This was the first time Mei and Nazuse had met him, and they had heard rumors about his identity as the Rainbow Godmaster. Tsukishima let out a sigh and asked him if he wanted to participate in this campaign. Subaru put on an oblivious expression, hesitating for a moment. He didn't want to answer, knowing that whatever he said would probably get him smacked in the face. Tsukishima asked what he wanted to say, and after a moment's hesitation, Subaru said that he wanted only him and his teammates to clear the gate, because everyone else probably couldn't do it. Upon hearing this, some of the Godmasters were surprised, some were angry, and others found it interesting. The Demon Emperor cackled like a madman, while Jenga broke out in a cold sweat. Who would dare speak like that to Japan's top Godmasters? Tsukishima couldn't believe his ears. He shook Subaru, wanting to hear what he had just said again. Nazuse, who had a short temper, became furious. As he understood it, Subaru was implying that they, the Golden Godmasters, were weaker than him and that he could do a better job. As Subaru tried to explain that he didn't mean it that way, the Demon Emperor chimed in. Using Hirasaka's face, he taunted them, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. You lowly peasants, listen up, you'll just be an obstacle for Subaru. Nazuse, a die-hard Hirasaka fan, couldn't take it anymore. He exploded with rage, demanding to kill someone. The Demon Emperor remained fearless, challenging Nazuse. If you've got the guts, then come at me. Nazuse summoned his golden weapon, vowing to take care of that fake Hirasaka and his allies. Tsukishima couldn't stop him, and just as Nazuse was about to strike, Subaru punched him square in the face, sending blood gushing from his nose and mouth. He wouldn't let Nazuse participate because he would be one of the first people to die in this campaign, and losing him would push them into an even more difficult predicament. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but Subaru confessed that he never dared to think he could do a better job without Nazuse. But he couldn't afford to lose anyone, so instead, he would be the one to enter the gate. Nazuse was knocked dizzy and fell unconscious. Dinga's face went pale as he broke out in a cold sweat watching the scene. What the heck? The moment he struck Nazuse, the other Godmasters drew their weapons and aimed them at him. Sarah was about to rush forward but was stopped by the Demon Emperor. Tsukishima asked him what he thought he was doing. Subaru calmly explained that Nazuse was about to use his ultimate skill in the middle of the city, so he had to stop him. He's very powerful, and since he was incredibly angry, he wouldn't have listened to reason. So he decided to knock him out with a single blow. Mei was delighted, saying she was planning to do the same thing if he hadn't acted within 5 seconds. From that brief explanation, Tsukishima started to realize something. Even though it was their first meeting, Subaru seemed to know Nazuse very well. He asked him if this was the answer he had prepared beforehand. And he also knew the person Subaru brought was Dinga, a silver rank hunter specializing in guilds. He could vaguely guess that bringing Dinga here meant Subaru had already formed a team with clear synergy in mind. Tsukishima was certain that Subaru knew something about this gate, and at this point, Subaru knew he couldn't fool him, so he could only say yes. Tsukishima thought to himself that there was no way Subaru would betray them. He asked directly if there was something Subaru couldn't tell them. Subaru was touched and his heart warmed. He couldn't believe Tsukishima could deduce so much from just that little bit of information. He didn't hesitate to say yes, which showed how much Tsukishima trusted him. After hearing Subaru's confirmation, Tsukishima pieced everything together. That was also why Subaru hadn't answered his calls. He must have known something and was trying to take action. Of course, they wouldn't betray Subaru either, so the reason he didn't want to talk was probably because this involved the underworld. Tsukishima glanced at the fuming Nazuse, who was gritting his teeth in frustration, finding the sight of him suddenly irritating. Tsukishima asked Subaru one more question. Was there really nothing they could do to help him? Subaru denied it, saying they would have to conquer this gate 3 times, so this would be the only time he'd go in alone. Sekishima told everyone to lower their weapons. He had decided to leave this gate to Subaru. Once Sekishima made a decision, the other Divine Masters trusted him completely and had no objections. Subaru was overjoyed, and the other Divine Masters were completely at ease, but Nazuse was the only exception. He had been knocked out by a punch, but was now awake and furious. He shouted and asked if everyone had gone insane. How could they trust a kid so easily? Sekishima trusted Subaru completely. He had always risked his life to protect his friends and always emerged victorious. Sekishima told Nazuse to back down, warning him that he would be punished for using an ultimate skill within the city. Nazuse was unwilling, but he still had to grit his teeth and step back. Subaru's group opened the gate and stepped inside. As soon as it opened, a blast of hot air rushed out and hit their faces. Just as the gate was about to close, Nazuse still managed to shout after them that he would never acknowledge Subaru. Subaru replied that they would talk when he got back, and he also apologized for hitting him. The Divine Master from America saw them enter the 6-star gate with only 4 people and thought they were done for. 30 golden Divine Masters and 15 casualties. How could they possibly enter with just 4 people? It was nothing but a pointless sacrifice. That place was a true hell. The 6-star gate, the Palace of Flesh Trade, was divided into 3 areas. The third area was inside the palace in the People's Chamber. The second area was in an open space, the Grand Memorial of Fallen Heroes, and the first area was in a garden named the Flame of Glory. Subaru's group was now in the first area. The minimum temperature here was 290 degrees. The boundary between the first and second areas was the entrance to the open space. Its heat source could turn the area into a flaming hell. The boss of the first area was the Flaming Lambda. The boss of the second area is a hero-type entity that can emit Casinus radiation light waves. Other underworld monsters cannot inhabit the first and second areas because the 2 bosses emit a scorching heat and a light that disintegrates everything. Subaru recalled the memories of the future passed on by the Eastern Emperor, memories of a tragedy in the first area of the 6-star gate that should have never happened. In the memories of the future, the first assault team, led by Sekishima at the Bunyuk Imperial Palace, was first greeted by a baptism of 290 degrees Celsius heat. The space was filled with air hotter than the melting point of lead, melting their eyes and burning their lungs in less than 1 minute, a hell where the weak could not survive. At that time, Subaru had used blood control to create a blood dome, allowing everyone to breathe a little. His ultimate skill converted MP rain into blood, so he could withstand the external temperature for a short while. But the blood started to dissipate the moment he released the skill, and if he didn't join the fight, it could last for about 1 hour. They were planning to use this chance to recover with Hishizaki's ultimate skill when Subaru's blood dome couldn't hold. The blood's temperature rose and it exploded. Even though the place was scorching hot, Nazuse kept getting back up. Only 1 minute had passed since entering the gate when the first area's boss appeared, the blazing Lenda. When it arrived, the ambient temperature rose even higher. This heat wasn't from the area's environment but was radiating from Lenda's own body. Its body heat alone turned the surroundings into a living hell. A 6-star gate was on a completely different level than a 5-star one. Without Subaru's ultimate skill, it's uncertain if they could have endured. Currently, both their offense and defense were severely weakened. Therefore, Sekishima made the most optimal decision as quickly as possible. He used his ultimate skill, Mystic Flow Strike, to attack the monster, then ordered everyone to retreat. They could enter this gate a total of 3 times. This attempt was precious, but in this situation, there was nothing they could do. They slowly retreated towards the gate. Subaru was the last one because he was maintaining the dome. Carlos turned to dash out, but before he could take a few steps, Lenda's flame struck, directly severing his head. Lenda held his head like a toy, and soon it was incinerated, leaving only a skeleton. Seeing their comrade killed, Mei and Yamada Kanan became enraged, ignoring Sekishima's warnings to fight. As a result, Kanan's arm was incinerated, and Mei was impaled. Lenda was on a completely different level. Udo used his golden wall to slice Lenda in half, but it had no effect. Physical attacks were useless against it. Kinokawa took the opportunity to use her ultimate skill, the 30-kilogram cannon, unleashing a barrage of shots at Lenda. She used her golden chains to bind it. Sekishima screamed at them to retreat and stop fighting. If they all died here, he would be the only survivor. Nazuse used his ultimate skill to pull Udo and Kinokawa straight out of the gate. He couldn't let them die. They were essential for the upcoming battle. Nazuse used a golden arm to pull Subaru out as well, staying behind alone to fight Lenda. Nazuse held a photo of Hirasaka, thinking this is what Hirasaka would have done in this situation. He activated his 5th ultimate skill, Divine Reckoning. For every 10% of his MP, he could summon one of the Master's arms. The power and MP consumption depended on the skill's level. At level 10, it only cost 1% MP for one arm, summoning a maximum of 100 arms. Combined with his armament, he could summon a maximum of 8 arms. Nazuz then activated his first ultimate skill, Golden Armament. Nazuse stayed behind alone to fight Lenda as the dungeon gate closed. The first attack at the Palace of Carnage resulted in 3 deaths and 1 person critically injured. On the second attempt, they defeated Blazing Lenda, but the number of casualties had risen to 5. Back in the present, they had already equipped their suits and protective masks. 1 minute had passed since they entered the gate, just as it had in Subaru's memories. And Blazing Lenda was approaching, eagerly coming out to greet its guests. But this time was different. They would take it down in one go, without sacrificing any of their comrades. Blazing Lenda is a spirit of an unknown level. Inside the 6-star gate, Hanta's very presence acted like a constant fire attack. Hanta also possessed numerous resistances, including fire, ice, explosion, physical, and divine resistance. Since it was so boring inside the gate, Hanta's daily routine was to play with the light stream, the two of them fighting all day to pass the time. A moment ago, while the two were playing their usual game of chase, they noticed intruders. Lenda hadn't planned on coming out at first, but surprisingly, someone managed to survive for more than 10 seconds in Hanta's domain. So they called a truce, and Lenda went out to entertain the visitors. The creature even kindly wished for his defeat, since it also wanted a turn to fight. Lenda asked the dragon why it didn't just fight the guy in the palace. The Casinus Radiation Dragon said it wouldn't bother fighting that damn battle junkie. What's the point of fighting when you already know who's going to lose? The boss of the third area, the Civilian Containment Chamber, is the former commander of the Golden Knights, the demon-slaying sword, ghouls. Outside of Area 1, Subaru's team was waiting, equipped with masks and blood armor that had extremely high heat resistance. This heat-resistant armor was created entirely by Subaru, based on his memories of their previous defeat. It continuously circulates fresh blood to cool the armor and dissipate the intense heat, thereby keeping the wearer's body temperature stable while also cooling the air they breathe. Subaru referenced the design of a spacesuit to create this armor, and while it's effective, its MP efficiency is abysmal. If they can't defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the suits will self-destruct, and they'll be completely wiped out. Dinga was stunned, but the Ghost Emperor said they wouldn't even need 10 minutes. If they couldn't hold out for 3 minutes, it was already a guaranteed loss. Their opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. They only had a single opportunity, and the fight would be over in the blink of an eye. Dinga understood all too well that in that fleeting moment, everything depended entirely on his skills. Subaru told Dinga to hold off on using MP until he gave the signal. Lenda had arrived, bringing with it an absolutely terrifying pressure. Even though they had heard Subaru's description beforehand, seeing it for themselves was a completely different story. After encountering this being, the Ghost Emperor keenly realized that he couldn't possibly defeat Lenda while in this borrowed body, but they had devised a plan to defeat it. Lenda knew they were up to something, but it couldn't care less. Just as he was about to attack, the Ghost Emperor and Subaru dropped to their knees, crying and begging him not to fight. Lenda had no idea what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, Subaru and the Ghost Emperor were still putting on a show, acting like devoted fans of Lenda of the Fire Wings. These two liars were definitely from the underworld, even though they were living in the human world. Subaru and the Ghost Emperor tried to outdo each other with their sweet talk. They claimed to have useful information for Lenda regarding his brothers, specifically Kylum and Denta, and upon hearing this, Lenda predictably took the bait. 12 hours earlier, Subaru's group had discussed this very plan. According to the Eastern Emperor's memories of the battle in the 6-star gate, the enemy could kill even a Golden Master instantly. Suddenly, the Ghost Emperor noticed something and furiously grabbed Subaru by the collar, realizing that in that battle, Subaru hadn't brought Saza and the ghosts along. It was because he was afraid the bodies of Sazaka and Hirasaka would be harmed. The Ghost Emperor was so furious he was about to punch Subaru, but he managed to hold back. He gently advised Subaru that loved ones weren't just meant to be coddled, and that he needed to have more faith in his comrades. Subaru apologized and promised never to do it again, and only then did the Ghost Emperor release his collar. He said that he'd fought Lenda in the underworld before, and he would kill him no matter what it took. As expected, upon hearing about his brothers, Lenda's interest was piqued and he came closer to ask. The Ghost Emperor had counted on this, knowing they would fall into the trap the moment their brothers were mentioned. The Ghost Emperor kept up the act, as he and Subaru cried and wailed that their bodies would melt away from Lenda's incredible power. Lenda finally looked around, saw that it seemed to be true, and lowered the temperature. As the temperature dropped, the air cleared, making it much easier to breathe. And Subaru cried with emotion, calling Lenda a truly magnanimous person. The acting was a bit over the top, But regardless, they had managed to break through the barrier of scorching heat. Lenda eagerly asked where Kylum and Denta were, and the Ghost Emperor pointed to Zynga, saying he was the messenger from them. The Ghost Emperor continued his bluff, claiming Zynga couldn't fight at all, but he possessed a special technique that allowed anyone he touched to see another person's memories. If Lenda wanted to see the message, he would have to let Zynga touch him. The special technique given to Zynga, Ice Curse, had strict conditions like a 5-centimeter range and a 100% MP cost. These were mandatory conditions to ensure the enemy would be killed upon contact. Back when Zynga passed the trial of the Guardian Gate, the master of the gate, Icewing Accent, had explained it. To tell the story without being blocked by security protocols, he had disguised it as an explanation of the special technique for Zynga. The Emperor of the Land of Steel was once very powerful, but he was killed by a rebel. He gathered the remnants of the small nations destroyed by the powerful ones and became the emperor who threatened the great powers. That person was none other than Vanquish, the one who could transcend life and death, the Rainbow Emperor. The power of Vanquish and the 6 emperors fighting alongside him was so overwhelming that it made the rulers of the great powers tremble in fear. 9 Freezes is the ultimate technique created by the Icewing Accent under the orders of the Silver Emperor to destroy Vanquish. This is the pinnacle technique that can completely annihilate the conqueror who transcends death. And Zynga absolutely cannot use this technique outside the gate. If he does, he will die. Zynga raised his hand, preparing to touch Lemda, while the others watched with pounding hearts. Just as his hand was about to touch him, Lemda yelled to stop. He started to get suspicious, asking why they couldn't just tell him with words and had to use a technique. Emperor Thay-Ma quickly explained that since the map was in his head, it had to be viewed directly instead of being conveyed with words. As Thay-Ma finished speaking, Lemda moved his scorching hot finger close to Thay-Ma's face. He sensed hesitation in Thay-Ma's words, and suddenly, he realized Thay-Ma resembled the guy who killed them in the underworld. At first, they were weaker than Lemda, but they grew stronger through techniques that allowed them to fight on par with more powerful opponents. Lemda completely remembered Emperor Thay-Ma. He was boiling with rage. Back then, he had underestimated Thay-Ma, was betrayed by a conspiracy, and killed along with the hateful Vanquish. Lemda gritted his teeth as flames began to envelop him. Emperor Thay-Ma found it amusing that Lemda still remembered the fury he felt when he died. But whatever, stalling for this long was enough. Emperor Thay-Ma turned to Zynga and said they only had one chance, so don't fail. Wielding 2 swords, Subaru moved like lightning and circled behind Lemda. Lemda couldn't keep up with his movements. He never expected Subaru's group to close the distance for close-quarters combat instead of retreating. The warrior's instinct to kill the enemy as quickly as possible made Lemda make a mistake. He had to turn around and kill Emperor Thay-Ma in a single blow, but Lemda realized Subaru was behind him. In order to kill them both in one strike, he inadvertently took 2 steps back. From that moment on, no matter what Lemda did, Subaru's attack would be 10 milliseconds faster than his. And on top of that was another miscalculation, the unexpected appearance of someone who shouldn't have been there. The appearance of a formidable opponent who had killed him in the underworld, a veteran warrior, Emperor Thay-Ma. Thay-Ma and Subaru simultaneously used Blood Curse and the Fist of Death, attacking Lemda with their ultimate skills from 2 sides. The 2 ultimate skills combined to form the technique of Transcendent Warriors. After being hit, Lemda painfully realized that Subaru and Thay-Ma weren't from the underworld at all, but from that damn Rainbow Nation. They landed a blow to stop Lemda's movement for a moment, a good move, but with this level of attack power, it was a long shot to think they could defeat him. Then it was Lemda's turn to attack, but before he could make a move, Zynga managed to touch him. This was the one and only chance that Emperor Thay-Ma and Subaru had risked everything to create, and Zynga would not waste it. He activated 9 freezes on Lemda. Lemda realized this freezing attack was their real trump card. He scoffed at their plan. He had absolute resistance to ice, so how the hell could they possibly freeze him? As Lemda was pitying these fools, he suddenly realized, how the hell was the ice still freezing him with no sign of stopping? Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to failure. 9 freezes isn't a freezing skill. Lemda tried to use his flames to escape, but the ice didn't melt and continued to freeze him. He couldn't believe a freezing skill could affect him. This was insane. To his own astonishment, Lemda was completely frozen. Zynga was also burned by Lemda's flames and got injured, and someone tried to use Blood Origin to stop his bleeding. Ice creation isn't about conjuring ice. It's simply about turning someone into ice. There's an absolute skill called petrification that has many ways to be activated, such as by looking into someone's eyes or by touching them. Just like that, it can completely turn a person to stone. Ice creation isn't about conjuring ice from the outside, it's a form of petrification. It's a transformation-type ultimate skill that can completely turn a target into ice, and the process of turning into ice is absolutely unstoppable. Even if you burn it, That ice will melt and turn into water along with the body. Lemda was experiencing this firsthand. Realizing his body was melting into water, he had never seen this type of ultimate skill before. It defied all logic and was impossible to stop. He couldn't even summon his fire anymore. Sara caught Dinga and flew up, and he warned Lemda that the ice attack would seep into every pore and every single particle until he was completely erased. Nine Ice lets no one escape. This ultimate skill cannot be broken. Lemda was completely turned to ice. Axon once said he was imprisoned in the gate for the crime of creating this Nine Ice ultimate skill. Because it was too powerful, Axon was forbidden from having any contact with the mortal world. He felt great regret that the fruit of his research, his brainchild, was completely discarded. Axon had asked Dinga, his beloved client, to demonstrate the power of this ultimate Nine Ice skill to the world in his stead. And now Dinga had done it. Axon must be overjoyed. Just when they thought Lemda was defeated, he broke out of the ice, firing a blast at Dinga that punched a hole through his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Lemda had gone completely berserk. He couldn't accept being turned into ice. As long as a part of his body remained, reviving was not an issue. Lemda lunged forward to attack, but the Nine Ice continued to pursue him and cut his body in two. Despite his severe injuries, Dinga still taunted Lemda, telling him not to underestimate Nine Ice. It's the ultimate skill created by someone just as skeptical and stubborn as I am. There's no way you can escape from it. The more Dinga spoke, the more violently he coughed, so Sara used her blood arts to staunch the bleeding. Subaru and Emperor Thema rushed forward to stop Lemda from firing wildly, as he had been greatly weakened by the relentless cycle of destruction from Nine Ice. Before Dinga could no longer hold on, they had to kill Lemda. Lemda had to fend off multiple attackers alone. He shot fire towards the two of them. Emperor Thema used his ultimate skill, Deadly Crab Punch, to neutralize Lemda's attack. Subaru used Divine Carving to shred Lemda's body, and leaving no opening, the two attacked relentlessly, inflicting a barrage of wounds, big and small, on Lemda. Lemda refused to accept it, relentlessly cursing their families as he tried to counterattack. The combined attack of Subaru and Emperor Thema, Blood Mold combined with Deadly Crab Punch, created a technique called the Deadly Spring, which completely crushed Lemda. In his final moments, he deeply regretted being tricked once again by the one who used his younger brother as bait. Subaru spoke his final words to Lemda, telling him that he truly knew where Kylim and Denta were once Lemda was freed from the gate. He would be sent to a place called the Sea of Miracles, where he would meet Kylim and Denta again. Lemda was fading away, which was good news, but this time they weren't sure if they could trust Subaru's words anymore. The group had defeated Lemda, but the Ghost Emperor told him not to let his guard down because Lemda still had its resurrection skill. But not this time. Lemda's resurrection ultimate was nullified by the secondary effect of the ice sphere. Reading the notification, the Ghost Emperor turned pale. What an inhuman ultimate! It ensures a permanent death. It was a skill that left no room for escape. They had defeated the boss of the first area, and their wounds were healed. Casinus the radiation stream in the second area watched it all and couldn't believe that the blazing Lemda had been defeated. Even a giant could easily lose its life to the venom of a tiny insect. If it underestimated the weak, would it face the same fate as Lemda? Casinus the radiation stream would wait here until that group came to fight it. From the moment that group set foot in its territory, it would annihilate them all with the largest wave of radiation they had ever seen. Outside the gate, Sekishima's group was lined up and waiting. None of them wanted to leave. They were determined to sit there and wait for Subaru to come out. Sekishima was at a loss with this crowd. It had only been 5 minutes. Why were they getting so worked up? Sekishima advised everyone to take a break, since there was no telling when Subaru's group would emerge. Before he could finish his sentence, the gate opened, and Subaru's group returned. The 6-star gate, Palace of Humiliation, first area Flames of Glory, has been cleared. Total clear time was 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to level 63, and Jenga went from level 74 to 79. Sekishima yelled out, asking why Subaru was out so soon and what had happened. Meanwhile, Jenga, pale-faced, was running around looking for a paper bag to cover his face. He frantically asked Mia if she had a bag, and she lent him her hat. He couldn't live without a mask. If his face was revealed, he would be treated like an outcast. Sekishima looked them up and down and saw that no one was injured. The Ghost Emperor pointed irritably at the dwarf's arm he was inhabiting. "Are you blind?" The borrowed body couldn't level up until it was returned to its original owner. Nazuse came over to confront him, blaming Subaru for all the time they had wasted because of the regression. But Subaru paid him no mind, grabbing Nazuse's hand and affirming that he had done it. Subaru thought of the future where Nazuse died, and tears streamed down his face. Not anymore. He had done it. He hadn't let Nazuse die. Subaru knelt, holding Nazusa's hand and sobbing uncontrollably. Nazusa had no idea what the heck he was doing, and his scolding came to a halt. When the hell did I die? What's all this about sacrifice? The Ghost Emperor smacked Subaru on the head, telling him not to run his mouth to someone with no memories. Only then did Subaru remember and stopped crying. Nazuz was stunned by what just happened. He turned and whispered to Jinga, "Is this Subaru guy insane?" Subaru wiped his tears, saying he had defeated a boss in the 6-star gate. The others were frozen when they heard that. Nazusi didn't believe it, insisting that Subaru was bullshitting. Nazuze flared up. "That boss is 10 times stronger than a 5-star boss. How the hell could you defeat it so quickly?" As he was complaining, a system notification suddenly appeared. "One boss from the meat trading palace has been defeated. 2 bosses remain." Everyone who read the notification was dumbfounded. On the other side, the Demon King's right-hand man had just been taken down. The masters of the Jamada Club were delighted. Jamada Rokulu asked them how they could defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knew the power of a 5-star boss. Even with 6 Golden Guild Masters, defeating a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes was impossible. Subaru said they relied entirely on Zingar's ultimate skill to defeat the boss, a skill that could kill with a single touch. Rokulu burst out laughing. "That's fantastic, if you have such an amazing skill. They could form a team centered around Zingar, and then they could defeat the remaining 2 bosses together. That's a nice scenario, but unfortunately, it can't happen. The second boss uses Casinus radiation. It can fire radiation beams from all directions, so they would be vaporized before they could even get close to it." The others in the Jamada Club heard this and thought the situation was damn tough. In the next battle, they would have no choice but to fight a long battle with a monster at least 10 times stronger than a 5-star gate boss. Hearing this, Udo and Kinokawa turned to Sekishima. They were counting on him completely. Sekishima snapped at the 2 of them. "What kind of friends are you?" "Some friends you are." Subaru was lost in thought. The problem wasn't the Casinus radiation, but the one after it. They needed to figure out a way to defeat the boss of the 3rd area. Sekishima asked Subaru if they had any chance of winning. Subaru said the chances were extremely slim. After hearing that, Sekishima made a decision. He would transfer full command of this operation to Subaru. "You choose the people. If you need anything, just tell us." They would follow at all costs. The others were all surprised to hear Sekishima's order. They couldn't believe Sekishima would trust someone like that after knowing them for only 1 month. Subaru didn't refuse either. He accepted Sekishima's delegation of command. Kinokawa also exclaimed. The first time she met Subaru, she saw he had a special aura, but she never thought Sekishima would transfer command to him so soon. They had been teammates for at least 8 years, so they understood each other very well. They were all waiting for someone who could shine for the next generation. Subaru gave his first order. The 6-star appeared for the first time yesterday, Wednesday, at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed, and it is now 59:23 in the morning. The deadline to clear the gate is in 6 days and 9 hours. We will temporarily disband until 6 a.m. next Tuesday. After hearing Subaru's command, question marks appeared over the other lords' heads. The Emperor, however, burst out laughing like a madman when he saw the lords' constipated expressions after Subaru told them to disband. Subaru then hurriedly explained that disbanding didn't mean going home, but rather farming monsters to level up until Tuesday. Subaru painfully realized he had a problem with his phrasing and needed to improve how he communicated. While Subaru sent the others to level up, his group headed to Panopticon, the prison that held the lords. This facility was designed and built by many lords, integrating numerous traps and mechanisms. This place can completely nullify the skills of lords, so it's used to incarcerate prisoners with special abilities, with a capacity of up to about 300 people. Warden Kwai arrived in front of the cell of Kiryu Issei, the vice commander of the Shadow Alliance. The warden ordered Issei to come out, stating that the Rainbow Lord wanted to see him. After spending some time under the prison's care, Kiryu Issei had grown much more haggard and pale. At the main gate of the prison, Warden Kwai, who had received prior notice from Sekishima, introduced himself to Subaru's group. He knew his name, Kwai, was amusing, but in his line of work, he had to hide his real identity or risk losing his head. Kwai led them in, explaining as they walked that the name Panopticon was chosen for its meaning, to see everything. It was conceived by a great thinker in the 18th century, with the goal of allowing a small number of guards to manage a large number of prisoners. Because personnel capable of apprehending other lords are extremely scarce, this prison was established as a solution and has been maintained ever since. Even while talking, Warden Kwai was continuously using a skill to seal Kiryu Issei's abilities. His ultimate skill is called Violin Seal. This ultimate skill allows him to apply various crowd control effects onto the sealed target, with the effects of the seals distinguished by color. In other words, they could rest assured, as Warden Kwai could easily subdue any prisoner who got out of line. The Crimson Seal, for example, completely seals a target's abilities when applied, rendering them as powerless as a normal person. The skill is quite powerful, but unfortunately, Warden Kwai can no longer increase his stats, because the master of his sponsoring gate is a very old alchemist named Zola. The trial for his sponsoring gate was to give Zola 10,000 neck and shoulder massages. It sounds easy, but Zola is a senile old woman who can't even remember whether or not she has eaten. Kwai's skills aren't very useful for clearing gates, but in his position as a warden, he can fully utilize his abilities. Kwai led Subaru's group to the visitation room, explaining that visits were limited to a maximum of 30 minutes and that no items could be exchanged with the prisoner. After Kwai finished explaining the rules, Subaru entered the room where Issei was already waiting. Issei was the vice commander of the Shadow Alliance. He had previously been defeated by Hirasaka, who cut off his arm, but it appeared to have been healed after his imprisonment. Subaru had met Issei during the 6th calamity. After a horrific earthquake, Subaru saw Issei desperately clutching his child's shoes and crying in the rain. He couldn't bear to see him like that. The man was completely empty, with nothing left. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, on the ghost ship Dianzul, Sikishima's group was tearing it up. Sikishima was still pissed off. What was that about not coming back until they hit level 90? Just hearing it made his hands itch for a fight. Sikishima channeled all his frustration into fighting monsters, using his first ultimate skill, Golden Bullets, to take down waves of small fry. The monster, Captain Nemo, attacked Sikishima. He dodged the attack, and then used his third ultimate skill, Ephemeral Flame, to strike back at the captain. The more Sikishima thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Did they have any idea how hard it is to level up after level 80? And they were told to grind all the way to level 90. Even if they grind monsters at the southern gate, it's still incredibly difficult to level up, unless the monsters in that gate are the strongest type. And even if it were possible, taking down a high-level monster is pretty tough. You could even get yourself killed, for crying out loud. The monster levels in the southern gate are also divided differently. Some are weak, some are tough. The gate that contains the strongest monsters is the New Apex Gate. That gate only has bosses in it, but its difficulty is about 10 to 15 times that of a 4-star gate, and there are very few of those gates. A bit weaker is the New High-Tier Gate, which is about 10 times stronger than a 4-star gate. Then there's the New Mid-Tier Gate, 5 times stronger than a 4-star gate, and finally, the New Low-Tier Gate, which is only about 2 or 3 times stronger than a 4-star gate. Udu and Kinokawa were also helping to farm and level up. They had no other choice since Sikishima was the one who gave Subaru command, so now they had to follow his orders. Kinokawa used his third ultimate skill, Battleship Killer, dropping a series of explosions into the sea. The boss was forced to surface. It was a Giganto-Merman, level 90. But tough luck for it. As soon as it surfaced, it came face to face with Sikishima and Kinokawa. Sikishima used his fourth ultimate skill, Centrifugal Cannon, and Kinokawa used his first ultimate skill, Anchor of Domination. The two launched a combination attack. The boss couldn't even take one hit and was instantly vaporized. After defeating the monster, the two argued over who dealt more damage. Neither would back down. In the end, they each gained 1 level. This wasn't good at all. If Sikishima formed a party, the others wouldn't get to leech any experience. They had no choice but to split Sikishima and Kinokawa into 2 different parties. Besides them, there was another equally stubborn person who insisted on going solo. That person was none other than Nazushi, and he was currently in another 5-star gate, the Cabbage Field. He had just defeated a monster and leveled up to 73. His wounds were healed, and then the boss appeared. It was a Koan fast, level 90. This thing had to be at least mid-tier. Nazushi activated his 5th ultimate skill, Hecate's Total Suppression, clutching the Hirashaka Renji figurine in his hand. He motivated himself to keep going, telling himself not to give up. Elsewhere, Hirashaka was sneezing non-stop, wondering who was talking about him. Right now, he and Suzaka were undergoing training from 3 mysterious figures, Denta and Lugid. They were preparing to face the coming disaster. Hopefully, Subaru can convince Kiryu Ise. It's going to be tough. And indeed it was. After Subaru made his offer, Ise refused. He didn't want to help them clear the gates and didn't want to talk anymore. The meeting ended, and he stood up to return to his cell. When his wife and child were killed, this world did nothing to help him. He no longer sees any value in it, so he wouldn't have to lift a finger to save this goddamn world. Subaru knew ISE was full of it. He was just talking big. But in reality, ISE still had hope for this world. Hearing that Subaru's group had visited ISE in prison, the former members of Bangchui were furious at the thought of them trying to convince ISE to help wipe out the Reds. Yuman, on the other hand, was still nonchalantly reading her book, as she wasn't particularly interested in escaping like the others. As for Subaru's group, 4 hours had passed since they got ISE out of prison, but the atmosphere was still tense enough to cut with a knife because no one was willing to say a word. Luckily, ISE suddenly spoke up, shattering the heavy atmosphere. "Subaru, where are you taking me? Don't tell me we're going to see the person who harmed my family. I don't want revenge, because it won't bring my wife and son back to me. Do you really think I can be of any use in wiping out the Reds?" IC asked curiously, and Subaru gently nodded in agreement. He knew that even though IC's wife and child were brutally harmed, justice was not on his side because it was considered a minor, insignificant incident. In the face of all humanity and the world itself, he was, deep down, completely overwhelmed by crushing disappointment. That's why Subaru decided to use a psychological approach to successfully negotiate with a man in such agony. "I don't have a perfect family either, but I have many people I cherish, so I will protect them at any cost." You would think ISD would change his mind after hearing that, but who knew he'd remain completely unfazed, as if nothing happened. Trying to sway a man with absolutely no desire for revenge was proving to be a tough nut to crack. The vehicle carried the group from Niigata Prefecture and the Echigo Plain down to Tokyo. They stopped by a grassy field in the evening twilight. In front of them, a group of kids were engrossed in a soccer game. It was Akazaka FC, the team ISE's son used to play for. ISE stared blankly, lost in memories of the past. He could faintly see his son's bright, energetic smile on the field and imagined his gentle wife beside him, pouring him tea. ISE froze completely, trembling and muttering to himself like a madman. Zynga couldn't bear to watch anymore and immediately yelled at Subaru, demanding to know why he brought ISE to this place. To his surprise, Subaru simply replied, "It's not time yet," leaving Zynga completely bewildered. While ISE was sobbing, his son's friends saw him and immediately rushed over to greet him cheerfully. Looking at their adorable young faces only made ISE miss his own son with a heart-wrenching ache. It had been a long time since his son was gone. In the crowd, a young boy held up a photo of ISE's son, bravely saying that he was still with them on the team, which made ISE unable to hold back his tears. The boy and his friends added that they had a match next month and hoped ISE would be able to come watch and cheer them on. Hearing this, ISE's tears poured down like rain. He collapsed in anguish, despondently thinking of his son. How could he ever forget the smile on his son's face when he announced he had made the team? The past could never return. All ISE could do was cry out in despair, his face soaked with tears in the silent sunset. Once again, the future has changed just a little, Subaru thought to himself. During the sixth calamity, right after the mega earthquake hit, Subaru had met ISE, who had just made his way back from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. ISE, a complete mess and soaked with rain, was holding a pair of shoes. He painfully revealed that all the kids from the soccer field had passed away. He wept silently, blaming himself for the disaster, and it broke Subaru's heart to see him like that. But today's tears were different from the tears of that day, and both Subaru and Zingar were happy for ISE. "Please, lend us your strength. Please, join us in protecting this world," Subaru pleaded gently. "For the children, I want to create a world where they can freely play soccer." "Subaru, you're quite the smooth talker. You know how to reach the deepest parts of a person's heart. It's unfair, but I'll help you on one condition." Before ISE could even finish, Subaru immediately agreed to see him at the match next month to cheer on the kids. And just like that, the team to clear the troublesome gate was fully assembled. "We'll have to level up right before entering the gate. Karin and Saza's experience points will also be transferred to Hirasaka and Sazaka, so it won't go to waste. Zynga and Mr. ISE, please unlock at least one more door, because those ultimate skills will be useful in the upcoming battle. Let's give it our all to defeat the troublesome boss." Subaru assigned tasks to the team, and after finishing up, they all set out. 6 days later, on Tuesday, October 31st, was the day of the final battle. At 12 o'clock noon, Sekishima stood on the balcony observing the situation, thinking to himself that there were only 6 hours left. "I've done everything I can. Now all I can do is count on Subaru." As Sekishima thought this, a sudden call from Hizaki gave him a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the Phantom Emperor and his group were casually eating snacks and drinking tea. Suddenly, he received a call from Sekishima, informing him they were about to be on TV, which made the Phantom Emperor frantically ask what was going on. What other choice was there? The news of Hirasaka's death hasn't been made public yet. "I'm on my way now. Get ready to get in the car and change your clothes." Sekishima yelled into the phone, causing the Phantom Emperor to panic completely. Click. The phone had just hung up when Sekishima, who had somehow already arrived by car, pulled up right next to the Phantom Emperor and dragged him along. "This is a freaking emergency!" The Phantom Emperor was hauled into the car without any ability to resist, left to scream that he was being kidnapped. though no one seemed to care. Suzaka's group remained calm, drinking tea and eating snacks, paying no mind to the chaos that had just unfolded. Najiga nervously asked about Subaru, and Suzaka said he was still inside the gate. So today, they would have to host the meeting with the gold rank apostles themselves. Subaru, after being around him for a few days, I've realized one thing: he's a true anomaly. Apostles like us heal our wounds by leveling up, but that only works on physical injuries. This means the mental damage remains, no matter what happens to the player, as long as the battle continues. Both their energy and alertness will be gradually depleted. Therefore, death is inevitable. However, he completely defies that. For the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he locked himself in the training hall without resting even once. It's still the same now, and I understand why he, a god lord who joined only a short time ago, can face off against even the top-ranking god lords. Subaru, he's a true monster, Zingar said slowly. Meanwhile, outside, Subaru had defeated the boss and leveled up to level 90, setting the fastest leveling record in human history. Subaru had timed it perfectly to meet and have a one-on-one with Vanquish. Suzaka's group had just reached the rooftop when they saw Hirasaka sitting there. Next to him, Kinokawa was pinning down Nazuse, who was extremely agitated and aggressive. Even while restrained, he was still running his mouth insolently. The television station had thoughtfully arranged for a helicopter to film the group from above. Because a 6-star gate appeared right after the incident involving Vanquish, the whole world was buzzing about it. Lord Hirasaka, Lord Tsukishima, thank you both very much. Following the losses that have occurred, we will now delve into the secrets of the new leader of the Japanese God Lord Association, the savior, Subaru Ariake. The female reporter cheerfully announced, causing Zingar's eyes to widen when he heard the new leader of the Japanese God Lord Association. It turns out that after defeating the 6-star boss, Subaru's popularity had skyrocketed. Nazuse, pinned down on the other side, quietly wondered why it had been 18 hours and Subaru still hadn't come out. Before anyone could answer, they suddenly heard the deafening screams of the people due to the appearance of a monster from the underworld. Everyone immediately went into a panic, hastily preparing to rush out and handle it, only to be stopped by Hirasaka. Hirasaka, with a calm demeanor, waved his hand, telling them to just sit back and relax because Subaru was already on his way. And just as expected, Subaru appeared like a god from under the monster's claws, wrapped in an aura of 7 rainbow colors. He decisively struck to save the people in a situation that was hanging by a thread. Noticing this boss was only 4-star, Subaru casually unleashed 7 sword strikes, swiftly dicing the monster to pieces in the blink of an eye. To everyone's astonishment and admiration, everyone clapped and cheered for their savior, Subaru. Suzaka and the others also approached Subaru to praise him for that last slash. Since everyone was present, it was the perfect time for the group to enter the 6-star gate. The filming helicopter quickly followed the assault team to capture the most crucial footage, while also hoping the group would return safely. Just as they stepped through the gate, a ferocious dragon appeared before them amidst a blinding flash of light. This is a boss zone, so there's no way to pass through their territory without getting into a fight. Seeing Subaru dare to enter its territory, the monster ferociously charged at him, but was unexpectedly smashed in the face by a white magic attack from another powerful boss. Thanks to Isia's timely intervention, Subaru was completely unharmed. Don't worry, if the opponent is a swordsman, just leave him to me, Isia said confidently to Subaru. The suspension field can halt the movement of any target it touches for 1 second. However, judging by Yulak's attacks, he was fast enough to vanish within that 1 second. Isia Kiryu's direction in this battle was a strategy of optimal defense. Tsukishima knew Subaru was strong, but to the extent of turning an entire landscape into giant cubes with a single ultimate skill, he was truly a monster. ICA on this side was already armed and ready to stand by Tsukishima, waiting for the moment to face that knight. He wasn't sure if Subaru knew for certain that they would use the knight, because the suspension field couldn't defend against attacks of light or gas. If the enemy here were a Dragon Lord, Isia probably wouldn't have any hope of returning. It seems he has a vision that goes beyond mere foresight. Just what does he know and what is he thinking? ICA thought with suspicion. Just then, Subaru suddenly spoke up, asking Tsukishima to proceed with the plan. And just like that, the final attack, aka the full melee squad, officially began. Everyone quickly jumped into the slime-like body of Suzy, Subaru's companion. Suzy charged straight toward the knight with all her might, then suddenly activated an invisibility technique, completely startling the knight in his zealot state. Meanwhile, Tsukishima and Isia, Hirasaka, Kinokawa, and Nazuse-do got into position, ready in their close combat defensive stances. As soon as they got the signal from Tsukishima, they would simultaneously activate their first, fifth, and sixth ultimate skills on the knight. With a loud boom, a blinding flash of light rushed towards the knight's position, but at the same time, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse with each of his diagonal slashes. The group was lucky to have Udo's timely support, otherwise they would have been buried under all this. Now, the area was shrouded in thick smoke. Ace worried that it would be bad if they lost track of him, as he had no idea when or from which direction he would strike again. Tsukishima immediately activated his clairvoyance skill, jumping in shock when he saw the man rushing towards them at breakneck speed. The slashes following his path also spread out everywhere. Udo and Ace finally executed a combined sword attack, unleashing their fourth ultimate skill, the solid golden wall barrier, to block those slashes. A blinding light crashed down, and the entire stage was thrown into utter chaos. Suzy desperately tried to withstand the force crashing against her back. Subaru gritted his teeth in frustration because Yulak's movements were even faster than in his memories. A barrage of slashes swished through the air, coming in a continuous and numerous stream that made Tsukishima feel dizzy and overwhelmed. A terrifying explosion erupted as he charged straight for Izzy with a heaven-shaking roar, turning everything around them into nothing but desolate rubble. Fortunately, Udo and Ace were still alive, though covered in blood, which made everyone's heart stop. "What are you still standing here for, Tsukishima? Hurry and support Subaru and the others. We have to make sure they can reach the boss. I believe in Subaru, and the reason I've always wanted to know who he truly is because he gave me the perfect reason to keep on living," Ace said confidently. "Don't worry, I can see with my own two eyes that Subaru and the others have reached the boss." "Ace, you've done your part," Tsukishima replied softly. For Subaru's group right now, this was only the beginning. The moment they began their direct confrontation with this night boss, while Suzaka and Karin were powering up to transform, Hirashaka nimbly unleashed a flying dragon slash at the boss using his own reverse flow power. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior," Hirashaka said with a smirk as he attacked, taunting the boss. "I am Hirashaka Renji, the wielder of the Golden Knight." "Lugwit," Hirashaka said with a grin, causing the boss to immediately roar in fury upon hearing his words. Seizing the moment it was distracted, Suzaka unleashed a thunderous lightning strike, turning the scene into a shocking sea of raw power. Emerging from the thick cloud of dust and smoke, Suzaka let out a quiet sigh of relief upon seeing that Hirashaka was unharmed. Just as our intel suggested, it seems lightning attacks can only slow him down. Suzaka observed the situation and commented. Seeing the boss once again recover its overwhelming power, Suzaka immediately suggested that Hirashaka let her handle him instead. Amidst this chaos, Subaru quietly called Zinga and Meimao to his side to provide support for Sasuke and Hirashaka. The two sides were now clashing fiercely, the force of their blows sending earth-shattering shockwaves and dust clouds through the air. Just as I expected from a former knight commander, his majestic sword weaves as powerfully as a giant whale. Even using both my transformation and royal aura, it's still not enough. If I were alone, this might be an impossible fight, but no matter what, Yulak, I will defeat you. Hirashaka's aura flared as he silently vowed this to the boss before him. 6 days ago, in the underworld on the Twilight Shore where the souls gathered, Subaru had informed the group that he had failed to clear the Xiaoxiao Gate in the world of the Aurora King. The losses we suffered in the battle against Lenda were too great, so we spent a lot of time healing and leveling up. And as a result, Yulak, the plague of casinos, was released when the time limit expired. His sword strikes swept across Tokyo, causing massive casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, Udo, and Kinokawa, as soon as Subaru said this, Hirashaka gritted his teeth and turned away. Hirashaka stated that he would ask Lugwit to guide him one more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ludwig, approaching from Sasa's side, stepped forward to help Hirashaka eliminate that person, even though doing so meant challenging her country. Returning to the present, Hirashaka felt that he couldn't defeat Yulak with his own strength alone. Therefore, he relied on his comrades to compensate for what he lacked. Hirashaka's third ultimate technique, combined with his stone crusher, was unleashed, shattering everything around them in an overwhelming flash of light, leaving the boss completely dazed. Zingar simultaneously unleashed his fifth ultimate technique with ferocious power, combining it with Hirashaka's double slash skill. The fists of death combined with the holy sigils from everyone around them, creating a force so devastating it shook and destroyed everything in the vicinity. Hirashaka took the opportunity while the boss was surrounded to strike down fiercely from above with his sword of light. A brutal strike accompanied by thousands of Keeleen, knocking the boss senseless amidst the billowing smoke and dust. Zingar and Mei watched the catastrophic scene from a distance, breaking out in a cold sweat, bewildered and unsure if their team had won or not. "No, you think it was that easy? He'll recover any second now," He's definitely trying to bait us into another attack wave. But I guess this is also an opportunity. Subaru, I'm going in first too. All right, everyone, it's my time to shine, Suzaka declared boldly, instantly summoning 8 multicolored thunder gods to materialize. Nazuse's eyes widened, her entire body frozen as she stared at the light before her. Seeing Nazuse on the verge of tears, the Sekishima group urgently called for him to come with them to meet the leader. Hirasaka was now recalling Ludwig's earlier advice on how to defeat the Golden Knight commander. You must first destroy his armor. Our armor not only reduces incoming damage by half, but it can also regenerate HP just by being worn. It is an incredibly valuable and precious item. Furthermore, that monstrous foe possesses the highest HP of any previous commander, making him far stronger in battles of attrition. Naturally, this will lead to a short, intense period focused primarily on relentless waves of attacks. To sum it up, you must destroy his armor first, and then Renji. You will have to use the most powerful technique I have granted you. Combine the 7 sword paths and the royal aura to unleash one powerful attack. Be careful with your remaining MP, Ludwig advised. So, right after an all-out assault, we either have to land a decisive blow at the same time or prepare for another fight, right? I'll take on the support role, but if I can, I'll also help with destroying the armor. I'm pretty good at landing those kinds of decisive strikes. Suzaka spoke with confidence, because as a disciple of the Thunder God, no one could surpass her in speed. After Sasuke's ultimate skill summoned the 8 Thunder Gods, she unleashed a 7-colored lightning barrage with immense power for nearly 10 seconds. The powerful force rained down on the boss as she punched relentlessly, leaving everyone around completely astonished. Sasuke truly lived up to her name as Subaru's first teammate, able to face a level 60 boss all on her own. She had once been favored by the Thunder God Killim, so even now, in the Milky Way Sea underworld, Killim was watching her through a screen. In fact, Sasuke's growth was truly impressive, enough to leave Killim astonished. However, her enemy was from the Golden Nation, the one who held the title of the strongest. That meant it would not be easy to deal with him. If I hadn't used this ultimate skill, I'd probably be dead by now. Even with 60% damage reduction, his attack is still too powerful. This guy is seriously strong, Suzaka thought to herself while gritting her teeth and struggling against the boss. According to Lord Van's orders, Subaru's trump card had to be saved for the next battle, so she couldn't rely on him. Meanwhile, Hirasaka could only brace herself and put all her faith in Suzaka. She continued to frantically unleash lightning strikes, mustering all her strength to charge at the boss. After 10 seconds and countless fierce lightning bolts, Suzaka shattered a part of the boss's mask, causing green fluid to pour from the corner of its eye. Suzaka was exhausted, and the rest was up to Hirasaka. Hirasaka then unleashed a powerful 7-hit sword combo, the overwhelming force completely shattering the boss's mask as green fluid rained down its face. After Suzaka's armor-breaking attack combined with Hirasaka's most powerful strike, everyone present, along with those watching from the underworld, believed that victory was assured. However, Yolak, the commander of the Golden Knights, was absolutely furious after being blindsided by Subaru. On top of being subdued by another knight, he kept whining that he was simply carrying out his duties. These are unavoidable orders, Commander. Your warmongering is not normal in the slightest. If you continue like this, you will undoubtedly annihilate the entire Silver Kingdom, when what our king desires is peace, Luitz replied coldly. Yolak, however, remained incredibly stubborn, insisting that he would annihilate the Silver Kingdom until it was extinct. Since he refused to listen to reason, Luitz decided to execute him. You have taken too many lives, brother, not just enemies, but also the allies who opposed your massacre. Luitz slowly raised the sword in her hand. She couldn't accept that her best friend now lay among the pile of corpses Yolak called his trophy, only for him to dismiss it as something normal. I can no longer see you as my dear brother. Die, you monster. Luitz screamed, then brought her sword down decisively, instantly severing Yolak's head from his neck. At that moment in the real world, he had officially collapsed. Hirasaka tried to take this chance to rush at Yolak and finish him off, but unexpectedly, his demonic power returned once again, to everyone's astonishment. A crimson aura flooded the entire area. Yolak, covered in blood, with a smirk on his face, staggered forward step by step. So, I was betrayed by my own country and sent to the gate. Hey you just said you were Luitz's host, right? So that was the plan, huh? The master's words have come to pass. But wait, even so, I never expected you to send your own host. Ha ha, my poor little sister, your plan has completely failed. Yolak pointed at Hirasaka, taunting him while laughing mockingly at Luitz, making everyone's blood boil. Oh, and by the way, you trash down there, did you know that those sealed in the gate have a way to return to the underworld? The first is to be destroyed by the host. As Yulak said this, he suddenly lunged forward and stabbed Suzaka through the stomach. She couldn't react in time and immediately collapsed, bleeding. The second way is to pierce a host of a certain power level. Yulak once again attacked Hirasaka, who was flying towards Sazaka's position. Under Yulak's immense power, Hirasaka was sent flying dozens of meters away with a single kick. With the combination of the royal aura and the blood-soaked robe, Yulak's attack power had increased by 360%. Furthermore, his 12th ultimate skill, Kill in Every Beat, would boost his attack power to 1,800% on the next strike. Seeing Yulak now overflowing with unparalleled power, Sazaka and Hirasaka could only watch in despair. Subaru quietly approached, slowly advising his teammates to run because if they were hit by his next attack, they would surely be blown away like rags. Subaru hadn't expected Yulak to regain his consciousness. "It's a failure. We have to retreat." Subaru said this with a tremor in his voice, leaving Zynga a bit confused about what he was planning to do. "You have earned my gratitude, human. Thanks to all of you, I can become stronger and return to the underworld, where I can finally kill my sister, the one who cut me to pieces. As a way of showing my gratitude, I will allow you to die by this supreme technique of mine." Yulak's eyes widened as he decisively summoned the dragon-slaying sword, filled with dark arts. At the same moment Yulak was unleashing his technique, a telepathic conversation took place between Subaru, Suzaka, and Hirasaka. Subaru spoke up, saying he would be the one to defeat him, which made Suzaka and Hirasaka extremely alarmed. "If we use our trump card here, are you sure we'll be able to defeat the Silver King during the third calamity?" Hirasaka asked worriedly. "I don't know, but even so, it's better than losing my friends." Subaru's eyes were filled with determination as he replied powerfully, which only made Suzaka and Hirasaka more worried because they knew he was only thinking about their lives. In the dark space, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, startling Suzaka. She shouted that there was still one thing they could do before resorting to the trump card. Outside, as Yulak was wildly swinging his sword and unleashing chaotic energy, he suddenly realized both of his hands had become paralyzed. Issei approached from a distance like a god, his body covered in blood but still looking cool and handsome with the Ranjing Duan in his hand. Hirasaka was overjoyed to see Issei and Susi appear, and in his excitement, he accidentally touched the skill Issei had deployed. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Slayer of the Transcendent. You may not be able to see anything, but you are completely surrounded by my skill. Sorry, but I have to defeat you now," Issei said grimly to Yulak. "Ah, so you're the one who interrupted the feast," Yulak sneered, glancing at Issei. In reality, Issei's MP was almost depleted, and his bluff wouldn't last much longer, so Subaru's group had to do something quickly. Shikishima lost his patience and yelled for Subaru to tell them what to do next. He remembered Suzaka's words about something they could do before using that spear. Subaru's mind raced, desperately thinking of a way to defeat Yulak, while saving their trump card for the battle against the Silver King. "Shikishima, Natsuse, I have a proposal for you both. Please, become my kin, right here, right now." Subaru suddenly made the offer, his body already surging with powerful energy, causing Shikishima and Natsuse to quickly agree despite their confusion. Rakta Sunana, the blood plunder skill that Subaru obtained after reaching level 50. This skill can turn living beings into his kin. Unlike Paravara, which requires a connection through the soul, for this skill to transform an individual into a new kin, it can only succeed with that individual's consent. After hearing Subaru's proposal, Natsuse hesitated slightly because he didn't want to be both Subaru's kin and his subordinate. But in the end, Natsuse nodded in agreement, because if it meant saving Hirasaka, he was willing to give up everything he had. Meanwhile, Yulak was still surrounded by the Subaru group's invisible skill. They haven't made another attack this whole time, which means those brats are out of options. Or maybe they're waiting for someone, but how pointless, Yulak thought to himself, and immediately unleashed a ferocious burst of power, forcefully activating his Binya skill. Issei couldn't believe Yulak had figured out the properties of his skill so quickly, and a hint of panic crept into his heart. With a glare as sharp as a bullet, Yulak unleashed 7 sword strikes, combined with 7 explosive seals, instantly severing one of Issei's feet in a spray of blood. His heaven-shaking attack also caused the Ranjing Duan to tremble and crack. The duration of that skill only lasts for about 1 second, doesn't it? In contrast, my 7 seals will remain in place and continuously activate for 20 seconds. Yulak smirked, and then mercilessly unleashed a blast of light to obliterate both Issei and Susi. Seeing this, Hirasaka immediately rushed from behind to launch a sneak attack on Yulak, but unfortunately, he was detected. "Don't even try it. I've noticed you're running out of MP, so just die and save yourself the trouble," Yulak scoffed mockingly and unleashed his 7 sword strikes, but was unexpectedly ambushed by Sekishima's sniping from a distance. Thanks to the golden field combined with the origin chain, Sekishima successfully caused Yulak's soul to erode. Just then, Nazuzi entered Hirashaka's mind to help him use his ultimate skill. The advantage of an individual becoming a kin is the ability to add more origin chain to their ultimate skills. In other words, the weapons stored in Nazus's golden armory now had the ability to directly harm an opponent's soul. Subaru had truly turned everyone into his kin. For Subaru, the decision to transform living beings into his kin was an incredibly bitter one. Once they became kin, both Sekishima and Nazuze could no longer be revived through Parirara. The fact that they could die permanently was something that weighed heavily on Subaru's mind, causing him to question himself. You don't have to worry about that, Subaru. A fight isn't a real fight without some losses. You did the right thing. You can even share your memories of the future with us now. We're sorry for being a burden to you all this time. Just leave the rest to us, Sekishima and the others strongly reassured Subaru. They coordinated perfectly, attacking in sync without any need for discussion or signals, leaving Yulak reeling as he struggled to defend himself. The benefits of becoming a kin are numerous for both the master and the follower. However, in this case, the most important benefit was their perfect coordination through soul communication. Sekishima sniped with all his might, preventing Yulak from using any attacks and making him boil with rage. Our thoughts are basically cast from the same mold, you know? Destroying an enemy's attack is better than defending, so don't even dream that I'll let you run rampant. Sekishima laughed mockingly at Yulak. Just then, Issei suddenly appeared in front of Yulak, leaving him in utter disbelief. He clearly remembered cutting Issei down himself. It turned out that just before the enemy's ultimate skill landed, Issei had instantly enlarged his body several times, which allowed him to block the attack. Sorry, but I can't die here yet. I still have plans I can't afford to miss. After saying that, Issei, Suzaka, and Hirasaka coordinated their attacks, successfully defeating the boss Yulak in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as Yulak was vowing that he would one day return, Hirasaka swiftly crushed that possibility by pulling out a dagger and stabbing it straight into Yulak's stomach, causing him to vanish on the spot. This was all thanks to the advice Louis-san had given Hirasaka earlier, telling him to use this dagger after the final blow. This dagger is called amnesia. A soul destroyed at the gate can normally return to the underworld. But this item breaks that cycle and incinerates it in the world of unconsciousness. The world of unconsciousness is the final destination for a soul, and it's also where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Hirasaka felt it was a bit excessive, but Louis had made a plea, all for the sake of dignity, and to appease her friends and the 100,000 other souls who were slaughtered at Yelix's hands. So, at Louis's request, Hirasaka caused Yelax's soul to shatter into 100 pieces before fading into nothingness and returning to dust. This way, the hatred of those who had been harmed by him would be somewhat soothed. Louis watched as Yelax's figure slowly faded away before her and spoke softly. Remembering the memories she shared with her brother, she could only hold back tears as she bid Yelax a final farewell. Everything was finally over, and Hirasaka praised Nasus for his immense contribution. Nasus was lost in thought, recalling Dioken's advice to find his own star, and was so moved that he burst into tears. Perhaps today, Nasus had gotten a little closer to his star. Shikishima and Hirasaka were finally reunited after a life-and-death battle, but their completely nonchalant attitude stunned Nasus with its infinite level of coolness. As they were about to return, a private notification from the system was suddenly sent to Subaru, stating that the intervention of your relative in the system has been acknowledged. The boss's soul has disappeared. Therefore, no experience points will be added. This type of intervention is not recommended. All consequences of this incident have caused us immense trouble. Divine Master, please play according to the rules we have set forth. Subaru read it over and gently pressed the agree button. Everything was happening just as he thought. That future was arriving faster. With the mission completed, the group immediately left the underworld through the gate before it disappeared completely. And tonight, at exactly 6:15, the entire team, led by Subaru, successfully cleared the 6-star gate. At the Idabazi intersection, a massive crowd had gathered to witness the collapse of the gate, causing a major traffic jam. Subaru stepped out confidently with his team, surrounded by a sea of people and camera flashes shining as bright as headlights. I only focused on my duty as the main commander, so this victory is all thanks to everyone standing here. From now on, we, the Divine Masters, will continue to protect everyone from the entities of the underworld, even at the cost of our own lives. Subaru declared boldly amidst the thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Hirasaka suddenly spoke up, saying he had to return to the Radiant Shore, but who would have thought that the moment he said it, he was gone. He instantly vanished right then and there, leaving Shikishima completely speechless. Shizuka also mentioned that she would come back after visiting her parents. As they were chatting, the group suddenly realized that someone seemed to be missing. Just then, Jenga emerged imposingly from the gate and walked up to Issei, the box still completely covering his head. Subaru's goal of clearing the 6-star gate is complete, so my role has also ended. In the end, I wasn't able to contribute much, but I believe I did my best as a silver rank. Mr. Issei, thank you for your efforts. I'm sure Subaru will fulfill his promise to you. Jenga said this and then bowed respectfully before Issei. It seems you believe in Subaru too, huh? Issei asked curiously, but Jenga didn't think it was that serious. That evening in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Jenga turned on the TV and saw the news interview with the whole team from the previous day. It had been a long but rather interesting week for Jenga. As he was staring intently at Subaru's face on the television, a brightly lit portal suddenly appeared right behind Jenga. The moment the portal opened, Jenga found his entire body paralyzed, unable to move. A cackling laugh came from beyond the portal, revealing the shimmering nine-tailed Silver King, Ruins. He was now smiling wickedly as he asked Jenga to do him a favor. The next day, November 1st, a lavish and grand party was held at the Hunter Federation headquarters to celebrate the successful clearing of the 6-star gate. Jenga declined the invitation to the party, using the excuse that he lived too far away. Issei had returned to prison but was still permitted to watch his son's friends match. Everyone there was cheerfully eating, drinking, and chatting. Suzaka excitedly recounted her visit home the day before. Her entire family cried, but they were overjoyed to learn she had played a part in clearing the 6-star gate. Subaru told Shikishima that he was going to meet Jenga at 6 o'clock. Shikishima nodded happily, then his eyes suddenly widened. He leaned in close to Subaru's ear and earnestly suggested that he should buy a house right away. After all, you're a celebrity now. The lobby of the hotel you're staying at is completely swamped with people. The cost of your room has skyrocketed to VIP rates, too. Whether you choose a house or a condo, it doesn't matter. Just buy one and move in immediately. Living in a nice place because you're famous isn't about showing off or looking cool. It's a genuine necessity. If you keep staying in an ordinary place, you'll just end up bothering everyone around you, Shikishima stated firmly. So, while Subaru was waiting to buy a new house, Shikishima took him to stay temporarily at Hirasaka's luxurious apartment. The moment Subaru stepped inside, he was blown away by how spacious and luxurious it was. Shikishima explained that Subaru would be staying there until he found a house of his own, and that Hirasaka had already given her consent via her spirit. Subaru sighed, wondering if this was really okay, because he was worried Nazuze would get angry with him. Through the spirit, Nazuze did get annoyed with Subaru, but he also demanded that Subaru take pictures of Hirasaka's house for him. After handing Subaru the key, Shikishima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely gaze upon the city he was protecting. This serene and peaceful sight was a far cry from the tragedy that would occur in King Aurora's future. Subaru moved, told himself he had to stop it before it could happen. Upon arriving at the train station, Subaru saw Jenga already there waiting for him. As for the matter at hand, Subaru excitedly asked Jenga if he would like to accompany him, starting next week, on his journey to the underworld. The underworld? You mean the enemies of humanity? Jenga asked skeptically. Enemies? Ah, yes. I knew you'd say that. A lot has happened, and I need to attend a meeting of the kings. Subaru's calm reply completely floored Zinga with the information he had just revealed. The kings, a meeting, and you participated? Do you realize you just made a statement that could shake the entire world? Nobody has any detailed information about the underworld at all, don't you get it? Of course, no one was there to witness it either, and now you're saying... Zinga was so shocked he was tongue-tied and at a loss for words. Yes, that's why I think we can go together, Subaru replied with a cheeky grin, leaving Zinga even more speechless. Zinga felt as if Subaru was trying to invite him on some incredibly perilous adventure. I can't even talk to you anymore. And another thing, how do you even plan on getting into that underworld? And why would you invite me? Someone who's only reached silver rank. Don't you have plenty of other teammates who are stronger than me? Zinga shouted, losing his composure. Of course, I'll be taking others with me too. But I'm sure there will be times in the future when your strength, Zinga, will be absolutely necessary. Is that my reason? So, will you officially become my teammate? After returning from the underworld, I've been planning to form a team, and I want you to be a member of it. Although the team isn't officially recognized or even has a name yet, its motto is, I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, causing Zinga to hesitate slightly. From the first time I met you, I couldn't believe that someone like you would choose me to clear the Xiao Xiao gate with. However, your decision was absolutely the right one. And with your strategy, we were able to clear the gate. I bet you must possess some incredible hidden power. I still can't believe in my own strength, but I will believe in you because you believed in me. Zynga affirmed strongly, then immediately grasped Subaru's hand tightly. The two of them created a powerful bond that shone brilliantly across the entire surface of the river. Sitting on a lavish boat on the water at that moment was Ruin, calmly sipping tea and chilling, while silently bidding farewell to his dear Subaru in his heart. My dear Subaru, you who have become incredibly dangerous in just the past few days. Defeating the fire tyrant in just a few minutes, and you can even beat a transcendent foe with just your own body. The gold and bronze red factions might only know how to issue warnings, but I'm different. If I let this go, there's a good chance that gold bastard will come back. A threat must be nipped in the bud, Ruin growled to himself. But the moment Subaru and Zynga shook hands, Subaru instantly detected a soul fragment of the Silver King Ruin's ultimate skill nestled inside Zynga's body, along with its 1% chance to manipulate its target. Just as I suspected, and right now, Zynga is the one being targeted. Ruin's goal is to get close to the nearest silver rank individual, Subaru thought to himself. Then suddenly asked if the Silver King was there, making Ruin's heart nearly stop. He couldn't believe he had been discovered by Subaru so quickly. You made 3 mistakes. First, whenever Zynga goes out, he always wears a paper bag. Second, Zynga calls me Ariad, not Subaru. And third, Zynga would never say I'll trust you until the very end. Subaru let out a sharp cry and forcefully ripped off his shirt, revealing a prosthetic arm that made Ruin freeze in his tracks. So Subaru had already cut off his own arm, replaced it with a prosthetic, and was controlling it. It seems he had a countermeasure for the Silver King planned from the very beginning, and such a thorough countermeasure could not have been executed without incredible conviction and determination. After baring his chest, Subaru swiftly struck the center of Zynga's chest with a blood fist technique, causing him to collapse instantly. Seeing that Subaru had removed the parasite from Zynga's body, Ruin's face turned purple with rage. He guessed that Subaru must have anticipated this to be able to resolve the situation so perfectly. After Zynga was gently laid on the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly burst open, revealing a bloody arm. The arm flew and powerfully reattached itself to Subaru's shoulder in the blink of an eye, leaving Ruin utterly bewildered. He's not just the wielder of Vanquish, he also possesses the ability of foresight. This guy is far too dangerous. I don't care if the other kings take notice of this. I have to kill him right here and right now. Ruin broke out in a cold sweat as he watched Subaru's back, overflowing with a powerful aura, slowly advancing toward him. The outcome we've achieved up to now is a world vastly different from the future I saw on that day. In an unstable world like this, only one thing is absolutely certain, and that is your defeat. Subaru's aura flared as he warned Ruin. His mission this time is to thwart Ruin's plot and defeat him in a direct confrontation. Success means gaining a new ally, getting closer to the world's truth, and declaring war on the Red faction. But if he fails, Subaru and Zingar will be forced to log out, which will also accelerate the destruction of the underworld. Meanwhile, Sekishima, Suzaka, and Karin were intently observing Subaru through a soul connection. They all appeared perfectly calm, confident that Subaru would secure a swift victory. On the other side, Ruin, enraged by Subaru, immediately unleashed his power and scrambled onto the shore. The moment he poked his head up, he was hit by Subaru's attack, a crushing wave of water that sealed him, successfully leaving Ruin with no way to fight back. Not stopping there, Subaru unleashed a fierce chain attack that completely enveloped Ruin, who was submerged deep in the miserable water. His entire soul was enveloped the moment it touched Subaru's aura, leaving him able to do nothing but curse Subaru and his entire lineage. This is the last of the 3 ultimate skills I received from Vanquish during our first encounter. Travelers under the sun can block sunlight, the weakness of the Makazong, but in exchange, it lowers stats to their absolute limit, and I have now unleashed it, the true form of the Makazong, Subaru area. Subaru spoke coldly, causing Ruin's face to drain of all color. He never expected that ever since becoming a wielder, Subaru had been struggling with his true power this entire time. Yet Ruin, with his legendary resilience, refused to give up, using every ounce of his strength to unleash a thunderous attack aimed directly at Subaru. Seeing him go berserk with his own demonic power, Subaru, not to be outdone, immediately raised his hand and summoned a crimson dagger in response. He basically had no intention of letting anyone die in this battle, including himself. This was truly a battle where it was hard to determine a winner between Subaru and Ruin, as both sides were equally powerful, a true 50-50 match. Meanwhile, in the human world, Sekishima, Suzaka, and Carrion had fallen asleep at some point while watching Subaru. At the same time in the underworld, on the coast of Daikse, Thunder God Kilim, Panther God Denta, Fire God Lemda, Lua Hui, and Hirasaka were also gathered, buzzing with comments about Subaru's recent attack. They all hoped Subaru would win, because if he didn't, this entire place would be wiped out by ruin. Vanquish, who was chilling from a distance and casually watching the fight, was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Ekura, the queen of Moctedum. She was certain that Subaru would fulfill all of their desires. On the other side, after unleashing a flying dagger attack filled with the power of the seven-colored rainbow kill, Subaru successfully triggered the rage of the Silver King, Ruin. The fire arrows created by Subaru were torn to shreds and collided in midair, causing a series of endless explosions. That evening, seawater rained down continuously over Hitachi City in Ibaraki Prefecture. The Silver King completely froze for a few seconds, only resuming his assault before the rain stopped. My sacred silver threads have been torn into 1,000 pieces. Not only that, they were sliced apart in every dimension. Did he also inherit that special ultimate skill from Vanquish? So you've been hiding your Makazong power all this time, haven't you? Ruin's eyes blazed with fury. The one who hid it was Vanquish. He told me not to tell anyone about this. That old geezer also said that if you knew my true power, a coward like you would never dare set foot in the human world. Subaru's arrogant reply made Ruin's blood boil, provoking him into unleashing a heavenly fire attack aimed directly at Subaru. Subaru dodged to the side, brilliantly redirecting the blast straight into the sea, instantly causing the water to evaporate. So if it targets Subaru as well, he's a goner for sure. Maintaining such a powerful ultimate skill will take a heavy toll. This will surely be a massive burden for him, Subaru thought to himself. In any case, Ruin has never had more than 1/9 of his main soul. The heavens strictly forbid the main soul bodies of underworld entities from entering the human world. But Ruin has an ultimate skill that allows him to split his soul into 9 parts. With that ultimate skill, he can completely bypass the system. Even though he only brought 1 part with him, that single piece is enough to wield ultimate power as if his main body were in the human world. That's because the gate doesn't impose any limitations. But if this fragment is destroyed, the main soul will also lose 1/9 of its power. That would weaken Ruin's main body in the underworld. That's why you must completely subdue him right here, so that we can negotiate later. Vanquish thought to himself as Subaru continuously fled, making Ruin exhausted from the chase. He grew furious, thinking Subaru was just a coward who only knew how to run. But Ruin had no idea that Subaru was luring him into a trap the entire time. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and unleashed a surprise attack that Ruin couldn't react to, trapping him within a dense blood barrier. Ruin flew into a rage and tried to shoot Subaru, but kept missing due to his incredible speed. Dashing in like a rocket, Subaru swung his fist and landed a massive blow to Ruin's face, stunning him on the spot and knocking his teeth loose. Subaru's barrage of punches was relentless, showing no signs of stopping even as Ruin's face became a disfigured mess. Until Ruin was completely destroyed, Subaru would keep wailing on him like a punching bag until victory was his. Ruin was beaten so mercilessly by Subaru that he was unrecognizable, his exhausted body finally collapsing under a final punch. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood in agony, feeling his soul couldn't hold on any longer and that he had to retreat through the gate. You're pretty tough to kill. If this were that weakling Lambda, he'd be dead 5 times over by now. Just as I expected, you're truly strong, Subaru remarked, then quickly channeled a blood point strike into Ruin's chest, causing him to writhe in a daze before dropping dead on the spot. Everyone in the virtual world who witnessed this scene was completely dumbfounded, never expecting Ruin to actually be defeated by Subaru. Sada and Hirasaka smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Good job, kid. It's time. Subaru, start the negotiations and make that Silver King one of us. Vanquish suggested excitedly, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. He couldn't understand if it was really necessary to treat him this way in his pathetic state. On November 1st, 1 hour before the match with the weakling, Subaru was asked by Vanquish to make Ruin his ally. To be able to appear at the meeting of the kings, you must also lay the groundwork for your future benefits. Negotiate with him and bring him over to our side. First, just beat him to a pulp. You have to show him your power. That's the only way to make the strong obey. Furthermore, Ruin is also one of the easiest to negotiate with once he has surrendered. That brat is very cautious and cunning, but in the end, he's just a coward. Vanquish slowly instructed Subaru. In a daze, Ruin recalled the moment he first met Vanquish as a child. Back then, Ruin was still following the 9-tailed fox spirit, who was also his ancestor. Vanquish had cunningly approached Ruin and told him the reason he ran away was that, compared to the happiness of winning, his fear and sorrow were much greater. If you were a human, it would be fine, but with the duties of a king, you can't always be afraid. Take a good look at yourself, you coward. Every single one of Vanquish's words struck Ruin's pride, causing him to freeze up on the spot. But Vanquish then gently patted Ruin's head. If you can do those things, you will become a good king, leaving Ruin baffled. not knowing what expression to make. Watching Vanquish's back as he cheerfully blended into the crowd in the virtual world, Ruin hoped that he too could one day become a king like Vanquish. Groggily waking up, Ruin discovered Subaru sitting in front of him, causing his anger to flare up intensely once more. Give up. Since you're just a separated soul fragment, it'll be a bit difficult to return. This fight is over, Subaru said softly. He immediately proposed that he wanted Ruin to become an ally, to cooperate and convey his demands at the meeting of the kings. To do that, you must become my vassal. The words Subaru just spoke not only startled Ruin, but also left the gods completely stunned, as if thunder had just crashed beside their ears. Only Vanquish seemed to have anticipated this, crossing his legs and chuckling, eager to see what amusing show would unfold next. After hearing Subaru's shameless proposal, Ruin naturally objected vehemently. I will let you live and return. Although you are just a soul fragment, you are still a part of the main entity. If you were to be destroyed, the main entity's power and status would drop significantly. The balance between gold and bronze will be shaken. Wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble for you? Don't think that's enough to make me become your vassal. The crisis we're most worried about is Vanquish regaining the power he had in his prime. Any action that benefits him is unacceptable, Ruin shouted in response. Refusing to give up, Subaru promised that if Ruin agreed, he would provide him with information about the future through a soul connection. Hearing this, Ruin began to waver, no longer as agitated as before, and started to quietly contemplate the offer. Subaru then brought up two futures that were completely altered thanks to the very teammates whose reactions he had predicted for today's events. Meanwhile, inside his soul, Subaru's teammates were chaotically discussing the situation, giving him a massive headache. Why are you saying that? Just a moment ago, you said the future you know can no longer be trusted. Does that mean becoming your ally is pointless? Ruin asked doubtfully. The memories I now possess concern the 8 calamities that will befall the human world, and the one causing the 8th calamity is the administrator from Dongguang, Subaru explained in a low voice, and Ruin was so shocked he almost fell backward, unable to believe that Subaru's enemy was that supreme entity, the administrator. Amidst the increasingly turbulent ocean waves, Subaru guessed the administrator he'd mentioned had appeared. It seemed the real negotiations were only just beginning. Tinga groggily opened his eyes and sat up, startled to find himself on a sandy beach, clutching his head which was throbbing as if it would split open. Dingo was about to look for the Silver King when his eyes fell upon a pair of giant, bloodshot eyes looming over the sea, scaring him so badly he nearly had a heart attack. Those bizarre eyes belonged to the administrator, or in other words, the supreme entity that created Dongguang. Ruin had only known of its existence, not its true form, so he was now just as panicked. Why are you here? We haven't violated any rules, we only just mentioned your name. Go back, Subaru commanded coldly. Hearing this, the administrator immediately vanished. But Subaru knew it hadn't vanished from this world completely. It was still watching everything. Subaru revealed that he had fought it before but lost. But next time, I will be the one to win, and to do that, I need you. Subaru proposed. Is he serious about making me his ally? He knows everything that's going to happen, and the only way to join his forces is through soul communication. I'll definitely become an enemy of the administrator. The risk is incredibly high, but if I let this chance slip by, I'll never get my hands on that trove of information again. Wait a minute. I'm no king if I can't make a decision right now. I shouldn't be afraid of losing anything so that my people can live in peace. After a moment of thought, Ruin agreed. Perhaps Vanquish's guidance had truly influenced him. But are you okay with this? I used your own teammates to intimidate you, and you're just accepting it this easily? Ruin asked. You did that to protect your country, didn't you? You demonstrated that with your soul fragment, vowing not to appear until you were on the verge of defeat. You did it for your country, so your people wouldn't have to suffer. Vanquish praises you for that, so don't you worry. My comrades and I will use all of our strength to protect you. Subaru's firm assertion moved Ruin so much that his eyes welled up, and he promised to become his comrade. The two of them quickly shook hands, enthusiastically sealing the deal. Jenga saw Subaru and Ruin returning with their arms around each other like blood brothers, which was a bit confusing, but he didn't pay it much mind. Jenga just wanted to ask Subaru about what happened earlier. What was that giant eye that appeared above the sea? That thing is a worldwide crisis, and it will arrive in about 2 months, or perhaps later. Subaru silently told Jenga the truth, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. Jenga simply remained silent, as it seemed things were happening sooner than he had anticipated. 3 years ago, on that day, Jenga was on a train heading home after his sister called and urged him to hurry. Back in his hometown, everyone was eagerly awaiting his return. But unexpectedly, on that day, a gate silently appeared over the sea in a place where no divine master was present. When it broke open, Not even an alarm sounded. By the time Jenga made it home, it was already too late. Jenga's lovely home had been reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble, burying his family members underneath. Standing stunned amidst the chaos that was once his family home, Jenga was in so much pain he couldn't even make a sound as he cried. This time, Jenga was truly too late. Jenga looked up at the sky and cried uncontrollably, his heart filled with hatred for the monster that had taken his family from him. Later, when the house was rebuilt just as it was before, Jenga looked at the pictures of his family and couldn't stop blaming himself for not being there in time. He had become a divine master and grown stronger, yet he still hadn't been there to protect his family when it mattered. Tears streamed down his face as Jenga collapsed to his knees, crying and apologizing profusely, looking completely heartbroken. Faced with the neighbors' whispers, Jenga chose to wear a hood and live a reclusive life. From that day forward, Jenga chose to stay in his hometown, watching the sea every day for the appearance of a gate. To me, nothing is trustworthy, not even myself. I will never again let those entities from the underworld appear on this land. The regret of not returning in time. I will never feel that again, Jenga vowed to himself. And so today, in front of Subaru, Jenga begged him to accept him as one of his own, so they could fight together and protect everything until the end. Jenga's fiery resolve deeply moved Subaru. January 2024, a memory from the future. The seventh calamity, damnatio memory, had caused all humans on Earth, with the exception of the Divine Masters, to be completely wiped out. Just then, Jenga approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was moping all alone on this beach. I fought my enemy here, and I won. But I couldn't stop him from activating his ultimate skill. I was too late. Subaru replied sorrowfully. You couldn't do it either, huh? You're just like me. Jenga sighed in response to Subaru. Side by side, the two of them looked out at the ruined coastline before them, each harboring different, indescribable emotions. The current date is still November 2023, and Subaru is now casting the spell to make Jenga his familiar. Immersed in the wave of power created by Subaru, Jenga felt a surge of energy coursing through his body as if his senses were being awakened. And so, from that moment on, Jenga became Subaru's familiar. Everyone from within the soul mist greeted Jenga in unison, making his ears ring. This is communication through the soul link. Just think of it as a conversation among familiars. You can share your true thoughts here, so rest assured that everything you hear is 100% the truth, Tsukishima explained. After the spell on Jenga was complete, it was Ruins' turn. Subaru's power increased every time he acquired a new familiar, but he never imagined it would surge to a whole other level just from touching Ruins. I understand now, Subaru. After becoming your familiar, my real body in the physical world has grown considerably stronger. So this is the 45%. As the master, you receive 10% from your familiars, correct? Ruins said softly. Subaru now understood that this power didn't come from Ruins' separated soul fragment, but from his real body. Truly on another level, turning others into familiars is Vanquish's ultimate skill. It's the one and only unique skill that can strengthen both the familiar and the master. That's the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom achieved such a pinnacle of power. It was truly unbeatable in the years that followed. But now, with this new power, I can completely overwhelm both Safina and Vodan. But I won't do that. I allied with you for a much nobler purpose. Ruin said this, then immediately told Subaru and Zingar to get on the Silver Star so he could take them to meet Vanquish. They shot off like a flash, and in an instant, arrived at Hirasaka's apartment, where the whole gang had already gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood key to open the door to the iridescent shore, and immediately passed through with the group. The moment he stepped inside, Ruins' eyes widened in realization. This was a convergence point of souls, created with an incredibly advanced ultimate skill that forms a space within the underworld. No wonder he could never find Vanquish after searching for all this time. The administrator can't see us here. Before I was defeated by the administrator, I created this place with the last of my power and have been living here ever since. Although I've lost my power and status, I'm still here, and I've already recovered 30% of my strength. Vanquish approached from a distance, his entire body enveloped by an immense and powerful aura. Ruin seemed a little intimidated and hesitated to greet Vanquish, while Tsukishima was bolder, walking straight up to shake his hand. In such a solemn atmosphere, the rest of the group was still causing a ruckus and chattering away. Tsukishima and Vanquish stepped forward and immediately told the group to settle down. Thanks to Subaru's blood cushions, everyone finally settled down and sat in serious rows, preparing for the meeting of the kings. Vanquish chuckled, announcing that not only Subaru and his companions, but also the Rainbow Kingdom would be attending. Although Ruins really disliked those brats from the Rainbow Kingdom, he had to endure their presence. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up to explain to everyone why their presence at the meeting was necessary. This is the main reason for this gathering. I demand the complete abolition of the gates leading to the underworld, Subaru declared firmly. Everyone was stunned, as if a gunshot had rung out, unable to believe Subaru would demand the abolition of the gates right in front of the kings. The most shocked of all was Zynga, who immediately jumped to his feet, yelling to ask if that was even feasible. Seeing how the underworld is invading Earth day by day, this request is perfectly reasonable. We will soon discuss the negotiation timeline with Ruins and the others. But before that, I will explain one more time how we are going to deal with the upcoming calamities. Subaru answered firmly. We have repelled 3 calamities, but there are still 5 more to go. We can prevent the 5th and 6th calamities. Although we can't stop it from happening, we know where it will occur and how to defeat it, so we'll be fine. In any case, we are now stronger than our future selves were at this point. First, I'll talk about the 5th calamity, which happens after someone reaches level 99. The moment Subaru mentioned this, Suzaka began channeling lightning, vowing to stop it at any cost. Seeing that Nazuse still didn't fully understand, Subaru patiently explained further. A host's body is taken over by an automatic ultimate skill the moment they reach level 99 by creating a loophole. It's done through a control-type ultimate skill, quite similar to the one Ruins has. The Gates Master can then freely enter the human world, bypassing all of the Gates' limitations. That being is said to be 1,000 times stronger than a level 60-something boss in Ruins' soul fragment, and the one whose body is taken over is Amamiza Hazuki, Suzaka's older sister. Everyone was astonished to hear Subaru's words, while Suzaka was already emanating an intense, murderous aura. After losing her younger sister and being severely injured, instead of waiting to heal, Hazuki continued to travel everywhere to level up. When she reached level 99, the Royal Automatic Ultimate skill activated, beginning to absorb her soul and experience points to summon the Dragon King Gyo. Poor Hazuki was turned into a monster from that moment on. Her Gate Master is the ruler of the Silver Kingdom, Geo, but Ruins doubts Geo would listen to him and stop. Now for the real problem, the 6th disaster cannot be allowed to happen. The 6th disaster, the super earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Alex Taiga, Subaru said with his head bowed. In the battle against the Black Faction during the time of the Masterless Aurora AX, the group was unable to defeat Taiga and Kokugaiji. After that, Taiga unleashed his power and accelerated the movement of the continental plates beneath Japan, thereby causing the super earthquake. Even though Taiga died in the timeline where the 6th disaster occurred, the most important thing Subaru couldn't explain was why their group was able to defeat Taiga and Kokugaiji in this timeline. Tsukishima explained that it was probably because the path connecting to the future had split into 3 timelines. The timeline had split after Subaru obtained the memories of the Masterless Aurora, and Taiga had died before that happened. This means the timeline split occurred even before Subaru met the Masterless Aurora. Simply put, it means an unknown factor had changed the future before Subaru did, but it's currently unknown whether it's an ally or an enemy. So that unknown factor is likely already very close to us, Subaru speculated. That's enough for today. After swapping with Saza, Seiko hurriedly returned with the group through the door from earlier. Vanquish quietly asked Subaru to stay behind for a moment to check in, remarking, "This team is certainly lively. The first time I met you, kid, I never thought we could create such a big family. After all, both of us were in a pretty rough spot back then," Vanquish said, reminiscing. "You're right. Now that I think about it, we've progressed so much in such a short time. At first, I only opened the door to reclaim the money, fame, and status that were stolen from me by that scrub. But after you told me to love myself and live happily, I started to think differently. I cherish my friends and comrades, and I love the person I am when I'm with them. I want us to always walk this path together. This whole strange adventure started from that rainbow door. Just a little longer, I want to continue this journey," Subaru said with a smile. Vanquish happily added that he believes one day, Subaru will be able to do the things he himself never could. This strange attitude from Vanquish left Subaru a bit confused. With that, Vanquish turned to leave, bidding Subaru farewell and saying he'd see him again in the underworld. Meanwhile, in the Golden Kingdom of the Underworld, Safina, the Queen of Twilight, also known as the ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was soaking in a lavish bath. She was taking an interest in Subaru because of his unparalleled power. Safina quietly instructed her maid to send Subaru an invitation, in 1 week's time, to attend the meeting of the kings as a special guest. On November 1st, at 11:35 p.m., Subaru was sleeping in his bed when he was startled awake by a blinding flash of light that suddenly appeared in front of him. After the light faded, it left behind an invitation for Subaru to attend the meeting of the kings. 3 days later, in the courtyard behind Hirashika's apartment building, the entire group had gathered. They were wearing wash salak winter outfits that looked so hot you'd start sweating just by looking at them. Subaru wasn't sure if this was the right attire because King Aurora's memories didn't mention this meeting at all. Other than the gate and that seating area, Subaru had never been to the underworld before. Karen and Saza were also completely clueless about this underworld. As the group stood there bewildered, suddenly, at that very moment, a golden gate suddenly appeared, dispelling all of their questions. Stepping out majestically from within was a very haughty golden knight. Subaru, I've come to take you. I am Isis, captain of the Guardian Squad under the direct command of Queen Safina. It's a pleasure to be your escort, Isis introduced herself. Seeing that she was younger than Safina and Ludwig, Karen guessed she was probably a member of the new generation. After Subaru greeted her, Isis urged the group to quickly step through the illustrious gate, saying a single step would take them straight to the underworld. And just like that, the underworld appeared before them, vast and magnificent, completely covered in pure white snow. Unlike your world, here you'll see that all the lands are oriented towards the world's core. They are scattered next to each other like a broken eggshell, and they are all different kingdoms. The climate here gets warmer as you get closer to the sun's core and colder as you move away from it. And when a kingdom near the sun has overlapping landmasses, it blocks the sunlight and creates nighttime there. Isis explained in response to Subaru's group's questions. Sekishima noticed it was quite cold and guessed they were far from the center. This place is called the Outer Rim, and just as its name suggests, it's the farthest region. It extends very far, and beyond that, it's the final territory, Isis stated. So this isn't the Golden Kingdom? Nazuse wondered. Haha, of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the largest continent, the one floating up there. The underworld consists of over 200 kingdoms stretching along its core. However, contrary to the third king's expectations, it's unfortunate that all the other kings oppose your presence at this meeting, Subaru. You possessors are nothing more than sacrifices to revive their souls. Some even say your existence is lower than that of a slave. Isis, who had been cheerful and talkative, suddenly did a 180-degree turn, curling her lip in arrogant disdain for Subaru's group, making their blood boil with anger. She stated that she couldn't accept the idea of allowing Subaru's group to appear at the meeting. With that, she unleashed a golden energy blast that sent them all plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground below. Isis's powerful 14th ultimate skill cracked the ice and snow wide open, causing Subaru's group to fall from a height of tens of meters. Since you are my master's honored guests, I will not kill you. However, you must prove to me that you are worthy of attending the meeting. The meeting will take place at the Palace of the Golden Kingdom. Be there on time, you have 72 hours. We will meet again, so stay alive. Isis uttered her final words before her power teleported Subaru's group to a location 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru, completely unafraid, smirked and promised to see Isis again, which annoyed her a little due to his audacity. Although Subaru had just said he'd see Isis soon, he never expected to be separated from everyone else, and this place was too far to communicate via soul. As he stood there dumbfounded, looking at the strangely familiar place, a monster suddenly dove down from the sky right at Subaru. He casually swung his sword to block its powerful force, and the two clashed for a moment, causing the ground and rocks to shatter loudly. Although the monster continuously attacked Subaru, he didn't sense any bloodlust or hostile intent in its attacks at all, which was the weirdest part. Just as Subaru unleashed a ferocious kick, the monster suddenly laughed out loud and praised him, leaving Subaru stunned and wondering who it was. Come on, have you already forgotten, even though you were the one who freed me in such a terrible way? The monster said, bursting into laughter. At this point, Subaru still couldn't remember who it was or what he had done to it. The monster couldn't blame Subaru for his goldfish memory, though, because its own appearance had changed completely. But that's okay. If he'd forgotten, it would be happy to reintroduce itself to Subaru. It is the great cobalt from the Valley of the Ages, Guosama, the Azure Wind. Hearing that name, Subaru was stunned as he finally remembered it was the boss of the 2-star gate he had once entered. With a glow-up this successful, how the heck was he supposed to recognize it? The cobalt, seeing that Subaru recognized it, smiled cheerfully. Then, it began to explain while carrying him on its back, leaping across the cliffs of the Valley of the Ages. The gate, also known as the Prison of Souls, is where criminals from the underworld are exiled. Inside the gate, it's still possible to regain one's appearance and power, but only in the place where they lived before they died. The lower the star count, the lower the chance of being revived. The cobalt was explaining its heart out, but it seemed Subaru wasn't paying a damn bit of attention as he was busy admiring the scenery. It really made the cobalt want to punch him in the face. We were exiled to a 2-star gate and lost both our voices and our ability to reason, the cobalt explained. Subaru finally understood everything, thinking that the ability to exist again was based on the number of stars, similar to a phone's storage capacity. My future memories didn't tell me a single thing about this. Maybe it's because I'm in the underworld, so there are no protective features? Master Subaru wondered where the pregnant creature was taking him, and it replied that it was taking him to meet the person who told it he was here. The reason the pregnant creature was so nice to Subaru was because it had previously pierced the strongest user, which allowed it to return to its original form. Therefore, it wanted to repay Subaru. The pregnant creature also revealed that the leader, Gopin, had also died and was exiled to the gate once again. But that punishment was really strange. Why would they have to put so much effort into bringing soul soldiers into the gate? Subaru asked in confusion. Is it because in the underworld you can exchange soul soldiers for energy and vice versa? If we were to say that the underworld civilization is one of ultimate skills, and as such, all viable ultimate skills act as a catalyst and are the main purpose of a soul soldier. For instance, high-quality soul soldiers don't return to their own world but instead help their user gain even more benefits. Is that not so? A girl with long, snow-white hair suddenly responded, startling Subaru. As she jumped down from the pregnant creature's back, a stream of aura flowed through the bracelet on Subaru's arm, momentarily surprising him with the strange sensation. As he got closer to her, Subaru vaguely realized that she was the owner of the bracelet he had received, the one who had given him power in the destroyed timeline, the Queen of Aurora, Sibiu. Isis's ultimate skill was to send each person to a location based on their individual luck, but it seems Saza wasn't very lucky, having been sent to this scorching hot region of volcanic lava. In front of her was a long-necked fire monster, also known as the Dragon King, the one who caused the fifth calamity, and it was now fiercely roaring a challenge. I will make you erase that damn ultimate skill of yours from your user, Amamiya Hazuki-sama, Saza said with a smirk. The monster was a bit surprised that Saza knew its name and its user's name, so it yelled, asking who she was. My name is, well, I suppose I'll have to use this name from now on. Saza replied with a smile, then slightly bent her knees and transformed. In a flash, she was clad in a frilly, blood-red outfit. I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Porcelain Queen, Judith, Saza announced. Meanwhile, Sekishima was sent into a bizarre tree hollow. Inside, there was a green-haired kid and a cold-looking guy with a buzz cut named Tobiat, who looked equally strange. This was the first time Sekishima had seen an entity from the underworld with a human form, so he was a bit shy and politely bowed his head in greeting. The kid noticed that Sekishima had eyebrows like his and quietly whispered to Tobiat that perhaps Sekishima wasn't a bad person. Surprised that Sekishima didn't know who he was, the kid proudly introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Esther Mavurng. The guy with the buzz cut was the King of Reverence, Tobiat. Hearing their title as one of the 6 kings, Sekishima couldn't help but be stunned, thinking how similar it was to Carrion. Just then, Banabad, one of the 6 kings also known as the Ghost King, and Maria, another of the 6 kings also known as the Zombie King, appeared in the cave, making Sekishima feel completely overwhelmed. He had just arrived in the underworld and was already meeting all kinds of kings. It was all too sudden. Little did Sekishima know, the place he was standing was the Bronze Nation, a place where kings were bound to meet, and the official gathering spot for the 6 kings. After Maria learned that Sekishima was related to Vanquish's user, she laughed heartily and bluntly declared him her junior, which made Sekishima incredibly flustered. Sitting around the drinks with the group, Sekishima held his cup, feeling a buzz coming on even though he knew this booze tasted like absolute crap. Hey Sekishima, you became a kinsman while you were still alive, right? I don't sense a counterpart from you. It's like with Judith and Karen, they fight for you by swapping souls. Seeing that Sekishima didn't know what a counterpart was, Esther suggested that he could freely choose one of the 6 kings to be his. But Sekishima had already passed out cold ages ago, so there was no way he could choose. Maria then told Esther to just let Sekishima sleep, because if he could pass out from her drink, it proved that he was completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Remembering Toby in Sekishima's stead, a battle-hungry Maria tilted her head back and stared intently at the swarms of monsters flying in, her eyes filled with bloodlust. Fueled by the high from the drink, Maria smirked and channeled her power, instantly wiping out the entire horde of monsters. Meanwhile, Saza was still in the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Dragon King Geo, to fight the monster solo. Using her Fire Phoenix technique, which burned as hot as a furnace, she relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks on its body. Geo is the king of the magma dragons, and what's more, he's even stronger than me. For a living corpse like me, fire is my weakness. This is bad. But how can I possibly retreat when I've seen Suzaka-sama so dejected? Saza reassured herself as she unleashed her blazing red king fist. Her bone mother, Vasuki, followed suit with her own fist technique, charging at the monster and causing a sky-shattering explosion to erupt. The monster was completely stunned. never expecting that Vasuki, the king of the poison dragons, was actually Saza's subordinate. Instead of making the monster her subordinate, Saza had the battle-crazed Vasuki fight it, knowing that dragons are easily provoked. Watching the two beasts ferociously trade blows and breathe fire, Saza began to recall her memories, as well as the reason she was so loyal to Sazaka-sama. Saza also remembered the reason she lost her memories upon becoming Suzaka-sama's counterpart. That day, right after clearing the two-star gate, Saza had regained the intellect and body she had lost while trapped in the low-level gate. Just as she was about to return to the underworld, Saza discovered Sazaka lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood and with quite severe injuries. At that moment, the gate of Vanquish, with its blazing aura, appeared before Saza's eyes. Saza wondered why the wielder of Vanquish hadn't made Sazaka their kinsman yet. After looking back, I finally remember that moment. Deep down inside, I had lost respect for Suzaka-sama after that battle. Her naivety and recklessness, and her honest nature as well. That is the exact reason why Subaru connected with my soul. My undying loyalty to him, my profound gratitude to him for breaking the shackles that freed me from the gate. And now, that loyalty is no longer reserved for Subaru alone. It's a good thing I lost my memories before being sent into the gate. Otherwise, with my old, arrogant self, I would never have been able to stick with anyone for long. I've learned so much these past few days, and now I've learned the meaning of remembering. I want to help Subaru and all my friends from the bottom of my heart. With unwavering determination, Suzaka immediately ordered Vasuki to take care of the monster Gyo. Who would have thought? The one who got taken out was actually Vasuki, the super-powered Fist King, by Gyo's rage. Just as it was about to switch its target to Sazaka with its ultimate blast of power, Suzaka played her final trump card by summoning the thunder god Kailim. In less than a second, a crackling thunderbolt packed with immense power shot down from the sky, striking Gyo head-on and knocking it senseless on the spot. Completely engulfed in the powerful lightning current, a furious Gyo demanded to know why the thunder god was on Suzaka's side. "You're asking the obvious. Because you made my precious student cry," the thunder god Kailim replied with a grin. A few minutes earlier, in the underworld, at the radiant sanctuary of coastal souls, the god Kailim had been relentlessly begging Vanquish to open the gate, but the answer was still a firm hell no, because if Vanquish opened it, the manager would find him out. Kailim didn't give up, promising to return soon because Kailim desperately wanted to save Suzaka's sister. It's still too early for her to face the Dragon King. All living things are always challenging something. They always intend to break through to a new level. So if someone has to do it, it will be me with my entire being. I have endured this imprisonment for too long, but maybe I was wrong. Vanquish, about your expectations for Subaru. No. His request. It's the same as mine, isn't it? Kailim wondered, but Vanquish, finding Kailim's endless chatter a headache, finally gave in and opened the gate to satisfy him. And that's why Kailim was able to arrive here and flawlessly strike down Gyo with his enhanced firepower, thus averting the disaster. After everything was settled, Kailim returned but didn't find Vanquish. Instead, it was Sazaka, bowing her head in respectful gratitude. Seeing Suzaka crying a river of tears, Kailim couldn't stand to watch any longer, and with a snap of his fingers, demanded she get up immediately, telling her that if she was his student, she needed to act with more dignity. Suzaka followed behind Kailim, beaming with a wide, joyful smile. Through soul telepathy, Sazaka also silently thanked Saza for saving her sister. But in truth, Saza also benefited from this by turning Gyo into his subordinate, using a bone core. Just then, the Silver King ruins arrived from a distance, riding a flying beast. Seeing that Gyo had already kicked the bucket before he could persuade it, he awkwardly scratched his head. Suzaka suddenly asked Ruins if it was okay that she had accidentally sent a citizen of his Silver Kingdom to the afterlife. Gyo was extremely arrogant, so he had a lot of haters. He died a sudden and unexpected death, which doesn't sound too bad, huh? Ruins' cunning reply left Suzaka speechless. Now then, according to Subaru's memories, it's about to begin. Saza gets serious, and along with Ruins, he assumes a ready stance as if waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, Carrion has arrived at the Azem Grand Furnace in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Knights of the Fire Lord, Ba Jaghe, makes a grand appearance to welcome Carrion into the waiting room before the meeting. Just then, a subordinate rushes in to report that Safina is not in the castle, leaving everyone, including Carrion, utterly stunned. Damn, this is bad, even if it started earlier. Carrion muttered in frustration, leaving the people around him completely clueless. Over in the Valley of Rotting Iron, Subaru is currently wondering how far into the future CBU-ko can see. I can't see over a wide range. Right now, for a human like you, I can only see things related to you. The light of the demon empress that I inherited from my beloved mother is limited to those connected to me. It's a special technique that allows me to see their futures. I'm not connected to you, but to Vanquish, your gate master, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He is my father. Subaru says this, and Subaru is so shocked he feels like his brain might explode, as it's truly beyond his imagination. The one my father expects to make a breakthrough is not me or my sister, but a human. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? That soul machine, I want to witness it with my own eyes. The final moment of my life, Subaru says, and then summons Vaudian, the lawless and intimidating man. Subaru knows this event is the first invasion. It was a massacre caused by a large number of entities from the underworld, orchestrated by the vanguard of the managers. The reason Subaru knows about the meeting between the kings and its timing from his future memories is because the meeting never actually happened. Due to the third invasion by the managers, the meeting was cancelled, and the underworld was once again destroyed. That was the beginning of the end, but don't let it become the final moment of your life, CBU. I will make them hold the meeting anyway. That's why we came here, Subaru declares forcefully. An event caused by the managers, the first invasion's purpose was to massacre the people of the Silver, Golden, and Bronze Kingdoms in the underworld, as well as to reduce the number of gate masters and their clients. In reality, after the death of her gate master, the Dragon King Gyo, Amamiya Hazuki lost her powers and became an ordinary person. But what if that event, the death of one gate master, were to affect a whole series of other clients? Humans would lose the only way they have to fight against the power of the gates, and the only thing awaiting them would be death and destruction. The manager's strategy was to kill two birds with one stone. They sent 30,000 troops to the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Kingdoms, about half of this place. The king of the Red Earth Kingdom, Vodan, will handle it. His ultimate skill has excellent defensive capabilities. Anyway, good luck, Subaru. I don't have any combat abilities, so I'll have to pass. After saying that, Shibuya turned away, leaving Subaru standing there brimming with power and his promise to protect her. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Miss Bo's fighting spirit was ignited, and she charged at the Army Legion in front of her. She fiercely unleashed an attack, vowing not to let them invade her home. Just as Miss Bo's hidden wind tease was unleashed, it was immediately countered by the Legion's ultimate skill, knocking her flat and making her cough up blood, unable to stand. Subaru could only pull the foolish girl back and finally stepped forward in her place, attacking the entire Legion one by one. Subaru's blazing and terrifying skills were unleashed relentlessly, covering a vast area of the sky. Over at the great fortress of Askem, now the Golden Kingdom, Carrion was also busy in his incredibly powerful Bear King mode, directly soloing the other Legion. Immersing himself in the dark power of his deadly fists, an emboldened Carrion continued to unleash thunderous blows with all his might, shaking the very heavens and earth. Granny Gay, standing nearby, felt a pang of regret, as Carrion's attacks also destroyed parts of the kingdom, but seeing his boiling battle lust, she had no choice but to unleash her seventh ultimate skill. Seeing the soldiers getting crushed like garlic, an excited Carrion launched several more terrifying, earth-shattering attacks, making the enemy's blood boil with rage. Meanwhile, at the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Dragon King Geo, Zara was also busy dealing with their legion, unleashing fire attacks with Geo's help. Ruyen also appeared, lending her abundant power alongside Han's belligerent imperial army. Watching the chaotic battle from afar, Ruyen smirked, pleased with her new power as she silently thanked Subaru. Back in the royal garden of the Red Earth Kingdom, Subaru arrived just in time to support Vaudern with his explosive Joe Fogathon during the close-quarters combat, leaving Vaudern utterly astonished. Seeing the enemy troops being decimated by Subaru's power, Sibiu finally believed that he had received 10% of the Silver King's power. The scene of devastation before him, filled with sacred flames and dust, made Sibiu feel as if he were gazing upon a scene from hell. I'll watch over the rest of the territory for you, but their leader will be here soon. Let's fight together, Subaru said to Vaudern, the king of the Red Earth. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, their leader, Hyudo Kotezu, actually appeared. Talk about perfect timing. So, you're here, Subaru said, slightly surprising Kotezu, who didn't think the boy knew who he was. Of course, Subaru knew him, because he was the one destined to kill him in the future, foreseen by the king of Aurora. Before Kotezu could say anything more, the hot-headed Vaudern charged at him with a fiery attack, despite Subaru's attempts to stop him. He is the one who sowed destruction upon our country. I will deliver justice as a king, Vaudern yelled, beating his chest. Emitting a wave of his own killing intent, he finally unleashed his ultimate skill, Mistletoe, powerfully firing an arrow straight at Kotezu. Kotezu quickly took out a D-rank item, a pitiful paper doll, which successfully took the full brunt of Vaudern's violent arrow for him. After using the low-rank item to take the hit, Kotezu unleashed his ultimate skill, God's Advent, summoning the ferocious war god, Mask, to attack Vaudern directly. Although Vaudern was heavily injured, he was still talking tough and remained hot-tempered, so it seemed it would be difficult for Kotezu to defeat him easily. Determined, Kotezu used another item, the A4 rank Thonvin, muttering a spell and drawing a rune that engulfed Vaudern in flames so hot he felt like he would combust. When Ikuhana rushed in to help, he was also trapped in a sea of flames by Kotezu's Fire God King's seal. Seeing Ikuhana in danger, Vaudern immediately rushed over, but was also enveloped by Kotezu's dimensional chains. In such a difficult situation, Vaudern could only weakly ask Subaru for help. After getting Vaudern's agreement to join forces, Subaru lightly brandished his H-Katana Ignitia. A single, razor-sharp slash severed Kotezu's giant hand in the blink of an eye. Witnessing his giant hand get destroyed for the first time, Kotezu was slightly shocked. The two of them, unwilling to yield, continuously clashed fiercely, but the fight remained a stalemate. Faced with Subaru's incredible techniques that used blood to create slashes, Kotezu asked for his name and then immediately checked the system panel to see just who this powerful guy was. In this event, the administrator has designated you as an added character. The Blood Saint of Salvation, huh? It's quite rare to encounter an enemy who is Japanese. I'm not very interested in that. What matters is how I'm going to take you down. According to theory, when facing an enemy with no available attack information, I can try various methods to find your weakness. There are still 5 minutes before the attack ends. I'll take good care of you, Subaru, Kotezu said with a glare. But the moment he finished speaking, Kotezu was enveloped by Subaru's Fugetan and took a devastating punch from him, causing him to spit blood. You said there were still 5 minutes, right? If that were the case, maybe you could have done it. But in this timeline, don't even think about defeating me in such a short amount of time, Subaru declared coldly. The future of Aurora was incredibly tragic. The entire Kanto region was destroyed in the first and second calamities. The number of divine masters was also cut in half. In the third calamity, at the hands of a separated soul fragment of ruins, both Saza and Sazaka were annihilated simultaneously. When the fourth calamity struck, both Tsukishima and Karin perished. Then the fifth calamity arrived, and no one could defeat Gyo after he had fulfilled his wish. Next was the sixth calamity, a direct attack that struck Japan, paralyzing the entire country. The seventh calamity caused the extinction of humanity, except for the divine masters. And finally, Vanquish passed away. Subaru's connection to the Gate Master was instantly severed, and his divine master power vanished without reason. A blindingly bright door suddenly materialized before Subaru's eyes. From within, Sibiu sorrowfully informed Subaru that Vanquish had passed away, leaving him so shocked he couldn't believe it was true. It seems the administrators have targeted our world for erasure. They are the ones who created the clock in the sky to reap the souls of countless worlds. They are high-level entities who have transcended all norms. It won't be long before they start invading the underworld. As for me, I'll fight until the very end. What about you, Subaru? Sibiu asked. And just like that, Subaru decided to fight alongside Sibiu and became the wielder for King Aurora, until the sky tore open and the executioner appeared with the Gladius army. The remaining god hosts banded together and fought to the very end. Under their brutal assault, Dinga sacrificed himself to protect Subaru. Left all alone amidst the chaos, Subaru was in agony, not knowing what to do next, because now even Sibiu had departed to follow Dinga. Seeing Subaru wailing on the ground, Kotetsu quietly approached. Subaru, you must be the boss of this world, huh? There's no escape anymore. You're just wasting time. Kotetsu, who are you? Just what the hell are you? Where do you come from? Why are you attacking this world? Subaru screamed his lungs out, but Kotetsu was no longer interested in talking and just wanted to finish him off right there. No, I will fight until the very last moment, until my very soul is completely extinguished. Subaru roared and unleashed all of his power. Back in the present, Subaru and Kotetsu are now face to face, ready to destroy one another. Kotetsu's volcanic fire god and Subaru's blood mold quickly merged, creating an incredibly powerful sea of fire. Kotetsu used his god-tier skill, Curious Rain, intending to ambush Subaru from behind, but Subaru countered it with his blood shield. A speed-boosting ultimate skill? I never saw this in the future. Subaru mentally assessed Kotetsu's last move. Kotetsu's core ultimate skill is a divine ability that allows him to manifest concepts of gods from Greek and Roman mythology. This ultimate skill is quite versatile, as he can use any type of attack. But what's even more terrifying is his sub-skill, The main reason my future self was defeated by Kotetsu was because he nullified my flames with his blood. Therefore, if I can match the speed of Curious Rain, I might be able to exploit his weakness. But now, Kotetsu's sub-skill, Osisha, won't be able to harm me again. With Kotetsu's genius combat skills combined with Subaru's sub-skill, Kotetsu could easily counter any attack and record it. The only way for Subaru to defeat him was to attack him with a move he had never seen before. True to his word, Subaru immediately summoned the war god Masa to unleash a devastating attack with him. Kotetsu was slightly surprised as he was enveloped by Subaru's immense energy. After unleashing the dragon's razor-sharp strike, Subaru also channeled the power of Hirasaka to fight alongside him, causing the quality of his ultimate skill to skyrocket. I didn't expect you to still have tricks up your sleeve. You truly are strong, Kotetsu remarked. In the lair of the 1,000-year-old ancient tree in the Bronze Kingdom, Maria was explaining to Shikishima about an attack from people of another world. Other worlds have found the human world. Once they find one, they'll find a second, and then a third. You'd normally think that there must be others like you out there. Generally speaking, regarding the proximity between worlds, the one most likely to connect with theirs is your human world. But this will attract a lot more unwanted attention. It's highly likely that the administrators and the rest of them are all in a single world from which they can control the other realms according to the rules of the game. Perhaps there's a corporation that's creating and selling these types of games. What they're doing is just business. No matter who this attacker is, they are almost certainly playing by rules similar to those of your world. Maria pointed directly at Shikishima and stated firmly, in the past, one day, gates allowing Kotetsu to traverse different dimensions appeared all over the world. At the same time, a time limit also appeared in the sky. The start time for the game was announced to Kotetsu. He was chosen to become the agent tasked with protecting the world. You are a member of the punishment squad. You will pass through various gates with your teammates. After that, you are to conquer the other worlds. If you succeed, you will receive a rare item. Otherwise, you will be penalized, the system stated the conditions. Kotetsu's team was chosen by the administrators and designated as agents. To defeat the bosses from the gates, they continued to fight and level up. There were times they invaded other worlds, and times they were invaded, moments of victory and moments of defeat. Kotetsu has continued to play this game with his life on the line for 8 years. And after all that, Kotetsu was the only one left, the strongest player in the world, invited to the Underworld Conquest event. Kotetsu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight? Even though the destruction of this world is already preordained, the female game system curiously asked Kotetsu, does she only know how to create the game and then just leave it at that? I just want to see how far I can go in this life, even though I sometimes gamble all my chances just to get a rare item. To me, conquest is just something I'm good at and enjoy doing, Kotetsu replied at that time. Returning to the present-day Red Earth underworld, Subaru, with the power of his relative Hirasaka, was surging with more power than ever before. Subaru's plan was to attack Kotetsu with a move he had never seen before. Meanwhile, all Kotetsu could think about was perfectly finishing off Subaru. After much thought, Kotetsu decided to attack Subaru from behind with an element that could weaken him. And so, Kotetsu chose to wield an ironstone gauntlet, charging straight into the Kiryu's technique unleashed by Subaru. The two clashed fiercely, their powers exploding on impact, but a winner could not yet be decided. If both our powers are equal, then I, the one who can best adapt to ultimate skills, will win. Kotetsu thought to himself and quickly unleashed his OCCA technique, but surprisingly, he was instantly blocked by Subaru and his countless traditional moves. Forced into a corner, Kotetsu had to unleash the 1,000 Kilin technique, the same move that previously made Subaru freeze for a few seconds against Yulak Binat's weapon. Just as I thought, your swordsmanship is on a completely different level ever since you held that black sword. But I've already memorized it, Kotetsu said as he continued to relentlessly attack Subaru. His attacks were incredibly heavy and sharp, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth and sweat bullets just to defend, and in the end, he was sent flying 10 meters with a brutal blow. Fortunately, just before blacking out, Subaru managed to gently summon his second sword, the Black Katana. This black sword causes corrosion and decomposition. And just like that, at this very moment, Subaru unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, creating countless flying slashes that filled the sky and enveloped Kotetsu. In that instant, Kotetsu thought of several ultimate skills to counter the attack, but they were all immediately negated. Subaru was the most resourceful enemy Kotetsu had ever faced. Kotetsu would surely use that last attack to take things a step further, because he believed Subaru was a strong opponent. And just as expected, despite losing an arm, Kotetsu still chose to counter Subaru's attack. A successful horizontal slash made Subaru gush blood from his stomach. A complex and flashy attack, You're the first boss to make me feel this excited, but it looks like your game is ending early. That last move of yours, I've seen it once and already memorized it. Don't even think about trying it on me a second time. Kutetsu thought to himself before lunging forward to deal another fatal blow to Subaru, right in the same spot as the last wound. Subaru could only fall back in a daze as hazy images of the future, of the time he changed destiny, flashed through his mind. Although Kutetsu had landed a hit on Subaru, he still couldn't understand why the image of Subaru holding two swords hadn't registered in his memory. Then, at that very moment, Subaru suddenly surged upward, slamming a Vantian punch straight into Kotetsu's chest with an unbelievably critical impact. This was a unique ultimate skill that could only be used in his vampire state, consumed a portion of his MP, and could only be used once by Subaru. Vantian was an ultimate skill taught to Subaru by Vanquish to counter Kotetsu, and it was also Subaru's current strongest technique. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Kotetsu couldn't react in time, his face simply frozen in utter shock and disbelief. As the Vantian technique was unleashed, countless bolts of lightning rolled across the sky, exploding with a deafening roar as bright as New Year's Eve fireworks. It tore through the very fabric of space and instantly obliterated Kotetsu, body and soul, right on the spot. Watching Kotetsu get blown to bits before him, Subaru felt that he was finally the true conqueror. Before he died, Kotetsu only had time to utter the word magnificent before being swept away by the wind, logging out of this world. Vaudern and Ikuhana, witnessing the horrifying scene before them, couldn't help but marvel at Subaru's immense power. It seemed Kotetsu's soldiers had already logged out along with him some time ago. After dealing with Kotetsu, Subaru clutched his wound-covered body. He staggered toward Vaudern to ask for a healer, looking as if he was about to drop dead on the spot. Luckily, Ikuhana was there, and she immediately stepped in to heal Subaru. Hearing Ikuhana mention their past, Subaru suddenly remembered that he had once tried to take her head with his blade, Kat Tan. Meeting her again here truly felt like fate. Wow, I never expected a human could be this powerful, Ikuhana said with admiration. According to the stats, the third king is much stronger than I am. I simply came here fully prepared, that's all. Kotetsu is a god lord from a different world than ours, Subaru explained. So he's one of the conquerors who occasionally arrive here from another world. All of their unidentified items are incredibly difficult to deal with. I must admit, if you hadn't been here, I would have been defeated. Vaudern spoke up grimly, and Subaru gave an awkward smile because he knew that in the future, the man really had been defeated. Just as Ikuhana finished healing Subaru, Kotetsu's voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling the entire group. Whether I have another chance or not, it's time for me to return to my own world now. Kotetsu looked completely unfazed, and as dapper as ever, as if he hadn't been knocked out at all. He said this while walking straight towards Subaru, making everyone's minds reel in shock. Vaudern furiously unleashed a Ganjin barrage straight at Kotetsu, but surprisingly, it had no effect whatsoever because he was simply a resurrection item and nothing more. It's useless. I'm currently in an invincible grace period. Kotetsu stood amidst the chaos, responding with calm composure. Now he had to leave because his time limit was up, so he would probably be penalized for failing to defeat Subaru. Subaru asked Kotetsu about the managers, but he knew nothing about them from the very beginning. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again, Subaru. I've memorized that Zeta movement from the last moment, so I won't lose next time. Kotetsu smirked with a promise and then instantly vanished like sea foam. On the other side, because Kotetsu had failed to conquer his target, he would have to face a penalty from the system. But the system suddenly flashed a red alert, urgently warning Kotetsu to run because a gate from another world was about to open. As it said this, the system interface abruptly blurred and then shattered into countless fragments before Kotetsu's bewildered eyes. The sky began to crack and tear open, revealing a terrifying, bloodshot eye staring down menacingly. Kotetsu now understood that he had to fight this thing. They seem strong, but that won't change a thing. No matter who my opponent is, all I have to do is conquer them. Kotetsu arrogantly thought to himself, his current life or death status remaining unknown. Back with Subaru, Ikuhana was asking Forden for permission to repay Subaru by escorting him to the Golden Kingdom. Although grateful for Ikuhana's kindness, Subaru had to refuse because the King of Aurora had already given him information through this bracelet, and someone would be coming to pick him up soon. Just as Subaru finished speaking, Safina, riding a crimson earthbird, gently landed from the sky to pick him up in front of everyone's shocked expressions. Sibiu had previously warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she intended to marry him. Safina was now giggling as she extended her hand for Subaru to take, and this disgustingly seductive display made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bird emitting a brilliant golden light appeared before Forden, and upon seeing it, He immediately recognized it, Safina. The old man's face soured instantly. What are you doing here? At the feet of the giant bird, Safina slowly stood beside it. She looked smug. Because of my mistake, I had to fly all over the place to find Subaru and his people. Hearing this, Subaru and Ikuhana both listened in silence, while Safina continued. I came here personally to apologize. Subaru chuckled and said, You don't look very apologetic. Safina flinched slightly, then calmly replied, You're right. I got you involved in this fight, so no matter what you think, I still have to apologize. Hearing this, the old man jolted and his anger flared up. Your unreasonable attitude. She raised her voice calmly. Don't be so hasty, Crimson Earth. We're about to have a meeting. Safina gently raised her hand, a hint of a smile in her voice. Besides, it would be so boring to have to kill someone like you myself. Instantly, her magic flared up, spreading quickly on a gust of wind, causing Ikuhana to instinctively cover her face, while Subaru just watched with a satisfied smile. Vodern narrowed his eyes in fury. This little brat! Safina raised her voice slightly. Come on, Subaru. Riding this subordinate of mine, Simon, is very comfortable. Hearing her command, Simon understood and immediately lowered its back, bowing down. And you seem quite fired up. Shall we continue this conversation about our future? Subaru's voice was stiff. Please, give me a break. Safina let out a laugh. Oh, I can't do that. As Simon soared through the vast sky, Safina's voice rang out, Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize to you for. She carefully explained. First, it's about Isis. Although I tasked her with welcoming you within 4 days of your arrival, she acted on her own. Subaru remained silent, pondering her explanation. It seemed she had secretly planned everything herself. Safina seemed exasperated, but since I can sense when the Great Gate is used, I could roughly guess what had happened. That girl is truly talented, but when her emotions take over, she becomes reckless. Subaru then recalled the previous actions Isis had taken. He now understood that Isis's prior actions were not permitted by Safina, but were entirely her own doing. Safina said graciously, Please forgive her for my sake. She often thinks too much on my behalf and sometimes acts foolishly on her own. She laughed and said, We should arrive by tomorrow, but he looked over, asking blankly, You've already forgiven her? She made a strange sound, then nodded. Thanks to Isis, you were able to protect Forden and defeat the Conqueror, forcing him to face punishment. Safina lowered her voice. In fact, I should be the one praising her. Subaru also nodded. She stepped forward lightly. Everything in this world revolves around amusement. Safina spread her arms and said loudly, When you become a king, if you just live as you please, you will never be able to improve. She said with a firm voice, Furthermore, destiny is my natural ally. Hearing that, he was stunned, mumbling to himself, Destiny. At that moment, Safina continued, So which is bad and which is good? No one knows until they try to discover it in the future. Her tone didn't change, and her expression remained cheerful. Unless you can predict the future. This left Subaru stunned. Safina emitted a captivating aura and casually continued, So whatever happened doesn't matter. Let's just savor and enjoy it. Subaru was surprised. Safina, this king. If I'm not mistaken, during the first disaster, she let me go because she found me interesting. That was when Safina first met him and said, You seem to be more than just the special host we thought you were. She's that kind of king. How interesting. However, he couldn't help but wonder, wait a minute, why is she so similar to Vanquish? Suddenly, Safina spoke up. I found the others and brought them back. Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Safina and her subordinate, Simon, went to each location and rescued them, as they had been sent to different places. Once they rode on Simon, they were brought directly to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru swallowed nervously and replied, Thank you. So, what was the other thing you wanted to apologize for? She immediately replied, It's about Kokogagi. Hearing this, he was startled and paid close attention. Safina explained, You already know this. We are the ones with the authority to interfere with the gates and portals to the human world. The Golden Kingdom, Silver, and Bronze have a special technique for using the gate. So, in other words, although Kokogagi was ordered to gather information under the guise of the treaty, it seems someone instigated him. Subaru looked serious. Who on earth could it be? He suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me it's that person. It, the one who can change the future before I can? A glint of light flashed through Safina's eyes. I get it now. It's the one who always wants information the most. Subaru froze, completely astonished. Suddenly, Safina placed her hands on the arms of his chair, startling him. From now on, she was face to face with Subaru, a faint smile on her lips. You will exchange information with me. A strange yellow symbol seemed to glow in her eyes. I can tell that the information you hold is very valuable. Moreover, you also hold countless other lives in your hands. Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. In her brightly shining eyes, a line of text suddenly appeared. Could that be an omen about the future of King Aurora? He looked straight at her and thought, this woman. He was utterly bewildered. How could she know so much? No, she's seeing right through me, so it must be a mind-reading technique. At that moment, the corner of Safina's mouth twitched slightly. Something like a mind-reading technique? It's written all over your face. Startled, he quickly reached up to touch his face. Safina suddenly burst out laughing. I was just making a wild guess. Subaru leaned back with his mouth agape as Safina waved her hand dismissively. I don't have a skill like that. She pointed to her head with 2 fingers. If I have any special combat technique, it's my ability to calculate risks. Or in other words, I have sharp intuition. Subaru sat there dumbfounded. Intuition? She touched him. That intuition tells me that if I marry you, things will become much more interesting. Safina narrowed her eyes strangely and made an even stranger proposal. Be my husband, Subaru. He remained silent, a look of deep contemplation appearing in his eyes. Then he sighed. I'll have to politely decline. She laughed warmly. I'm not giving up, you know. At the Seat of Souls, both Zia and the young man beside her looked in one direction with surprise. It was Van San, who was sobbing her heart out. Seeing this, they asked, What's wrong, Van San? Van San buried her face in her hands and sobbed, Zia, what do you think about your childhood friend marrying your master? Zia looked confused. Isn't it enough as long as they love each other? Van San cried even louder, Ah, love. At that moment, a vast white space was suddenly filled with all kinds of clouds. I will not acknowledge it. Seeing this strange sight, the other two were surprised and had no idea what was happening. And then, in another dimension, as Isis was calmly walking forward, she suddenly heard a noise behind her. It was Subaru and Safina exchanging friendly greetings, and upon seeing them, Isis forced a stiff smile. And then, a mechanical contraption under Safina's control slammed hard into her head. Subaru, who witnessed it, let out an awkward laugh, but then something suddenly caught his eye, making him look over. A massive pair of wings was soaring across the sky, gradually descending toward them. People stood atop each of the large birds. The comrades who had been separated had finally reunited in the Golden Kingdom. Along with Ariak Subaru, they had all arrived at the Meeting of Kings, with no one missing. The Meeting of Kings was an event attended by over 200 different kingdoms. It was held to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld, including politics, the economy, society, and culture. With education and many other topics on the agenda, the 3 kings would take turns deciding the conference's location, and it was scheduled to last for 10 days. Hearing this, one of the girls asked hesitantly, Isn't 10 days a bit long? The young man immediately replied, That's actually short. The annual session between nations in our world lasts for 2 months, or even longer. Ariak Subaru's main goal for attending this session is to persuade the underworld to abolish all the connecting gates to the human world. Subaru quietly followed behind Isis into the main hall of the Golden Kingdom's palace, the Tower of Eternity. He looked up and said, This place reminds me of where I fought that monster. Isis frowned and replied, It seems it's the same place. After all, the scenery inside a gate is based on where the boss used to live. Looking at her, he figured that Safina had ordered Isis to act as a guard for the session as a form of punishment. Subaru suddenly realized, come to think of it, she did say something like that, didn't she? The only ones permitted to participate in this session are the kings themselves. Ariak Subaru's companions were waiting in a separate area some distance away. One of them pointed to his forehead and said with a bored tone, Well, since I have a soul connection, I can still hear what's going on. Another one had a helpless look on his face. It's a good thing you have that, because I don't think Ariak can get through this meeting by himself. Subaru was like, Why couldn't I? A guy with dark circles under his eyes added, That's right. Subaru, a bit disappointed, said, Hey now. A woman chuckled. Because you're not very good at dealing with people, my lord. Subaru was left speechless. Just then, the guy with the pink half-mask spoke up. According to the prediction from Subaru's upgraded future sight, the discussion will be open for participation on the 10th day, which is also the final day. His speech, of course, will be about abolishing the connecting gates from the underworld to the human world. One king will accept this proposal. Another will refuse, while Safina will remain neutral. As a result, the gates will be sealed until a decision is reached. He continued, holding up 2 fingers. There are 2 problems here. First, there's a high probability that the administrators will notice that the gates have been sealed, and that will lead to a change in the game's rules. The remaining issue is a definite variable that not even the upgraded future could predict. Hearing that, Subaru immediately thought of conflict, right? The other man gritted his teeth and nodded. I don't know if it will happen or not, Subaru replied. Sikizma-san? So what does that mean? Subaru hesitated for a moment, then asked, I can do whatever I want until after the 9th day, right? Sikizma-san hesitated. I guess so. Behind his glasses, a bloodshot glint flashed in his eyes. Just keep praying. Pray that they'll agree to remove the gates to the human world. Subaru was overjoyed and said, Yes, I understand. Hearing this conversation, another person felt uneasy, thinking that Sikizma-san was just spouting nonsense to mislead him. As if his thoughts were read, Sikizma-san replied, Should I just tell the kid to go to sleep then? Just then, the large doors from outside opened, revealing two figures, Easy and Subaru. He remained silent with a worried expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Inside the Eternal Tower were several round objects, engraved with fan-like flower patterns, floating in the air, and Subaru was amazed, so this is where it all happens. A large round object descended, and Easy carefully gestured, Please have a seat here. The height of each seat is based on the rank of each kingdom, and Queen Safina has already given you a higher position. Subaru hesitated slightly. The height? Suddenly, a voice spoke with an unfriendly tone. Hey, get out of the way, human. This caught his attention. It was a young man with his hands in his pockets, standing with a very aggressive posture. As soon as Easy saw him, she frowned. King Verde. She raised her voice to reprimand him. Don't you think it's rude to tell one of the meeting's guests to move aside, King Verde? Subaru's companions were speechless. Did Easy really just say that? All the other guests had been sent away by Easy immediately after meeting them. Verde, the king of the green, level 19, heard this and scowled in annoyance. My level is much higher, so I should go first, that's all. Easy was inwardly annoyed. He's right, but she had to remain perfectly polite on the outside. Please, go ahead. His footsteps were slow as he passed by, and as he walked, Verde cursed under his breath. Undisciplined trash. As he got on his seat and floated up, she stood below, wishing she could tear him to shreds. Damn upstart kingdom. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Subaru turn around. It was 3 more guests. So, you're the human everyone's been talking about? He asked, referring to him. Among them, Rakan, the king of red, level 25, looked at Subaru with a skeptical frown. This guy is supposed to be important? Hey Kamina, are you sure? He looks a lot weaker than I expected. Kamina, the king of sky blue, level 23, simply scowled and didn't answer the question. Lut, the king of orange, level 22, smiled and asked, Now, let's just leave it to Kamina, shall we? The 3 of them then got on their seats first. See you later. Subaru quickly turned back and saw that Easy was not looking good. All right then. The fire of anger inside her was about to explode. You should get to your seat as well, Lord Ariak. Subaru saw this and felt displeased, thinking she really hates these prominent kingdoms, doesn't she? As the chairs flew up and hovered inside the tower, people appeared one by one and were waiting. Subaru looked at his chair, tilting his head and thought, each seat belongs to the king of a kingdom, and there are a few empty ones too. Well, it seems not everyone could make it, huh? He was startled by a voice, and another one chimed in, Ruins. Most of the dragon species wouldn't be able to fit in here. And that includes Vodan. For the kings who can't enter to take a seat, they use an item to speak in their place. It's a communication item, the Whispering Light. He nodded in astonishment. I see. The other person rested their chin on their hand, not making a sound but speaking through the communication item. By the way, all the people by the gate are from smaller, less influential kingdoms, under the management of the 3 kings. The kingdom where Kokugaji is from is one such kingdom. The new king, Kokugaji, level 176, was sitting upright and waiting. Next to him was the king of Aurora, Sibiu, level 142. Subaru was momentarily surprised. Oh, Sibiu is here too! The other person smiled faintly and pointed, and the ones above you are from more powerful kingdoms. The blue, red, sky blue, and orange kingdoms as well. He also looked up at the colorful chairs floating above. They are the powerful kingdoms with influence in the current era, including Rakan, who is waiting with his chin in his hand, and Kamina with a calm expression, and Luke, who looks expectant. They are a group of cunning young rulers. That person happily continued the introduction, and then there are the 3 kings, including myself, seated almost at the very top. Subaru smiled and nodded. Thanks for the simple explanation. That person gave a faint, meaningful smile. It's also thanks to you. Sharing the future upgrade path for Aurora helped me a lot too. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to this meeting. Hearing that, he stiffened and replied with a forced smile, I'm actually a bit worried. Suddenly, someone spoke up, startling one of the three kings, Ruins, and drawing his attention. One level above was the figure of someone radiating a blinding light, making this person gasp. Their gaze was incredibly sharp. This woman's lips twitched slightly. You seem to be in a good mood. The one known as Ruins thought to himself, if she finds out I'm close with Subaru, it'll be dangerous. He turned his head back and gave a sincere smile. It's just because I'm in a good mood today. Her sharp gaze swept over him. Is that so? And here I thought you were having a very pleasant chat with Subaru. Ruins could only laugh it off, while Subaru was astonished by her shrewd observation. Ruins laughed out loud. It's just because I haven't seen him in a long time. But inwardly, he was thinking, she's too sharp. However, looking at that woman, a thought crossed his mind. She proposed to Subaru-kun too, didn't she? I can't be sure. Under Subaru's gaze, that powerful ruler spoke up. Now, the time has come. Let us begin. She sat confidently on her throne of power. I am pleased to see most of you present here to participate in the annual meeting of kings. Meanwhile, Subaru kept steeling his resolve in his mind, continuously muttering a single phrase. I demand the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world. I demand the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world. Meanwhile, she continued with her speech. At this moment, we have a total of 217 agenda items compiled by the kingdoms, so we must first organize everything for this meeting. I request everyone's cooperation. However, Verdi Zelen raised her hand, interrupting her. I have a point to make. This caused all the kings present to turn their attention in one direction. Verdi leaned forward and said, I request an urgent matter. The three young men, Lut, Kamina, and Rakan, were listening intently. Meanwhile, Subaru was continuously muttering the same phrase, I request the abolition of the gates connecting to the human world. Ruins, on the other hand, was resting his chin on his hand with a bored expression. The powerful king spoke calmly. King of the Green, I was still speaking, you know. But a sharp glint appeared in her eyes, the eyes of Safina. Is your matter truly urgent enough to interrupt me? Subaru kept muttering, almost driving himself crazy. I request the abolition of the gates connecting to the human world. Verde nodded slightly. Yes, all four kingdoms, Green, Red, Sky Blue, and Cam request that the three kings abolish the gates connecting to the human world. While he was muttering the exact same phrase, he heard this and his jaw dropped in astonishment. A subtle smile formed on Safina's lips. The gazes of Ruins and Vodon suddenly met, while Lut smiled optimistically. My. Verde stood on her large chair and raised her voice. Is there a problem, Ariad Subaru? Even standing down here, you'd be stunned, because your recent actions were perhaps a bit over the top. Verde gave a faint smile. Isn't that precisely what you humans want? Subaru froze. She knows my name, and my purpose too. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. Is she someone important? Hey, Kamina, are you sure about this? Rakan's words echoed faintly in his ear, and Kamina's reaction, followed by Lut's voice, come on, just leave it all to Kamina. Subaru was stunned, unable to believe it. In the room where Subaru's relatives and friends were connected through their familiars. Hey, Ariad, one of them clutched their head. Why is this so different from the future we know? Another person was completely bewildered. Why would someone from the underworld want the gates abolished? Another person closed their eyes, as if deep in thought. Sekishima suddenly spoke up. Hey, Subaru, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Subaru looked up, bewildered. Yes, this situation is almost like a conflict. A clash between two people who can both predict the future. He looked towards Kamina, someone among them. No, one of those four has the future prediction skill. I'm guessing it's the King of Sky Blue, Sekishima said seriously. It's good that you know that much. The goal of these kingdoms is to use our request to increase their own influence, not to actually abolish the gates. The eyes of their group narrowed slightly. Sekishima's expression turned grim. Do you dare to look down on us humans? Lut looked hesitant. This is getting interesting. A smile flashed across Sekishima's face. I've been itching to test my special skill. From this moment on, we will face off against this king of the emerging kingdoms in a battle of logic and prediction. At that moment, the other guy turned to ask Sekishima, a battle of logic and prediction? The boy with the dark-circled eyes was suddenly startled. Sekishima glanced over at the other kings. If the King of Sky Blue has requested to abolish the gates, then we must cooperate with them, right? Sekishima gritted his teeth, thinking just you wait and see, while Subaru over here was furrowing his brows with a completely serious expression. Verde then spoke up louder. To all the kings who have gathered here today, although you may know of the existence of the gates and doors, I bet none of you know how they are structured. He stood on his floating chair, arms spread wide, and said in a confident voice, we, the leaders of these four kingdoms, will explain it to you. Hearing this, Kamina looked down at his two friends below with a rather grim expression. Rakan, however, looked on with great anticipation, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Luth was winking, as if giving some kind of signal. Ruin and Safina remained silent, neither of them saying a word. Looking towards Luth, Verde said cautiously, "First, let's talk about the gates. In the past, the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the most prominent forces when they gathered together. We were created to protect the souls of these underworld entities. Souls are the most important thing in this world, so we cannot allow them to fall into the hands of the god of death. Therefore, when someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored away. Furthermore, they can only return to the underworld after a certain condition has been met." The other kings were all stunned to hear this. Glancing at Rakan's playful smile, Verde cautiously continued speaking. "Next are the doors. They were created exclusively for the human world. They are designed to lure humans, inviting them inside. Once a human forms a contract with the master of a door, they become known as a divine master. Only then can they attack the underworld entity inside the door." And then, he held out his hand, declaring confidently that a clash between the divine master and the underworld entity would then unfold inside the door. A surge of soul energy will be released, and that energy returns to the kingdom that created the door. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. "Only the kingdom that created the door?" they asked back, unconvinced, as the entire assembly of kings fell silent, awaiting the answer. Verde immediately nodded, his voice growing louder. "That's right. Do you understand now? The three kings have monopolized the technology of the gates and doors. They only want to hoard the soul energy from the human world for themselves." As he continued to speak, he stressed the gravity of the situation. "This is a clear explanation for the weaker kingdoms. Is a betrayal to kingdoms like ours." Safina's expression grew pensive, as did Ruin's. The atmosphere in the tower fell silent for a moment, and then, very quickly, everyone agreed. "That's right. We will not allow such a monopoly." Subaru just stood there, silently observing. A finger was gently raised. "Therefore, we demand the abolition of the gates from the three kings, or else." At this moment, Verde shouted, "Release the portals and gates to the other kingdoms as well." Subaru's companions were stunned upon hearing this. They were sitting in another room when the guy with dark circles under his eyes flinched. "Release them? Sekishima? What in the world is happening?" Sekishima gritted his teeth, his expression turning grim. The Sky Blue Claw possesses a prediction technique. It's almost as if he had already foreseen the outcome when Subaru requested the abolition order on the 10th day, along with a future where the three kings would temporarily close the gates, and they had already planned for this. If this topic can sway the three kings, why don't we use the portals and gates to force their recognition? The four claws from the four kingdoms gathered and agreed to this, then rehearsed their performance repeatedly. In the end, he saw a future where the order to release the gates was approved. That speech was a pre-arranged agreement. Faced with Verde's proposal, the others thought his point was so valid they agreed without a second thought. "Release them! Release them! Release the portals and gates to the other kingdoms too!" Verde smirked inwardly. "These kings are actually being swayed. Even if the gates are released for us, you low-ranking trash shouldn't even dream of getting access. The souls of the human world will be ours." Sekishima frowned. "If the gates are released, then in the worst-case scenario, if all 200 kingdoms of the underworld were to open gates to the human world, to put it simply, the number of gates would increase 60-fold from what it is now." Hearing this explanation, Subaru's frown was grim as an indescribable unease settled in his heart. The guy with the dark circles under his eyes was aghast. 60? However, he froze due to a different kind of pressure. The man standing next to him exploded with anger, his magic flaring with his rage. "Are you kidding me? Something like that absolutely cannot be allowed to happen." He gritted his teeth fiercely as rage seemed to consume his reason entirely. Sekishima, however, hesitated, thinking, "It still depends on the three kings." Suddenly, Vodan spoke, startling the other kings into silence. "Shut your mouths, you foolish creatures." Vodan's eyes were bloodshot. "The portals and gates are the very devices that save us from the administrators and protect the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls are not lost and we can exist in peace." He vented his frustration. "We are certainly not monopolizing the benefits, as you claim." Nearby, other kings who supported him retorted, "That's right. However," Karan burst out laughing, crossing his arms. "In other words, to take the underworld, you're making the human world bear double the burden, aren't you?" His eyes blazed across the space. "What did you say?" He smirked triumphantly. "As for the matter of monopoly, if you open the gates for us, we'll naturally understand what you're talking about." Hearing this, Verde faltered slightly, her eyes holding a hint of something manipulative. Just then, Ruin suddenly spoke up. Hold on! Hold on. You all make it sound so easy, but the gates and doors, we also have to bear a considerable burden to open them, you know? It's not like we thought the other kings weren't worthy and just sent them away. He let out a strange laugh. Wouldn't it be wrong to want to share it after all this time? The entire group faltered, feeling that he was absolutely right. Kamina now spoke up. Then just get rid of it, he said softly. You all talk with such flowery words, like you're saving the underworld, but what you're doing is no different from exploiting us. Shouldn't the underworld be the one to bear those burdens? That would make more sense, right? Ruin was very optimistic. I, for one, think it's even better than just flowery words. He continued, you know the underworld is a world created from the energy of souls, right? If the gates disappear, the administrators will surely take everything from us and leave only decay. We feel sorry for the humans, too. But it's better for us to keep using the gates and collect souls from the administrators. Ruin! The other guy was getting angry at his statement. Ruin paused, then let out a stiff laugh. I know how you feel, but just bear with it. It'll be a long time before we free them. For now, we can only maintain our positions. He got annoyed. Shikishima, if this keeps up, Shikishima whispered softly. Subaru. Subaru was still standing silently and listening. Shikishima gave him a decisive look. From now on, just follow my lead. Verde suddenly spoke, raising his voice. Now, all you kings and lords, this is the wish of all 200 kingdoms. Liberation. Suddenly, Subaru spoke up, cutting him off. This meeting is taking too long. Just cancel it. Everyone's attention turned to the speaker. Verde was quite surprised. He's still here? What do you mean, cancel it? That's not happening. Shut your mouth, you fool. Subaru looked up with a determined gaze. The kings immediately retaliated. Know your place, you lowly human! Get lost! Over here, witnessing this, the other two were just as dumbfounded. Shikishima, are you trying to start a war by supporting the abolition? The goal of these kings is liberation. So if we suddenly change our stance like this, Shikishima said softly, Tsunemori, Narus, listen to me. Both of them listened immediately. He said, in a difficult negotiation like this, what do you do when you think you might be going a little too far? The answer is, you take it even further, Shikishima said with a firm voice, causing Tsunemori and Narus to be completely astonished. Verde waved his hand dismissively. Now. Everyone calm down. He's just a human who doesn't know any better. Verde looked down toward Subaru and spoke cautiously. Hey, Ariak, we're having a discussion here, so either shut your mouth or else. However, Subaru cut him off directly. If you're going to say that, then you must compensate the victims of the underworld. Fulfill their wishes. Return all of that soul energy to them, Subaru recited, following Shikishima's guidance. Verde froze upon hearing this, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Karan, on the other hand, let out a grotesque laugh, a truly bizarre laugh. The other kings couldn't believe it either. A human, that damn human. A whole barrage of insults was hurled at Subaru. Wipe that smirk off your face. Don't be so foolish. What kind of compensation are you even talking about? Apologize. Apologize now. One of them, a king with the appearance of an ape, exploded in a rage. I'll kill you, you ignorant scum. Shikishima wasn't surprised. They've taken the bait. Do it, Subaru. Suddenly, a majestic, multicolored light appeared above that king's head. It was energy radiating from Subaru. The words spoken at this meeting should not be taken so lightly. Who was it just now that said they wanted to kill me? I will be your opponent. The entire space within the tower was filled with a blinding, miraculous light. Verdi's eyes widened in utter astonishment. What's with that guy? I can sense a power from him that's on par with, or perhaps even greater than, our own. Ruin, watching with his chin in his hand, thought, this just got interesting. Subaru has a portion of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing through him. It's as if the kingdom itself is intervening. He looked on, extremely satisfied. If you want to surpass me in the underworld, first you have to show me what you're made of. Karan's expression now turned serious. So, his apparent weakness from the start was all intentional. Loot became serious. If he's really using another power source to intimidate us, it's definitely working. The lower-ranked kings are already showing signs of fear. Verde spoke up. I was supposed to be the one swaying them to achieve my goals. Hey, Kamina, did your predictions mention anything about this twist? Kamina slowly replied. No. He seemed terrified. Why? Why has my prediction gone so wrong? Seeing the dead silence in the room, Subaru continued. If there are no objections, we will never back down from our demand. Kamina was startled by this, jolting in his chair that floated in midair. Subaru's power flared intensely as he spoke. We humans completely reject the exploitation of our souls if you still wish to open the gate. With a calm expression, he continued. So, you'd better prepare yourselves. Although his words were gentle, they carried a threat that terrified everyone present. Karan spoke in a panic. This is bad, Kamina. The lesser kings are useless now. They're too scared to break this stalemate. Kamina understood, I know. In his vision, the difficult situation of his comrades was already laid out, so he immediately used a secret technique called Poetic Realm. Creating paths of dazzling sunlight, he painted the best possible future from these paths. Meanwhile, Sibiu also made her move. Smoke lightly curled from her lips. Bring it to me now. You've done well, Subaru. She quickly began to recover her strength. And now, the enemy is probably watching and painting another good future for themselves. I will deal with them with my ultimate skill, foresight. However, Kamina felt that something was wrong. Why wasn't the song that would lead me out of the curse here? Where is it? Why does it feel like it's being shattered? A conflict with the ultimate skill, foresight. Sibiu is using her power to control the enemy. It will bring about the most beneficial future and destroy all of the opponent's predictions. What a brilliant light. Kamina's jaw dropped, as if he had suffered a massive blow. Sibiu, with her soulless eyes, said, You useless bum, get out of Subaru's future. A short time before the meeting of the kings, the four kings of the four colors sat around a round table. At this moment, Verde spoke up. You're saying we should increase our ability to use the gate's entrance? Verde, with a calm expression, asked, Is that what your new prediction says, Kamina? Kamina lightly lifted his teacup and nodded. Then he raised his voice. We will stop the gold, silver, and bronze kingdom's monopoly on harvesting energy from human souls. The more energy a kingdom has, the more powerful it becomes. If we can do this, our growing influence will be a certainty. Rakan immediately continued the thought. Once we accomplish that, our dream will be one step closer to the pinnacle of the underworld, right? Kamina then placed his teacup on the table. This meeting is just an opportunity for debate. He looked at the others and continued. But if our enemy tries to get the upper hand, there's still a chance that something different from my prediction will happen. If that really happens, I will guide everyone again with a new prediction. Rakan glanced at the person next to him. We will reap great rewards if we succeed, or become the enemy of the three kingdoms if we fail. What do you think, Vele? Vele closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, his voice firm with determination. Let's do it. I'm leaving this to you, Kamina. Your predictions have always been reliable. Kamina gave a slight, unsettling smile. Returning to the present, in the tower, Vele stood above. Your prediction. He hesitated, unable to continue. Which one was it, Kamina? The others standing by were just as bewildered. Kamina. Even Rakan couldn't stop shouting Kamina's name. However, Kamina was clutching his head in horror. What the hell is happening? Why? Why can't I see a single future where we come out on top? Meanwhile, Sibiu was gradually expanding her spell's encirclement. You relied too much on your talent for prediction, she thought. The king of sky blue. No. All four of those kings gave up on improving themselves from the very beginning. And Kamina couldn't believe it, to the point that when his predictions were nullified, they couldn't do anything at all. Subaru watched in silence. Sikishima, sitting with his legs crossed, heard this and nodded. It seems like it's over now. He lightly pushed up his glasses. They have no answers left, not even a logical argument, below the tower, so now. Safina finally spoke up after a period of silence. If both sides have nothing more to say, then I suppose it's time to make a decision. Hearing this, Verde became extremely agitated. She exclaimed, That's a complete violation. This made Verde freeze on the spot. Even Subaru became alert. A violation. Safina's gaze was sharp, sweeping over each of the kings in Subaru. You, and all of you, are in violation. Then, a long, strange sound emanated from Safina, stunning everyone. In an instant, a single eye opened, but this eye was very strange. It looked like a mouth with sharp teeth that parted to reveal a bizarre eye. Tsunemori flinched. What? Sikishima gritted his teeth. What is that thing? Suddenly someone shouted, Run now, Subaru, causing Sikishima, San, and Tsunemori to freeze. It was an associate of Subaru, who warned him directly, Run! You can't. He yelled, You can't fight that thing. Subaru calmly wondered, How could I not have known about this? My predictions were just updated. Everyone was supposed to have agreed to temporarily halt the gate right after, and it was related to me and Subaru. There was no sign at all that my predictions had been interrupted. The mouth with the eye opened as if in harmony, uttering, I suppose I should let you know my name. Subaru replied, I came here on the administrator's orders. The eye spoke with a bizarre voice as something quickly began to emerge. A gaunt, deformed, and grotesque figure appeared, its face completely featureless. At the same time, its voice rang out, An enforcer, Abaddon. Safina mused, An enforcer? An enforcer carrying out orders from the administrators? Ruin, standing above, spoke through a communication orb. What is going on? Ariak Subaru. Ruin gritted his teeth in agitation. I thought the enemy wasn't supposed to appear in the prediction. Subaru became extremely confused. I don't know either. That thing suddenly appeared and inserted itself into this timeline. Ruin's bloodshot eyes narrowed. An enemy that can block all of our predictions? Abaddon slowly raised both hands and spoke. This world has intended to sabotage the system known as gates and doors, and has forsaken its duty to provide souls to the administrators. The eye widened, taking on a monstrous, blood-red hue. You took advantage of the moment we turned a blind eye, and even tried to alter the rules against the administrators' laws. Verdi was so shocked his jaw dropped. Alter the rules? His face paled instantly. So that means a king took a deep, stressful breath. Kamina screamed in horror. Is this our fault? The eye didn't even blink as it replied, Therefore I have come to carry out my mission. Pay the price with your souls. Immediately a group of other kings rushed forward. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the middle of our king's meeting? The demon became agitated. You're the ones who should die. Abaddon released a puff of dark green smoke, instantly immobilizing that king. And then, in a flash, it made him explode. The witnesses were horrified. One person couldn't escape and was caught in the flames, their form quickly melting away. And then, in the tense and silent atmosphere, a huge explosion erupted. Abaddon floated there, watching with a completely emotionless expression. Another king quickly advanced. Don't you underestimate us, you green dog. She instantly appeared in a form like a constantly spinning fan, immediately using a hidden powerful technique. She had to stop, surprised. No damage at all? Abaddon immediately counterattacked. Your attacks have no effect on me. She finally felt fear, but it was too late to retreat. Impossible. What are you? She was quickly blown to pieces right after. The cockroach on Subaru's body moved slightly. I don't think you'd understand, but I still want to be here. It opened its mouth wide. However, I won't do that, leaving you to feel annoyed and helpless. Another person waved their hand, signaling a retreat. However, Abaddon, in the form of a cockroach, approached and crawled onto the man's deathly pale face. You can't escape. Even if you manage to get out of here, it will be useless. As he spoke, a figure stretched out its long arms, while two shadowy figures grabbed onto its hands. My comrades are all waiting outside. One of them was headless, just a terrifying and bizarre, shimmering red mass. One was a woman, with a somewhat more pleasant appearance, but the terrifying part was their strange smile. The other one was completely headless, aside from two voluptuous hills. Where the head should be was just a smoky, hovering shape, with muscle and bone exposed. The last one had a bunch of leaves wrapped tightly around their neck, with their hair covering half of their incredibly grotesque face. Suddenly, a force erupted from below, threatening to suck one of the kings in, causing their head to become distorted. Another king wasn't spared either. That one was being pulled so strongly by the force that their mouth was stuck wide open in terror. The entire space exploded into chaos. Safina sat at the very top, observing the situation below, and spoke softly. In other words, it's a barrier. Ruin replied from below, resting his chin on his hand. That's right, they've surrounded the tower. It seems they can also make others explode using that snake. Safina's hand snatched a snake and squeezed it hard. I didn't intend to attack that thing, but her eyes never left the snake writhing in her hand. I see. We really can't touch them. A one-sided attack from the enemy in a confined space, this probably won't end well. Ruin, on his side, was also deep in thought. At this rate, we'll just be waiting to die without knowing what's happening. If only we could find a way to avoid its attack. Suddenly, Safina shouted, Ruin! He was startled by the sound. Look out! He glanced over. A bead of sweat rolled down. Damn it. A hand gripped the wildly thrashing body of the snake. Subaru's entire body shot upwards, an aura of power radiating all around him, which immediately caught Ruin's attention. He gaped in astonishment. Subaru! The snake in Subaru's hand wriggled continuously. Let me go! Let me go! It shrieked its last words. Let me go! As a stream of blood suddenly spurted from its mouth. Subaru directly used blood curse magic, crushing the snake's body with his grip and making it spurt blood. Ruin stood there dumbfounded. Did he just kill the snake that was attached to him? Subaru's palm was still stained with blood as he spoke. The snake possesses someone else before it explodes. He hovered at the same level as Safina and continued. In other words, it's like a curse. Safina was stunned for a moment. Then a formidable power, an aura of authority, radiated from her body. Subaru furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, If it's a curse, then we just have to counter it with another curse. Safina then pursed her lips into a smile, nodding in satisfaction. She praised him cheerfully. You really are a handsome man. He gave a sheepish smile. Really, Safina? The eye of Abaddon suddenly opened, a curse user among them. Huh. Ruin was reconsidering. I see. So the curse has the power to unconditionally erase a soul with just a single touch. His hand seemed to be regenerating as the bloodstain faded away. It can even resist the caster themselves. But to be honest, he's still too strong. Ariak Subaru's curse probably isn't powerful enough. Subaru looked at Safina, his expression turning serious. His gaze showed he understood the gravity of the situation. Even so, I still have to try. With that thought, he clenched his fist, releasing a powerful, multicolored stream of energy. Sensing something different, Subaru was momentarily surprised. A future has been updated, Sibiu. Sibiu smiled faintly. What a shame. Now, go share that future with your loved ones. Tell them that at this point, I don't need to lift a finger anymore. Isis, watching from below, exclaimed in amazement, this source of light, where is it coming from? She couldn't take her eyes off the scene above, where a dazzling aura of light was emanating, and a group of people were surrounding the tower holding hands. What the hell is going on? From behind Isis, an associate of Subaru's approached. Ah, damn, I rushed here too quickly. He was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. If it weren't for Subaru's latest update, there's no way I would have gotten here this fast. Isis turned around and immediately asked, do you know anything about that light? He replied, ah, right. This is probably the first time your new generation has seen something like this. Huh. Make sure to remember this scene. A corner of his mouth lifted into a knowing smile. My goodness, you're late. Immediately after, a blinding light appeared. One by one, a whole group of mutant-like figures descended. They are called the Vanquished Sama. Esther immediately focused. The dignitaries inside the tower are being killed by the executor's ultimate skill. It seems they can't escape, most likely because of the barrier. It teleports through outer space or between those two dimensions. Peaking is Esther's ultimate skill that allows her to see through the walls of a building. As for the rest, you can see for yourself. Those creatures up there are still holding hands and surrounding the tower. Vanquish gritted his teeth and exclaimed, how long can you deceive the administrator's eyes? Esther replied seriously, 15 minutes at most. Hearing this, Vanquish let out a sinister smile. All right then, I'll rely on my insurance policy, so let's clean this mess up quickly. And then Vanquish snapped his fingers. 1,000 blades. Following the ultimate move, thousands of sharp blades appeared and attacked the creatures, but they quickly and nimbly dodged them. This slightly surprised him. They dodged it, huh? Esther suddenly spoke up to stop him. Wait, Vanquish. He heard her and paused. Huh. Esther immediately warned. The tower is still intact. Vanquish was utterly bewildered. Damn it, this ultimate skill is useless. A mystical blue light shot out from his pointing finger, and in front of the massive face of that abnormal creature, Vanquish directly created a barrier. Light thunder! From above, a yellow light appeared for a moment, as if wanting to collapse this entire space. The creature's head just let out a laugh. The people standing behind Vanquish grunted softly. One of them gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. Hurry up, you immortal bastard. Vanquish, with his feet continuously emitting that crackling light, sneered. What's the rush? The barrier formed a strange shape, floating in the swirling red blood essence. The tower became stained with color as a loud voice echoed, blasphemy! I will make it open soon enough. Bloody red hues slowly spread through every nook and cranny, across the patterns on the great tower. Inside the tower, the space trembled even more, as floating chairs held kings who were witnessing the horrifying, bloody scene before them. Verde looked up in terror. What is it this time? Subaru was silent, his face serious and focused. Ruin then called his name, Subaru, his expression slightly urgent as he said, this. He hesitated. Could it be that person is trying to break the barrier with their own power? Subaru's lips curved into a slight, bitter smile. That's probably it. Verde, hearing their exchange, spoke up, destroying it from the outside. What are you two talking about? Verde, the king of greenery, heard their conversation and thought, all the high-ranking kings were killed without being able to do a thing. Even the king of the Heartgate couldn't escape, so there's no way a power capable of destroying this barrier could appear. Verde gritted his teeth, his face filled with horror. I must have misheard. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked and splattered drops of dark red blood. Vanquish unleashed his power, and a figure appeared from within it. Both Subaru and Ruin stared with their mouths agape in horror. Vanquish politely spoke up. Hello. He moved closer and closer within the tower, which was now filled with a blinding light as if it were another dimension. I'm a little late, aren't I? Ruins could only give a wry smile, while Subaru was stunned for a few seconds. Verde didn't expect this turn of events either. Who is this guy? Safina spoke up. You're as flashy as ever, aren't you? Just like before, Subaru replied in disappointment. What do you mean a little late? You're super late. Ruins laughed awkwardly to brush it off, while the CPU thought, it's so rare to see Master with this much energy. Abaddon was watching from the side. He didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Ruins narrowed his eyes. What about the enemies outside? Vanquish was slightly startled. Ah, don't worry about that. The 6 kings of the new Rainbow Kingdom are out there. It's a massive battle against the Kang Death, and they're already fighting them. A blackened finger pointed at Abaddon as he said, Naturally, I'll be the one to play with this guy. Stay out of it. Safina said in a low voice. You couldn't even land a single blow on him. Vanquish casually put his hands in his pockets and chuckled softly. Well, we'll see about that. With that said, he immediately landed on the ground, directly facing Abaddon. He let out a triumphant laugh, causing Abaddon to falter and stare at his opponent. Ruin said softly, Subaru. Subaru understood and nodded. Yeah, let's just leave it to Vanquish. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang in Subaru's ear, causing him to freeze. Are you guys stupid? This annoyed Ruins a little. Verde flew up, radiating frustration. Verde shouted, Everyone fight! We have to unite to defeat them. Ruins laughed and retorted, Hey Verde, we can't even damage him. What do you think will happen even if we all team up? Are you an idiot? Hearing this, Verde gritted his teeth, his pride clearly wounded. He landed and asked, So what exactly is an executioner? Is it an entity that couldn't be defeated by the 3 kings? Safina replied seriously. Honestly, I don't know the full details. I just know that if a rule is broken, an executioner appears. I've only witnessed it with my own eyes one time before. It was when my father, the previous Golden King, decided to open the gate, and the executioner appeared. No matter how hard my father attacked, he was killed without being able to do anything about it. Safina recounted the story to everyone, describing what she had witnessed and how her father had been killed. Verde was startled into paying close attention. She continued cautiously, her eyes somewhat downcast. The way he was killed was the same as the king's just now. We can't touch them, yet they can attack us. It's a completely one-sided battle. The executioner is truly an inviolable entity. Verde, understanding the situation, grew extremely worried and shouted, They took down the 3 kings that easily? In that case, I'll be the one to defeat them. Safina's gaze was steady. She hesitated before saying, But it seems Vanquish has managed to do it before. Verde couldn't believe his ears. Safina continued with a serious tone, Although, I have no idea how he managed it. Perhaps you'll have your answer soon enough. Meanwhile, Abaddon hadn't made a move yet, but Vanquish began to shine with light. He used the skill 1,000 Pains, and the pains immediately wrapped around Abaddon's body. However, he didn't even flinch, instead slowly advancing. Vanquish let out a sigh. It seemed his method wasn't effective, like hitting a barrier. Next, he used a different trick. Then I suppose I can test you a little more. A series of lights with blades of pain circled Abaddon's body as he stepped forward. His eyes didn't even blink. He widened them in disdain. As he got closer, Vanquish laughed even louder. It really has no effect. How interesting. Abaddon spoke up. It's all useless. I don't know how you're able to use that technique, but against an executor, all attacks from beings of a lower world like you are ineffective. Vanquish suddenly pointed a finger. So there's a higher and lower world, is there? Abaddon's chin lifted slightly as his power began to gradually erupt. Of course, countless snakes were now swarming around Vanquish's body. Verde watched in alarm as the snakes exploded from within. The creature's hoarse voice echoed, You are the one who broke my barrier. You're a beast, so shut your mouth and let me kill you. Green clouds of smoke quickly enveloped Vanquish, followed by a massive explosion. It erupted violently, uncontrollably. The entire group above watched in silence. As the remaining gray smoke slowly dissipated, Abaddon was stunned by the sight before him. Vanquish was completely unharmed. On the contrary, he was chuckling. What a coincidence. The beast was shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief, while the old man said, Even though my technique might not work on you, Vanquish casually put a hand behind his head. Your curse doesn't work on me either. Verde was completely floored. He's still intact? Safina suddenly let out a gasp. Abaddon asked, quite agitated. Why? Vanquish continuously rotated his wrist. Now, you don't like that? All right, watch this. I'm about to hit you now. He clenched his fist, aimed straight at his opponent's face, and threw a powerful punch. I told you it's useless. But before the monster could finish his sentence, he took a classic punch straight to the face. From his attack, Abaddon was sent flying far away. Rubble and debris rained down powerfully in his wake. Verde was just as shocked. All right then. Seeing this, Subaru smiled to himself. Even though he had foreseen it, he couldn't help but shudder. Subaru sighed in relief. This was Vanquish. As he was sent flying, Vanquish grunted in surprise. He chuckled lightly. My apologies. It seems I accidentally hit someone. Verde witnessed this scene with his jaw dropped in utter amazement. He landed a blow on an executor? Amidst the chaotic space, he exclaimed in shock. What the hell is going on? Beneath where Vanquish stood was a massive crater still emitting a plume of smoke and dust. He stood there, looking down with a stern gaze. He shouted, "Hey, that was all it took? You can't be dead yet, can you?" Instantly, a light flared up from beneath that huge crater, and suddenly, a shocking explosion erupted from it. Abaddon shot upwards. Of course not. Launching out of the crater at incredible speed. Don't you dare underestimate me, you lowly insects. Vanquish watched him and let out a small smirk. However, Abaddon grew more anxious. Damn it, that attack. Subaru frowned. It's a curse. Verde heard this and was horrified. A curse, Subaru explained in a low voice. Vanquish coated his fist with a curse and delivered it with that punch. That curse directly affects the soul and cannot be blocked, or so it seems. Verde became even more bewildered. I had no idea such a special technique existed. Ruin, standing nearby, chimed in, You new spirits don't know anything about it? To be fair, curses are something of a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom. Meanwhile, Safina was muttering, His special technique is quite strange. She lowered her voice and her gaze. In any case, curses and spatial severing are the ultimate techniques against executors. Subaru turned back, surprised. Against executors? Over here, the battle continued. Abaddon charged forward, clenching his fist and aiming straight for Vanquish. As he unleashed his power, Vanquish below immediately used the blood curse technique to block him. The two powers collided explosively. Abaddon was channeling his attack. It's a curse, just as I thought, and it's at a level that could actually kill me? His fist shot forward. Unbelievable, isn't it? Abaddon quickly dodged the attack. It grew annoyed as it drew more of his attention, but Vanquish simply rotated his arm. I'm not even fighting seriously yet, so he clenched his fist, taunting, Let's see how many punches you can take. In someone's hand was an hourglass. Hey, Tobeat, it's already been 5 minutes. Esther, sitting on Tobeat's shoulder, grumbled, We can only distract the administrator's eyes for 15 minutes. Hasn't Vanquish taken him down yet? Tobeat hesitated for a moment. He said he wants to teach his client how to fight. Esther complained with a headache. Is he some kind of foolish parent? Toby T said with a serious gaze. Also, before we came here, he said he was counting on you, Esther. Esther was surprised. Oh, did he really say that? For real? What the heck? After that, Esther's mood brightened up completely. Well then, I'd better give it my all. Over here, the two strange creatures charged forward. It unleashed a classic power from its mouth, the dragon's breath skill, but they were quickly knocked back. Esther stuck her tongue out and taunted, Too bad for you. The skills of our familiars also come with a curse, Then, Tobit's gaze became unusually sharp. Esther called out, Tobit! Tobit slowly raised his arm, and with that, his power erupted. A fist shot out Terran's mace. An immense force instantly smashed down on that large axe. The two creatures were sent flying by the overwhelming power, while rocks and dirt were violently thrown into the air. It suddenly turned its attention, its expression weakening. Sharp objects like darts flew up fiercely, the raging sword blade skill. A dozen sword blades swirled into a vortex surrounding the two strange creatures. Someone watching from behind thought, Looks like no one needs my healing arts. This person lit a cigarette and muttered to herself, These enforcers are no fun at all. She took a drag from her cigarette and complained, At least show us your special skills before you die. Over here, someone was sitting, floating in midair. Observing with satisfaction, he said, Well done, my juniors. Once I become Vanquish's familiar, I'll be able to fight those guys, won't I? The two creatures didn't even twitch. He gritted his teeth and lamented, So boring. A person standing next to him clicked their tongue. Stop pouting, Lenda. You don't have a shot at being Vanquish's familiar anymore. He chuckled lightly. Besides, there's still a chance for you to be named. Lenda made an ugly face. That kid still hasn't decided? With that, the person turned and asked, How's it going, Keelim? Keelim, standing with his arms crossed, casually replied, He's still very stubborn. The creature was still smiling creepily. Keelim lowered his voice. The curse is effective against the enforcers, but we'll still need to use our own power to win. Hearing that, Denta laughed. Is that so? Then I'll just have to get stronger. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, Are you not happy, Keelim? Keelim remained silent, as if in thought, not responding at all. Flashing back to before, Upon hearing everything, both were stunned and exclaimed in unison, "A contract?" Vanquish nodded lightly. "That's right. Since Judith and Karin have left, I still have two empty familiar positions, and those two spots are for Denta and Killam." Vanquish held up two fingers and said cheerfully, "Become my familiars and lend us a hand in the fight against the administrator." Keelam gritted his teeth. "So you've still decided to fight them?" Denta complained nonstop. "You want us to work under you? What's in it for us?" He lowered his voice. "It's not that you'll become my subordinates. It's more like a contract." His lips curled into a smirk. "Don't be naive." As he spoke, Vanquish pointed at the two of them. "The desire of warriors like you is to seek out stronger opponents, right?" Both brothers listened, furrowing their brows in silence. Denta recalled that and burst out laughing. "Although I don't like working with such a stubborn race. But this is also interesting, right, Killam? It's hard to believe that not long ago we were still imprisoned in the gate." The morning sunlight shone on his face. "I can still climb higher and become even stronger." Killam's gaze grew sharper, followed by a knowing smirk on his lips. And then they both unleashed their lightning power, echoing across the entire sky. "You were right about that," he shouted with joy as he generated his power. "This is so much fun, Denta." The two creatures below noticed the blinding light and looked up. Divine lightning, striking straight and hard at the two creatures. A moment later, the sky turned as black as ink, accompanied by a deathly silence. Facing the two different colored streams of light, Killam flexed his hand and said, "I've now blocked all the sunlight for you. Life form." Vanquish then rushed forward like the wind. He threw a heavy fist, punching with all his might towards his opponent. He punched straight into Abaddon's face, and soon, a whole barrage of other punches flew in. So fast it looked like a burst of colorful fireworks. Abaddon's entire body below became a living firework display. Vanquish licked his lips, his hand still clenched into a tight fist. Suddenly he realized, so the intro is over. Looks like there's not much time left, huh? Abaddon was beaten black and blue, his body convulsing non-stop as he uttered word by word, Who are you people?" Vanquish casually put a hand behind his neck, saying, "Nothing special. I'm just a weakling who keeps punching people. Who are you to think? That we from the underworld would give up after just one fight? Of course we'd find every way possible to get rid of you. The Rainbow Kingdom figured it out. We found 3 ways to defeat you. The spatial cleaving curse. Well, it seems one of them doesn't work on you." His hand, clenched into a tight fist, was slowly raised, and the final method, Abaddon froze slightly. An extraordinary power and aura emanated from Vanquish. Can you guess what it is? Abaddon's expression turned grim as he realized, while Vanquish was generating this immense power, the people up above watched on in confusion. A bewildered Safina spoke up. "What kind of ultimate skill is that?" Just then, Subaru, standing beside her, interrupted. "Safina." He didn't even bother to look. "You know exactly what that is, don't you?" Hearing this, Safina glanced over in complete surprise. Faced with the display of his technique, Abaddon unconsciously took a step back. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could you possess that power? His eyes widened in terror. That belongs to him. Vanquish let out a bizarre grin, putting more force into his hand. "All right then, here I come." Hearing that, he was startled, and in an instant, Vanquish charged forward like the wind. Abaddon's challenge was the signal for retreat. Hearing this, the creatures outside grew wary, as Abaddon desperately tried to flee in terror. Vanquish watched him flee for his life with contempt, thinking he did not look so superior now. He muttered in a low voice, "You fools." Then he charged forward. "I will not let a single one of you escape. Walkers under the sun, release." The sun is one of the most glaring weaknesses of the Makazong. When under the sun, their stats drop rapidly, and they continuously take damage equivalent to poison until they turn to ash and disappear. Even Subaru was the same. Although he had not fully become a Makazong, he still could not avoid having his stats lowered. If Hyodu could have continued fighting after being resurrected, Subaru would have likely lost. Walkers under the sun is an ultimate skill that completely negates the damage caused by being under the sun. In exchange, the user's stats are still reduced, but Vanquish accepted that disadvantage. That ultimate skill reduced Vanquish's stats by 99%. In Subaru's case, the reduction would be around 80%. In other words, once Vanquish unleashes this ultimate skill, his combat prowess becomes 100 times stronger than normal. As Abaddon was fleeing from death, Vanquish vanished and reappeared in an instant to those watching. And in the next moment, the lower half of Abaddon's body was gone. Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were all horrified by this turn of events. Verde's jaw dropped, her reaction even more stunned. A hand swiftly gripped Abaddon's neck. Vanquish had effortlessly grabbed Abaddon by the neck. His eyes were now clearly visible, and his expression had turned serious once more. Abaddon trembled with waves of fear, while Safina watched, completely stunned. She exclaimed, "The way his body is crumbling!" Subaru added, "That is right. That is the ultimate skill, amnesia." He explained, seriously, "It is a power known to share the same name as the treasured sword of the Golden Kingdom. It can sever a soul's cycle of reincarnation and return it to the shores of the world of unconsciousness." Safina was aghast. "No way. Then that short sword, if it is even more powerful than an executor's, does that mean it was granted by a manager?" Her eyes filled with horror. Could it be? Could Vanquish be connected to one of the managers? Every cell in Abaddon's body was gradually crumbling with each tremor, emitting sounds of fear and pain. "My body, my soul is being eroded. I can't fight back or recover." Facing his own helplessness, Abaddon was overwhelmed by a single feeling. It was the indescribable loneliness of a soul that had faded into the vast and utterly cold expanse, never to return to the world of the living. Like an astronaut, lost in space, only able to gaze at the faint silhouette of Earth after being launched into the cosmos. An extreme solitude. That was the very reason Abaddon cried. His tears were so agonizing that even though he was an enemy, it felt like a plea for the other executors to escape a similar fate. It made the kings watching from afar unable to help but feel a sense of pity for Abaddon. Suddenly, Verde's eyes widened in horror, but Vanquish showed not a single ounce of sympathy, instead roaring directly, "Stop acting so pathetic!" He grabbed Abaddon's body and continuously applied force while he was still crying. "Did you ever bother to listen to the pleas of the countless worlds you destroyed?" Abaddon couldn't form the words, "Ah, he's destroying me directly. I will never forgive you." The other executors then began to crumble as well. They vanished into thin air, one by one. Vanquish had single-handedly eliminated that group of executors. The four other executors, besides Abaddon, didn't even have time to realize they were dead. Now, only Abaddon's neck and head remained, and as Vanquish still held his head, his terror intensified. He let out a few pathetic cries, but the man showed not a shred of mercy. It was all hopeless. Vanquish said in an ice-cold tone, "I killed them all." A few tears of pain gently fell from Abaddon's eyes. Then he also closed his eyes. His body was shaking in waves. Facing Vanquish's ice-cold demeanor, he now spoke up, "Please forgive me." Abaddon began to beg for his life, desperately pleading, "I beg you don't hurt me. I didn't know my fate would be this horrific." He cried while pleading, "That I can't be resurrected anymore, that I will be lost forever." He cried pitifully, "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Subaru's group up here continued to watch in silence, while Kamina looked on in horror. Over here, Sibiu and the other kings were just as silent. Abaddon kept begging, "Please spare me, I beg you." However, Vanquish directly crushed him. Verde flinched for a moment at the sight, and after finishing the job, Vanquish let out a sigh. The space fell deathly silent. Now all the other kings were quiet. Not a single one dared to speak. Vanquish's back did not move an inch, you people. He turned around, his voice terrifyingly low. "How much longer do you intend to look down on me?" Those kings immediately knelt down in unison. Terrified, Vende also slammed his head to the ground in a bow. Vanquish observed and remarked how so many kings were sitting obediently, yet not a single one of them could take down the executor. He turned back. "Ruin, Safina, what have you two been doing for the past millennia?" Power erupted from his hand. "If you have no fighting spirit, then you might as well die." Ruin was utterly terrified, and at that moment, Subaru shouted, "Vanquish!" Vanquish froze instantly. Subaru said sadly, "You're too scary right now. Go back to normal." Vanquish fell silent for a moment, looking at him. Verde, on the other hand, didn't understand what was happening. "Ha ha. What the hell did he just say? He's about to get himself killed." Vanquish softened his tone. "My apologies. It was my fault." Both Ruin and Verde were stunned. "What?" Subaru was internally annoyed. "Seriously?" Vanquish crossed his arms. "I already apologized, didn't I? Don't give me that look." Verde couldn't believe his eyes. With just a few words, that kid managed to stop that mysterious man. The very man who had just killed an executor, someone whom even the three kings couldn't lay a finger on. Verde couldn't take his eyes off Subaru, making Subaru think to himself, "Why does this guy keep staring at me?" Vanquish stood silently with his arms crossed. He raised his hand. "Today, I've taken down even more executors." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Subaru is also progressing quite well. In the palm of his hand was a small seed. It won't be long now. This small seed looks very special, glimmering. Tsunemori, who had been watching the battle the whole time, exclaimed in amazement, "That was incredible." He sat there stunned for a few seconds. "So that's Vanquish's fighting style," Naruse said in disbelief. "Damn, that's insane. My eyes couldn't even keep up." Tsunemori nodded as well. To be honest, me neither, Naru said worriedly. We might have to fight those executors ourselves at some point. Did you see that battle? Sikisima. When he got no answer, he asked again in confusion. Sikisima. Sakima Zyu's mind was no longer on Vanquish and the Executor, but had returned to the decision to abolish the two gate liberation entrances. Everything he did was for the sake of liberating humanity from the gates, and to be able to laugh with his friends again like before, the sooner the better. He recalled his old friends, resting his chin on his hand as he thought. Sikisima said, "This is the best plan we've got." Narus was surprised. Huh? Sikisima gritted his teeth. A simple oversight. No, the choice of liberation is before us now. This is a valid debate, but it's also filled with plenty of deception, Tsunemori said helplessly. Sikisima, he narrowed his eyes. Even if we get through this, they still won't decide in favor of the Azure Kingdom's wishes. It's now or never. A sigh echoed through the trees as Vanquish cheerfully shouted an apology for scaring everyone. You all must be thirsty, right? Come on, have some lifeblood. The other kings turned pale hearing that. Wise blood? A golden hand suddenly smacked Vanquish on the head. Don't force them to drink that. Safina warned. Everyone, you don't need to drink that stuff. Vanquish, having just been hit, clutched his head in despair. Meanwhile, the kings looked at each other. Wasn't that the guy who was just fighting? His friendliness is almost terrifying. Vanquish got annoyed. Shut it, you old hag, Safina replied cheerfully. What's wrong, Rainbow Face? He pointed straight at Safina, gritting his teeth in frustration. I will not approve of your marriage to Subaru. Got it? Hearing this, she just chuckled. You're a little too overprotective of him, you know. It's like your brain runs on Fujoshi OS, isn't it? Besides, don't you think you should respect the wishes of the person in question? Subaru suddenly spoke up. The person in question has already rejected you countless times. Safina lowered her voice. I was referring to myself, you know. She waved her hand. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll win your heart in just a few hundred years. Subaru could only force a smile. People from the underworld sure are persistent. Sybil then slowly approached. Father. Vanquish was startled and turned his attention to her. Sybil, she asked. Father, have you really made Subaru your possession? Vanquish crossed his arms and replied, Yes, just as you predicted. He turned out to be a better card than I thought. Looking at Ariak's Subaru, he smiled. Just keep helping the kid out for me, will you? Sybil nodded, seeing that my predictions don't affect the executors. I'll have to remain vigilant. Then she turned to leave. I'm heading back, Vanquish called after her. What about the meeting? Sybil didn't seem to care. I already know the outcome, and I got to see you, Father. Vanquish then lowered his voice, Sybil, causing her to pause for a moment. He looked serious. Has the deadly shadow been lifted from me yet? Sybil was stunned. Ariak Subaru already changed the future. So, suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It can't be. She screamed in horror. No, it's impossible! Looking at Vanquish, she was in disbelief. Why hasn't the deadly shadow disappeared? Hearing this, Vanquish let out a faint smile. It's good that it's not gone yet. I can only see its silhouette, a future that won't happen for another 3 months or more from now. Sybil was extremely worried. Wait, please tell me the reason. Vanquish turned away slightly, waving his hand as he replied, Forgive me for using a king's authority so many times in one day. I'll head back carefully. As he walked away, he thought to himself, the deadly shadow is still here. There are many enemies who could kill me. He let out a triumphant laugh. I'll see you all soon. Suddenly, someone punched him straight in the face. It was Esther, who kicked him hard in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The other king's jaws dropped in astonishment. Vanquish was annoyed. That hurts, Esther. Esther was just as irritated. I told you we only have 15 minutes, didn't I? Do you want the administrator to notice us? Vanquish was taken aback. Just 5 more minutes. Esther refused. Get back to your post, now. Vanquish nodded. Oh ho. Meanwhile, Vendi was so shocked he was frozen in place. Are you kidding me? That man has such powerful beings as his subordinates? Every single one of them is strong enough to be a match for the 3 kings. Esther said irritably. Hey, give me a hand here. The other one pushed him into the gate. Before being pushed into the other gate, Vanquish shouted a threat at the woman over there. You'd better not touch Subaru, do you hear me, woman? Hey! However, Safina just stood there with a blank, cheerful face, completely unafraid, which infuriated Vanquish. Ah, that witch isn't even listening. I will never agree. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was shoved completely through the gate. Esther tried to smooth things over. Sorry for the commotion. The gate closed and went silent. Ruins breathed a sigh of relief. They appeared and disappeared just like a storm. Just then, Sikisima spoke up. Ruins, Subaru. I'm glad you two were able to push back those enforcers. But can you handle the issue of liberating or abolishing the gates? Ruins fell into deep thought. A large number of participants had died in the attack, but there are still many participants from afar, so it might be possible. Hearing this, Sikisima raised an eyebrow and said, I have an idea regarding the problem of the gates in the human world. I want you to present it at the conference with the three kings. Ruins hesitated slightly. You want me to do that right after the enforcer's attack just ended? He nodded. There's nothing we can do to help right now. The humans will just follow our lead anyway. Ruins gave a slight smile. Let's see what your idea is first. Tsunemori understood and asked, What were you just muttering about doors and gates? Sikishima said, If the strike is successful, we can immediately reduce the number of gates currently present in the human world. Since the meeting between the kings was interrupted, the temporary kings will hold a conference in the meantime to discuss the issue of release or abolition. Seeing the three of them discussing, someone over here said, So we're back to square one again. I thought it was simple, that we would just get stronger, raise our rank, and then stand at the top of the underworld. But, with his chin in his hand and a sad face, he thought, We're nothing but frogs in a well. Kamina said disappointedly, I'm sorry, everyone. If only my prediction had been more accurate. Rakan, sitting beside her, waved his hand. That's not your fault. Those enforcers appeared out of nowhere. It had nothing to do with your prediction. Rakan asserted that, no matter how hard we try, there will always be someone better. Rakan wished, I want to get even stronger. Verde, standing nearby, could only grit his teeth and say, Be quiet. Safina quietly fell silent. She said, I don't oppose the plan. We'll simply clear them out faster, so nothing significant changes. What do you think? Back. Voden over here could only sigh. It just feels heavier somehow, but I guess we'll have to bear it. Ruin joked with a smile. I'm just happy to have your approval, so let's not hesitate any longer. Safina cut in. But this plan doesn't seem like something a person like you would come up with, does it? Back. Ruin was startled. I can come up with a good plan that includes benefits for everyone, you know? At that moment, Ruin spoke up, startling the kings. All right, thank you all for waiting. Ruin joyfully announced, Now, I will announce the decision of the three kings. Verde was silent and waiting, as were the other kings. Subaru watched in silence, quiet and anxious with every passing second. Ruin said loudly, First, we will take action to temporarily suspend the gates in the human world. Rakan, Kamina, and Luth were all stunned. Ruin continued that, since no more gates would be released, the countdown clock would also be stopped. Hearing this, Tsunemori shot up excitedly. Awesome! Then he turned. Sikishima, this! Sikishima gritted his teeth. It's not over yet. There's one more thing. Ruin grew even more cheerful and excited. As for the doors, we will release them to the other kingdoms as well. The entire group of kings was frozen in shock. Ruin lowered his voice. To put it simply, the kingdoms will be allowed to deploy doors to the human world by sending them out. Safina also added, After these changes, the number of gates will no longer increase, but it will take some time to clear them all. Everyone will also be allowed to collect soul energy from the kingdoms where the doors have been cleared, Safina said cheerfully. The development of the possessors will be connected to the development of all of you. Ruin clapped his hands lightly. So, to sum it up, he spoke loudly with a bright smile. From now on, we, the underworld, will go all out in a gate-clearing competition. Let's win quickly. Let's all do our best, everyone. Karan quickly turned. Hey, Verde! Verde was rubbing his head. Damn it, they've supported us, so that's how they're doing it. A wry smile appeared on his lips. I'm truly pathetic for not thinking of that. I'll send out the doors as soon as I get back. Luth, Karen, and Kamina all nodded. Verde said loudly, We will send doors to the human world too. The other three were overjoyed. Yeah. Tsunemori paused. So Sikishima's plan was to liberate the doors? Previously, gates would continue to be sent from the underworld, increasing their numbers, and the doors were limited to the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms. From now on, gates will no longer be sent over, and the countdown timer will be cancelled, no longer increasing the number of gates. There will be no limit on which kingdoms can send doors, and the number of people who can clear the gates will be doubled. Naro was ecstatic, this way. The number of godlords will increase, and the number of gates can only decrease. Sikishima clasped his hands together. I was too focused on abolishing the gates at first. I didn't even realize that we still had the option of liberating them instead. Anyway, it was thanks to the king's emergency situation that I came up with this idea. Sikishima said with a firm voice. In any case, with this, the entire underworld will ally with humanity. Tsunemori didn't expect this. He's terrifyingly smart, Naro even thought to himself. It's a good thing Sikishima is on our side. Thank you, Ruin. Hearing this, Ruin looked slightly surprised. He said smugly, as long as I'm a relative of yours, I'll still help you out. It's not like I'm losing anything, Subaru-kyun. Ruin's gaze softened a bit, but now the underworld will surely collapse unless we do something about the managers soon. You'll lend us a hand, won't you? Subaru was silent, not punching, but smiling cheerfully. He nodded. Yup. I have to meet someone in the underworld to be able to do that before I come back. Ruin was surprised. You mentioned that before? Subaru said cheerfully. It's in the future I saw before Vanquish arrived. I also have a request for you. Ruin looked fierce. A request? Subaru explained. Please let me meet the 3 inventors who created the golden, silver, and bronze doors. The 3 kings each possess a master key that leads to their kingdom's door. Subaru and the others split into 3 groups to enter the different doors, meet the inventors, and then find a way to fight back against the managers. The first group, consisting of Subaru, Safina, and Isis, will meet Tella, the creator of the door for the Golden Kingdom. Safina walked in the middle and said that the doors and gates were developed as a joint effort between the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Kingdoms. She cautiously explained, each inventor has their own area of expertise. For example, Tella was only responsible for creating the limited seating as well as the door's trans-dimensional system. Subaru was quite surprised, so he's a super genius, huh? Isis was exasperated. You don't get it at all, do you? Isis thought that in reality, even though Queen Safina spoke of them so casually, but both of those inventions require an unbelievably sophisticated application of skill. How could Tella have possibly done that? The 3 of them went inside first. Safina spoke up, "Excuse us for bothering you, Tella." Before them was a large room with books and various items neatly stored in cabinets. The entire room was filled with books, and high up on a tall ladder, a chair had been placed. Welcome. Subaru looked up in astonishment to see Tella, who was crossing his legs and sticking out a foot, asking, "You want to lick my shoe, don't you?" Tella was the mad inventor, sitting in the middle of the room. "Sorry," he said. "I'm all out of tea and cakes to serve everyone." Tella held out a shiny shoe, saying that instead, they should try licking his latest invention. A shoe for practicing how to beg for mercy? Isis froze when she heard that. Practicing how to beg for mercy? Tella nodded. Yep, when you want to beg for your life, you definitely have to lick someone's shoe, right? Isis could only say in exasperation, "Is that so?" He said this very cheerfully. So if you've practiced beforehand, then when the moment you're about to be killed arrives, your survival rate will theoretically increase. It's perfectly safe to lick, and it's delicious too. Isis was completely disappointed. Who would even want to do that? Subaru got excited and said, "Then I'll give it a try." Isis could only scream, "Ariake." Subaru licked it with excitement, praising it endlessly. "This is delicious. I could do this all day." Seeing how unhinged he was, Isis could only force a smile and think, "Queen Safina, why? Why would you want to marry a man like this?" Safina did the same, licking the shoe and praising it. It really is delicious." Isis was stunned, speechless at the sight. "Queen Safina." Tella also chimed in. "You two are excellent lickers." Isis's jaw dropped. "Besides me, is everyone else going to lick it?" Safina then spoke up. "Well, Tella is always like this." Isis was just dumbfounded, thinking, "All I know about him now is that he makes people lick shoes." Safina continued her thought. "Most of his inventions are quite useless." Tella chuckled. "Ouch, that hurts. But there's still a 1 in a million chance of creating something wonderful." As he spoke, he licked his lips. "All inventors carry that burning passion, you know." Isis's face turned pale. "Please don't create any gates with the same passion that made you invent this lickable shoe." Tella crossed his legs. "My queen, thank you for creating a place where I can focus on my inventions like this. Is there something you require of me?" Safina quickly introduced him. "The one who needs your help is my fiancé, Subaru." Subaru gave a small wave and said, "I'm an acquaintance of hers, Ariake Subaru." Tella's voice lowered slightly. "A guest of the queen, you say? I understand. Your wish is my command." Subaru quickly explained, "I want a special skill or an item that can locate the administrators." Isis was completely astonished, while Safina didn't seem too surprised. Tella said in a low voice, "Something like that already exists." Now both women were even more shocked, especially Isis. Safina and Isis were both gaping in amazement, while Tella simply asked, "So, does anyone else want to lick the shoe?" Subaru cheerfully said, "I will." Isis snapped, "No, just stop it already." The second group will meet Oxen, the inventor of the Silver Kingdom's gate. The gatekeepers are Tsunemori Jinga, Sekishima, Seiya, and Ruin. A bird-like creature approached. "Jinga, why did you come to the gate on your own?" Tsunemori gestured lightly. "I brought a special guest with me." In the distance, Ruin was standing behind a large block of ice. The other person looked surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom? Ruin, on the other hand, turned pale. "Anything but the ice gate, please. Please forgive him." Tsunemori said helplessly. The other person asked, if that's what you have to say, then why did you come here? Sekishima spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aksen. Then he introduced himself. I am Sekishima Jiu, a friend of Tsunemori Jinga. Aksen nodded. I already knew that from watching the video. Like Jinga, you're a relative of Ariake Subaru. Now tell me the reason you came here. Sekishima smirked slightly. Aren't you a terrorist? Aksen fell silent for a moment. Sekishima said cautiously, the Ice Gate isn't the only reason you're imprisoned here, Icewing Aksen. An underworld entity who lives to create powerful special techniques and items, always waiting for a chance to unleash them. Aksen remained silent. Tsunemori frowned suspiciously. Is that really true? Ruin, standing behind them, spoke up. That guy has as many as 70 aliases. Tsunemori turned back, startled. 70? Tsunemori was a bit resentful, Aksen. Aksen quickly explained, it's not that I lied to you. His tone of voice changed slightly. I just wasn't certain about it myself. Tsunemori felt like he was going crazy. Just then, he seemed to remember something. Wait a minute. Jinga. And you too, Sekishima. I know you didn't come here just to mock me. Sekishima laughed and replied, of course, I have a job that only you can do. Aksen's eyes narrowed. As of now, there are 3 special techniques that can counter the executioners, curse, and amnesia. Sekishima said in a serious tone. It seems that Vanquish has seen the next possibility within the Ice Gate. Aksen was startled to hear this. Sekishima said triumphantly, Aksen, I want you to create a 4th special technique that can counter the executioners. Aksen was silent, as if lost in deep thought, and the snow began to fall more heavily. Both of them waited silently for his answer, and after a moment, he finally spoke. This is precisely why I never find life boring. Sekishima paused. Is he laughing? Aksen nodded. I understand. I will create a special technique so powerful and unbalanced that you'll regret ever asking for my help, and once it's finished, I'll give it to you. Jinga, Tsunemori, frowned unpleasantly. The 3rd group is going to meet the inventor of the Bronze Kingdom's gate, Zora, the master of Ki. Why do I have to be paired up with Hirashaka-san? Carrion complained irritably. There's no use complaining. We're paired together because we're the ones who got left behind. Mugani Kuhana, walking ahead, sighed in frustration. Those two really don't seem to get along. Carrion paused. Can I just imitate Hirashaka? Naris chuckled. If you do that, I'll never forgive you. Carrion said helplessly. All right. Carrion began to speak. The great mage Zora, the inventor responsible for combining the special techniques used by guilds with the gates. Isn't that basically the same as embedding an ultimate skill into a defensive item? Ikuhana replied, that's exactly right. Serving as the king's assistant has been one of Lord Zora's duties for as long as I've known him. Suddenly, Zora was unexpectedly thrown out of the house in front of them. All 3 of them stared at Lord Zora, who was continuously spitting up blue blood after being thrown out. While Narus was helping Zora sit up, Carrion stepped forward. What the hell do you think you're doing? He was groaning weakly. Why? Zora then let out a dramatic scream. Before them, a man with a chilling, murderous aura slowly stepped out. This man said coldly, I'm sorry, Lord Zora, but I need you to die. Carrion scratched his head and said, isn't that the prison warden from the human world? Narus recognized him instantly. Warden Kwai. The warden also recognized Narus. It's been a while, hasn't it? Narus suddenly unleashed the power around him. His presence here was not in the future that Ariad had foreseen. His voice grew cold. You have ruined the prophecy. Or in other words, meanwhile, Carrion turned back in surprise. As Kui smirked, that's right, I am. However, he was struck by a powerful force, as Carrion punched him directly. Carrion frowned. My fist went right through him. This guy is just as Naris said. He is. Kwai gently grabbed Carrion's hand. I am an executor. His eyes turned lifeless. Your enemy. Narus's face grew serious. Then we will defeat you. 1.5 years ago, before the gates of the prison for criminal godlords. Someone came forward to thank him. Narus, thank you for coming and escorting the prisoner. I've already sealed his power with my ultimate technique. Kwai said seriously, get some rest and return to your usual duties. Narus nodded. Thank you, sir. Kwai said loudly, it's been 3 years since you became the 2nd God Lord. Narus was surprised. Huh? Yes. Narus looked on, bewildered, as Kwai continued, this question might seem a bit strange to you. But do you love this world? In the present, a desperate voice screamed, no way! Ikuhana couldn't believe her eyes. You're an executor? Kwai gripped Carrion's wrist tightly with an ice-cold expression. Carrion clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can't use my curse now. He's going to kill me. Just then, a large golden hand appeared and attacked Kui, who quickly dodged. Carrion, however, didn't understand what was happening. The golden hand had been launched by Narus. Narus silently and terrifyingly controlled it. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed up. "You bastard!" Carrion exploded in anger. "Are you trying to kill me too? This is Kurosaka's body, don't you know?" However, Narus just thought, "Idiot," and said in a low voice, "Kurosaka won't die from something like that," which left Carrion quite surprised. Kwai suddenly spoke up, making the two of them look over. "I get it now." He slowly walked over, so his relative can use the curse. Narus gritted his teeth in frustration. "It doesn't have much of an effect on him, does it? If Kwai's violin seal touches me, it's all over. But that thing isn't suitable for combat. As long as I don't get too close, if I just keep applying pressure from this distance, then..." Narus decided to raise his hand, using his ultimate skill. "Golden weaponry, here I come. If Narus Arika believes the violin seal is the only skill I have, then..." Kui thought cautiously. His face remained cold as he said, "I'm waiting." A voice echoed through a large building. "The winner of week 4672 of the 321,119 worlds." Kwai's one eye snapped open. "You have been chosen to become an executor. Eliminate all enemies that interfere with the orders of this world." Kwai sat there with a blank expression. "Are you sending a new executor on this assassination mission? Haven't you already expended too much power to meet the soul cost for recruiting a veteran?" He slowly stood up, resting his hands on the computer. "Never mind." His eyes drooped slightly. "Those who oppose the executors must be eliminated." Kwai looked at the scene before him in order to protect this world. His eyes reflected an indescribable soullessness. Kwai is a conqueror from another world. A conqueror is a type of godlike being who invades other worlds. For example, Hyodu Kotetsu. Executors are chosen from the conquerors of all worlds to be under the direct command of the administrators. His original attribute, in other words. Unlike the skills bestowed by the gate, Kwai was able to keep the skill he possessed as a conqueror. That is the ribbon of life, a ribbon from a crucial skill. At this very moment, he was using it in his battle with Narus. Narus, while unleashing his power, was being enveloped by the threads from that ribbon. He couldn't believe it. A completely different type of skill? From above, Carrion attacked at the same time, aiming his sharp swords at Kwai. "Don't hesitate." Narus powered up at the right moment. Origin, devastated arm. Kwai looked on with a bored expression. All he knows is how to make that arm bigger? How lame. As that hand charged forward, Narus slipped past it at the same time, using his second skill. Kwai's eyes shifted slightly to watch. Narus used the skill Golden Raid. Kui was slightly surprised. A support skill? His hand flared up like a contained blue flame, so fast. When Narus launched his attack, Kwai easily blocked it directly. "But is that all you have?" Narus was startled and annoyed. He saw the second attack. Amidst the falling debris, he lowered his voice. "Your skill only knows how to magnify things, doesn't it?" His eyes held a soulless look. "The way you use your MP is such a waste." Suddenly, a large gate opened behind Narus, followed by the appearance of a brilliant golden light. Narus frantically unleashed his golden weaponry towards Kui, but he remained indifferent and showed no fear. The weapons rushed forward like a storm, a whirlwind of death aimed straight at where Kui was standing. His face was as cold as ice, and then an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Narus fell silent for a moment to observe. As the ribbons slowly unwound, Kwai appeared from behind them and said, "I already told you, your skill is completely useless." He slowly approached, saying, "A truly excellent ultimate skill is one that is simple and effective." Narus, unafraid, immediately charged with his sword. How is he still unharmed after being hit by that attack? There's no mistaking it now. His ultimate skill. Just as the blade was about to touch Kwai's neck, a ribbon quickly blocked it. The sword was stopped in its tracks for a moment when it touched that ribbon. Narus's plan was to eliminate everything he touched. He attacked relentlessly. I've been briefed on this before. Just like the ultimate skill of Aryak the Chicken Hand, two ribbons suddenly wrapped around his arms, while Kwai simultaneously kicked him hard and pressed a sharp object to his neck. In an instant, Narus was subdued. Kwai pinned him to the ground. Ikuhana screamed, "Narus!" Elsewhere, Karen cautiously asked Hirashaka, "Aren't you going to help that kid?" Hirashaka, currently in Karen's body, remained silent. He froze for a moment watching Narus on the screen. Kwai pointed the tip of a needle at Narus's neck and asked, "Do you still remember?" His eyes softened. "The question I once asked you?" Narus replied in a low voice. "I do." Remembering the past, the question was, "Do you love this world?" Narus had answered, "I do, because Hirashaka is in this world." He asked again, "So, what if Hirashaka Renji didn't exist?" This made Narus's eyes widen in shock. Kwai smiled. "Would you still love this world then?" Narus hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "I think." I still would. He raised his voice. I once had an incurable disease and was only cured when I became a host. But before that, I once snuck out of the hospital and went for a walk by myself. Back then, Naruse was walking while panting heavily. His steps slowed, then he stopped completely and looked up. His eyes suddenly widened. Naruse stood alone on an empty street under a peaceful sky. The sky was so high and vast, I felt as if my heart was soaring free from its prison. It's so beautiful, I thought to myself. This world is so beautiful. Naruse's eyes welled up with tears at the memory, while Kwai listened calmly. He then said calmly, "That's why I want to protect it, even if Hirashaka isn't here." Naruse finished his story. The sky in his memory was as beautiful as that day. Kwai looked up and vaguely replied, "That's right," he said calmly. "Me too. I also love this beautiful world. A world so beautiful it's peaceful." Now, Kwai's lips moved. Fighting against the administrators is the same as pushing this world to its death. If you truly want to protect it, then just focus on staying alive. Carrion watched this and pondered. Kwai's voice turned cold. "Don't think about other unnecessary things. Just live under the command of the rulers." The sharp needle pressed directly against Naruse's throat. A moment later, Kwai narrowed his eyes when he heard this. To be bound by something, just waiting to die. Naruse was unusually calm. I can't call that living. There were people in the same hospital who had the same condition as Aki, which made them grow closer and get along better. Everyone was relaxed and had a smile on their face. Akira decided to talk with them and become their friend. But then, one by one, the friends Akira used to talk with were all gone. He grew very tired of that endless cycle, and so Akira was left to walk a lonely path all by himself. Then came a grim day, and on that day, as Akira was defeated by Kui, who pointed a sword at him, Akira realized that this world was truly beautiful. He spoke his final words, "I've realized what it means to be alive." After that, Akira fell silent, and the sword remained pointed at his neck, unmoving. Suddenly, Kwai looked at Akira, startled, and wondered, "What?" The sword tip was still touching Akira's neck, but he didn't make a move. Why did Kwai's blade lower? It was as if he was being controlled by some other force. As for Akira, he continued speaking, to be alive is to continue to feel. It's to keep moving forward on your own 2 feet and discover new things that move you. Being treated like a pawn in the administrator's game. To avoid being overwhelmed by that force, Kwai decided to pull his blade back once more. Meanwhile, Akira summoned a source of power from behind him, finishing his thought, "That cannot be called truly living." The 6th secret technique, Guardian of the Temple. Kwai then realized why he couldn't attack earlier. This was what was being controlled. Kwai realized it wasn't him, but his weapon. The Guardian of the Temple is a secret technique acquired at level 90. It can freely manipulate anything Naruse Akira wishes, as long as it's a weapon. The formless blade enveloped by the secret technique was no exception. Kui couldn't let go of or dismiss Sampagita. To break this stalemate, Kui decided to use a skill, Shattering Ribbon. Seeing Kui struggling to escape the encirclement, Akira spoke up, "It's useless. That secret technique has already directly linked with the target from the very moment it touched me. It's already completely under my control. There's no way for you to deal with it or retreat now. I have you surrounded." Kui realized it was Naruse Akira's weapon, which he had just cut with Shattering Ribbon. No, Akira wanted Kui to strike it like that so he could surround him with the broken pieces. Then Akira continued his warning. "Obeying someone is a way to live. I won't deny your desire for freedom." Kwai tried to grip his sword tightly, but it seemed to disobey its master. "It will remain by your side, but if you dare to defy me, I will defeat you." Akira stepped closer, face to face with Kui, his expression emotionless. That's all there is to it. Elsewhere, Sama and his crew were casually watching the fight with their arms crossed. At that moment, Kui gave up, his eyes tinged with sadness. "So, I've lost, haven't I? I won't continue fighting or retreat because I have failed to eliminate you. So I will be eliminated." Akira was startled, his mouth agape in shock, because this wasn't what he wanted. A stream of lightning enveloped Kui, and he began to fade away. Akira panicked because Kui would be eliminated if he failed to fulfill the order. Kui had to operate under that condition. Akira couldn't accept it, blurting out in frustration, "Kui, why would you listen to the administrator?" he demanded. "I told you before," Kui said. "Your world is beautiful, unlike my own ruined homeland. A world that I couldn't protect. That's why I want to protect this one this time." Zora cried out, "Kui, don't go!" Kui turned to look at him. "Ah, Zora." The old man could only watch sadly as Kui slowly faded away, powerless to do anything. He remembered that time Zora was sitting and talking to him. "Oh, so you'll be my new owner, huh? Once you've overcome the ordeal inside this gate, heh 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 heh." Kwai was baffled and didn't understand, so he asked, "Are you comfortable?" As Kwai massaged his shoulders, Zora said with satisfaction, "Your touch is so gentle. You're approved." Remembering that time, Kwai smiled. "I'm sorry for this." Zora screamed frantically, "No, don't do it!" Suddenly, a hand reached out towards Kwai. It was Akira, trying with all his might to save him, which completely surprised Kwai. Kwai exclaimed in shock, "Naruskul!" It wasn't just Kwai. Ikuhana and the Demon Emperor were equally astonished. Akira gave a triumphant smile. "Just as I thought, it's a curse. You guys are real scumbags, you administrators." Akira recalled when Subaru used his blood curse. A curse can be destroyed by another curse. Kwai desperately tried to stop him. "Stop it! You can't change anything with your power. You'll just get dragged in with me and we'll die together. Let go." Before he could finish, Akira cut him off. "No. Those damn administrators, those damn supreme beings, they treat the world and everyone in it like they're playthings. Don't you dare treat your death like it's something noble. I refuse to accept that. I will overturn it, this whole farce you've all been put through." Meanwhile, Ikuhana stood by, not reacting. Akira remembered the past with his friends in that familiar place and strengthened his resolve. "I won't let you die." With that, Akira struggled with all his might to save Kwai, who was utterly astonished by Akira's selfless act. Akira screamed in agony, but he was determined not to let go and was dead set on saving Kui. But the terrifying scene unfolding before them forced even the Demon Emperor to put up a barrier to protect himself. A surge of power erupted in front of them, enveloping both Kwai and Akira. Then, it suddenly vanished, returning the sky to its clear blue color. The astonished Demon Emperor asked, Hey, are you for real? I'm sure I've never seen or even heard of anyone breaking an administrator's curse like that." Akira collapsed. Abaddon said, "He really did it." Lying there with Akira, Abaddon Nagar repeated, "He actually did it." Akira sat up. In front of him was Kui, who called out, "Naruskol, why did you go that far?" Akira replied, "If you're no longer an enforcer, and no longer bound to that curse, then you're not our enemy anymore, right? Please, live, Kwai. Because you have to." Kwai was stunned by Akira's words. Looking into the distance as Zora ran towards them, Akira said, "She's the one who wants you to live." Huh. Zora was incredibly worried for him, tears streaming down her face, and Kwai, in turn, looked at Zora, deeply moved. As Kwai thought of his childhood friends, Akira said, "Everyone has people like that." Just then, Zora ran up and threw her arms around Kwai, hugging him tightly and crying her heart out. Kwai never expected that she held such strong feelings for him. Kwai was also moved to tears, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." Then Made walked over, extending a hand toward Akira. "Hey, that was an impressive display." Akira took Made's hand to stand up and replied, "Your compliments don't exactly cheer me up, you know," Made responded. "Honestly, though, isn't your curse a little more powerful than others?" Akira replied, "If that's true, it's probably because I have a genuinely wicked personality." Then he added, "Oh, I see now. Hey Hirashaka, did you want things to turn out this way?" Hirashaka replied, "No, not at all." Made then said, "You guys are scary." Then Hirashaka continued, "But I believe Naruskan will handle it just fine. He's no longer just a kid who only looks up to me. He's my friend and my equal." Made spoke up. "You heard him." Akira smirked and replied, "I know, his equal friend." As he said this, Akira clenched his fist. Made asked, "So, how are things going? Everything's proceeding smoothly? You've been training ever since you skipped the meeting, haven't you? You must have something pretty interesting up your sleeve, huh?" Scene change. Hirashaka had now crossed into another dimension. It seemed With had already completed his training. "Just a little more, until I can also stand against the enforcers." Hirashaka must have already completed his training. Just a little more time is needed. "Until I can also stand against the enforcers." With watched Hirashaka, sweating nervously, observing as he was about to attempt something incredible right before his very eyes. When Vanquish was teaching me his ultimate technique to counter the enforcers, Ranji appeared beside me and asked, "Vanquish-san, is it possible for you to teach me that ultimate technique as well?" Vanquish replied, "I don't mind, but I don't think you can learn it directly. The soul structures of those from the underworld and humans are vastly different. The succession of the ultimate technique is completed by transforming that very structure. Furthermore, after learning that ultimate technique to counter the enforcers, Lu With passed it to Ranji through the trial of the gate, and it was his 8th ultimate technique. And now, just a little more, just a little bit further. As for Hirashaka, Ranji, and Amamiya Siaka, as spirits without physical bodies, they were not subject to the gate's limitations, as was the case with Amamiya Siaka. Then Kylum spoke up. Kid, it looks like you're adapting to me quite well, huh? Because her soul was highly compatible, she could inherit the ultimate technique from the thunder god Kylum without needing the gate. As for Ranji, Luwith offered, I will lend you my power. Following Luwith's guidance, he was able to level up the ultimate technique he already possessed. However, this was a completely different matter. Inheriting an ultimate technique from Vanquish, whose soul was completely incompatible with Ranji's, was beyond anything I had ever known. Luwith thoughtfully observed Ranji. Despite all the difficulties, Ranji, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, I did it! It defied all logic, but in the end, Ranji succeeded. So, this is my new sword. Luwith thoughtfully watched Ranji enthusiastically hold the item in his hand during the time he served as his wielder. I didn't know a thing. When it comes to fighting, Hirasaka has surpassed the very word genius. In the human world, at the workshop of Sorcerer Zora of the Red Copper Kingdom, Carrion said proudly, Sorry to ruin the moment, but can we talk to you about the reason we came here? At that moment, an emotional Zora was hugging Quay and crying, Of course. After freeing herself from his embrace, Quay turned to Akira. Narus-kun, I wanted to talk to you about this as well. He replied, Yes. Then Quay continued, The truth is. Her tone was so serious that Akira exclaimed, Huh? Startled, Akira thought of Siki and Subaru and contacted them telepathically. Sikishima Ariak. Sikishima responded, Narus, what's wrong? Akira replied, It's urgent. Quay-san just told me that. Meanwhile, Subaru, who was listening in silently, shuddered when he heard what was happening on their end. Seeing this, Safina asked, Subaru? He replied, Sorry, Safina. I have to return to the human world right now. Safina pouted. Huh? What about our date? Subaru flatly replied, I never agreed to one. The executors have appeared at the residence of the inventor from the Copper Kingdom. Hearing this, Isis was shocked, but Safina remained calm and prompted him, Go on. Subaru explained, The identity of that executor is a warden from the prison in the human world that holds the God Lords. His ultimate technique allowed him to control the prisoner's own techniques. Our group defeated him, but as a result, the effect of his ultimate technique vanished. So now, more than 300 prisoners are about to break out. After hearing this, neither of them said another word, their hearts filled with deep unease. Subaru then continued, We have to go back to protect our world. Hearing this, Safina understood his noble intentions, that he wanted to protect the civilians. Understood. We will prepare at once, Safina ordered Isis. She bowed her head to accept the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Just then, a figure appeared and spoke up. Leaving so soon, everyone? Terra appeared and said, Right after I made new shoes for you, to which Subaru cleverly replied, The shoes were delicious, thank you. Then Terra tossed something to Subaru. Take this with you. He caught it in his hand, and upon opening it, saw that it was a ring of covenant. Terra explained to Subaru that it could sense the location of the managers from over 10 billion worlds. However, it could only sense them, and had no function that could transport him there. Hearing this, he happily accepted it. That's more than enough. Anyway, I'm not the only one who needs to get to them. Hearing that, Terra replied, Well, I hope it proves useful. Then Subaru waved goodbye. Thanks, Terra. I'll definitely be back. Terra stood there watching Subaru's figure disappear, thinking, So I'll get to see that cheerful kid again, huh? An item that can teleport him to the manager's world. Maybe I'll try making one of those. The scene shifts to Carrion's group, where everyone looked tense, their faces as grim as mugshots. Subaru rushed through the space-time portal and called out, Sikishima. Seeing that Subaru had arrived, Sikishima announced, All right, let's move out. Hearing that, Subaru quickly ran to join them. Just then, Safina suddenly called out. Hearing the familiar voice, Subaru immediately turned his head. Suddenly, Safina tossed something to him and said, A farewell gift. Subaru asked in surprise. Another ring? She replied, You'll know when you open it. Just put it on whenever you want to return to the underworld. It's sad that we have to part, but we'll meet again. As it was taking too long, an impatient Sikishima yelled, Subaru, get a move on, but he didn't forget to wave goodbye to her. Thanks, Safina. Then Subaru quickly departed, vanishing into the portal. The scene shifts to the Golden Gate, where a voice lamented, How sad. Gone as fast as the wind, Ikuhana added. They're always in such a rush, aren't they? Unlike the other two, Safina suddenly smiled. How amusing. Good luck, my dear Subaru. My future husband. The scene shifts to Kuwanigata, the Zenboku prison for special inmates. Inside, the prisoners were chaotically fighting amongst themselves. A man on the arena floor laughed in satisfaction. Somehow, that damn ceiling mark is gone. We're free! Just as he said that, another man appeared, using a skill. Flowing ice seal. Don't even dream of it while I'm here. The rod in his hand whipped toward the prisoner. Then a set of sharp claws appeared as Himeno Ada used them to strike him. At this, the prisoners became enraged. Are you crazy, you bastard? Another prisoner spoke up. I don't like this guy. But then Yasurugi glanced at him, as did Himeno. They spoke in unison. Maybe this will help you remember a little. We used to be the Shadow Clan. Hearing their announcement, the other prisoners exclaimed, The Shadow Clan. You're Ariak Tagasau's comrades, Kiryu warned menacingly. A new schedule is about to be released. So if a prison riot breaks out and ruins things, it'll be a huge problem. He is Kiryu, a former member of the Shadow Clan. After that, the familiar rod was swung again, striking the other inmates on the head. They could do nothing but grit their teeth and endure it. Yasurugi issued a warning. We're going to meet a friend after this, so sorry, but you'll have to give up. Along with him, the former Shadow Clan member Kagasingo was just as menacing, overwhelming all of them. The friend in question, Kuroki Tachi, appeared along with Himeno. It was just a little scratch, but you're screaming so loud. Oh, I'm the former Shadow Clan member, Himeno Zume no. Level 6 Ultimate Skill, Agonizing Claws. It amplifies the pain of a touched wound by up to 3,000%. Holding the rod, Yasurugi said. I thought you were going to join the prison break, Himeno Dab. I just found out that I'll be joining the winning side. No matter how many of them there are, they can't beat Kiryu. Kiryu, holding the hooked rod, used his kinetic flow technique. Scene changed to the human world. In Tokyo, at the courtyard of Hirasaka's apartment complex, 300 prisoners are escaping from the Divine Master's prison. Subaru warned impatiently. We have to hurry before someone gets hurt. Carrion calmly reminded him. Kiryu Issei is already there. Zinga said, he can stop them. Subaru, unconvinced, urged, Hurry up, Shikishima-san. Shikishima replied, sounding exasperated. Those guys have already taken care of it. Upon hearing this, everything suddenly fell silent. The group of would-be escapees had mostly been defeated by Kiryu and Yasurugi. Yasurugi looked at Kiryu, stunned. I barely did anything. Himeno yawned. Time to go home and sleep. Good job. On the phone, Shikishima smiled to reassure Subaru and relayed, There's no need for you to come. That's what they said. A momentary silence fell over the place again. Carrion said helplessly, Now that you mention it, Kiryu must be over level 80, right? Akira spoke up. The average level of those prisoners is just under 30. Karen replied, No matter how many there are, they don't stand a chance. Huh. They don't need us anymore. Which means, are we free to do whatever we want now? They were so used to being busy that they all just froze, deep in thought. Shikishima confirmed again. Kinokawa called for me, so I have to return to headquarters. They would hear about an event that took place in the underworld, as well as Batio's demise before the press conference. Shikishima replied, Yeah, let the world know that. From now on, there will be no more gates. The scene changes. Udo and Kinokawa hug each other in celebration, while Dinga smiles contentedly. That's right. Shikishima spoke up. Kinokawa also said that the gate's countdown clock has stopped. Then he waved. Come with me, Naruse. They'll probably ask about you. Akira quickly followed, replying, Ah, yes. Watching the two of them walk away, Hirashaka said in disbelief. They're all gone. Dinga replied, I'm heading home. Seiha said, and I'm going to get some sushi. Karen didn't join either. I want to go play a game of Go. Everyone went their separate ways, saying goodbye to Subaru. See you later. In the end, the one left with no plans was Subaru. So I'm alone again. With no other choice, Subaru headed home. He opened the door and announced, I'm home. Then he slowly walked into the house, one step at a time. Subaru entered the house feeling dejected. I wanted to eat with everyone. Suddenly, Subaru looked ahead in surprise, he exclaimed, when he saw Kotezu sitting in his house eating a snack. Seeing Subaru, he casually asked, Oh, so this is the home of Nuane, Ariak Subaru. He looked at Kotezu in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. He thought to himself, Is that really Kotezu? Why are you in our world? Kotezu calmly replied, Who knows, I just landed here. Subaru asked confusedly. Landed where? Kotezu replied, It's a long story. Besides, this time, I'm not your enemy. More importantly, don't you want information? Subaru asked. Information, he replied. That's right, information from me, such as... Then Kotezu silently looked at the system panel. It contains information on each person, he said, the number and location of the current enforcers in this world. Subaru was completely shocked, frozen in place, as he looked at the images inside the system. The scene shifts as a voice calls out, Hadi, what are you looking at? Enda replies, The news. Our former comrades have apparently quelled a prison riot. Has everyone arrived? Lion replied, yes, they are my members for this conquest. Hapfun said respectfully, I apologize for making you wait, our king. Hearing this, Enditure's gaze darkened. The scene shifts to a stunned Subaru. Are there other executors here? Kotetsu replied. I just told you, this world is being invaded from somewhere else. As a conqueror, I can tell. Subaru grew worried. Is the future being disrupted again? Are the administrators interfering? Kotetsu offered, need my help? Subaru exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Then Kotetsu continued to explain. You want more information, right? In exchange. Atake Subaru, you will provide it for me. Meanwhile, Hapfun was chattering on. You know, this world seems to be quite well preserved, doesn't it? The air here is so crisp. Enditure then spoke up. This place is also strange. The number of deities here has increased sharply since they began cooperating with an unknown world called the Underworld. Ba-In added, so that's how they're staving off destruction. That means it will be quite difficult to conquer this place, Raven said coldly. The one who talks the most gets the biggest share? Is that it? Lion. Hearing his name, Lion smiled and said, exactly. The reward for succeeding in this venture is this world itself. Hearing this, the whole group, including Bep, Hapfun, Ba-In, Suselos, Raven, Hogni, and Artheo, all had different expressions, but ultimately, they all agreed to this deal. Then Enditure explained, that is why I used my soul value to its absolute limit to summon you all here. Even though their plan to conquer us by cooperating with the underworld has failed, we will use Lion's special technique. Lion brought out some phones for everyone. I have prepared phones from this world for everyone. We will overwhelm them completely. Enditure gave the order. They decided their plan would start in Shibuya. The scene shifts to Subaru, who has also arrived there. This place, there are so many people here. This was 2 days after the appearance of Hyodu Kotetsu. Subaru asked, Hyodu, have you gotten used to the phone yet? Kotetsu replied, it's fine. No problems at all. Then Subaru asked aimlessly, so, where are we going now? Kotetsu replied, to a store. Subaru was confused. Shopping? Kotetsu explained. I can share clothes with you. That's fine, but your shoes don't fit my feet. I also don't have any money in this world, so you'll have to pay. Subaru readily agreed. All right, that's no problem, Kotetsu said with serious determination. I can't fight properly in a pair of tight shoes. Seeing his expression, Subaru asked, you're going to fight with us? Kotetsu replied, just consider it my way of repaying you for your help. This happened many years ago, but the enemy we're about to fight has also attacked my world before. They're pretty strong, so be careful. Subaru listened and replied, got it. After that, they walked down the street together. Suddenly, Kotetsu turned and asked, what are you doing? Subaru asked back, confused. Huh? Kotetsu held out his hand, trying to act cool. I'll go shopping alone, don't follow me. Just give me the money. Subaru looked at him hesitantly and said, Then he thought to himself, this guy is kind of like a freeloader, huh? It reminded him of old memories of his father. Then Kotetsu took out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and said, I've just sent you their latest location. I'll let you know when I'm done, he said. Subaru replied, all right, then watched Kotetsu's back as he walked away. He didn't forget to say, thanks, Hyodu. I really appreciate your help. Kotetsu was silent and didn't respond. After a moment, he said, it was nothing. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Kotetsu had teammates by his side. After thinking for a moment, Kotetsu calmly walked off. He entered a sporting goods store. Welcome. Meanwhile, Subaru let out a long sigh. His expression turned serious as he said, well then. After that, Subaru contacted all his teammates telepathically. Everyone, elsewhere. Siaka, who was shopping, heard Subaru's voice. Hirasaka did as well. I won't tell everyone that this masked person is Zingaru. In another location, Sekishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira heard it too, listening in silence. Subaru contacted everyone and announced, Hyodu just shared the latest information with us. Let's start moving, just as we planned. Everyone responded in unison, Roger, we're already on our way. Suddenly, Zingaru spoke up. Ariake, are you sure we can trust Hyodu Kotetsu? The client window can only be seen by the client themselves. Is it possible he's lying to us? That's the man who killed us in the future of the King of Aurora and brought my world to the brink of destruction. Subaru fell silent. He lowered his head and said, Zingaru-san, about what was said back at my house. Ariake Subaru, you will provide for me, Subaru asked in surprise. Provide for you? Kotetsu had replied, I'm not familiar with this world, and I don't have any money or a place to stay. So, help me out. Subaru was stunned, his face completely blank. Then he said, I guess that's fine. Kotetsu replied emotionlessly, really? You're quite kind. Then he continued, "Were you sent here as the punishment you mentioned back in the underworld?" Kotetsu denied it. "No," he explained. "It's because someone saved me from being punished. That might have been the last time too. I will find a way to return to my home. Even if it has been destroyed, abandoning it would mean I've accepted defeat." Hearing those heartfelt words, Subaru let out a long sigh. "My losing opponent." Kotetsu asked, "What's so funny?" He replied, "No, I'm going to help them." Thinking back to that difficult conversation, Subaru reassured Azine, "I think we can trust him now. He's not as bad as you think, really. This guy is pretty straightforward and fun, you know? But if he does betray us, you have to use your ice powers to defeat him, okay?" Hearing that, Zingar decided to trust his friend's judgment. "All right, if you say so, I'll listen." Subaru smiled brightly and replied, "Thanks," Sekishima said. "At least you have him now." Zingar, flustered, replied, "No, it's not like that. Ariak's friendliness, his openness, that's what makes him Ariak, isn't it? He carries the burden of both the good and the bad." After that, Zingar felt somewhat relieved. "I understand now." Meanwhile, Sekishima had a shocking realization. Sekishima looked at Subaru and thought, that's what has made Ariak such a capable king. Meanwhile, Subaru was mindlessly browsing the books, silently assessing, this bookstore is huge. Scene change to Aki's location. "Ariak, I've found my target." Ahead of them was Hafen. Akira stared coldly at Hafen. Elsewhere, Hirashaka had come face to face with Sucellus. "Me too." The two of them locked eyes. They stared at each other without a word. At the 10 o'clock tower in CBR, "Found you." Hockney and Beb were there. They had run into Jin. Upon seeing the enemy, Jin reported, "Same here." So, Jin came face to face with Hockney, while Sekishima faced Atio. Sekishima said, "Over here too." The two of them had encountered each other. Meanwhile, Lian was reading a book in the bookstore when a voice rang out, of course. It was easy to guess. Subaru had met Lian, so here you are. Lian looked at him and exclaimed, "Ariak Subaru. I'm quite surprised. What is a star source like you doing here?" He answered, "To fight against you. Sorry, but we can't let you have this world. We will stop you." Hearing this, Lian thought, he won't let us take this world? I can't believe he already knows our purpose and how many of us are here. But more importantly, is this guy insane? Does he intend to fight me right here and right now? At this moment, in CBR? With tens of thousands of people around? Scene change to a clothing store where Kotetsu is shopping. All right. He's picked out a pair of shoes he likes. Nice. Time for business, huh? Kotetsu came face to face with Sivan. He stared at Kotetsu for a moment. Meanwhile, Tetsu also arrived to confront him, and neither of them said a word. Then, Revan spoke up. "Have we met somewhere before?" Tetsu said nothing. She just calmly raised her hand and threw a punch forward. The CBR disaster. At a skyscraper, a shocking roar resounded. Inside, Subaru and Lian stood facing each other, radiating overwhelming energy. He called out the name, Ariak Subaru. The two faced off, but Vatio was calm, asking, "Are you planning to fight us right here, in this CBR?" The people present were all unaware, continuing on with their own business. A stream of people hurried past, happily and completely oblivious to the situation. Subaru immediately confirmed it with a condition. "That's right," while his opponent remained silent, listening. "The condition is," he said, "I won't let a single person die." Hearing this, his opponent looked confused, a big question mark hanging over his head. A spell was cast, enveloping the entire area. Elsewhere, Tetsu was charging forward with a punch full of killing intent, but it was blocked by Revan. The force of the punch was immense, knocking him backwards, but he quickly dug his feet in to stop his momentum. He said sarcastically, "Hey now, we're in the middle of the street. Don't you care about the people around us at all?" But surprisingly, a barrier appeared behind him, sealing them off from the outside world. He looked on in confusion. The people outside were still smiling, but strangely, they weren't moving at all. Everyone was like a statue. He analyzed the situation. The people weren't just standing still, they were frozen in place. Tetsu looked at her opponent and spoke up to put his mind at ease. "You don't have to worry." With a cold gaze, she bluntly declared, "The only one who's going to die here is you." Revan's expression turned serious. The scene flashes back to 2 days prior. All the members were gathered for a meeting when Sekishima sighed, scratching his head in frustration. "The Punishers are gathering to invade us? Great. It's just one surprise after another." He was annoyed by Tetsu's teasing and shot back angrily. "The administrators really hate you guys openly, don't they?" Then, a system window popped up. Tetsu, while interacting with it, turned to the others and said, "They've sent a whole horde of Punishers to this world. Normally, only a few people would get rare items, but for some reason, the reward has been changed to this very world." Her words startled two other members, who questioned her angrily. The entire world? You mean they're trying to take our home? To which she replied, that's exactly what I mean. He continued to explain the theory. The moment they successfully invade your world and completely annihilate humanity, this world will 100% belong to them. Kino Kagawa couldn't contain her outrage. Impossible. But another voice spoke up, surprising her even more. This is an unprecedented reward. Miss, Tetsu explained frankly, if I can meet all the requirements, then I'll join. Jinga shot up in anger and yelled, you bastard! A powerful energy surged from behind as a voice called out, Hudo! Jinga immediately fell silent and turned to look, and Miss Tetsu was also drawn in, instinctively looking over. It was that same terrifying energy. He coldly asked, what are the victory conditions for those punishers? A map appeared with the explanation, gain control of all 23 wards of Tokyo. Or more specifically, eliminate all the hosts within them. The other two spoke up again. Don't we have the advantage in numbers? Miss Tetsu immediately remembered and warned, it doesn't matter how many people you have, there's someone among the enemy's ranks. He can unconditionally brainwash any host weaker than him, and everyone will just end up turning on each other. Udon, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Then we'll have to come up with a strategy to defeat them. A list of characters appeared. As a fellow Punisher, I can see their locations in real time. We can catch them efficiently if we cooperate. He raised a finger to point out a problem, but the issue is, if they want to take over the 23 wards, Kino Kagawa understood and continued, then we'll be forced to fight them inside the city. Udon sighed, I think we need to evacuate the civilians. Sikisima, understanding the situation, gave an order, Udo. Udo understood immediately and accepted, yeah, I'll take care of it. Miss Tetsu looked at them, a bit confused. Back in the present, a freezing spell had enveloped the city, leaving only the area where they were to settle things. Inside, Udo stood majestically and unleashed his seventh ultimate technique, Crag Decevaliers, erecting a solid golden shield. Explaining the technique, Udo Ryusei's seventh ultimate technique. Crag Decevaliers affects all non-hosts within its radius who lack an ultimate technique, putting them into a frozen state. Those affected are completely immobilized. While frozen, the targets cannot move or be harmed. In exchange, the user also cannot move from their position while the ultimate technique is active. At the tall building where Tetsu's fight was taking place, an intimidating aura pressured her opponent. With this, everyone can fight without causing harm to the city or its people. He then instructed his teammates over the radio. My MP will only last for 1 hour, so act fast, everyone. The plan officially began. Akira picked up his phone and announced, Roger that, time to get started. At that moment, he was standing face to face with his opponent, Naru Sakura versus Conquirer Hafen. Hafen sensed something and smirked. Hey! He tapped hard on the inexplicably frozen people standing beside him. Then he raised a hand, wondering, what the hell is going on? Akira ignored him and got straight to the point. You don't need to worry about it. All I know is that if you can move, you're my enemy. Then, he powered up and declared, I'm going to take you down. Hafen swayed slightly, scratching his head and muttering nonsense. Well, it must be some kind of defensive special technique. But a second later, his eyes turned serious. Whatever. Hathiaja's hand glowed intensely, ready to strike. Hurry up and die, and give this world to us. Hafen took a fighting stance as the ground beneath his feet began to freeze over, becoming solid ice. He then quickly closed the distance and threw a punch that surprised Akira. The surface of his body had turned white. He was sent flying by the powerful blow, his eyes wide as he stared at his opponent. He's fast, but that doesn't surprise me at all. That strange punch left Akira in pain and confused as his stomach began to glow faintly. What is this? That's right, his torso was growing numb with cold. Am I being frozen? But this is completely different from Tsunemori's ice technique. Seeing his opponent's confusion, he stood there and explained, Allow me to explain a little. With a completely emotionless face, he pointed at Akira. My special technique is quite cold. It has the simple ability to freeze and shatter anything I touch. He finished with a confident look. That's why I've never lost. Akira writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. A frost was seeping into his body, so cold he couldn't feel anything, but once it thaws, I'll start bleeding to death. With a look of helplessness, he angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then, he powered up with a roar, releasing his energy. I'm so tired of this. Another one of these simple yet ridiculously overpowered techniques? On the other side, Hafkin was a bit confused by Akira's words. Another one? He covered his face and sighed. He doesn't even use a weapon. This isn't a good matchup for me at all. Hafkin, however, urged him on expectantly. So you still have the strength to fight? Show me what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Then his face turned cold as he declared, "Because my next punch will surely kill you." Akira hesitated for a moment before answering. He entered a serious state, one of his eyes blazing with fire, and replied to Hafkin, "I guess it's time to get serious, huh?" He became even more confused and impatient. Akira recalled his conversation with Siki. "A reversal, huh?" Siki had asked. "Yes, I've already made my decision and formed the pact. What about you? Have you chosen someone yet?" Faced with Siki's difficult question, Akira scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Ah, well, I do have someone in mind." Back in the present, Akira roared from within the blazing fire, "I have already chosen my reversal." Then, someone slowly stepped out of the flames with an expectant look. "So don't you disappoint me, Lemda." A slightly crazed smile spread across Akira's face. The smile grew wider and wider as his entire body was enveloped in a crimson aura. Unfazed, Hafkin stood by and observed. "Fire, huh?" A hand controlling flames emerged along with a voice. "Next time, if you wanted my help, you should have just said so. It would have been quicker." A figure stepped out of the flames, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "You arrogant little brat." Akira's body had completely transformed into a different combat form. Lemda had taken over. Just take a rest. The reversal had appeared, his personality also changing, to be a bit arrogant, as he declared, "I'll burn him to ashes for you." Hafkin remained calm at the sight before him, looking up curiously. He watched the bloodthirsty Lemda intently and remarked, "A different kind of dangerous. Interesting." Lemda swung his arm, concentrating flames in his palm, and said slowly, introducing himself with confidence, "The name's Lemda of Hellfire." Next, Lemda's eyes blazed with fire, ready to dive into battle. "Hey kid, you better start digging your own grave." Paying him no mind, Hafkin coolly adjusted his glasses and mused, "Come on now. You seem to be enjoying this quite a bit, don't you?" Lemda appeared carefree, but his mind was racing. The stats of a reverse self are determined by the body they control. If Lemda just spammed fire like usual, he would run out of MP in an instant. After finishing his calculations, he lowered his head and mumbled to himself, "I'll have to use it sparingly." But Lemda didn't stay down for long, immediately shaking off the thought. Without letting his opponent react, he quickly rushed forward shouting, which was completely out of character for Lemda. Seeing him act so strangely enthusiastic, Hafkin was left speechless. Then, as if his funny bone was hit, Hafkin burst into a mocking laugh. "You know that fire is completely useless, right? Are you an idiot?" Hafkin's condescending words made Lemda freeze in surprise. Not giving Lemda a chance to react, he focused his power and said, "I'm starting to take a liking to you." Hafkin immediately backed away and taunted, "Let's play." Just as he finished speaking, he flew in and threw a punch, to Lemda's bewilderment. Lemda also quickly got fired up and prepared a counterattack stance. Before he could be happy for long, he was stunned to find his arm had been frozen and shattered. Lemda was still lost in thought. "He froze me? That shouldn't have been effective against me." While Hafkin was seriously launching a barrage of attacks, Lemda casually remarked, "My defense must have decreased." After dodging every which way, Lemda's tone grew serious as he said, "You humans." He got angry and shouted as if to provoke him, "So weak." Hafkin was astonished by the sight before him. "You have regeneration? Interesting." Warming up his limbs from a distance, he issued a challenge. "How many more hits can you take before you die?" Not as Hafkin expected, Lemda replied nonchalantly, "I don't know, and I don't care." Lemda pointed a finger at him and spoke ambiguously, but then growled seriously, "This is fun." Immediately after, he burned Hafkin's hand, not giving him a single moment to compose himself. Hafkin relaxed his attacked hand, silently surprised. "Is Lemda's fire hot enough to melt my ice?" Staring at his own hand, Hafkin laughed admiringly. "Not bad." While Lemda was enveloped in flames, Hafkin was further surprised. "He's even increasing the temperature." Then, the two transformed into opposing torrents of fire and ice and clashed with each other. As if to avenge his earlier arm, Lemda gained the upper hand and punched Hafkin straight in the face. Not to be outdone, he retaliated with a blow to the chin that sent Lemda staggering backward. As if gaining momentum, Hafkin continuously unleashed punches imbued with ice power on him. Despite the continuous rain of blows, Lemda still smirked as if he had discovered something very interesting. Lemda threw out his hand for an extremely powerful strike that Hafkin couldn't withstand. Even though he was beaten until his head was bloody and his glasses had fallen, Hafkin still managed to stand, making Lemda praise him sincerely. "You really are full of surprises." The scene changes to the past. Thousands of years ago in the Bronze Kingdom, the underworld. A young Lemda was yelling his head off as if trying to get someone's attention. "Hey!" He approached the child versions of Ki Lim and Denta and aggressively called out, "Wind Demon! Lightning Demon!" Ki Lim, who was relaxing, asked back in confusion, "Ah." Lemda put his hands on his hips, looking confident. I am Lemda, the fire demon. I heard you two are the strongest in this area. He focused his firepower and taunted, come on, come on. Without any patience, Lemda flew forward and screamed, come and fight me! His aggression and enthusiasm made the two of them look at him dubiously. Surprisingly, Lemda was beaten to a pulp and burned to a crisp. Keelim stood before him and mocked him openly. You're pathetically weak, Denta explained helplessly with his arms crossed. You're a creature born from the king of the Red Copper Kingdom, right? If you want to fight, go find others who share your element. Lemda immediately shot up and protested vehemently. No way! They're so boring, and their fire isn't even hot at all. As he spoke, he recalled scenes of playing around with others of his kind. Under their watchful eyes, Lemda reacted furiously. I can't be used as a tool to light stoves or warm beds. He pointed at the shining sun and poured his heart out. Those born of fire must aspire to be the best. I will defeat the strongest frost spirit. Even though he had just been utterly defeated, Lemda was still full of fighting spirit, and then I will become a man even hotter than the sun. Denta laughed heartily and asked, so what do you think? Killim threw his hands up in despair. What a complete idiot. Before Killim could finish his tirade, an ice-cold voice called out, Killim. Just hearing his name called like that was enough to make him freeze in terror. The sound of light footsteps echoed along with that voice, you must. Diamante slowly approached and admonished him. Learn to fix that duplicitous attitude of yours. Seeing her, Denta greeted her, big sis. She drew near, her chilling aura preceding her, and spoke in a tone of praise. This kid has a lot of potential. Lemda blushed at the compliment and thanked her. Really? Gosh, you're making me blush, thank you. But who are you? Then, Diamante formally introduced herself. Frost. Then, streams of ice instantly shot out when she stomped her foot hard on the ground. The wave of power froze everything around Lemda, leaving him gaping in astonishment. She continued, completing her introduction. Diamond, the purple frost, the strongest frost spirit in history. Lemda was startled by what he heard and questioned. Huh? The strongest spirit? Denta cheerfully chimed in. Hey, big sis, how did your match with Vanquish go? The purple frost couldn't help but curse. It went terribly. She raised her voice in anger. That bastard stole my ultimate skill. Next time, I will definitely take it back. Without letting Diamante finish, Lemda aggressively charged forward, yelling, Diamond, fight me. Amidst Denta's jeers, Kim couldn't believe it. Is this guy really that stupid? In the blink of an eye, Lemda was completely frozen solid and then shattered into 100 pieces, as if to prove Kim's point. Then, she picked up a frozen fragment of his head. Diamante was genuinely amused and praised him. The challenger, Lemda, the warrior who wishes to face me. Your straightforward personality is so fiery and so brilliant. Her tone then became serious. If you want to defeat me that badly, then become my disciple. Diamante continued, gesturing towards the staring. Kim and Denta, those two kids over there possess the same determination as you. Hearing this, a look of astonishment was still visible on Lemda's frozen face. Really? Then, does that mean we're brothers? Kim snapped back in disgust. Who would be brothers with you? That's disgusting, Han smiled obsequiously. Hey guys! But Kim attacked without emotion. A flash of lightning! Lenta screamed in agony, begging, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! Ignoring the chaos, Denta calmly made an observation from the side. Returning to the present after that old memory, Lenta loudly declared to Hap Fun, I am a challenger. Han clenched his fist, saying, with this fist I will turn everything to dust. Unlike his childhood memory, Lenta raised his hand, forming a brilliant power. I am the man who burns hotter than the sun. Hap Fun looked up, curious and confused. Does Han intend to settle this entire fight with just one punch? Then, as if injected with adrenaline, Hap Fun grinned brightly. All right then. To the bewildered Lenta, Han explained. I've always despised the manager's schemes. Hap Fun, now ready for battle, thought, that's why a straightforward guy like you gets me so fired up. Han got into his fighting stance and yelled, I accept your challenge. Not to be outdone, Lenta replied as if finding a kindred spirit. It seems we get along quite well, don't we? Let's do this. Han thrust his arm forward, unleashing a fatal technique, Solar Flare. At the same time, Hap Fun rushed in and unleashed his own strongest attack, Silver Citadel. The two extremely powerful punches collided, threatening to shatter everything around them. As they clashed, Hap Fun was distracted by a thought. He's so straightforward as one can possibly be. The image of Lenta appeared in Han's eyes, and he realized, I get it now. Remembering his own obedience, Hap Fun thought to himself, until now, Han has always meekly followed the manager's orders. Perhaps living like that for so long had made Hap Fun sick of it. Amidst the burning flames and Lenta's battle lust, Han realized, That's why I've longed to meet someone like you, someone so honest and straightforward. As if he had just discovered the meaning of life, Hap Fun smirked from the bottom of his heart amidst the blazing fire, satisfied to have found a worthy opponent who could defeat him. Then, Hap Fun stopped resisting, feeling grateful. Lenta Han, I had a great time. As he fell from the sky, coughing up blood, he announced, You have completely defeated me. Lenta, with one arm frozen, agreed. Han didn't hold back his praise. You also put on an amazing performance. Hap Fun, Olimda Naraskira X. Hap Fun has died. Immediately after, the scene changes to a massive skyscraper. Inside the building, Suselos was questioning Hira. Just tell me one thing. Among Subaru's allies out there, what level has your power reached? He answered honestly without hesitation. They say that I am the strongest. Suselos' eyes widened in surprise. Really? Oh, I'm screwed. Understanding, he asked Akira again. You want me to be your sparring partner? He firmly affirmed. Yes. Can you do it? The scene shifts to the underworld, a place where souls reside by a blazing shore. Han answered comfortably, although he still had many questions. I don't mind, but why? We're not that close, are we? Akira began to explain. You know we have memories from the future. Lenta grunted unconsciously, but still looked blank. No matter how many times you explain it, I still don't get it. Akira continued to recount the images from his own memories. To Han's utter confusion, in that future, I died fighting you. As if worried Lenta would misunderstand, he quickly spoke his true feelings. I don't hold any grudge against you. It was a wonderful battle. I was thoroughly and deservedly beaten. Right after that, Akira immediately added, That's not why I want to cooperate with you. I have a feeling that we have a connection. After hearing him explain, Han gave a light, sinister-looking smile. Then, Lemda scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, but I don't understand what you're trying to say. Hearing that, Akira's mood went from stunned to furious. How could you still not get that I like you? H.A.'s direct question made him look up in surprise. Ah, why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Lemda trustingly extended a hand. Then I'm counting on you. Naris. Akira smiled with satisfaction, agreeing with a hum. As they shook hands in understanding, he continued, Me too, Lemda. Back in the present, Akira's shout suddenly echoed in his head. Lemda! The voice was so loud it gave Lemda a headache. Why are you being so loud? He yelled, scolding him. What the hell are you doing? My MP is almost gone because of those flames and your pointless regeneration. We've only defeated one guy, Lemda suddenly said, his voice dropping hesitantly. That Hafuan guy. He looked at Hafuan, who was knocked out on the ground, and tried to explain. The fight with him was too much fun. I couldn't hold back. Lemda, regaining his excitement, looked at the map. Who's next? Akira was all too familiar with this situation, but still felt helpless. I already told you I'm out of MP. The others will be fine. They won't be defeated that easily. We should go back. We need to rest and recover our MP. Despite his calm and gentle demeanor, he still had worries in his heart. He'll be okay, right? Hirasaka. Returning to a large, tall building that was covered by some kind of barrier. Inside the building was Suselos, with his eyes wide open at the introduction. His name is Suselos, a conqueror. A blue weapon appeared before him. He possessed a long sword that could create ultimate techniques. The warning continued. He nullifies all slashes, making this guy a perfect counter for sword-wielding masters. At the same time, a pair of elegant legs slowly approached. It turned out those graceful feet belonged to Hira, or at least, he used to be like that. He resentfully demanded an explanation. Tell me, why was your slash able to reach me? How did you defeat me? The final result was that Hirasaka Renji had severely injured Suselos. He easily touched the cloak on his shoulder. The reason your slash immunity didn't work is thanks to this cloak. It reduces the opponent's resistance by 70 to 50%, and Ween gave it to him as a reward for learning his ultimate technique. Suselos' face darkened, realizing with both pain and disappointment, I see, so that's how it was. He recalled his own knowledge and analyzed, You can control my defensive abilities, and with your masterful skill, you even slashed me before I could even draw my sword. The image of Hirasaka slashing directly at Suselos surprised him. Ah, he replied with a gentle smile. That's right. Despite Hirasaka's friendly appearance, Suselos cursed, You monster! Ignoring Suselos' frustration, he calmly knelt down. Oh, by the way, while he was lying defeated on the ground, bleeding from his wounds, Hirasaka asked, Do you know where Haji is right now? Suselos asked back. Why are you asking? He maintained a harmless smile. My ally, he said, as a memory of Miss Tetsu's announcement surfaced, is stronger than any of you. Then, Hirasaka stopped smiling, his serious face looking truly terrifying, causing Suselos to widen his eyes in fear. So, I have to cut her in half before she can harm anyone else. Although he had just been terrified by his overwhelming presence, Suselos had already regained his composure, but it might have been too late. To Hirasaka's confusion, he explained, "You're using some kind of strange ultimate skill to temporarily stop time over this city, aren't you?" Immediately after, Suselos announced some earth-shattering news with a stoic expression. Haji is on his way to eliminate the source of that ultimate skill. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression finally changed, becoming worried. As if to defy Suselos' words, the barrier outside the building remained perfectly intact. But suddenly, while Yudo was casting his spell, a figure approached from behind. Although he was busy maintaining the magic, he still turned around and remarked, You look rather familiar." It was Endaker, observing Yudo from behind. "How deceitful. I really thought we could restrict your movements by fighting right here in this city." So she's a former member of Andar's organization, the Bane of Humanity. Then, she held out her hand to cast a spell. "I still have plenty of time, so I can take care of trivial matters like this in a flash, can't I?" Without a moment's hesitation, Endaker threatened, "It's over for you, dear Yudo." Showing no regard for her, he calmly turned his back. "That's what you say." Yudo continued his provocation. "But are you sure you can pull it off, Kinokawa?" The moment he finished speaking, someone cast a spell to bind her tightly. Ultimate skill, golden chains. A voice suddenly rang out, but it seemed to be within Endaker's expectations. "You predicted we'd pull a little trick, didn't you?" It was Kinokawa casting the spell, so this was to be expected. Ignoring Endaker's indifference, she continued, "We've already assigned someone to protect Yudo. He's the key to our defense." Extremely confident in their plan, Kinokawa's eyes gleamed as she asked, "Makes perfect sense, doesn't it?" Right after, Mei appeared with a wide grin, advising, "Don't struggle now, be a good girl." She winked playfully and warned, "Move even an inch, and I'll send your head flying." Finally, Endaker showed a reaction, letting out a sigh. "I have to fight 3 gold rank opponents?" Before they could even react, she declared loudly, "So be it then." A surge of power erupted from Endaker's body, startling both Kinokawa and Mei. Even Yudo couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in awe, "What is this power? It's even more immense than a grand spell." Standing within the terrifying aura of power, Endaker declared, "We will conquer this world, no matter the cost." Immediately after, an incantation that made the very heavens and earth tremble was cast. King's Prerogative, Army of the Earth. The terrifying wave of energy shot straight toward his bewildered face. Elsewhere in the city, pink bolts of lightning flashed continuously, as if signaling something important. Atop a large bell tower, Sika was observing intently when she suddenly spotted something and called out, "Yu Dao." Right before Sika's eyes, a figure sped past. It was a black crow, trying to block her path. One of the crows spoke, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." It wasn't alone. A total of 3 crow demons were hovering in the air. The orange-haired girl continued to block their path provocatively. "Come on, play with us," Siaka calmly asked them. "Are those girls flying over there human too?" They answered in turn, "That's right, we are 3 sisters, and our auras are all identical." As they introduced themselves, they struck a pose like magazine models. "We are the Pomegranate Trio. Who dares to fight us?" Before the 3 sisters could even react, she swiftly launched an attack, making them scream in pain. Lightning. While they were still smoldering from the lightning strike, a power-overflowing Sika said, "Let me ask you all something." She was calm, but her tone couldn't have been more condescending. "Have you ever fought against lightning before? This is the battle between Amamiya Sika versus Nemen, Makia, and Bem." Siaka quickly turned to leave, offering an apology. "Sorry, but I can't play with you." Despite her apology, she couldn't hide her cold demeanor. "I don't have time to play around with you all." At that very moment, a gigantic tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing this, Siaka flew from the main citadel without a moment's hesitation. She immediately pinpointed her destination, thinking to herself, "His mark, Javon's mark, has been activated. I hope Udu is all right." Siaka moved so quickly that her steps crackled with lightning. Fortunately, she arrived at Endaker and Udu's location just in time. Siaka gasped in horror at the sight before her. Seeing Kinokawa lying severely injured on the ground, she cried out, "Kinokawa!" And Mei's condition was just as bad. "Fujigami!" Udu, from behind, shouted her name as if to snap her out of it. "Amamiya!" He was also badly injured with a fractured leg. "Be careful, she's using an incredibly abnormal power." Facing the enormous tentacle, Siaka calmly replied, "Yes, I know, Udu." Strangely, she seemed thrilled, exclaiming with delight, "You're much stronger than those useless bosses." The massive tentacles parted, gradually revealing Endaker's form. Her transformed appearance was now visible to everyone. Endaka announced without emotion, "The Thunder Summoner who defeated Himino. I will kill you first. She is Haji Miori, a former member of the Kaktunhan organization, also known as the Conquest Boss, Andraste." Her words only seemed to make Sika more bloodthirsty, as a brilliant aura of power enveloped her. In a desolate city, where skyscrapers lay in ruins, the atmosphere was bleak and terrifying. This was the homeland of Endaka, Andraste. Somewhere in the city, amidst the desolate ruins, a group stood silently watching Endaka, who was gazing at a stone head before her. Then, she spoke. "The last guardian deity has fallen." With an emotionless and indifferent expression, Endaka said, "This world has no hope left." Hearing this, Susilos frowned and asked, "So are we just supposed to stand by and watch it be destroyed?" The twins standing nearby spoke up. Nemen said angrily, "Those administrators, they're a disgusting bunch." Makia, also annoyed, frowned and added, "Why did they have to suddenly crank up the difficulty like this?" Suddenly, a man walked in and exclaimed in frustration, "We have been their toys from the very beginning." Hearing the man's voice, Endaka turned her head and called out his name, Hafven. The man who had just spoken, Hafven, turned with a tense and annoyed expression, asking if there was anything else to say. Endacher, with an impassive face, replied coolly, "Nothing at all. He might even be dead for all we know." She turned and gave an order to the group, "Contact the King of the East." Endacher gracefully glided past them and continued, "We must find a new world to inhabit." A short girl spoke up, asking, "To coexist with them or to invade that place?" Endacher continued walking without glancing back at the girl, saying in a cold voice, "That will depend on the administrator's decision." Endacher, "Andraste is a king, so she will do whatever it takes to save her land, no matter the cost." Max level ground army. Andraste's king's prerogative allows her to summon and command legendary entities by consuming a large amount of MP. Max level oppression. Andraste's sub-skill restores 1% of her absolute MP every second. The scene shifts elsewhere. Others are looking warily at Endaka and the massive tentacle above her head. Suzaka put one hand behind her back, preparing to unleash an attack as she gritted her teeth, her left eye glowing. She swung her hand, powerfully sending a bolt of lightning toward Endaka. Lightning thrust. Endaka saw the lightning bolt approaching her, her eyes as calm as still water. A giant peacock appeared before her, spreading its wings to protect Endaka from Sika's attack. Ground Army, Thunder Peacock. The massive peacock swallowed Sika's attacks whole as if they were a delicious meal. She watched in shock as the peacock devoured all the lightning bolts, thinking to herself, "It completely swallowed my lightning thrust. If I charge in using my Thunder God form, I'd probably get eaten as well." The peacock spread its wings, its round belly glowing from the lightning within. Seeing the peacock like that, Suzaka silently thought with relief, "It's a good thing I listened to my master's advice." She recalled Killim's words, "When fighting a high-level beast, always remember to test its defensive capabilities first." Suddenly, Suzaka dashed forward, her swift steps crackling with lightning as she thought, "I'll start with something I know will work." Endaka calmly watched Sika charge toward her, showing no weakness, while the peacock beside her also lowered its head. Then, Suzaka leaped high into the air, flying over Endaka and the standing peacock. Endaka looked up in confusion as Saka flew high up toward the giant tentacle. She raised her hand, forming a gigantic fist made of lightning. With a fiercely determined gaze, Suzaka brought the giant fist smashing down. Great cloud, her fist slammed down on the giant tentacle, annihilating it with the lightning bolts from Sika's punch. Enda stared blankly at the scene before her, silently assessing Suzaka. A single punch strong enough to incinerate the Kraken monster? At the very least, she's strong enough to go around with me. Suzaka hovered in midair, looking down at the giant tentacle she had just destroyed, and said with satisfaction, "All right then." Suddenly, the aura around Suzaka turned blue as she smirked and touched the back of her neck, another one of my master's teachings. Sika's gaze was firm as she unleashed powerful streams of air from above towards Enda, saying, "Although it's not very compatible with me, but it's a powerful wind." It blew past Enda, making her think, "Wind?" Up above, Suzaka was surrounded by air, and as Enda looked up, she realized something. "No, this is..." Suddenly, a hand gripped Enda's body tightly, but she just glanced down at the hand holding her and thought, "She's controlling the air." Above, Sika clenched her fist, seemingly controlling the massive arm that was gripping Enda. "Celestial shift!" Then she threw a punch to the side, and the hand gripping Enda suddenly moved violently, catching her by surprise. Suzaka moved her hand, swinging the giant arm in a circle before slamming Enda hard into the ground, causing a massive impact. The dust kicked up by Suzaka's slam was so thick that Udao had to cover his nose. while Siaka remained hovering, looking down at where Enda had been thrown. Where Enda lay, a giant snail appeared, cushioning her body. "Wicked and make you," she sighed, looking at Siaka and asking, "Are you done yet?" Hearing this, Siaka became even more excited and exclaimed, "Of course not!" Where Enda was lying, another hand appeared, and together they crushed her body. Siaka gritted her teeth, using all her strength to control the giant hands, squeezing Enda even tighter. The giant hands obeyed Siaka's will, pressing Enda inward with increasing force. "Pressure!" Lying inside the pair of hands, Enda said admiringly. "You're pretty strong," she continued. "If your opponent were anyone else?" Enda summoned a blue head that appeared before Siaka, confusing her, as Enda's voice echoed once more. "You might have actually won." The blue head suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a beam of light appeared inside. Siaka's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Then the head fired an energy sphere at Sokka, knocking her away. "Shibos!" Sokka was sent flying into a wall, coughing up blood. Back with Enda, she stepped out from the hands, brushing dust off her clothes with an annoyed tone. "I've already cut through the air. That was a close call." Siaka was slammed into the wall and then fell to the ground. Enda watched this and said appraisingly, "Even though your lightning aura neutralized most of my attacks, if you had just attacked me continuously with swift thunderbolts, your chances of winning would have been much higher." Lying on the ground, Siaka bit her lip in frustration, thinking, "I completely underestimated her, Enda." Where she stood, a pair of legs was about to come crashing down on her. Second secret technique. The legs descending on Enda belonged to Mai. He kicked repeatedly at Enda, but she calmly blocked Mai's attacks. Golden attack. Second secret technique. A flash of light appeared to the side, drawing Enda's gaze and catching her by surprise. A large cannon was aimed directly at her, firing a shell at the surprised Enda. 68-pound cannon. Kinokawa stood next to the cannon, clutching her stomach as she controlled it. Kinokawa's head was bleeding, but she still managed a weak smile when a voice called out, "Kinokawa Sakura." She looked towards Mei, who had a wound on his face, as he called her name, Fujigami Mei. A pair of feet stepped onto something. Endocker was enveloped in a white aura as she stood atop a giant turtle, saying, "You guys can still move? Ask Pito Hulun." Kinokawa was shocked to see Endocker completely unscathed after such an attack, and thought, she's not hurt at all. She gritted her teeth and spoke in anger. "I don't care if you're a conqueror or whatever, but we finally overcame the threat of the gate, so don't you dare try to ruin our mood." Seeing this, Mei also assumed a combat stance. Hearing that, Endoctor paused and said, "The gate, you say?" She smirked and added, "A threat?" Hearing that, Kinokawa was stunned and said, "Huh?" Then, she suddenly jerked back and cried out in pain. The blue head let out a massive scream, causing Mei and Kinokawa to be affected and cough up blood. "Shibose." Affected by the blue head's scream, blood poured from Mei's body, and she collapsed. Kinokawa was no better off, and affected by the scream, she cried out and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Kinokawa fall, Udo couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Kinokawa Fujigami." He assessed the situation, thinking, should I stop cracking the Chevalier so I can enter the battle? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "No, what am I thinking? I can't let them harm the civilians." Endocker suddenly spoke, her voice filled with rage. "You people have enjoyed your peaceful lives in this world for long enough." Udo's eyes widened in disbelief. A red gate appeared as Endocker's voice rang out again. "The game the administrators created in this world is far too easy because the gates, which belong to the underworld, are still too lenient." Endocker's aura grew stronger as she continued in a solemn voice. "I am a king. I have fought and survived on battlefields far more horrific than anything you've ever seen." Kino Kagawa struggled to her feet, gritting her teeth in fury as she said, "That doesn't give you the right to just invade other worlds." Hearing this, Endocker's face darkened, and she radiated an intense killing intent, her voice terrifying. "Kings are conquerors." As her aura intensified, she commanded, "Hurry and offer this world to me, you lowly insects." Suddenly, a figure leaped down from above, making Endocker look up. It was Pantheon, bringing his sword down in a powerful slash. The giant turtle was sliced in half and destroyed by the sword. Endocker leaped high to evade the attack, thinking, Aspidatron, defeated with just a single slash? Endocker glanced to the side, seemingly recognizing something. "I know this technique. You're." She looked over to where Kotetsu stood proudly and shouted, "Kotetsu." He calmly replied, "That's right." Then Kotetsu's expression turned serious. "And your name is Endocker, isn't it?" Endocker frowned at him in anger. "A punisher from another world. So that's why the gods of this world were able to plot against me." She asked, "Have you joined forces with them?" Kotetsu replied, "As if I'd ever team up with that bunch of weaklings." He continued, Well, I will admit, some of them are quite strong. A massive explosion erupted behind Endocker, making her eyes widen. At the same time, multiple slashes struck her body, sword path bend. Endocker suddenly exclaimed, her voice growing stern, Hirashaka Renji. Both of them looked toward the cloud of dust where Hirashaka stood. He sounded bewildered. Ah, he continued, puzzled. Did none of my attacks land? Kotetsu explained. Ah, it seems she can resist slashes, Hirashaka said with a gasp. But I'm wearing an item that lowers my defense. Kotetsu replied, maybe you're standing too far away. Hearing that, Hirashaka smiled brightly. Oh, so that's what it is. Which means, Hirashaka smirked, grabbing his robe and said, all I have to do is get closer, right? Hyodusen. Hirashaka looked toward Endocker and added, you'll leave this to me, right? Kotetsu cracked his wrists, his face stern as he looked at Endocker and said, don't be so hasty. Are you an idiot? I'll take care of this, boss. A blond man was slashed with an X mark across his chest and cried out in pain. The bleeding man gritted his teeth and said, I'll remember this. He struggled to sit up and looked at him. Ouch! The blond man looked at Kotetsu's cold face and shouted, Hyodu Kaote. His eyes narrowed as he warned, be careful, Andat. The scene changes to a place where a fierce battle is raging. Kotetsu charged forward towards Endocker, while Pantheon climbed up to finish off the peacock. Pantheon, the god of thieves. Kotetsu rushed toward where Endocker was standing, and she watched him approach with a cold expression. Endocker summoned a rock monster in Kotetsu's path, the Ulukumi ground army. Hirashaka raised his sword, preparing to strike S-Toy, the monster slayer, Yulak. He brought his sword down on the monster, slicing it into pieces, just as Kotetsu was raising his own sword to strike Andat. With a serious expression, Hirashaka looked at the two of them. Kotetsu also glanced toward Hirashaka, and Endocker lowered her head slightly to glance at him as well. She raised her hand with an indifferent expression, then both of them charged toward Andat. Then suddenly, something shot up and blocked Kotetsu. Hirashaka stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he watched it rise toward the sky. Endocker had summoned a giant, multi-headed water monster that let out a terrifying roar, a hydra. The multi-headed water monster was relentlessly attacking the two of them. Endocker stood below, watching these water monsters assail them with a relentless barrage of attacks. Kotetsu swung his sword, lopping off the water monsters' heads one by one. She's burning through her MP faster than its regeneration rate, and yet she's still summoning more monsters. Hirashaka dodged while simultaneously slicing off the heads of the water monster. CSA won't be able to keep up if this continues. A hydra can regenerate its body even if you slice its head clean off. Endocker raised her hand, which was enveloped in a white aura. Kotetsu also raised his hand, which was surrounded by a golden light. Hirashaka now raises her sword. Endocker lowers his hand, folds his pinky, and says, Aegis. Kotetsu raised his hand to summon Thanaton. Hirashaka swung his sword down. Imperial Jadians, Apadimak Mahesh, and the one true leader is. Monsters with sharp fangs and terrifying appearances emerged, brandishing deadly dragon-slaying blades. At the point of convergence, a giant fireball appeared and came hurtling towards them. The battle raging there grew more and more fierce, as numerous red lightning bolts streaked across the sky. Chudragong-slaying blade, the strongest of them all, Hirashaka Renji. Scene: Sebia Catastrophe 5, nearly 10 minutes ago. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, a massive explosion erupted. Achio spread his arms, controlling the rocks to fall on Sekishima, who was dodging his attacks. Sekishima flew through the air, dodging those attacks and glancing over at Achio. Asterisk Ziu asterisk. With his eyes closed and no emotion, Achio continued to direct the attacks at him. That monster, Achio. He opened his eyes, and Achio's eyes began to glow. Seeing him open his eyes, Sekishima frowned in annoyance and gritted his teeth. Achio manipulated the light, creating a massive energy blast. Belenus, flying through the air to dodge the blast, Sekishima watched his technique. A skill like a cannon, huh? It moves way too fast. Sekishima wondered, if this guy is using his power in the form of light, does it actually fire at the speed of light? For now, I'll just have to fight assuming that I'll die if I get caught in his line of sight. He raised his hand and aimed at Achio's position to fire. And there's more. The beams of light fired by Sekishima shot towards Achio's position. He closed his eyes, manipulating the stars to block the beams of light. Astoria! Sekishima gritted his teeth as he watched. He has a high-level defensive skill that completely blocked my shot. Both my single and linear shots were totally blocked. He yelled in frustration, breaking a sweat. Damn it, hurry up, will you? Sekishima yelled. Yudo! A barrier appeared, catching Achio by surprise. Achio looked up at the barrier. and in that instant, asterisk crack asterisk, Yudo's special ability was activated. His eyes widened as a green light shot directly into Atio's eyes. A powerful green light struck Atio's position directly. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. Sikishima put his hands on his hips and complained irritably. If I could have just attacked you from the front, you would have been done for a long time ago. Atio lay on the ground, his body scorched. Sikishima looked down at him and said, "This battle was decided by Yudo from the very start." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Sikishima versus Atio." Sikishima turned away, ignoring Atio, and said, "All right, time to go finish off the rest of them." He suddenly glanced back. Sikishima raised his hand, preparing to fire behind him. Before he could even react, Paen's hand pierced straight through his stomach. Sikishima coughed up blood, cursing inwardly from the pain. Damn it, as Ba Yen looked at him with a straight face and spoke. "Hey kid, I already erased my presence with a special technique, but you still managed to spot me in the end. Are you for real?" She pulled her bloody hand out of Sikishima's body. "You're pretty dangerous." He collapsed with a hole in his stomach, cursing inwardly. Damn it, getting ambushed like this really hurts. Sikishima looked towards her with tired eyes as Ba Yen spoke. "Sikishima-kun." She cupped her hands like binoculars and peered through them. "Looks like you're pretty famous, huh? I recognized you the moment I saw you at the train station, but it's true what they say." Ba Yen gestured towards him. "Why would you so willingly show yourself like that when you know someone is out to kill you?" Sikishima smirked and said, "I don't particularly enjoy being in the public eye, but it's a necessary evil for self-promotion." Ba Yen gestured, confused. "You're not a politician. Maybe an assassination attempt like this will finally teach you a lesson." She turned to leave, waving at Sikishima. "Bye-bye." He sighed without saying a word, then suddenly spoke in his mind. "Hey?" Sikishima glanced back and replied, "I'm leaving this to you." A woman's voice echoed. "All right, get some rest." Maria walked over to Sikishima and placed a hand on his shoulder. Her face twisted into a maniacal grin. Time for a little warm-up to stretch the old bones. Back outside, a powerful purple aura suddenly erupted, causing Ba Yen's eyes to widen in surprise. Sikishima began to transform, activating zombie powder. Maria possessed his body, which started to regenerate. The hole in the stomach began to close up. Ba Yen turned back with a confused look, thinking, is the hole in his stomach regenerating? Sikishima's body gradually transformed into Maria's. She smirked, placing a hand on her hip, jade bone. Maria squinted, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she stared at Ba Yen. The other woman thought in bewildered confusion. His whole appearance changed. Suddenly, Ba Yen had a realization. A transformation skill, right? Suddenly, Maria appeared next to Ba Yen, slinging an arm around her neck with a cigarette in her mouth. "We call this antithesis." She blew smoke into Ba Yen's face. "Right now, I am Jade Frost." To her horror, Ba Yen's face began to melt as Maria continued, "One of the 6 Rainbow Kings." She smirked in amusement, looking at Ba Yen, the zombie king, Maria versus Ba Yen. Maria took a drag from her cigarette and explained, "We call this antithesis." She blew smoke into Ba Yen's face and continued, "Right now, I am Jade Frost." As Ba Yen's face began to melt in horror, Maria added, "One of the 6 Rainbow Kings." She turned away, leaving nothing but a dried skeleton where Ba Yen once stood. She creates a special type of chemical inside her own body. This substance acts as a highly potent chemical, a deadly poison that can be transmitted through her cigarette smoke. Sikishima, witnessing this from within his mind, broke out in a cold sweat. "You don't show an ounce of mercy, do you? What are you rambling about? She almost killed you. Get rid of those naive thoughts of yours, kiddo," she said pensively. "This is an invasion. We are in the heart of a war," Sikishima replied in his mind. I know." Maria raised the cigarette to her lips, deep in thought. "Well then." She looks up at the giant tentacle. "It seems like the most interesting battle is happening over there." Elsewhere, the Sibia Catastrophe 6 are currently engaged in 3 battles to repel the invasion of the conquerors. A battle is raging between Ariak, Subaru, and Lion, while at the same time, another fight is underway between Hirasaka Renji and Hyodo Kotesu against Andat. At a large estate, the battle between Tsunemori Jinga and the demon Hogni is unfolding. Jinga frowns, looking at the man before him with irritation. Hogni speaks up. "Not bad. You're the ice user, Tsunemori Jinga, aren't you?" He raises 2 swords and introduces himself. "I am Hogni of the Magic Swords." A blue aura erupts from Hogni's body as he readies his blades. Among the king's royal guards, hearing this introduction, surprise is written all over Jinga's face. Hogni quickly slashes him twice, then continues, "I am the strongest." In agony, Jinga coughs up blood from the slashes. Hogni muses, compared to the other ice-type users I know. The Frost tribe near us is certainly much stronger than you. Jinga collapses to the ground, his blood staining the earth. His hand remains on his sword, motionless. After hearing Hogni's words, Jinga speaks in a serious tone. You might be right. Hogni turns to see him struggling to get up. Jinga retorts, I may be the weakest among Subaru's companions. He continues, I was a latecomer, and I don't even have a counterpart. But Hogni thinks to himself, with those wounds, he should be dead. He should be dead. Small shards of ice begin to fall. Jinga raises a hand to wipe his mouth, ignoring the wound on his chest as the small ice shards continue to fall. Hogni warily gets into a fighting stance. He must have used ice to protect himself. Doesn't he ever get tired of that trick? He calculates in his head, I just need to land that move one more time. But then, he suddenly realizes something. Small snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, gradually turning into a heavy flurry. He thinks, snow? Jinga declares firmly, I will become stronger. He continues, I don't care if my limitations are my rank or a powerless host. Jinga recalls Axon's words on the snowy mountain. Jinga, since you haven't developed your ultimate technique yet, this will be a perfect opportunity to challenge yourself. He reflects on those words. Axon had said sternly, step through the gate and claim victory with just a single ultimate technique. Back in the present, Jinga raises his hand, his expression serious. Sixth ultimate technique, no flashmort. Over where Hogni is standing, he is assaulted by blue snowflakes, perenniokos. The blue snowflakes multiply, clinging to Hogni as if trying to swallow him whole and crush him. Hot owner G. Y. Thought, that snow is freezing everything it touches. Jinga's eyes lit up as he looked toward Hogni, who was being assaulted by the blue snow. Then, the piles of blue snow began to freeze him solid, causing Hogni to panic and grit his teeth in fear. What is this feeling? Are my power and my very soul being erased? Hogni thought, this must be the curse Endocker warned me about, but isn't Ariak Subaru supposed to be the only one who can use this? Jinga looked at him, his voice terrifyingly cold as blue snowflakes swirled around him, and spoke. The me of today can fight powerful enemies using my own pure strength. I don't want the managers to find out, but he held out his hand to create a weapon, forge skill, Sophia. Hogni, struggling to avoid the snow, looked over to where Jinga stood, as a powerful blue aura erupted around him. Jinga lowered the spear, pointed it at him, and said gravely, I will use the power of my kin, Bruhaverlin. Trapped in the blue snow, Hogni screamed in terror, reaching out a hand to beg as he stammered out pleas, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. No, wait, don't! But Jinga paid him no mind and prepared to throw the spear in his hand toward him. He took his stance and hurled it forcefully at Hogni, the spear flying straight and impaling him. Then, jagged shards of blue ice erupted upwards from where Hogni stood. Jinga suddenly spoke, I am a protector. He stood before a giant blue ice block with Hogni frozen inside and continued. You should regret ever trying to invade this world. Osuni Mori Jinga versus Hogni. Jinga thought pensively. Hirashaka-san and the others have already defeated Endocker. He thought to himself, and then Jinga suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Back at the majestic and imposing skyscraper, Shibuya Suteya, 6th floor. The battle was unfolding between Ariak Subaru and the conqueror, Lian. Lian stared down below pensively. His hand gripping an iron bar, he spoke. I see now. Lian tightened his grip on the iron bar, below which a terrifying red river flowed fiercely, and continued, so this is how it's going to be, huh? While keeping himself from falling, he calculated in his head. I heard Ariak Subaru can convert MP into blood and manipulate it. If he plans to flood this entire place with blood, then his victory is assured. His face was calm as he thought, and this rising scent. How? Just inhaling it is enough to kill you. Lian frowned, thinking, has this guy really only been a host for 2 months? Then he glanced over at Subaru standing in the middle of the Red River. Assessing him, he has the courage and composure of someone who has faced death countless times. Subaru's face was indifferent and he said nothing, so Lian cracked a smile. And here I thought, this would be over quickly. He looked at Subaru and began to explain, our world is ruled by 2 kings. Subaru looked at Lian, confused. He continued, the first is the Western King, Endocker, also known as Endat. He went on, and the other one. A scepter was raised, the king of authority. Lian began to transform, revealing his true identity, Ethan Owan. He smiled at Subaru, when suddenly the red river of blood was drawn upwards, surprising him. Lian raised his fist, siphoning up the red streams of water. Subaru glanced around as all the red streams were being absorbed. Lian absorbed all of those streams until the ground was completely bare. Watching the streams gradually disappear, Subaru thought, did he absorb all the blood essence? He then spoke up. So that's your ability, huh? Lian smiled gently and said, I am Lian, the Eastern King. Which is stronger, my eternal loop or your immortality? He looked at Subaru and continued, We'll have to test it to find out, won't we? Atake Subaru? On a white sand beach with quartz fragments scattered on the ground, the shore was in disarray. Subaru handed the ring to Vanquish, who praised him. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and continued, an item that can sense the location of the administrators. The ring glowed in Vanquish's palm, an engagement ring crafted by Tella. Subaru replied nonchalantly, Yeah. Subaru asked, confused. Are you going to look for them right away? Vanquish explained. We have to wait for the right time. I still need to prepare a few things, Subaru replied. Got it. Subaru fell into deep thought. Then he said, Hey, Vanquish. Subaru looked puzzled, resting his chin on his hand as he asked, What exactly is a king? Vanquish was surprised, his jaw dropping. After all this, you're still asking questions like that? Subaru explained. Well, after the meeting of the kings, I realized they're quite similar to the kings in the human world, but there's still something different. Vanquish finally understood what he meant and replied, Ah, so that's what you mean. He held up 2 fingers and explained, In the underworld, what makes a king is determined more by the nature and arrangement of their soul than by their actual duties. There are 2 main types of kings, categorized as saints and warriors. Vanquish elaborated, Sibiu is an example of a saint, and Kilim is an example of a warrior. However, besides those, there are exceptions. The other kings are among those exceptions. He added, The soul of every king possesses a powerful allure which allows them to lead others and move forward. Vanquish continued, In addition to that, they also possess a very special skill known as the king's prerogative. Hearing this, Subaru asked, The king's prerogative? Is that the ability Ruin and Sibiu used before? Vanquish crossed his arms and said, The king's prerogative is the signature manifestation of a king's presence. It's undeniably powerful. He thought for a moment, then reminded Subaru, Make sure you keep an eye out for it when you're fighting. Elsewhere, Subaru stood silently, looking ahead with a serious expression. Before him was Lian, the Eastern King, radiating a brilliant light. Lian floated majestically in the air, smiling down at Subaru. Subaru thought, Eternity, huh? He lowered his head in contemplation. Is that what exists within Lian's soul? Lian raised his hand thoughtfully. He grasped the red energy and said, So this is a curse, is it? Subaru's eyes widened as he stared at Lian. He rushed towards Subaru at high speed, then delivered a blow to his stomach, sending him flying backward. He was slammed painfully into the wall by Lian's attack. Subaru gritted his teeth, squeezing one eye shut as he cried out in pain, thinking, He's intentionally piercing my body to directly damage my soul. He looked over and thought in disbelief, No way. He seemed to know what Subaru was thinking and spoke up, I know what you're thinking. He can use the blood curse too, right? Lian said, The answer is that I can now use it freely. He explained, I've absorbed your blood origin with this scepter. As Lian's information appeared, ultimate rescue. Lian's king's prerogative allows him to absorb other people's ultimate skills with his scepter and claim them as his own. He can store up to a maximum of 3 ultimate skills. If the number of ultimate skills is overloaded, the oldest absorbed skill will be destroyed. In its place, his MP will be restored. Subaru looked him straight in the eye and said, Your ability is surprisingly easy to explain. Lian said mockingly, Letting you die without knowing why would be a real shame, wouldn't it? Subaru lowered his head with a grim expression and said, I see. Witnessing Lian's arrogant attitude, the forgiveness in Subaru's heart began to fade. The blood curse flooding every floor up until now was just bait. The blood curse was escaping the building through the ventilation ducts. It was all to block out any incoming sunlight. Subaru's hair slowly turned white and his eyes red. He said, Since it's come to this, I'll have to show you something cool too. The release of those who walk under the sun. He continued, After all, losing without knowing why isn't very fun, is it? Lian smirked at him. On the other side of the battle, Hirashaka, Renji, and Hyodu Kotetsu were fighting Endaker. Endaker's head was bleeding, so this is... She stood among a horde of monsters and spoke, Hirashaka Renji's full power attack. On the roof of a tall building, there was a giant monster. She thought, I can't believe he managed to kill my strongest summoned beast in a single blow. Endaker clutched her left arm and remarked, That was strong, but... She shouted towards the 2 of them. That's all you've got, isn't it? Hirashaka knelt down, clutching his chest, his face covered in painful black marks. Kotetsu, whose hand also had black marks, said, I get it now. His face had similar marks. Kotetsu concluded it was poison. Endaker looked at him, confused that he was still standing. Hyodo Kotetsu. I'm quite surprised you can still stand, she continued, looking at where Kotetsu was standing, but soon you won't be able to lift a single finger. You've been enveloped by the poison of the Hydra, the entity I summoned before this. Endocker added, this battle was mine from the very beginning. Kotetsu frowned at her, thinking, she used her strongest attack as bait, this cunning woman. He glanced at his hand. Now, Kotetsu's fingers were falling off one by one. He thought deeply, how do I get out of this? Suddenly, a voice called out, hold on a minute. Endocker's eyes widened in surprise. Hearing that voice, the two of them immediately turned their heads in its direction, surprised. All three of them looked towards Maria, who was holding a cigarette, and called out, Hirashaka, right? She spoke up. You need to learn to focus. If I hadn't been here, Maria recalled grabbing Mei and Kinokawa by the collar to get them away from the fight. Then she rushed over to Sayaka and pulled her out of there. Maria pulled everyone else away from the fierce battle. She said, your wonderful friends would all be resting in peace by now, you know? Hirashaka smirked at her, despite struggling with the poison in his body. You must be Sekishima Kuni's counterpart. Before I launched my attack earlier, I caught a glimpse of you heading this way. He recalled the sight of Maria walking calmly through the air, unaffected by the battle. Maria brought the cigarette to her lips, took a drag, and said, so you chose to trust me? She blew out a cloud of smoke and exclaimed, how terrifying. A stream of blue smoke drifted toward the astonished Hirashaka. It was the Jade Dew Gem. He was amazed as the toxins in his body gradually dissipated, and seeing this, Endocker couldn't help but furrow her brow. As the toxins slowly left his body, Hirashaka suddenly cried out and said, my whole body feels so much lighter. Then, Endocker suddenly lunged at Hirashaka before he could even react. She had made her decision. Her eyes, filled with killing intent, were fixed on Hirashaka. I have to kill Hirashaka Renji before he recovers his Hoa Tioan. Suddenly, an arm shot out of nowhere. But given the situation, her decision was understandable. That hand shot towards where Endocker was standing. Tetsu decisively thrust his hand straight into Endocker's stomach. But looking at the result, it seems that was the wrong choice. Mokiurius, the god-level thief. His face was cold and emotionless as blood splattered from Endocker. To Hirashaka's astonishment, Tetsu calmly pulled his blood-soaked hand from Endocker's stomach. The others watching the main battle were also stunned, their jaws dropping at the sight. Endocker lay dying on the ground, asking with a look of utter disbelief, why? She glanced at Tetsu in confusion and asked, you could have even saved me. Tetsu held up his hand, which now only had 2 fingers, and explained, my ultimate skill, Pantheon, allows me to access the gods of Greek and Roman mythology. He summoned Asclepius with his hand and continued, that includes the god of medicine, Asclepius. Tetsu rubbed his hands together and added, I was planning to kill you the moment you let your guard down. I have no shortage of ways to ensure your death. Lying on the ground, Endocker smiled weakly, looking at him with tired eyes. You've always been this way, haven't you? She looked down sadly and wondered to herself, life doesn't always go the way you want it to, does it? Endocker looked at the two standing there. There are 7 of you, huh? Then she glanced at the nearby group and added, with this many people, you all should have done a better job. Tetsu and Hirashaka were confused by her words, so Endocker explained, even if all of Earth's strongest warriors gather here, the victory of our group, given, is already set in stone. She continued, as long as the Eastern King, Lien, is still alive. Cutting back to the fierce battle between Lien and Subaru, Subaru dashed quickly towards Lien's scepter. But suddenly, he controlled the scepter to unleash a Blood Essence attack, catching Subaru off guard before he could react. Blood Essence. Lien smirked victoriously. Back with Tetsu, he looked at Lien's system window and said, so this is Lien, the one fighting Subaru? With a tired expression, Endocker lay there without saying a word. Tetsu spoke up, in that case, you've already lost from the very beginning. Standing behind him, Hirashaka added with a radiant smile, that's right. Endocker's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, what? Tetsu explained, no matter who he is, he can never defeat a master of humanity. Returning to the intense battle, Subaru leaped up and kicked Lien squarely, sending him flying. Lien, the purple-haired man, was caught off guard by the kick, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. He coughed up blood and furrowed his brow. This guy's power was on a completely different level after transforming. Subaru said, I was told that becoming a king is measured by the very makeup of one's soul. His right eye turned black and began to bleed, and Subaru's expression hardened as he spoke with a determined voice. If that's the case, then I just need to become stronger and defeat you, O king from another world. Subaru launched an attack that sent Lien flying into a wall, saying, I was told that becoming a king is measured by the very makeup of one's soul. With a furious expression, Subaru declared, If that's the case, then I just need to become stronger and defeat you, O king, from another world. After taking the hit, Lien, with a mouth full of blood, gritted his teeth as he threw a kick, but Subaru blocked it with his arm. Lien screamed, "What's all this nonsense about the makeup of a soul?" Subaru was a bit surprised by Lien's retort. With blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and panting heavily, Lien continued, "You're mistaken. A king always fulfills his duty." The scene shifts to an abandoned building, where a voice speaks to Lien. "Your king's privilege allows you to absorb the ultimate skills of others and use them as your own. Go ahead and take one, if any of our ultimate skills can help you." Lien thought for a moment. "I can only use 3 at once. This is a difficult choice." Doctor watched with interest to see whose ultimate skill he would take. As Lien continued to analyze, "I also need to keep one slot open for the plan." So he pointed at Habsburg and said, "I'll take Habsburg's." Startled, Habsburg asked, "Mine?" Returning to the fight, Lien is now using the ultimate freezing skill against Subaru, Deep Freeze. Blood dripped from Subaru's forehead as he realized his arm was completely frozen. Is this another ultimate skill Lien stored with his king's privilege? Getting frozen instantly upon contact means close quarters combat is impossible. If I use my blood essence, he'll just absorb that too. Lien, with blood still trickling from his mouth, raised his staff and stared at Subaru. Subaru thought to himself that there was one thing he had to prevent at all costs. He recalled Tessu and him touching hands, emitting a 7-colored light. He couldn't let Lien absorb 1,000 blades. A 7-colored light flared to life, as Subaru faced Lien, making the latter suspicious. Has he finally realized he can't fight me in close combat or use his ultimate skill? Lien smirked smugly. "Go ahead, think all you want." Lien was sweating as he thought, "If I can just stall for more time, the King of the West, Endaker, will definitely turn the tide of this battle." Elsewhere, Tessu said, "Before I finish you, I have a few things to ask." Endaker was lying on the ground, bleeding heavily from his head and mouth. Tessu asked Endaker, "When you two invaded our world, you weren't kings yet, were you? You must have received your powers from your predecessors around that time. What happened to them, the previous kings?" Endaker weakly replied, "They're all dead," as a blue eye appeared in the sky looking down, surrounded by red lightning. Everyone watched on, utterly speechless. Endaker thought back with regret. "If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have had to become a part of this gamble." The Himeno sisters were defeated, their bodies smoking and faces blackened, while another had lost her entire right arm. Endaker said regretfully, "Or lose my precious comrades," only to see them get seriously injured. Tessu just listened silently as Endaker poured her heart out. Endaker asked Tessu, "You really want to know?" Tessu remained silent. The people behind them realized what was happening and angrily shouted a warning to Tessu. "She's just trying to stall for time. She's plotting something. Just kill her already." Tessu swung her arm, which was enveloped in red energy, and replied, "I suppose so." The weakened and blood-soaked Endaker looked at the hand descending from above and thought, "This feels just like a judgment, but my health has already started to recover." Cruelty, max level, one of Endaker's subskills, allows her to restore 1% of her health per second. She began to summon, and a woman in black named Dutgran appeared in a flash. Tessu wondered to herself, "A water-based attack skill, huh? This shouldn't be too difficult." Hirashaka suddenly rushed over and interrupted worriedly, "Something's not right." Tessu was surprised by this. Udo Ryusei's ultimate skill, the one that keeps the CBR in a perfect state, seems to require a specific condition to be maintained. The reason you've all been protecting him this whole time during the fight is because the ultimate skill gets cancelled if he moves from his position. Udo blocked the incoming wave with his hand and asked, "Buoyancy?" Endacher's goal wasn't to use water pressure, but its buoyancy. Endacher spoke her final words before closing her eyes. "No matter how many lives we have to sacrifice, as long as I achieve my goal, it will all be worth it." Udo focused power into his legs, which glowed with a golden aura, as Endacher continued, "Finally, I have completed my mission." A brilliant golden light flared, Crack the Chevalier 3D was unleashed, and multiple golden barriers appeared, surrounding the area. Udo gritted his teeth in anger at being played by Endacher, damn it, as the barriers began to shatter and disappear in multiple locations. Scene change, meanwhile, Subaru was in an attack stance. Suddenly, he vanished, which took Lien by surprise. Subaru teleported behind Lien, simultaneously raising his sword. Sensing the danger, Lien spun around just as Subaru's sword was coming down. Unable to react in time, Subaru's blade slashed down on Lien's shoulder. With blood spilling from his mouth, Lien wondered, teleportation? Endaker's report never mentioned he could do this. As Subaru stared at him without emotion, Lien wondered in disbelief. Did he really get this much stronger in such a short time? Lian's eyes then went dim, but it seems he still managed to finish his task just in time. The barriers in Lian's area also vanished. Subaru looked on, surprised and confused, as the barrier shattered and everyone started moving again. They all resumed what they were doing before. One by one, the barriers shattered in every location, leaving no place untouched. Just as everything was returning to normal, a scream made them jump. Two girls looked up in complete surprise. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. After everyone regained their movement, they panicked upon seeing the battle between the two powerful beings. The guy in the orange shirt yelled, "What's going on? Is that a fight?" Another blonde guy said, "No." And the guy in the gray shirt replied, "It's a battle between two divine masters." A man was frantically running and shouting at everyone, "Run for your lives!" Seeing this, Subaru panicked as sweat dripped down his face and exclaimed, "Oh no! Was UDOU's ultimate skill cancelled?" Lian smirked, raising his royal scepter and saying, "Right now, this ultimate skill will affect all of humanity here." Lian's royal scepter can store a maximum of 3 ultimate skills at once. Currently, it holds Ariak Subaru's Blood Origin and Ha Fuen's Polar Ice. The last one is a hidden trump card with extremely strict activation conditions, but it will help turn the tide for the conquerors. It's a method that can summon divine masters from their own worlds, across dimensions, at the cost of human souls. An ultimate skill that brings both countless deaths and resurrection, the king's prerogative that Lian received from the previous king. At that moment, Lian unleashed the disaster-class ultimate skill, Catastrophe. Subaru and Alex Taiga were locked in a fierce battle. Alex Subaru had grown stronger at an incredible rate since his fight with Alex Taiga. After the battle, Subaru returned in an upgraded version, his hair turned white and his eyes glowing a brilliant red. Lian, holding his scepter, was heavily injured and coughing up blood. He had miscalculated Subaru's power, but thanks to that, the conditions to activate Catastrophe had been met. Speaking of Catastrophe, it's an ultimate skill that absorbs all human souls within a 1-kilometer radius to summon allied divine masters from any dimension. Lian's plan was to sacrifice millions of CBR citizens to summon the divine masters from their homeworlds. There are 3 conditions required to successfully activate this ultimate skill. There must be more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius, the divine master's MP must be at 100%, and the divine master's health must be below 5%. All of them were met. The first condition was fulfilled from the start. The second condition would be satisfied by deleting Polar Ice from Lian's storage, which would completely restore his MP. That is a secondary effect of Lian's king's prerogative. As Subaru fiercely attacked Lian, the third condition requiring the Divine Master's health to be below 5% was fulfilled by Ariak Subaru's onslaught. Lian held the scepter. His respected predecessor, King Brigitte. It was finally time for him to use Brigitte's king's prerogative. Lian began to activate the king's prerogative, Catastrophe. However, there was a reason why, to put it simply, Lian's disaster-class skill would not be able to activate. Subaru pointed his sword straight at Lian's neck. The first reason was that Ariak Subaru would decapitate him before the ultimate skill could activate. Subaru hesitated for a moment before striking Lian. He looked down at his blade, and the scene shifted to the royal castle of CBR. Brigitte was lying in a pool of blood with a large hole in his stomach. Lian screamed, "Brigitte!" Lian let out an anguished scream. "Damn it! Who did this to you, your majesty?" The man on the ground was the former king of the East, Brigitte. Brigitte said, "The executors." Lian gritted his teeth, looking at him. He glanced at Brigitte, who lay weakly on the ground, and continued, "The administrators. They knew I was trying to escape their game." Lian was shocked, breaking into a sweat. "It can't be." Brigitte looked at Lian with trust and said, "Lian, you have all the potential of a king. Take my throne." Lian was stunned. "You want me to become the next king of the East? I can't do it. If it weren't for you, I..." Before Lian could finish, Brigitte cut him off. "Seeing me like this, you must be thinking that hardship always strikes before you have time to prepare, right?" Brigitte raised his blood-soaked hand. "Take my king's prerogative." Lian reverently took Brigitte's hand. A powerful surge of energy erupted as they clasped hands. Brigitte was passing the king's prerogative to Lian. Brigitte grew weary and slowly closed his eyes. "I beg you, free us from the prison of these administrators." With the last of her strength, Brigitte whispered before closing her eyes, "Everything is for our people." And just like that, the former king of the East, Brigitte, was gone forever. Tears streamed down Lian's face as he grabbed Brigitte's hand, crying out in pain, "Brigitte!" Light from outside shone into the castle as Lian knelt silently beside Brigitte's body. Just then, another person approached. "I couldn't make it in time." Lian looked at her, his face troubled, and asked, "Endashare, why are you here?" Endashare replied, Because I am the next king of the West. Endashare lowered her gaze to look at Brigitte. Brigitte's passing was incredibly painful, her body covered in wounds, her face stained red with blood. Endashare couldn't hold back her anger, gritting her teeth as she called out, Lien, should we join the forces? Endashare's eyes lit up as she looked at Lien and continued, I found a world that hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's go and invade it. Lien looked at Endashare warily. You want to go save the world? Endashare replied, yes, it's for our people. Back in the present, Lien's domain was still active under the blade of Ariak Subaru. Subaru swung his sword straight at Lien, faster than the activation time of his ultimate technique. In the moment before the blade could touch him, Lien was still thinking of his people, and Subaru's eyes wavered. With one hand on his sword, at the very moment he could have defeated Lien, Subaru held the blade still, stopping his attack. Lien looked up at Subaru with eyes full of surprise and confusion. Subaru looked at Lien and said, let's end this, Lien. With Subaru's sword still held at his side, Lien knelt, letting out a confused grunt. Lien, his face covered in sweat, asked, what did you just say? Subaru recalled a memory and replied, before, during my battle with my younger brother, Alex Taiga, his heart connected with mine. Lien's thoughts raced. A soul exchange can happen between two people with a similar level of sensitivity. Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, the reason you people came to invade us is the same as the feeling inside of me. Lien was stunned, thinking, my heart, how could it? Seeing Subaru's pained expression, as if he were about to cry, Lien thought to himself, why is Subaru showing such a tormented expression for my sake? Subaru continued, I know how your ultimate technique works now. Once it's activated, there's no turning back for either of us. So let's stop this now. Lien hesitated for a moment, stopping and lowering his head in thought. The sudden proposal had brought his thoughts to a halt. At that moment of hesitation, another tremor occurred. Outside, fierce sources of energy were being activated. With an extremely serious expression, Udo Ryusei had bought enough time to reactivate the crack de Chevalius. By bringing people back into an active state, Lien's calamity was no longer effective. Lien was shocked and shouted. He looked at Subaru's pained expression and thought, was Subaru just stalling for time? Lien's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he thought that Subaru had tricked him. I'm such an idiot. Subaru's face darkened as he looked down from above at the crestfallen Lien. He had let it slip away, that was it. As Endocker lay dying in a pool of dark blood, Lien missed her once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Endocker gazed into Lien's anguished eyes, the very reason he had sacrificed his own life. Lien burst out laughing. Ha ha! As Subaru watched her sorrowfully, Lien slammed her small hand on the ground, screaming, damn it! Ah! Subaru clutched his sword, stepped back and bowed his head. Why did I ever listen to you? Lien screamed in painful realization. Now everything is ruined. Tears streamed down Lien's face, her expression one of unconcealable agony over everything. Subaru's expression darkened as he looked at Lien, noticing something. Are you crying? Lien, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt to meet Lien's gaze. I told you we shouldn't fight anymore, didn't I? I'm not deceiving you. Just try to remember the reason you all came to invade this world. Subaru continued to explain. Our enemy isn't each other. It's the administrators. Lien managed to calm herself down and asked for confirmation. The administrators are your enemies? Lien, now understanding, looked up at Subaru. Wait, she said, astonished. You're really gonna do it? Subaru clenched his fist. That's right, he said resolutely. We are going to defeat the administrators. Lien exclaimed in horror. That's impossible. Their existence is akin to that of gods, far beyond our comprehension. Subaru reached his hand out towards Lien. We still have a chance to win. The empathy between deities only occurs when both parties have a sufficiently high level of sensitivity. Lien looked at the hand in front of her as Subaru continued. You should have been able to understand my true intentions by now, right? In a distant desert of white sand, an enchanting red throne sat in the very center. Vanquish held the ring in his hand, grinning eerily. Meanwhile, Subaru continued to persuade Lien. Listen to us, Lien. We'll tell you about our plan. In his location, Vanquish raised the ring, and looking at it, he let out a smile that was both inscrutable and horrifying. In a desolate, ruined city, Endocker stood on a balcony, looking down at the crowd below and speaking to the person behind him. For our world to continue to exist, we are forced to destroy other worlds. Halfburn stood behind, listening with his arms crossed, as he continued, Lien and I. Endocker calmly stated, we'll take responsibility for that. Halfburn, annoyed, furrowed his brow and asked, who is it that will truly take responsibility for what happens here? Looking at the ruined city below, Endocker replied, don't say that, Halfburn. I won't endanger my people by opposing the administrators. Below, the citizens walked about cheerfully. They weren't panicking because of the dilapidated city. On the contrary, they seemed grateful to have a place to live. Halfburn dangerously narrowed his eyes. Finally, he scratched his head and clicked his tongue. If you need help, just let us know. Halfburn declared his unwavering loyalty. If you are our king, we will gladly lay down our lives at any cost. Endocker glanced behind her for a moment before speaking. Very well. She offered a grateful smile. I'll be counting on you. Ending the flashback, Endocker slowly opened her eyes, the bright light from outside causing her to squint. The person standing to her right was Maria, who was puffing on a cigarette while dressed in a tough, gangster-like style. Noticing Endocker was awake, Maria glanced over at her. Endocker lay stretched out on the floor, assessing her body with some disbelief. Had she been healed? Realizing she was still alive, she managed to ask, "Why did you save me?" A voice rang out from above her. "I already told you." He looked down at Endocker. "I have a lot of questions for you." Then he narrowed his eyes with a warning. "Pull any funny business and I'll send you to meet your maker right here and now." Just then, she noticed someone else sitting to her left. It was Hirasaka with his sword of light. Seeing the three of them surrounding her, Endocker fell silent for a moment before whispering, "My life has no meaning anymore." With that said, she refused to speak further, ignoring the three people sitting around her. Suddenly, Hirasaka noticed someone approaching, and Maria also saw the newcomers. It was a group of three, including Subaru. Subaru led the group of three, a bloodstain still visible on his head. Beside him was Lien, who kept his head down timidly, while Jin guarded the rear. Upon seeing Lien, Endocker suddenly shot up and shouted his name. "Lien," she angrily demanded, "why are you with Ariak Subaru? What happened to your calamity of disaster consciousness?" Faced with her questioning, Lien remained silent, overcome with shame. Subaru had to step in and clarify, "We've called a truce." Endocker was more furious than ever. She lashed out, "Nonsense! Lien, have you betrayed us?" She was no longer the high and mighty king of the West, but rather like someone who had lost her kingdom and home, cornered with nowhere to go. In her desperation, she spat out the most bitter words she could think of. "Have you abandoned our world?" Hearing this, Lien could no longer remain silent. He yelled, "You're wrong." He stammered out an explanation. I've decided to become a part of Subaru's plan." Endocker didn't understand. She gritted her teeth. "A plan?" Beside them, Maria, who had been smoking, began to exhale a blue-tinged smoke. This smoke enveloped Subaru's body as he reminded them, "Hey, you two, the administrator will hear us if we talk here." With that, he took out a red key and proposed, "Let's talk somewhere more private." Subaru led Lien and Endocker through the red door. They arrived in a desert of white sand, where red crystals were scattered about, and before them stood a single red throne, symbolizing the status of its occupant. Vanquish sat on his throne as rainbow energy flared powerfully around him, resting his chin on his hand as he awaited his guests. "Welcome, kings from other worlds." The immense power radiating from Vanquish made Lien and Endocker feel intimidated and anxious. Not one to keep them waiting, Vanquish flashed a wicked smile and got straight to the point. "Today's topic is how to defeat the administrators." He didn't even give the other two a chance to speak, immediately cutting them off. "First, I don't care if you think it's impossible or that they can't be defeated. All you need to do is listen to our plan." Endocker looked around, assessing this strange new space and wondering to herself, "What the hell is this place? Is this a space where the administrators can't find us?" Looking at the man on the throne before her, she could feel an unbelievably immense power emanating from him. This must be Vanquish. Endocker was well aware of the power disparity between them. She silently analyzed that even if all of them were gathered here, he could annihilate them in an instant. And so she asked the question she was most curious about. "So can you defeat the administrators?" Vanquish answered nonchalantly, "Me? Ha, no, I don't stand a chance." Endocker was stunned by this casual reply. "Ha, then why are we even talking about this?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a black pearl ring was tossed at her feet. A giant question mark appeared over Endocker's head, as she had no idea what the ring signified. Since this concerned the administrators, Vanquish was kind enough to explain that ring is an item capable of locating an administrator. He shared his intention. "I plan to use it to visit an old friend of mine." Endocker, ever sharp, picked up on the phrase he used, "an old friend," and she spoke up, "Does that mean?" Subaru calmly listened to see what she was getting at. Lien, who already knew the plan, just stood by and listened without saying a word. She hesitated, carefully choosing her words. "You have an ally among the administrators, don't you?" Seeing how sharp Endocker was, Vanquish laughed in praise. "You catch on much faster than Subaru does." Getting called out for no reason, Subaru retorted in embarrassment. Just shut up. However, an intelligent and rational woman like Endacker wasn't so easily convinced. She pressed on, saying, "Tell me, Vanquish, how much do you know?" Vanquish was surprisingly patient today, he calmly explained. There are a total of 9 administrators. This number horrified Endacker, her expression freezing for a moment. Vanquish continued to share what he knew about the administrators. They divided the 10 billion worlds into 8 control zones, and each one of them harvests soul energy from the worlds under their jurisdiction. The game itself is the system for collecting that energy, and it's designed to harvest it efficiently by forcing all of you to participate. If any anomalies occur, they select an enforcer from among the conquerors to eliminate the problem, and before Vanquish could continue, Endacker held up a hand to stop him. "Wait a minute." Endacker looked overwhelmed. She waved her hand and said, slowly. Unable to process so much information at once, Endacker started sweating. "This is a little overwhelming," Vanquish asked teasingly. "How would you like me to explain it then?" Subaru chimed in worriedly. "Come on. Explaining it just once is hardly enough for anyone to understand," Endacker asked. "Wait a minute. There are a total of 8 control zones but 9 administrators. So is your ally the one without a zone to control?" Subaru was surprised, thinking to himself, she understood all of that after hearing it just once. Vanquish rested a hand on his chin and explained, "I'd call them more of an acquaintance than an ally. They're quite fickle. I'd say there's only a 50-50 chance they'll cooperate with us." Endacker hesitated, but then she asked, "So there's still a 50% chance that a manager will cooperate with us?" Vanquish sat imposingly in his chair and replied, "That's right. I plan to use his power to beat the other managers until they listen. If everything goes smoothly, we can escape this game, see? Doesn't sound too bad, does it?" Hearing Vanquish's words, Endacker's heart wavered. She asked herself, "Not bad? No wonder Lian chose a truce." She looked over at him anxiously. Endacker thought carefully, "This is the first and only chance we have to win. I can't let it slip away." She said to Vanquish, "All right, we will join you." Endacker then asked, "What do you want us to do now?" Suddenly, she recalled a memory from before. A young man was lying still on the ground. Endacker called out, "Hap Fuang." Lenda stood with his arms crossed, he said calmly. He was a brave warrior. Lenda turned to leave, leaving Endacker alone. He continued, "You should be proud to have had him under your command," she said resentfully, leaving without another word. Endacker gently knelt down and reached out her hand. Endacker's hand gently touched Hap Fuang's pale face. "I'm sorry for being such a pathetic king," she sobbed, "but your sacrifice was not in vain." Endacker sorrowfully hugged him tightly. "Not in vain at all, Hap Fuang." She remembered their childhood when they were together. Lian stepped forward and said, "I've lost 3 of my In and Hotni. Our remaining allies will be treated for their injuries. Once they've recovered, they will be sent back immediately." The other allies were together. Tetsu turned and said, "Make one suspicious move and I'll kill you on the spot." Sokka looked up and replied, "At this point, what else can we do?" Lian stood still, looking at Endacker without saying anything more. She stood up, looked at Lian, and asked, "So you and I will stay here and lend our power to this world?" Vanquish smirked. "I'm quite surprised that a king like Vanquish would make such an offer." But Endacker found it absurd. She stepped forward and said, "And the one he chose was Ariak Subaru. What kind of king is he exactly?" Lian bowed his head slightly. He answered worriedly, "About that, while we were fighting, I discovered a link between our souls." Endacker replied, "Yeah, you told me that when you stopped fighting," Lian interjected. "That's not all." He recalled that moment. After touching his soul, I was able to confirm this. Lian continued, "Subaru's will is not that of a king." Endacker didn't understand what he was saying. She asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Lian replied anxiously, "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before," the thing inside his soul. The allies were standing next to Subaru, a dazzling halo enveloping him. Following up, he looked like a savior. Subaru's eyes shone as brightly as the stars in the sky. A confused Dinga called out Subaru's name. Pointing to his own eye, he wondered, "Hasn't Maria healed your eye yet?" Immediately after, his eyes widened in surprise. As if to confirm Dinga's question, one of Subaru's eyes was bloodshot and bleeding continuously. Drops of blood slowly fell to his horror. The scene shifts to the temporary headquarters of the Divine Lords Association. Sekishima stood in the middle of the press conference and announced, "As we stated in the previous report, we accepted an invitation from the underworld to participate in a meeting with their leaders." He continued his announcement, "According to the information we gathered while there." Despite the reporter's jaw-dropping astonishment, Sekishima didn't pause. "Here, please look at the provided document."